Yungin was sitting in class at school. He was doing a test, and as usual, he was not happy with himself. He was 15 years old. His whole life revolved around school and learning. Although he often told himself that studying was not the only thing in life.
But Yungin knew he was lying to himself. He really wanted to do well in school, but for some reason his grades were always terrible.
Yungin decided to improve his reading, so he went to the library to borrow a book and read it in one evening. The student lived with his mother. When he came home, a young girl was visiting. Mom wanted to introduce them as soon as possible. Mom introduced the girl. It was the boy's new tutor. Her name was Lehon Kang. She was 23 years old.
Yungin looked at her with big eyes. He really liked her, so he was speechless and even forgot to say hello to her.
Although he was happy to have a new tutor, he had other plans for tonight. He wanted to read a book. But it was useless to argue with his mother. Yungin went to his room. His mom and the tutor continued their conversation. Then Yunhamin's mom came closer and started whispering in the tutor's ear that her son had some very strange preferences. He's into some very questionable things, but she assured him that there was nothing to worry about. While the women were talking, it started to get dark outside. The sun was setting over the horizon.
Yungin and Lehon Kang's tutor had been practicing for several hours.
Yungin and Lehon Kang sat at a large wooden table. The tutor moved closer to explain the equation again. Lehon Kang praised the boy for learning quickly. And if he continues to work at this pace, his grades will improve very quickly. Yunhamin was very happy to be praised, because at school he was usually called a failure.
The tutor looked at him with such kindness and confidence in his actions that he could not be wrong.
Finally, Yungin believed in his abilities and was able to complete the task step by step. The boy was incredibly happy, but his tutor was even more pleased with his success.
2 years passed since Yungin started working with the tutor, but he was still studying at that criminal school. Of course, Yunhamin's results had improved, and that, he believed, was due to his tutor and her friendly way of teaching. But it was impossible to concentrate as much as possible because of his classmates, who were constantly making noise and interrupting him.
This noise and shouting constantly distracted Yunhamin. He received the result of the last test assignment. He was very disappointed with the grade. He was angry with himself and didn't even notice that 2 classmates were fighting next to him.
Yungimin's class was full of bullies who did nothing but beat each other up.
While one boy was punching the other in the face, other classmates were watching the fight closely and only supporting the whole procession with shouts. When the boys were fighting, they accidentally hit Yungamin's desk. The table overturned, and the boy, along with his books, fell to the ground. At that moment, he was once again convinced that he was studying at the worst vocational engineering high school. But to get out of this school hell, he just had to study hard. Yunhamin picked up his notebook, which was pretty crumpled up from the fall, and started thinking about how he could improve his condition and become a better student. Everyone quickly recovered and moved on to other things. Yunhamin also got up and dusted himself and his belongings off.
People called this school a rotten place, or a school of criminal talents. It was a large 3-story building where there was no respect and no rules.
Studying in such a school was a complete failure. The only thing that was well practiced here was fighting. Yoon Jae-min was the only student in the whole school who had not yet dropped out, and was trying to gain at least some knowledge. His motto was, "To hell with circumstances. I create my own opportunities." And in any incomprehensible situation, he would recall these words.
He had a dream of going to university.
The student wanted to improve his results against the background of gangsters who knew absolutely nothing in this life, except smoking near the school and starting fights. As in every class, there were 3 leaders who ran the show.
Yunhamin watched the 3 of them calmly smoking and discussing the next fight.
Suddenly, one of the gang noticed Yungamin. He had just lit his cigarette. He didn't like the way Yungamin was looking at him, and that was enough to start another fight. The gangster shouted that Yunhamin shouldn't stare at him or he might die right now. The guy slid down the wall in surprise that he had been noticed, but Yunhamin decided not to let on that he was scared. On the contrary, He gathered his will into a fist and showed his confidence with his eyes. Yoon Ha-min was used to the fact that there was always someone in the classroom fighting, screaming, and breaking things. The classroom was as noisy as ever. Everyone was doing their own thing when the principal walked in. He wanted to introduce a new teacher who had come to replace their former class teacher, Hyun-gun-yu. When the new teacher walked into the classroom, Yungin was shocked. It was Lehon Kang, a girl with big brown eyes and long hair. Lehon Kang greeted the class, but no one even heard her. The student recognized the new class teacher as his tutor from 2 years ago.
She was very patient and attentive to the boy.
Lehon Kang was happy even when Yoon Jae-min got one correct answer out of a whole task. This was already a good result for her. The tutor often asked what the boy's dreams were.
Yoon Ga-min said that he wanted to go to university, so he needed to improve his knowledge. And Lehon Kang said that she wanted to get a teaching certificate and work abroad.
Lehon Kang dreamed of becoming not just a teacher, but a teacher who could help her students find their way in life.
The principal and Lehon Kang stood in the middle of the classroom at the blackboard, but the children did not pay attention to them at all. They were shouting, throwing papers, eating. The principal realized that it was useless to demand attention, so he simply walked out of the classroom and said that he had high hopes for Lehon Kang.
Unfortunately, Lehon Kang failed the tests and did not receive a certificate, so she ended up in this school. Suddenly, the boy students noticed that their teacher was a young girl and started shouting obscenities. But Lehon Kang slammed her hand on the table with all her might and shouted that everyone immediately stopped talking.
The new teacher wanted attention and respect. That's why she demanded silence to tell the new rules of learning. But when she tried to do so, something big and heavy flew into her head.
Yoon Jae-min was watching everything carefully, but he couldn't even get a word out. The guy didn't have time to get up and shield her from the blow. The plastic bottle flew into the teacher's face. The bottle hit her temple painfully and fell. She screamed in pain and only now seemed to realize what kind of trials she was going to face with the students in her class. The student who threw the bottle was the leader of the class. The boy's name was Hyun-woo, and he was sick of the word rules, which is why he reacted so sharply to the new teacher's words.
After being hit, Lehon could barely stand up. She covered the place where she was hit with her hand and turned her back to the students so that no one could see her frightened and crying eyes.
The jar of liquid soap fell on the table. All the liquid leaked out and spread everywhere. Suddenly, someone started screaming from behind the red-haired bully. It turned out that the bottle of soap belonged to someone else, and Hyun-woo had taken it without permission. Another fight broke out in the classroom.
Hyun-woo calmly turned around and asked if the boy was mentally retarded for calling him a bastard.
But there was no stopping the boy. He also had some ambitions, and he loved to fight. Or rather, it was the only thing he knew how to do.
Hyun-woo caught his classmate by the shoulders and simply threw him out of the window. The boy broke the glass with his back and flew to the flower bed under the window. Seeing this, the new teacher Lehon Kang screamed, but immediately put her hand over her mouth. She realized that Hyun-woo was the troublemaker the principal had told her about. He had started another fight. Although in April alone, he had fought more than 50 times.
After the schoolboy flew out of the window and ended up in the flower bed, Hyun-woo rushed to climb out after him. The fight was to continue in the school garden. The classmates stood opposite each other, while other students surrounded them from all sides and only incited the fighters. Students were placing bets on who would win. Hyun-woo shouted for the boy to go first, but at that moment he clenched his fist and swung. The punch was supposed to be right in his face, but Hyun-woo saw the silhouette of a man approaching them in time. He had to stop. It was Tom Kench. He was running fast to stop the fight. He called the brawlers cockroaches and thought they should be crushed in the same way. The students quickly scattered. No one wanted to have anything to do with Tom Kang. Lehon Kang was watching the events in fright. She just stood there silently and did not know what to do.
Tom Kang said that he was not surprised that temporary teachers have no sense of responsibility. But Lehon Kang continued to stand there unmoved and unable to say a word.
Finally, the man decided to leave the young teacher alone. Then she went back to the classroom to get a brush and a dustpan and carefully cleaned all the glass so that someone else wouldn't accidentally get hurt.
but there was a lot of glass, and it flew everywhere, so Lehon Kang got hurt herself while cleaning up. The teacher was in so much pain that it seemed like it was time to cry about the whole bad day.
Lehon Kang cut her finger. Blood began to drip down to the ground in small droplets.
The teacher looked at her injured finger and could no longer hold back. Her eyes were full of tears. She was not so much physically hurt as mentally.
Lehon Kang pulled herself together, wiped away her tears, and saw that a boy was holding a Band-Aid, and obviously wanted to help her. She was very touched by this gesture. She thought that maybe all was not lost in this school.
The teacher took a closer look at the boy next to her and was very surprised. She just stared at the student for a few seconds and could not say a word.
Lehon Kang recognized her student, whom she had tutored 2 years ago. She was very surprised. She could never have imagined that they would meet like this. Yungin and his teacher, Lehon Kang, were sitting by the garbage bags and talking. He was curious to meet and listen to Lehon Kang again. But most of all, he wondered if she would dare to teach at this school after the day she had experienced.
Yungin decided to explain that this incident with the liquid soap was just the beginning. Things are so bad in this class that the previous class teacher left them after a month.
And then Lehon Kang cheered herself up and said that she could not give up so easily. The teacher laughed and said that even if it seemed like these children could not be turned to the right path, as long as they worked together to solve their problems, they were not hopeless.
Yungin really wanted to support his teacher, so he looked her straight in the eye and told her that he believed every word she said, and most importantly, he believed in her and her strength.
While they were sitting by the trash cans, they heard someone approaching. It was Hyunwoo and his gang.
Yunhamin advised the teacher to just avoid these bandits. After all, Hyunwoo's gang is made up of the most violent thugs in the school. They don't care about rules.
Yungamin wanted to tell her everything he knew about Hyunwoo in detail, but as soon as Yungamin turned around to continue, no one was there. The teacher came out to her students, stood in front of them, and loudly asked them to throw away their cigarettes immediately.
Yunhamin was scared for his tutor, but he could not think of anything else to do but observe the situation.
Lehon Kang stood in front of Hyunwoo's gang, looking very confident. But this only made Hyunwoo laugh. Hyunwoo laughed that the school even gave them a trash can for cigarette butts. And the person who cleans up the cigarette butts was tired of saying anything to anyone and just let the gang smoke wherever they wanted. Lehon Kang remained just as persistent. The teacher said she was worried about the young boy's health. While she was trying to explain the dangers of smoking, the teacher stammered several times. But her last sentence was a request to stop. Then Lehon Kang simply took the cigarette out of Hyunwoo's hands and threw it in the trash. This made the boy very angry. But the teacher kindly smiled and emphasized that she was trying to help. Yoon Ha-min watched the dialogue carefully. The conversation went on for so long that for a second, he thought that maybe this time it would be without a fight.
Then Hyunwoo took out another cigarette, lit it, and threw it at his feet. He asked if this was the way he was supposed to quit smoking, because it was obvious that the new teacher was very persistent.
Lehon Kang was happy that finally her words were heard, and that words are more powerful than fists. She shouted with joy that she was ready to support them always.
Suddenly, Hyunwoo moved closer to Lehon Kang. He raised his hand high. She was scared and did not know what to expect from this guy.
Yoon Ha-min was also scared for his teacher's life. He had a real panic attack and couldn't control it in time to prevent any misfortune. Hyunwoo slapped Lehon Kang on the cheek. She fell down from the unexpected slap. The gang laughed. It was the first time they had ever seen a student hit a teacher. But Hyunwoo remarked that teachers hit their students all the time, so this was a response from all the students who were hurt.
Hyunwoo was also smiling. He looked down at Lehon Kang with such contempt. Then he boldly offered to help her up. But Lehon Kang was sitting on the ground and could not believe what was happening. Her eyes were open wide. She wanted to say something, to defend herself somehow, but she couldn't get a word out.
Lehon Kang knelt down in front of the gang of schoolchildren and asked them so calmly and gently if they had done the right thing. But the boys continued to laugh. They said that you can do anything with a temporary teacher.
And then Hyunwoo decided to add that he hadn't hit her hard enough, because Miss should learn from the saying, "You have to learn from bitter experience." Hyunwoo wanted to hit the teacher again, so he approached her again. He said politely that he was going to teach her a lesson. Lehon Kang was crying, tears rolling down her cheeks. The only thing she managed to say was to ask the students not to be so cruel. Lehon Kang continued to say that she did not want them to grow up to be bad people. But these words didn't seem to affect Hyunwoo. He stood there as emotionlessly as before. All four of the gang surrounded Lehon Kang and continued to mock her. They watched as the teacher knelt and cried, but no one wanted to stop this mockery.
Yoon Ha-min still couldn't get over his panic, but he heard the whole conversation clearly. Lehon Kang repeated her favorite phrase, that even if it seems that these children cannot be changed, as long as we can solve their problems together, they are not so hopeless.
Lehon Kang was crying not so much because of the beating, but because she realized that she could not find an approach to these children. They don't know what they want to become. For now, they only know how to show their privilege by force. While the teacher was trying to calm down her emotions, Hyunwoo simply told her to give them money. Maybe then they would stop smoking. But the teacher's words stuck with Yoon Ha-min so much that he finally moved and realized that he had to act.
Yoon Ha-min remembered their lessons together, how Lehon Kang used to talk about her dreams with enthusiasm,
how she explained new material to him in an accessible and gentle way. She never scolded or yelled. On the contrary, she was very patient. She could repeat it 1,000 times until Yoon Ha-min understood the material well.
The tutor always praised him even for small victories. But most importantly, Lehon Kang took an interest in Yoon Ha-min's life, his interests and his plans for the future.
Yoon Ha-min realized that they had become true friends during their studies. And friends are the ones you stand up for when they are in trouble. Yungin came out of his hiding place and confidently stood in front of Hyunwoo's gang. He held his belongings on his shoulders and looked very focused. When the gang saw him, they didn't react in any way. They recognized him as a boy from their clothes. So they joked again that he had come because he needed money too.
Yoon Ha-min took off his jacket and walked over to Lee Han-kyung. He put his jacket around her shoulders, leaned in close, and said that he had warned the teacher that she would not be able to handle this gang alone. Ga-min also joked that if he smeared his clothes, his mother would kill him. Lehon Kang finally calmed down and stopped crying. She felt protected.
But the gang didn't like their classmates' gesture. They made their fists and prepared for a fight. They wanted to teach Yoon Ha-min a lesson for meddling in his own business. One of the gang kicked Yoon Ha-min in the hollow and told him to just get out of here if he didn't want to get even more of a beating. In surprise, Yoon Ga-min fell down. He hit his back on the asphalt, but managed to drag his attacker with him, so the two of them were lying on the ground.
The guy from the gang quickly got up and explained that it was unexpected, so he was on the ground.
He wanted to take quick revenge and threw his fists at Yoon Ga-min. But Ga-min was also ready for a fight. He clenched his fists tightly and was ready to fight back. Yoon Ha-min clenched his teeth and decided to say that there was one thing he hadn't told him before. But before he could say anything, the gang member was already attacking him with his fists. Yoon Ha-min recalled his motto, "To hell with circumstances, I create opportunities." He also remembered a book he had borrowed from the library and planned to read in one evening.
It turned out that these words were from that very book. These words were spoken by a very smart man, but he did not tell his mother or his tutor about this person. That's why Ga-min held the book so tightly behind his back, because it contained the most intimate things for him.
It was a book about Bruce Lee, and these words belonged to him. Ga-min was a fan of Bruce Lee and had learned to fight according to his methods, and now he wanted to demonstrate all his skills. Yoon Ga-min hid his hand behind his back so that no one could see what kind of punch he was preparing.
Then he brought his hand out and hit the gang member hard. No one expected this from the school nerd. The punch was so hard
that the gang guy flew several meters away and fell to the ground. The other guys did not understand what was happening. After all, fighting was their craft, and they had never seen strong opponents. Yoon Ha-min took a stance and prepared for the next blow. Hyunwoo was even glad to see a worthy opponent, so he smiled and invited Ga-min to fight. He wondered if the bespectacled man would be able to hurt him in any way. But Yoon Ha-min stood still. He was ready to take a punch. Hyun-woo threw himself with all his might. He was used to being afraid of him and running away from him. But here his opponent was standing there and not even moving.
Yoon Ga-min stood there and analyzed Hyun-woo's every move.
Yoon Ga-min had been practicing martial arts for more than 2 years. His mother could see his interest in martial arts. But she thought it was something strange. Yoon Ga-min trained day and night. He studied martial arts through videos on the internet and then reenacted everything outside on a punching bag. Each of his punches was polished to perfection.
Yoon Ga-min also had several lessons with a coach. This also gave him confidence in every step. That's why the body and spirit of a real fighter was hidden behind the costume of a bonnet with glasses.
Yoon Ha-min used a dangerous punch against Hyun-woo. He ran up, kicked him in the head in midair, and landed on his feet.
Hyun-woo fell to the ground and couldn't even move. None of the gang had ever seen such a kick before. Their jaws dropped in surprise and delight at the same time. They could not even say a word. The leader of their gang was lying on the ground.
Hyun-woo was lying on the floor unconscious. His eyes were closed and foam was coming out of his mouth. At first, the gang members even thought he was dead. But that was impossible with just one punch. The gang members were confused. They didn't know what to do. Their head was lying immobilized. So they couldn't think of anything better than to run away.
After the fight, Yoon Ga-min took off his glasses and fixed his hair. There was not a scratch on him. He exhaled heavily and wanted to go over to Lehon Kang to make sure she was okay.
Lehon Kang was holding Ga-min's jacket as tightly as if it were her amulet. She continued to sit on the floor. The teacher still couldn't seem to believe that Ga-min had broken up the whole gang by himself. Her eyes were full of surprise. Yoon Ga-min was approaching Lehon Kang, and she couldn't even breathe, let alone get to her feet. The teacher was still on the floor and only looked up to look into Yoon Ha-min's eyes. She was very grateful to him for saving her. Yoon Ha-min held out Lehon Kyung to help her up. He also realized that he needed to change the subject so that the teacher would finally be distracted from this difficult day. So he recalled what she had said about tutoring. He said that if she regretted that she stopped tutoring, he would like to ask Lehon Kang to start tutoring him again and prepare him for the university.
Yoon Jae-min also asks Lehon Kang not to leave school. Perhaps the first bad day is not an indicator. It's worth trying again, but first you have to get off the ground. So Ga-min came even closer and sincerely extended a helping hand.
The rumor that Yoon Ga-myung had defeated Hyun-woo with a single punch quickly spread throughout the school and even beyond. The gang members were constantly asked what had really happened and where Hyun-woo had gone. But most importantly, everyone was interested in who this strong man was who could put Hyun-woo himself on the ground. And the guys from the gang were smoking near the same trash cans at school and couldn't believe what had happened. Their gang was considered the strongest. They thought that Ga-min was just looking for trouble on his own head. Or maybe he was not just a schoolboy, but a guy working undercover. There were many versions of the guy with the hands of steel, but the main thing is that school children still believed in their strength. That's why the incident with Hyun-woo seemed like a fluke to them. If it happened again, they would fight back, because at least they would be outnumbered. But it seems that Yoon Ha-min has already forgotten about these confrontations. He continued to live a normal life, playing billiards and studying. But the thugs could not calm down. They set a new task for themselves. Either Yoon Ga-min would go to a new school with his tail between his legs, or he would stay and die. They saw no other way out.
But Yoon Ha-min was not worried about how to continue to live in the same class as the thugs. He was thinking about how to help Lehon Kang, who had quickly adapted to their class and become a real authority.
He was ready to give her a helping hand in any situation. The main thing was that Lehon Kang did not push him away. But Lehon Kang was fascinated. She looked at Yoon Ha-min in a new light. It turns out that the shy boy is capable of such great deeds. But the main thing is that he is not indifferent to the troubles of other people. This is what they had in common the most. In the city where Yoon Ha-min lived, few people suspected that a guy with steel hands was walking around. The city woke up and fell asleep as usual in the daily hustle and bustle.
Yoon Ha-min realized that now he had to be even stronger and more resilient. He had to constantly improve his skills. So he became a frequent visitor to the city stadium. The stadium security guard began to recognize the boy who came to train almost every day.
Yoon Ha-min did push-ups, sit-ups, and parallel bars. The stadium security guard always watched him very closely for his endurance. He noticed that the proportions of his body were actually very accurate. The guard said that being young is always beautiful. Yoon Ha-min was training his endurance. He could hang for several minutes on one arm holding his own body weight. The stadium security guard had never seen anything like that before. It was fantastic. Yoon Ha-min used absolutely everything in the stadium as sports equipment, even a children's swing for a horse. Since this swing was springy, Yoon Ha-min had to do his best to keep his balance and not fall off it during push-ups. During such training, the boy was very tired. He gave it his all, drops of sweat dripped down his face over and over again. And the t-shirt could be twisted as if it had been washed.
Sometimes the guard couldn't stop looking at Yoon Ha-min. He was doing incredible things with an ordinary sports shirt.
Yoon Ha-min was frozen in the plank on a children's grasshopper swing. He held onto the swing with both hands. The rest of his body was balanced in the air. It looked like a work of art. Yoon Ha-min's mind was always busy with some important thoughts. That's why sometimes he forgot how long he had been doing this or that exercise. That's how he froze in the plank on the children's swing horse for 34 minutes.
When he realized this, his arms refused to listen to him. Yoon Ha-min fell down. A security guard immediately rushed to his aid and asked if he was okay, if he was hurt.
Yoon Ha-min remembered that it was time for him to run. So he thanked the guard for his concern, put on his glasses, and ran as fast as he could. On the way, the security guard shouted out that he always waits for the boy at the stadium because he likes to watch something incredible. And what Yoon Ha-min was doing was extraordinary.
Yoon Ha-min quickly ran into the building. He called the elevator, and when the elevator was ready to go up, he looked around to see if anyone was around, if anyone had noticed him. The guy returned home, but he did not immediately open the front door.
First, he unscrewed the alarm cover and inserted a battery that he had specially taken before leaving. Only after these manipulations did Yoon Ha-min carefully pry open the front door. But it still made a little noise. He began to worry. He wanted to go unnoticed.
And finally, he succeeded. He sneaked into his room and hid under the covers naked.
Yoon Ha-min looked out for a second and checked to see if anyone else was in the room. He checked to see if anyone else had seen him. But everything was fine. A minute later, his mom came into the room. She didn't even realize that her son had been awake for a long time and had even managed to work out at the city stadium and return home unnoticed. So, as usual, she woke her son up and told him it was time to get ready for school. Yoon Ha-min was glad that he hadn't been found out, but he didn't even give the appearance of anything wrong. He put on his glasses and prepared to get out of the blanket. His mom asked him to move faster because he was already late, so he would have to eat breakfast on the go. With a calm heart, Yoon Ha-min got ready and headed to school.
Meanwhile, in a house on the other side of town, Lehon Kang was also waking up. Her apartment was on the top floor, so she was often woken up by the sun's rays.
But not this time. Lehon Kang could not sleep for a long time after her experience. She slept only 3 hours that night. Waking up was especially unpleasant. Even the sunshine through the window did not add to her mood. Lehon Kang once again recalled yesterday in detail, and the only thing that made her happy was Yoon Ha-min's behavior, who stood up for her and gave her his jacket to keep her warm.
She remembered what Yoon Ha-min had said, that it was too late for this school to take up the task of educating bullies. The street had already raised them.
But Lehon Kang didn't want to believe that. There is always a way out. She had to find a way out.
So when she woke up, Lehon Kang repeated to herself several times her mission, why she wanted to be a teacher. She had to help children find their purpose, even if at first glance it seems that they are hopeless.
Lehon Kang forced herself to get out of bed quickly and get ready for work. She had to come to school again and do her work, although in reality, she was very scared. But Lehon Kang was very brave, so she repeated to herself that she would succeed. The students were just starting to gather for the first lesson. Hyunwoo was also among the crowd. He had already recovered from yesterday's fight and was going to rush into the day with renewed vigor. Also standing on the doorstep of the school was the new teacher, Lehon Kang. She was wearing a gray short sundress and a blue shirt. Her hair was messy. Lehon Kang looked more like a teenager. It was part of her plan to blend in. But Lehon Kang's inner state gave away her look. She was scared and did not know what to expect from the new day. The teacher's throat was dry because of the excitement, but she took a deep breath and dared to step forward. All the way to the school door, Lehon Kang tried to calm down. She kept telling herself that everything was fine, that she would succeed, that she could handle everything. Lehon Kang clenched her hands into fists and prepared to take the next step toward the school door. At that moment, Yoon Ha-min arrived at the school. He immediately recognized his teacher. Yoon Ga-min also did not know what kind of day it would be and what awaited him. But he was ready to go through all the challenges together with Lehon Kang. Yoon Jae-min was the first to enter the classroom. He carefully looked at the people sitting at the desks. It was important for him to have a classmate who wanted to study as hard as he did.
Yoon Jae-min realized that there were many children in his class who had the aura of being no good. They didn't need to study and didn't plan to go anywhere after school. Everyone in Hyunwoo's gang was like that.
Ga-min assessed the aura of every classmate in the classroom today, and no one matched his intersection. Some sat through the whole class, listening to nothing but sleeping. Others read stupid magazines, laughed forever at the back of the classroom, and had no plans for the future. Ga-min knew that these classmates would definitely not get into university.
Suddenly, Yoon Ha-min noticed one of his classmates. He was sitting at his desk and working hard on a test assignment. He was very focused and got good results in several subjects.
This boy's name was Kim Se-hyun. He was also 17 years old. At school, he studied at the math department. It seemed to Yoon Ha-min that he had the aura of someone who would go to university.
That's why he started talking to Se-hyun a few days ago. Ga-min approached him several times to say hello, but Se-hyun was not very friendly and always avoided talking, burying his head in his notebooks. But Ga-min didn't give up hope of making friends. Yoon Ga-min decided to praise his classmate for studying so hard. Ga-min smiled very sweetly and wanted a friendly response.
Yoon Ga-min asked Se-hyun to teach him math when he had some free time. Se-hyun was good at math. It was his strong suit. Yoon Ga-min, on the other hand, had the hardest time with equations. But Se-hyun didn't even want to talk to Yoon Ga-min, let alone make friends. He stood up from his desk, leaving all his things behind, and yelled at him to leave him alone. Because Se-hyun doesn't plan to be friends with guys who won't even go to university.
Yoon Ga-min was shocked to hear this. Of course, he was failing in many subjects, but he did not consider himself someone who would not go to university. Going to university was his most cherished dream. But it seems he also gave off the aura of an ignoramus.
Se-hyun left the classroom and went to the restroom. At that moment, he kept thinking about what Yoon Jae-min wanted from him, and why he was always picking on him. If Se-hyun really starts helping someone with their studies at this school, it will be very dangerous. In such a criminal school, they will simply become targets for gangsters. While Se-hyun was thinking about how stubborn Yoon Ga-min was, someone caught him by the shoulder. Sung-hyun didn't immediately realize who it was for a second. He thought it was that annoying Yoon Ga-min. Se-hyun shouted that Yoon Ga-min didn't follow him around either, because following him to the bathroom is too much. But it was someone else. This guy pushed Se-hyun hard in the shoulder.
It was Ju Jae-wang. He was 18 years old. He was studying at the Faculty of Hydraulic Engineering. It seems that both boys did not plan to meet each other here.
Se-hyun was especially not happy about the meeting. He was so frightened that his throat was dry. Chu Jae-wang, on the other hand, was angry that someone had the right to make a comment and prevent him from washing his hands. Chu Jae-wang was one of the gang who often bullied Se-hyun. He remembered that today Se-hyun hadn't been kicked by him yet, so he told him to follow him to finish the meeting. Se-hyun was afraid of Ju Jae-won, so he followed him. The two walked towards the teacher's lounge.
Miss Han Kang entered the school and was greeted by the principal. He invited her into the teacher's lounge. Han Kang began to worry a little about whether the principal knew anything about the situation at the trash cans yesterday.
In the teacher's lounge, the principal began to reprimand Miss Han Kang as a student for being too calm yesterday. Students in her class fought and broke a window, and she did not react to the incident at all.
All the colleagues in the teacher's lounge were watching the principal discipline the new teacher, and he was angry that she was not doing her job. Miss Han Kang was too soft with the students, so they ignored her and started a fight. The principal didn't even plan to listen to Miss Han Kang's position. His monologue ended in the same way. He said that he was giving her another chance to become a decent classroom teacher, and the principal would be watching Miss Han Kang closely this year.
Miss Han Kang thought about every word the principal said. She was about to have an open class. The students knew about it because the principal made such visits to every new teacher. She really hoped that this time the students would behave. Han Kang walked through the school corridors and thought about yesterday's situation. She didn't tell anyone about the situation at the trash cans, but she drew some important conclusions for herself. What outraged Sim Han Kang the most was not the fact that most of the students at the school had bad habits, smoked and behaved very aggressively. It was the fact that such behavior is the norm for the administration. No one is even going to eradicate these bad habits. Han Kang passed by one of the school's classrooms and saw a strange picture. 3 boys were lying on the floor and 2 more were preparing for a fight. The teacher needed to see what was going on, so she hid behind the door and watched quietly. One boy hit the other in the face so hard that he was almost asleep, but it seems he didn't even plan to defend himself. The guy was beaten over and over again, and Ms. Han Kang stood there, unable to move. She managed to get the conversation to turn to money. The money that Hyun Woo said to collect had already been spent by someone, and that someone had disappeared. Ms. Han Kang didn't really understand what was being said. Ms. Han Kang recognized the student who had been beaten so badly as her own student. She realized that the boy was in a lot of pain. He sat down in pain after another blow. The boy was kneeling in front of the bully. 3 others had been standing in a circle for several minutes. It was obviously a certain kind of bullying, too, but Miss Han Kang could not see who they were. Their faces were hidden. Bully Chu Jae-wong did not know what it meant to be merciful. He always fought to the last. So this time, he charged at Se-hyun's head with all his might. Miss Han Kang put her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming and giving herself away. She was very scared of her student's life, but she was thinking about what she should do next.
After a strong blow, Zi-hing fell to the floor and lay unconscious. No one even tried to help him. The 3 guys who were standing in the hall neither moved, because no one gave the appropriate command.
Miss Han Kang still could not move. She heard that her student was about to be hit with a metal pipe. She had to save him immediately.
After being hit with the metal pipe, Se-hyun was shaking with pain. He screamed like a cornered animal. His eyes closed from the pain and tears rolled down. He had no strength to stand up. Miss Han Kang was angry at the bullies and at herself. They should have done something, asked for it. A child, her student, is being killed before her eyes, and she just watches in silence, hiding behind the door.
Ms. Han Kang dared to take the first step to break into the classroom and take everyone by surprise. Perhaps this would help save her student. She had no other plan. But without even taking a step, Miss Han Kang fell again. Her legs failed her.
The teacher could not understand what was happening. She had a panic attack. Her hands began to shake, and tears rolled down her face.
At that moment, she remembered that only yesterday, she herself was the hunted animal that the bullies were bullying. Miss Han Kang remembered how she was on her knees and could not even move, let alone fight back against the bullies. Miss Han Kang's body was shaking so badly that she could not control herself. Tears were rolling down her eyes. It was very painful for her to remember all these moments. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. The teacher did not immediately realize who it was.
But Yoon Ha-min came to her rescue again. He quickly helped her up and, as always, joked that she shouldn't sit on the floor without her white because it was dirty. Yoon Ha-min had a unique ability to shift attention to something good.
This time, Miss Lehon Kang was not so surprised to see Ga-min. On the contrary, she was glad that someone was there for her in this difficult moment. Ga-min said that he knew the guy who had just been beaten up. His name is Se-hyun, and he exudes an aura of going to university. It was clear that Ga-min was very disappointed about something. He clenched his fists tightly and could barely contain his aggression.
Ga-min said that after such a beating, Se-hyun might want to change schools. But he shouldn't do that, because the boy has one idea, and it cannot be realized without Se-hyun. So they have to figure out how to save his skin.
Yoon Ga-min and Miss Lehon Kang stood outside the office and thought about how they should act now to get Se-hyun away from him without being noticed. Ga-min didn't want to start another fight in the school office. Fighting was not his thing at all. He wanted to think of something more clever.
The bully Ju Jae-wang stood confidently with his hands in his pockets. He liked to feel his authority and majesty when everyone else was lying at his feet. Se-hyun was lying on the floor, still writhing in pain. He covered his head with his hands to prevent another blow to the head. Ju Jae-wang asked him why he didn't get up and try to fight back as he had before. Yu-hung was in a lot of pain. All he wanted was for the fight to end quickly and for him to be left alone. He apologized to Ju Jae-wang and promised that he would never cross her again. He swore this if only he could be left alone as soon as possible.
At that moment, Yoon Ga-min thought of a way to save Se-hyun. He adjusted his glasses and headed toward the classroom. The teacher wanted to ask him about his plan of action, but Ha-min didn't have time. He wanted to save Se-hyun because he was going to be a member of his study group. The teacher didn't hear him, so she asked again what Yoon Ha-min was talking about. What kind of group it was? Who was leading it? Perhaps it was another gang, as there were plenty of them in the school.
Yoon Ha-min smiled and said that this was a completely different story that began 3 years ago. It was then that the first study groups began to appear in his school, and he was eager to join one of them.
Yoon Ha-min found out about the study group by accident. A friend of his came to his mother's house and told her that her son had created a study group. As a result, their average grades for the semester increased by 30%. Yoon Ha-min sat in his room and listened attentively to everything the women were saying. His mother's friend said that this study group works as a self-motivation. The members of the group teach each other and do their homework together. And through their knowledge, they also train their communication skills. Yoon Ga-min's mother was delighted with the groups. A friend suggested that Yoon Ga-min should try to join a study group, and his mother liked the idea very much. But then she said that her son might not be able to do it, because he is very shy. He had never brought his friends home before, so maybe it's better for Yoon Ga-min to learn on his own. Yoon Ga-min was really shy, but he was waiting for more support from his mom. So what he heard was very disappointing. But still, Yoon Ga-min decided to try to join one of these groups, and the next day at school, he was waiting for the moment to approach the leaders of this study group. But before he could even say a word, Yoon Ha-min was rejected. He was told that he could not join the study group. Yoon Ga-min felt very uncomfortable. It was as if someone had just slapped him. He dropped the notebook in his hands and couldn't say a word anymore. There were 5 boys in the study group. Each of them was an excellent student in some subject. They reminded Yoon Ga-min that he was in second place in the ranking from the end of this semester. Ga-min immediately responded that he needed more knowledge, and the purpose of the study group was to teach each other. The members of the study group just laughed. They said that with such a rating, it was simply impossible to get in. So they advised Yoon Ha-min to go far away.
Yoon Ga-min bowed his head and left the classroom. He was very offended that his first attempt to prove himself was so unsuccessful. As Yoon Ha-min walked down the school hallway, he replayed in his mind the terrible things that the study group members had said to him. The one at the bottom doesn't deserve to be with them. If this guy joins us, my mother will kill me. Even if he studies, he will still be a burden to the group. And the last thing that disappointed Yoon Ga-min the most was that the guys made a bet that Yoon Ga-min would be a very slow learner.
But Yoon Ga-min decided not to give up. He asked several other students about their study groups and wanted to join at least one. But everywhere he went, he was told that there was no room. No one wanted to accept him because they considered him the dumbest student in the class. His classmates often pretended not to notice Yoon Ha-min even when he was approaching them.
All the study groups came up with different excuses to get rid of Yoon Ha-min. The last hope was for the group, where they promised to think a little before giving an answer. But the text message with the answer was not comforting. Yoon Ga-min was rejected again.
Suddenly, Yoon Ga-min shouted that he was fed up, that he had had enough, and he was giving up. He didn't want to be humiliated and asked for it anymore. He wanted to be noticed and respected at last. Yoon Ha-min returned home and sat down to his lessons as usual. But the assignments were even harder for him because he was broken and completely disappointed in himself. He was very depressed when his mother came into the room. She wanted to talk to him about a tutor who could help Yoon Ga-min improve his grades. But Yoon Ga-min was not in the mood to talk. He was crying and could not calm his emotions. His mother saw that he was very disappointed and asked him what was wrong and how she could help him.
The mom came closer and asked if Yoon Ha-min was doing well at school. Maybe he was crying because he was having some problems with his peers. Or maybe he was upset because he failed a test again and didn't get any of the answers right.
Yoon Ha-min didn't say anything, and his mother didn't know how to support and encourage her son. But Yoon Ha-min's anger grew into persistence. The more he was rejected, the more he wanted to get into the study group. He was ready to do anything to get in. But there was only one way, just to improve his studies.
Yoon Ha-min always watched the study group with fascination. So far, he could only do it through the window. But he dreamed that soon he would be sitting at this table, too.
Yoon Ga-min was afraid of only one thing, that the study group would never become a dream that never came true. He even started dressing and acting like the boys in the study group. He started wearing glasses, dressing discreetly, and preparing to go to university.
Yoon Ga-min watched the boys through the window and dreamed that he would soon be among them. But 3 years passed, and Yoon Ha-min never managed to realize his dream. Now the geniuses he wanted to be among are out of his reach. So he had a brilliant idea.
Yoon Ga-min told Ms. Lehon Kang that he wanted to team up with those students who were moving as slowly as he was. One of those students is Se-hyun. That's why it's so important to save his skin now. Yoon Ga-min clenched his fist and prepared to storm into the classroom. He knew he had enough strength to stop the fight and to create a study group. He was very determined, but suddenly he was stopped by Ms. Lehon Kang. She caught Yoon Ga-min by the arm. Yoon Ga-min realized that she was not weak and defenseless. She, too, had a lot of inner strength. Ms. Lehon Kang was very determined and didn't want Yoon Ga-min to participate in the fight. She realized that he was planning to fight just like yesterday, but she thought it was wrong. She realized that fighting in this school was the norm. But school is first and foremost a place to learn. Yoon Ha-min listened carefully to what the teacher was saying. She was convinced that violence should not be tolerated under any circumstances. The teacher argued that yesterday she could not do anything because she was shocked. But today, she would not just sit still.
Ms. Lehon Kang was still holding Ga-min's hand. She couldn't just let him go into this fight.
Yoon Ga-min smiled. He said he was a law teacher. He also believed that school was important, and he would only get into a fight if it was absolutely necessary, like yesterday. Han Kang was pleasantly surprised that there were decent students in her class who could analyze and, most importantly, who could listen. Such students are always a pleasure to work with. Meanwhile, Ju Jae-wang continued to beat up on Se-hyun. This time, he didn't hit him with a metal pipe, but with his fist right in his face. Yoon Ha-min told the teacher that he didn't want to deal with criminals and seemed to have come up with another way. The classroom, where the fierce struggle was going on, was suddenly filled with white smoke. He was surprised to see Ju Jae-wang stop without throwing a punch.
Everyone in the room began to cough and choke. No one understood what was happening.
It turned out that someone had sprayed a fire extinguisher. Everything was covered in white smoke. Yoon Ha-min continued to spray the contents of the fire extinguisher, but no one recognized him because of the smoke. The bullies called him a sick bastard and asked him to stop. The 3 boys, who were still lying motionless on the floor, quickly got to their feet, coughed, and started looking for a way out of the thick fog. Ju Jae-wang shouted that he had not allowed anyone to get up and leave. but no one heard him. The bully continued to hold Si-heng's sweater and did not seem to plan to let go. Ju! Jae-wang started yelling at Yoon-ga-min, who had just dropped the fire extinguisher, that he was a bastard and had no right to stop him when he was teaching such a valuable lesson. At that moment, the fire extinguisher fell and hit the floor loudly. Chu Jae-wang held onto Se-hyun's sweater and screamed like a maniac. So angry was he at what the fire extinguisher had done. Before entering the classroom, Ga-min put on an electric welder's mask so that no one would recognize him. After the room was filled with white smoke, he rushed at Zhao Jae-wang. But in reality, he didn't want to fight him. He just wanted to take Se-hyun out of his hands. Young-min succeeded. Ju Jae-wang fell down in surprise. When he came to, no one was there. Jae-wang started looking around to see where everyone had gone. He wanted to quickly catch up with everyone and take revenge for the fact that his plans had been thwarted. Chu Jae-wang was very angry. Chu Jae-wang was sitting on the floor. White smoke began to puff out a little. The bully realized that Si-hung and the man who had saved him had escaped through the back door.
Miss Lehon Kang was standing outside the door and saw everything that was happening. More precisely, she also saw the white smoke that enveloped the entire classroom. She was shocked. On the one hand, she was glad that Yoon Ga-min kept his word and didn't get into a fight.
But on the other hand, everything looked very pretentious. Ms. Lehon Kang stood there and watched the smoke dissipate. She didn't know if Yoon Ha-min had managed to save Se-hyun. When the boys were in a safe place, Yoon Ga-min finally took off his electric welder's mask, and Se-hyun recognized who was hiding behind it. Se-hyun asked again why Yoon Ga-min was chasing him, but in his heart, he was happy that he had saved him and was even grateful. Yoon Ga-min decided not to waste the opportunity and invited Se-hyun to join his group.
But Yoon Ha-min didn't have time to speak. He was interrupted by Se-hyun. He was very worried about what would happen to him when Ju Jae-wang found out who kidnapped him. The same fate awaited Yoon Ga-min. Now they would be bullied and beaten with double the hatred.
Se-hyun asked if Ga-min knew who Ju Jae-wang was, and whether he realizes what he has done and what awaits them now. But Yoon Ga-min didn't know anything about Ju Jae-wang at all.
Se-hyun asked if Yoon Ga-min knew why he thought their vocational engineering high school was called the Four White Leads. Se-hyun explained that it was because of the cruelty of the children of the white gang leaders of Incheon. Since childhood, they were raised in cruel, inhumane conditions.
Ga-min interrupted Se-hyun. All this information did not bother him at all. He considered all these hooligans to be nothing more than people who didn't care about studying. Se-hyun did not understand how he could not know and ignore this information. It didn't matter whether these bullies were studying or not. It was just basic information that everyone in the school should know.
But Yoon Jae-min didn't care. The only thing he was interested in was whether Se-hyun was going to leave their school after what he had experienced, and whether he would join his study group. So Yoon Jae-min went on to talk about his study group, waving his arms and telling incredible stories that awaited the members of his study group.
Se-hyun was very angry that Ga-min couldn't hear him at all, so he shouted that he wasn't going to enroll in anything. Finally, Se-hyun got angry at Ga-myung for interfering in his fight with Ju Jae-wang. He only made things worse. Yoon Ga-mi was shocked to hear this instead of words of gratitude. He was so surprised that he even fell to the ground. Instead, Se-hyun continued to shout that Yoon Ga-min simply didn't know who Ju Jae-wang was. He said he wouldn't touch people he was already done with again. Therefore, the only thing that weaklings like them can do to survive in this situation is to make Ju Jae-wang finish with them as soon as possible. Yoon Ga-min couldn't believe his ears. Did someone really want to be beaten to death once and then not be touched for a while? Se-hyun wanted to end the conversation and leave. One thing he knew for sure was that Ju Jae-wang would find him soon. As he said goodbye, he told Yoon Ga-min that the main task at this school was to survive, not to join any study groups. For Se-hyun, the main thing was his safety. But now he had lost that feeling. It seemed to Se-hyun that Yoon Ga-min was also afraid of these bullies, because otherwise, why did he put on the mask? In this way, Ga-min was able to hide his identity, and now he is safe, unlike Se-hyun. Ga-min didn't want Se-hyun to think that way about him. After all, he had never been a coward. So he had to quickly decide how to prove him wrong. Yoon Ga-min was left alone with his thoughts and plans. He needed another way to lure Se-hyun to join his study group. Se-hyun left, but before he could get far, Ju Jae-wang appeared from around the corner. In surprise, Yoon Ga-min put the mask of an electric welder back on his face, and Se-hyun felt sick, dizzy, and could barely stand up. Ju Jae-wang came very close and was ready to finish the job he hadn't finished in the school office.
Ju Jae-hwang smiled and said that he had easily found Zi-hung, because he had left a trail of foam behind him. He also said that he would have to be a complete idiot not to notice and clean it up. Ju Jae-wang felt his greatness at this moment. He seemed to be even more aggressive.
But before he started the fight, Ju Jae-wang was wondering who came up with the fire extinguisher trick and saved Se-hyun. Had he really made a friend? Se-hyun tried to explain that he didn't know who, that they weren't friends at all. Yoon Ha-min was listening to this conversation around the corner of the building. He had to decide what to do next. Only his eyes were visible through the mask. Se-hyun continued to tell him that he didn't know the guy in the mask. This was Se-hyun's way of trying to save himself, because he knew that if he ran away, he would face even more punishment.
Despite the fact that Se-hyun didn't consider Yoon Ga-min a friend, he still decided to protect him once again.
It seemed to Ju Jae-wang that Se-hyun was cheating, and he knew the masked guy well. The bully was very angry. He was used to getting the information he needed, and now Se-hyun had outlived him and was trying to lie to him. Joe? Jae-wang said that in that case, he would have to beat up Se-hyun again instead of the masked guy, because no one can get away from him that easily. Se-hyun was scared. His body was trembling and tears were running down his cheeks. There was nowhere to run. At that moment, Yoon Ha-min got to his feet and wanted to go to protect Se-hyun. He remembered their conversation again, and how Se-hyun's safety was more important than his studies. So Ga-min decided that he had to fight for that safety. Ga-min appeared very suddenly and immediately kicked Ju Jae-wang. The bully fell down and was thrown a few meters away by the impact.
Ju Jae-wang did not realize what had happened or who had kicked him. The kick was strong. He barely got to his knees. He had to gather his strength to get back on his feet. Se-hyun did not understand what was happening either. He thought that someone else had put on the mask, because Yoon Ga-myung doesn't know how to fight.
But during the next punch, Ga-min decided to show his face. Kicking was his strong suit. Ga-min didn't wait for Ju Jae-wang to recover and start attacking. He continued to act first. It was a real surprise to Se-hyun that Ga-min could fight. But what impressed him the most was that Ga-min decided to stand up for him, even though Se-hyun pretended not to know him.
Ga-min threw very precise punches, but all the while his eyes were focused on Hae-sung. He said that in this school, he was only interested in studying. He's only focused on his classes. Therefore, it would be great if Hae-sung could join his study group too. Hae-sung thought about it. Finally, he could think about something other than his safety.
Ju Jae-hwang was still recovering from another blow and trying to get back to his feet. At this time, Yoon Ga-min was calmly telling Hae-sung about his study group. He was so focused on the story that he didn't even seem to notice the bully next to him. Hae-sung listened to Yoon Ga-min and didn't understand what he was talking about. How could he be thinking about a group in this situation? They are facing a real threat. They need to think about how to fight back. This is the only thing that is appropriate in this situation.
But Yoon Ha-min continued. He looked Hae-sung straight in the eye and asked him if he was really planning to go to university. If so, he had to think about his survival strategy. Yoon Ga-min thinks it's not the right one.
At this point, Ju Jae-wang tried to hit Yoon Ga-min, but he missed. Ga-min dodged it as if it hadn't happened. Ju Jae-wang wanted to punch him in the face, but again, Ha-min dodged very skillfully. He continued to talk about his studies and his plan to go to university. He didn't pay any attention to the bully at all. As if he were a ghost and the blows passed him by. Ju Jae-wang did not understand what was happening. His steel fist always delivered the most satisfying blows. But this time, something went wrong. Se-hyun watched with his mouth agape. He had never seen anything like this before. Usually, everyone was afraid of Ju Jae-wang and obeyed him. But here, Yoon Ha-min not only dealt him the first blow, but also dodged the next one so skillfully.
The three of them stood opposite each other. Ju Jae-wang clenched his fists to deliver the next blow. He believed that this punch would be the decisive one. But Yoon Ga-min was not thinking about this fight at all. He was only dreaming about the university. He invited Hae-sung to prepare for the university together.
Ju! Jae-wang punched him again. But Yoon Ha-min crouched down and dodged again. The sudden movement caused the mask to fall on his face, but Yoon Ha-min didn't get a single scratch, because the bully didn't even touch him with his fingernail. Chu Jae-hwang did not understand what was happening. His eyes were full of surprise. For a second, he assumed it was just luck. No one had ever been able to dodge his steel fist before. But the most surprising thing for the bully was that Yoon Ha-min dodged the punch without even looking at where Ju Jae-wang was aiming. He was calmly talking about some nonsense, like going to university.
But in reality, Yoon Ha-min was paying close attention to all the movements. He was just able to do several things at once because he had clear thoughts and a bright mind.
Ju Jae-wang's anger turned to curiosity. Never before had he had an opponent who could fight him on equal terms. Chu Jae-wang also found it funny that Yoon Jae-min was always talking about studying. In this school, it was impossible to concentrate on studying because there were so many dangers around. So Ju Jae-wang decided to demonstrate that he really had strength and superiority over the others in this school. He took a stance with his fists clenched tightly. The fight was going to be very bright. Because the bully wanted to teach Yoon Ga-min the rules of life. Everyone had already forgotten about Sehyun. No one planned to beat him at that moment. So he had a moment of free time to think about every word Yoon Ga-min said. He said that he planned to form a study group so that he could focus on his studies. Only rich students, or very strong students, had the right to talk about studying. Because in this school, everything was decided with fists. Just like now, Chu Jae-wang was trying to prove his superiority. Whoever wins in battle, wins in life. These were the rules that had been built up in the Yusin school for years. Chu Jae-wang didn't think that some nerdy kid could change anything, so the bully struck again. He aimed straight at Ga-min's head. Usually this was the final blow. Few people could stand up after it. This blow always made Hae-sung faint. So he squeezed his eyes shut so he wouldn't see Yoon Ga-min fall. The only thing Hae-sung agreed with was that it was really impossible to study at this school. The only priority here was survival. Those who studied were always bullied, beaten, and harassed. So it was impossible to concentrate on the lessons. Jo Jae-wang hit Yoon Ga-min right in the head. Even the mask could not protect him from this blow.
The mask flew off Yoon Ha-min's face, and he and Ju Jae-wang finally met his eyes.
The first thing Yoon Ga-min said to Ju Jae-wang was that he knew why the bully was so angry and unfriendly. It's because he has no friends. That's why he's so irritated. But Ju Jae-wang didn't want to hear anything. He clenched his fist again to hit.
But Yoon Ga-min intercepted this punch as well. He caught the bully by the arm and loudly said that he was not going to fight him. Because in this school, he has completely different priorities. Chu Jae-wang was angry. He tried to take his hand away and hit him with the other one. But Yoon Jae-min dodged again. He did it very skillfully while slamming one of the bully's hands.
Ju Jae-wang did not give up. He wanted to hit again and again, but always nicely. During the entire fight, Ju Jae-wang never hit Yoon Ga-min, because Ga-min was fast as lightning and had a great reaction to every step of his attacker.
At one point, Ga-min let go of Ju Jae-wang's hand, and it worked like a charm. The bully fell to the ground again and flew several meters away.
Yoon Ha-min stood there calmly and even regretted that the bully had fallen. He didn't want to hurt him or injure him in any way. The only thing Ga-min wanted was for him and Hae-sung to be left alone and allowed to study normally.
Ju Jae-wang was lying on the ground and didn't understand how he hadn't overcome Yoon Ga-min after all this time. All of his punches passed by and didn't even hit the boy by a millimeter. It was a real shock. While Ju Jae-wang was lying on the floor, Yoon Ga-min turned to Hae-sung again. He once again invited him to join his study group. He said that everything should be fine now. At the very least, Ga-min would do his best to make sure that it was.
Haesung thought about it. Maybe it was possible to really learn at this school and not just survive like he had done before. He should have said something to Ga-min. But Haesung didn't say anything.
Yoon Ha-min was surprised. After everything that had happened, only a fool would not join his study group. After all, Ga-min was willing to guarantee safety. So Ga-min asked if maybe Haesung didn't want to study. But the word study only brought up disturbing associations for Haesung. He remembered how often he was beaten by his classmates for just sitting at his desk and doing his homework.
In this school, it was impossible to just study. Otherwise, it meant that you were better than these bullies, and so they were constantly beating Haesung.
He recalled how many times he was beaten by his classmates for simply doing his homework. No one respected him for that. Even though Haesung loved to learn, and his thirst for knowledge always took over.
Haesung realized that something had to change. His outlook changed overnight. He became determined and confident. He shouted out loud that he wanted to study. It was his biggest dream.
Yoon Ha-min again invited him to join the bulk group. Because learning together is always more fun and, most importantly, more productive. At this point, Yoon Ha-min turned his back on Haesung and started muttering to himself.
Yoon Ha-min was so happy that he finally had the first member of his study group. His dream had finally become a reality. Haesung watched Ga-min's reaction and didn't understand why he was so happy.
The bell rang for class. Yoon Ga-myung called Haesung, and they went to their classroom to put their plans into action. To finally acquire knowledge.
Jae-wong did not understand what was happening. He wouldn't let anyone leave. The fight was not over yet. He shouted for the guys to stop, but in reality, it was already over. For the first time in his life, Jae-wong realized that he had lost, that one of the leaders of the white gang had been overcome by some nerd.
The bully shouted that it was impossible. He wanted revenge. He wanted to show all his strength. But it seems that no one was interested in this anymore. Suddenly, Jae-wong heard some footsteps behind him. He did not immediately realize who it could be. He thought that maybe it was Se-hyun and Yoon Ga-min returning to continue the fight.
Jae-wong turned around, hoping to see these two. But Han-wol was standing behind him.
Han-wol Fai was 18 years old. He was the son of a white gang leader. He looked like the leader of the school. Modern hairstyle, white shirt and tie, stylish black suit. Only wealthy students dressed like that. Han-wol behaved very relaxed, always kept his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly. Jae-wong was very nervous. He did not want anyone to see his defeat. But it happened in front of the son of the white gang leader. Han-wol said that he went out to get a ramen and noticed traces of white foam. So he went to see where they were leading. Han-wol said that he saw everything and did not expect such an outcome from Jae-wong. After all, he is a famous fighter. He has been practicing kickboxing for 4 years and has a program for a nerd with glasses. Jae-wong did not know what to say. He sat on the ground and could not get up. Then Han-wol ordered Jae-won to stand up. Jae-wong gathered his last strength and got to his feet. He didn't know what was going to happen next. Maybe he would be expelled from the gang. But it seems that Han-wol was going to teach Jae-wong a different lesson. He stood in a stance, clenched his fists, and wanted to demonstrate the power of his punch. He wanted to show Jae-wong how to really fight to win.
Han-wol hit Jae-wong right in the nose. It was an accurate and very strong punch. Jae-wong did not have time to react in time and cover his face.
So he immediately fell to the ground and screamed. Jae-wong was in pain. He realized that his reputation was over, and now even his life was hanging in the balance.
Jae-wong was lying on the ground and could not get up. His nose seemed to be completely smashed. Han-wol stood over him and analyzed everything he saw. He had already heard that the guy who had defeated Jae-wong today had also beaten Hyun-woo himself yesterday.
Han-wol heard the masked guy talking about a school that would allow him to focus on his studies. He thought it was funny that someone else could have such primitive dreams in this terrible world. So he had to show this child what real life was like. At this time, Yoon Ha-min rejoiced in his victory. Finally, his dream would come true, and he would not only become a member of a study group, but also lead one.
Taeyam Kyungch was cleaning up the cigarette butts that were scattered everywhere. He was angry that he had to do it again. In fact, he realized that it was all for the inspection that was coming to the school today. Tom Kench did not understand why everyone was so worried about this school inspection, as if some king was going to visit them. Why was there so much concern for the school's reputation if it hadn't had a good reputation since the day it was founded? Taeyam Kench felt sick from the smell of the cigarette butts. He coughed and dropped the box he had just collected all the trash in. Taeyam Kench had been working at this school for a long time, but he still had to clean up after these hooligans. He had to think of someone who could do the job instead. And Tom Kench had a brilliant idea. At that time, Miss Han Kang was cleaning the office from white foam. She tried to do everything quickly and efficiently, but the foam was everywhere. Every centimeter had to be wiped off.
Miss Han Kang was tired of rubbing everything to a shine. But her work was barely noticeable because the classroom was very large, and absolutely everything was dirty.
On the one hand, she was happy that Yoon Ga-min was so resourceful. But on the other hand, she only had 2 hours to clean up the place. There was a lot of work to be done, and no one to help. Ms. Han Kang planned to clean everything up before the commission arrived. But suddenly she heard some footsteps behind her. It was Tom Kench. He did not understand what had happened here and who had done it. Ms. Han Kang really did not want to clean up all this dirt. But it happened because of her involvement. She forbade Yoon Ga-min to fight. So now we have to get out of this situation. That's why the teacher was glad that she could help in this way. She smiled to herself, took a rag, wet it, and started working with a smile.
For some reason, Han Kang remembered that Ga-min had asked her to be his tutor again. Ga-min was very kind and always had the right words to encourage Miss Han Kang.
Miss Han Kang thought about how many good qualities Yoon Ga-min had in him. He is brave and just. He is willing to sacrifice himself for others. This is so valuable in today's world. Han Kang wanted to thank Yoon Ga-min for his kindness, but she couldn't think of any way she could help him. Suddenly, Miss Han Kang heard someone enter the office. It was a man's rough footprints. The teacher was not mistaken. Tom Kang appeared on the doorstep. He shouted loudly that he had finally found Han Kang. Tom Kench shouted what she was doing in the math lab. Why isn't Miss Han Kang preparing for the inspection? And what the hell happened in this office that Miss Han Kang is standing here with a rag? Ms. Han Kang was flustered and didn't know what to say. How to explain this mess in the laboratory? She was smiling stupidly and muttering to herself. Tom Kench was about to leave the office, but he took a closer look. He saw that the lab was full of white foam. Tom Kench could not understand what it was or where it came from.
Tam Kench realized that someone had used a fire extinguisher. But what a bastard to do that. Tam Kench became even more angry and wanted to immediately take the culprit to task. He wanted to beat him up even if he would be fired afterwards.
At that moment, a student walked by the office. He was a tall, thin boy, but he hid his face under a hood, so neither the teacher nor the curator could see who he was. The curator stopped the boy and asked him if he had seen what had happened here and who was causing such a disturbance.
The boy turned and said that he had seen everything. Ms. Han Kang began to worry a lot. She didn't want Yoon Ga-min to get into trouble because of her. So she tried to stop the conversation somehow, but no one paid attention to her. Ms. Han Kang wanted to take the blame. She had already gathered her courage and was ready to confess everything. But the stranger finally showed his face and said that it was all his fault, and that he was ashamed of making so much mess. The guy started to make excuses on the fly. He said that he knew there was an inspection at school. Therefore, everything had to be perfect. But there was no fire extinguisher in the lab. He decided to bring one, but when he put it in place, it accidentally exploded. Ms. Han Kang didn't know who the guy was or why he was lying. Perhaps he was a friend of Yoon Ga-min, but the main thing was that the curator believed him.
The guy smiled sweetly, and then he offered to clean everything up. He said that the deputy director already had a lot of work because of today's inspection, so he could do his own thing. The curator agreed. But he was not going to leave alone. He was going to take Miss Han Kang with him, because Tom Kench had other important tasks for the teacher. Miss Han Kang followed the curator, constantly looking back at the boy who had stayed behind to clean the laboratory. He bowed so low when he said goodbye, which means he was very polite. But who is he really? This question is of great interest to the teacher. Gamin and Se-hyun sat in the classroom and tried to study. Gamin was trying to solve an equation in math, but he was not succeeding. Math was his weakest point. Se-hyun tried to explain something, but Yoon Ha-min was hopeless. He didn't understand anything at all. The classroom was noisy, but it didn't bother the boys. They were focused on their studies. Se-hyun said he was explaining elementary things to him. He should have learned the Pythagorean theorem in middle school. But Yoon Ha-min had forgotten everything he had learned before. Zo-hyun didn't know how to explain the material, when Ga-min didn't even have basic knowledge. Ga-min was depressed. His study group seemed to be out of his league. Se-hyun asked why studying was so important to Yoon Ga-min. After all, he regularly exercises. With his skills, Ga-min could easily become an athlete. The boys sat at the school desk and discussed these questions. Ga-min said that he was not really interested in sports at all. He just once read the phrase, "a healthy mind in a healthy body," and decided to train his body. But he has always been interested in science. He just needed to tie up some loose ends. Ga-min knew that math was the worst thing he was good at. That's why he needed Se-hyun's support so much, because he was the best at math. In fact, Ga-min always wondered what Se-hyun was doing in this school, because he was so smart. Zo-hyun smiled. It was the first time anyone had ever said he was smart. But a second later, the smile disappeared from Se-hyun's face. He admitted that it was his parents. They don't like their son to study. This surprised Ga-min. He thought that parents should always support their children. Se-hyun took out a book from his backpack with a yellow cover and a funny duck on the binding. The book was old and tattered. Yoon Ha-min took a closer look but couldn't figure out what it was. It was definitely not on the school curriculum. Ga-min said that it was his book. He looks for things that are not in the main books and transfers them to his notebook. And then, when he doesn't understand something, he just rereads his notebook and everything falls into place. Zo-hyun called his notebook an accessible book, but he allowed Ga-min to simply call it the main rules. This book contained all the math for the 9th grade. Haesung suggested that Yoon Ga-min study everything in this notebook. Then he would be able to move from being a super bad student to being a just bad student. Yoon Ha-min was excited. This was his chance to finally make friends with math. Suddenly, everyone in the classroom froze. There was perfect silence and a chair could be heard flying at someone's head. The chair landed in Yoon Ga-min's backside. It was very unexpected. The book fell out of his hands, and blood flowed from his head. Ga-min fell down, knocking over the desk. Ju Jae-wang appeared in the classroom in such a spectacular way. He ordered everyone out of the classroom. Only Yoon Ha-min was allowed to stay. Ju Jae-wang looked down at Ga-min, who was lying on the floor with disdain. He proudly announced that he would now personally teach the 10th grader a lesson. Ju Jae-won remembered how Gum-young had embarrassed him in Han-woo's eyes. That was unforgivable. Ju Jae-wang wanted to beat the living daylights out of Ga-min. Ju Jae-wang didn't know how to lose, and now he was ready to prove it. Yoon Ga-min held his head. He saw blood dripping onto the floor. But he had promised Miss Lehon Kang that he would not take part in any fights. He had to decide what to do immediately.
Ju Jae-wang bought a cigarette and picked up the book that Se-hyun had written and given to Ga-min. He saw that it contained a lot of interesting information and was obviously important to Ga-min. But for him, it was just waste paper, and waste paper should be burned. So Ju Jae-wang took out his lighter and set fire to the thick yellow cover. Yoon Ha-min couldn't come to his senses. He was dizzy from the impact. That chair had smashed his head pretty good. Miss Lehon Kang was cleaning up the cigarette butts that the janitor had scattered. There were a lot of them. She was also sickened by the smell. She kept covering her nose with her hand. The only thing that was not clear was the fact that there were cigarette butts all over the school. Students seemed to eat these cigarettes, so there are so many of them. An inspection team had just arrived at the school. The director met her, and they walked around the schoolyard. The school inspector said that this year the school could not boast of good results again. It would again graduate too few students who could go to university.
The principal tried to justify himself. He said it was because it was very difficult to find a job now. Therefore, the percentage of students who want to get an education is very low. But despite all this, the school has a good percentage of graduates who work somewhere. The inspector of the education committee, Daegu Park, was laughing at these excuses. He did not think that this school could not fill the freshman quota because of the low percentage of graduates getting jobs. But the principal tried to explain somehow that maybe next year they would improve the situation and the school would have a better ranking. The principal was nervous and constantly confused. This behavior of the principal openly irritated the school inspector. So he said that he and the education committee would take strict measures such as knowledge and erudition tests, financial audits, and so on. The director was shocked. He was definitely not expecting such an inspection. The inspection passed by the school's garbage dumps where Lehon Kang was just cleaning up. The principal wanted to get them out of that place as soon as possible, because it was always smoky and full of cigarette butts. But the inspector was interested in the girl who was cleaning. The inspector did not understand what such a beautiful girl was doing in the dump. Did she really work as a cleaner? There should have been a better position for her in this school. The inspector decided to get closer. Miss Lehon Kang had just finished cleaning when School Inspector Daegu Park approached her. She immediately realized that this was the same inspection that they had been talking about in the teacher's lounge all morning. Miss Lehon Kang greeted him and bowed. She was uncomfortable with the fact that she didn't smell good and didn't look like a teacher, but the inspector asked if they had met before, because he knew her face. Ms. Lehon Kang smiled. It was impossible, after all, she was a new teacher and had just started working at this school. But the inspector was convinced that he had seen her before. But the conversation was interrupted by the principal. He emphasized that they should not stop here. It is better to go to the laboratory. They had replaced all the equipment with new models. This was done specifically for the safety of the students. The conversation was interrupted by Zihen. He was running very fast and was very excited. All this time, he was calling for Lehon Kang. Finally finding her, Sehun said that there was an emergency. The principal was clearly not happy to see such a frightened student. He wanted to get the inspector away as soon as possible so that he wouldn't hear about any school problems. But it was too late. It was obvious from Sehun's appearance that something terrible had happened. He was running fast, so he was out of breath and couldn't say a word for a few seconds. But his eyes were very frightened. There was a fire in the classroom. All the students stood under the classroom window and saw smoke billowing out of the windows. But the worst thing was that Yungin and Chu Jae-wong, who started the fire, were left in the burning classroom. Ju Jae-wong set fire to a book that contained all the math for the 9th grade. The book quickly caught fire, and other wooden objects, such as desks and tables, caught fire. Yungin was angry. This book was his only hope in the world of math, and now it was gone. It was burned. But Chu Jae-wong did not even realize the value of this book. He was glad that he had burned what he thought was a useless pile of paper. And the next person to be burned was Yoon Ha-min himself. Ju Jae-wong wanted him dead, so he was even ready to die in the fire with him. Because if he was kicked out of the gang in disgrace, it would be even worse than death. Yungin did not want to hold back his emotions any longer. He also wanted to take revenge for the book he had burned. So he said that if Ju Jae-wong really wanted a fight, he wouldn't deny him. The main thing was that Chu Jae-wong would not regret anything later. After hearing the news about the fire, the entire school delegation stood there frozen. No one understood how it was possible. The only one who was worried was Miss Lehon Kang. Miss Lehon Kang asked if there was really a fire. But Ziheng didn't have the strength to even answer, so he just nodded in agreement. Sehun was very worried about Yoon Ha-min, who was left in the burning classroom. The principal and the school inspector were the most surprised. The principal was thinking of ways to divert the inspector's attention, because the fire was a disaster for his reputation. And the school inspector did not seem to believe that things were that bad in this school. The most noisy, as always, was the deputy director. He shouted where the fire was, but the principal restrained him by catching him by the shoulder. He convinced everyone present that no fire in the school was possible, that this boy was confused. Mr. Han Kang and Hae Sung were surprised by the indifference of the school administration. They did not rush to the rescue, but only thought about how to save their own skins in front of the inspector.
The principal claimed that if there had really been a fire in the school, the fire alarm would have gone off. So there is nothing to talk about. The school has a perfect protection system. The inspector thought about it, but after a second, he calmed down. Because if there was a real fire in the school and the alarm didn't go off, it would be a disaster for the school. So maybe this boy was really imagining things. Meanwhile, the principal took the deputy aside and ordered him to deal with everything immediately when he took the inspector to the laboratory. The main thing was to keep the news of the fire from spreading through the school. The principal took advantage of the fact that the fire alarm did not go off and ordered everyone to act as if nothing had happened. Now he had to somehow get rid of the frightened Miss Lehon Kang. The vice principal ordered her to go to the storage room and change the light bulbs immediately. Miss Lehon Kang did not understand what he meant. What did light bulbs have to do with it? The director was already pushing the inspector towards the laboratory and telling him the story that it was just a light bulb that flashed and burned out. But now it will be replaced, and everything will be fine. The supervisor had always been amazed at how quickly the director could come up with a story and convince others of its veracity.
But now he had to switch to Cape Han Kang. He had to keep her busy so that she wouldn't make too much noise. But when the curator looked around, there was no one around. Miss Lehon Kang ran to see what had really happened, because the situation had occurred in her classroom. Ms. Lehon Kang and Se-hyun were running very fast down the school corridor. They wanted to get to their classroom as soon as possible. On the way, Miss Lehon Kang tried to ask Se-hyun what had happened, but he was very excited and could not say anything for a long time. But finally, he gathered his thoughts. Se-hyun said that he and Ga-myung were sitting at the table when Jae-wang burst into the classroom and ordered everyone out of the classroom except Ga-myung. Of course, everyone left because they were afraid of this bully. He is one of the leaders of the White Gang. Se-hyun stayed in the class, but no one paid attention to him anyway. Chu Jae-won was interested in the book that Se-hyun gave to Ga-min. He looked at it carefully and then set it on fire. That's how it all started. Chu Jae-won set the book on fire with a lighter and watched with delight as it caught fire. Se-hyun started shouting for Chu Jae-won to stop, but no one heard him. The book continued to burn, and Chu Jae-won threw it on the ground, hoping that other objects would catch fire from the book. He shouted that he wanted to burn Yoon Ga-min. Yoon Ha-min wanted to save the book, but he didn't have time to react because his head was smashed. There was blood all over his face. Soo-hyun didn't know what to do. Out of desperation, he just froze. Chu Jae-hwang watched Yoon Ga-myung try to crawl to the book and planned his next strike. Chu Jae-wang didn't have an ounce of pity. He kicked Ga-min right in the stomach. Ga-min fell to the floor, and Chu Jae-wang emphasized that it was better not to ignore him, and when he says something, you should do it the first time. The book continued to burn page after page. But the worst thing was that the book could have set everything around it on fire. Se-hyun tried to shout out to Ha-min, to run over to help him up somehow, but it was useless. Ha-min didn't say anything or react. He was only looking at the burning book. That's when Se-hyun noticed Chu Jae-won. He came so close that Se-hyun was afraid just looking at him. Chu Jae-won ordered Se-hyun to run out of the classroom immediately. He didn't like to say it twice. Chu Jae-won promised that as soon as he was done with Ga-min, he would deal with Hae-sung. Hae-sung was scared. Anxiety for his own safety took over again.
So he left the classroom? Sung was angry with himself for not changing his mind. He couldn't protect Ga-min the way he had done.
Like the rest of his classmates, Hae-sung watched through the window what was happening in the classroom. In his mind, he apologized to Ha-min for not being able to help him, even though he really wanted to. But Hae-sung was very scared. He squeezed his eyes shut so that he wouldn't see Ga-min suffering from the beatings. But Ga-min was not afraid. He was furious. For the first time, he looked at Chu Jae-won like a wild animal with hatred and contempt. Ga-min finally got to his feet. The two of them stood opposite each other. Chu Jae-won gloated that he had finally found Ga-min. After he had hit him in the face, he would not be able to live in peace. Suddenly, Ga-min noticed that the book was still burning, and the fire had almost spread to the briefcase next to it.
Chu Jae-wang thought that he would take advantage of this moment. That Ga-min looked away, so he kicked him. But it was not a good kick. Ga-min managed to turn away a little and protect his head with his hands. So after the kick, he stood up and stayed on his feet. Ga-min still kept his eyes on the book, which was burning. Although his face was covered in blood, he didn't seem to think about himself or his condition at all. He only regretted the book that he hadn't had time to read. The flames were becoming uncontrollable. Chu Jae-wang was very annoyed that Ga-min did not look at him at all. He wanted to see him suffer. So he turned Ga-min's head toward him with his hand. Chu Jae-wang shouted that these damn papers meant nothing. But Ga-min had to save the book because it was more valuable to him than his life. So Ga-min pushed Chu Jae-wang away. The bully fell down in surprise.
And Ga-min rushed to save the burning book. His classmates were watching. It took them a while to realize what had happened and why Chu Jae-wang had fallen. Everyone was expecting Ga-min's defeat. Even Se-hyun was expecting it, so he kept his eyes closed because he was afraid to see it. But his classmates were discussing Chu Jae-wang's fall so much that Hae-sung opened his eyes. The students did not believe that one of the leaders of the White Gang could have fallen from a blow. It was possible that he had tripped over something and fallen. This was more likely for everyone. Most of all, the students were interested in why Chu Jae-wang attacked Ga-min. After all, he was a quiet guy. His classmates wondered what he could have done to deserve such a punishment. Meanwhile, Ga-min was already standing on the ashes of the book, which had almost turned into ashes. His classmates asked each other what they knew about Yoon-ga-min. But he was a dark horse for everyone, because at that moment, a new Yoon Ha-min was being born, full of anger and hatred. Hae-sung also noticed that something was happening to Ga-min, but he did not believe until the last moment that such incredible things could happen to Ga-min. For the first time in his life, Ga-min felt what it was like to be driven by hatred and aggression. He bit his teeth and his eyes began to well up with blood. He remembered what Hae-sung had said, that if he read this book he could go from being super bad to just bad. He had been waiting for help for so long. But now it was all in vain. Now his education was definitely not possible. Finally, Ga-min turned his attention from the burning book to Chu Jae-wang. He turned to the bully, and he was about to kick Ga-min's leg, but Ga-min dodged it. Chu Jae-wang was getting annoyed by these tricks. The bully shouted that Ga-min was just stupid and didn't understand what was happening. Now we need to fight, not hide. Ga-min politely apologized for his behavior. Chu Jae-wang was shocked. He had never heard such a thing before. The book burned, and the flames spread to the park, but Chu Jae-wang and Ga-min were not going to leave the burning classroom. Ga-min didn't think about what was happening around him at all. The only thing he really regretted was that Hae-sung's book had burned, so he shouted loudly that he was sorry. The classmates who had been watching the fight closely, hearing Hae-sung's name, wanted to find him and ask him more about Yoon Ha-min. But Hae-sung was not there. He had run off somewhere. Go-min continued to talk about the book. He shouted that Chu Jae-wang had no idea how valuable the book was. But Chu Jae-wang gloated that he had burned it. And the next bully promised to burn Ga-min himself. Ga-min closed his eyes. He was ready to fight if that's what Chu Jae-wang wanted so badly. The main thing was that the bully would not regret anything afterwards. Chu Jae-wang picked up a chair and threw himself at Yoon Ga-min with the words, "Die." He wanted to smash his head even harder. So it was hard to think and analyze. He wanted blood to splatter everywhere. But Yoon Ha-min, as always, reacted in time and tripped him up. Chu Jae-wang dropped the chair and could barely stand. But Yoon Ga-min was very confident in his every move. The next blow was to his face. Yoon Ga-min hit him so hard that Chu Jae-wang's teeth almost flew out. Yoon Ga-min hit him several more times. Chu Jae-wang could barely stand up. Ga-min's punches were very strange to Chu Jae-wang. Therefore, he could not keep track of their frequency and analyze where he might fly next. Instead, Ga-min said that even though he was fighting a high school student, he could not teach him anything. The only thing a bully can do is not interfere with the learning of others. But Chu Jae-wang didn't care what Ga-min was saying. His eyes were filled with anger. He just wanted to show everyone his strength. So Chu Jae-wong took the burning briefcase and threw it at Ga Min. Ga Min did not know how he was supposed to deflect the burning briefcase. It was very dangerous. He could have caught fire with such a blow, he and everything around him.
But then Ga Min remembered one special punch. He kicked the burning backpack with his foot, but in such a way that the flames did not touch it. He had to be very careful and precise. Every second and every movement was very important. Chu Jae-wong watched and did not understand what was happening. He hoped to see Yoon Ga-min burning in the fire, but even that trick didn't work. Yoon Ga-min turned around with the burning backpack on his leg, but he did it so carefully that the fries would not fly away. The next step was crucial. Yoon Ha-min planned to kick the burning backpack with his foot. The trick was successful. Yoon Ga-min kicked Chu Jae-wong on the chin, and the burning briefcase completely passed through his body. It was unreal.
The impact knocked out a tooth and made him dizzy. He lost consciousness. At that moment, Se-hyun and Miss Han Kang were already running to the office. They were both in a great hurry. The moment they arrived at the office, Chu Jae-wong flew out, kicking the door open with his back to the room. There was a lot of smoke and debris around. Chu Jae-wong was lying on the floor unconscious. He looked terrible, all beaten up and toothless. No one had ever seen him in such a state. It was the first time that one of the white gang leaders had been beaten up more than he had done to others. Yoon Ga-min followed Chu Jae-wong out of the office. He caught the bully, who was still unconscious, and began shaking him. Ga-min shouted at him to stay awake because he still had to apologize to Se-hyun. Only then would the fight be over. Se-hyun and Miss Han Kang were watching everything that was happening. They could not believe what they were seeing. Miss Han Kang covered her mouth with her hands, but her big eyes showed her surprise. Se-hyun tried to explain to Ga-min that everything was fine, that he didn't need to apologize. But Ga-min continued to spin Chu Jae-won, who was half alive. At that moment, a school inspector appeared in the hallway. He was carefully watching everything that was happening. The principal and his deputy also appeared near the burning classroom. The principal managed to deceive the inspector's vigilance and take him to the laboratory. The director realized that he was in big trouble. He fell to his knees in despair. He had to quickly figure out what to do next. Ga-min finally got over his anger. He looked up and saw how many people had gathered around him. To make matters worse, a school inspector had seen the fight. The violence, the fire, it was too much for one school. The inspector was very angry. He asked the boy his name. It seems that Yoon Ga-min was going to be severely punished. After the fight and fire, all the students left. Everyone had new things to do. The school continued to live a normal life, but the problem of frequent fights had to be solved. The principal was most unhappy with the situation. He gathered everyone in the teacher's lounge and slammed his fist loudly. The principal blamed everything that happened on Miss Han Kang. He shouted that the teacher was not using her head at all, even though he had warned her more than once to be more careful and not to cause problems. The principal accused Ms. Han Kang of causing the fire and the fight at such an important time for the school, when an inspector was present and everything had to be on top of the game. Ms. Han Kang stood with her head down. She was sorry for everything that happened. The inspector went outside to call the Ministry of Education, and that made Principal Lee even more irritated. He hated it when the ministry interfered in the school's affairs. And the principal also had to decide what to do with Yoon Ha-min. Not only had he failed to extinguish the fires with a fire extinguisher, but he had also made another student who was older than him faint. Miss Han Kang listened to the principal's accusations and realized that he was wrong. In fact, Ga-min was not guilty of anything. But Director Lee did not want to hear any excuses. It was important to punish the culprit in front of the inspector. Perhaps this would improve his situation at least a little. He pushed Cape Han Kang and walked toward the door. On the way, the principal was muttering loudly that they were obviously going to be on probation again. The principal was angry with all the teachers and students. The former could not cope with their duties, and the latter did not study even when asked. Sparks flew out of the principal's mouth in anger. The principal called Yoon Ga-min another scumbag who appeared out of nowhere. After all, He had never been involved in a fight before. Hearing the principal speak about the students, Miss Lehon Kang was shocked. It was extremely wrong and unpedagogical. Ms. Lehon Kang recalled the conversation with Se-hung. This fire and fight had just happened because of Yunga-min's thirst for knowledge. He wanted to learn like no one else, but the book that was important to him was burned. Ms. Lehon Kang realized that she had to stop the principal. Otherwise, he would punish a completely innocent child. The principal was about to leave the classroom. When Miss Lehon Kang yelled at him to stop, the inspector was already waiting outside the teacher's room. He looked very stern. Miss Lehon Kang realized that now the principal would be making excuses to the inspector without having understood the case. So she had to get ahead of everyone and talk to Ga-min first.
The inspector suggested that the principal continue their conversation outside the teacher's lounge. The conversation was important and lengthy, because such cases were not commonplace for them. The principal said that he was ready for a dialogue and to rectify the situation. It was also important for the inspector to cooperate in this story. The director had to convey the necessary information to the perpetrators. The inspector also said that the class teacher should go with them. Ms. Lehon Kang was happy that she was finally getting attention. After the fight, Ga-min sat alone in the classroom. But all the students in the school were talking about him. The students immediately found the office where Ga-min was waiting for the principal and looked at him through the window like some unknown animal in a zoo. Everyone in the school was shocked that a first-grade student had beaten Jae-wang to a pulp. He did it with particular cruelty. The fight took place in a beauty spot that was on fire. The students passed this information to each other, and everyone was shocked that the previously quiet Ga-min had beaten one of the white gang leaders so badly.
Ga-min sat alone in his office. He had time to recuperate and finally think about the situation, to realize everything that had happened, to think with his head and not with his emotions. Although it was harder to calm his emotions, Ga-min realized that he was the first to fight back against these thugs. Therefore, this case would not be closed just like that. Finally, the emotions subsided, and Ga-min realized what he had done. He let out his anger and a fight broke out. There was a fire. And all this in the middle of an inspector's visit to the school. He could even be expelled from school for this. What would he tell his mom then? Ga-min got to his feet and grabbed his head in despair. He realized the key point. Even though he had taught the bullies a lesson, he could be expelled from school for this. It was the worst thing that could happen in his life. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and tried to enter. Ha-min flinched. But it wasn't the principal or the inspector. It was Sung-hyun who came to see Ga-min. Sung-hyun quietly entered the classroom and closed the door behind him. Ga-myung was happy to see him, but he asked what he was doing here. After all, he could get in trouble for being here. But Sung-hyun was very optimistic. He smiled, and the head of the study group was mistakenly made to look guilty. He emphasized the word study group leader twice. This really lifted Ga-min's spirits. He immediately smiled. Sung-hyun smiled too, glad to be able to please his friend so easily. Se-hyun asked why Ha-min was so angry about the book. It was only his writing, after all. It's normal to be angry, but because he couldn't control his emotions, he ended up here. Ha-min objected. This book couldn't be just writing because Se-hyun had put so much effort into creating it. Se-hyun was once again touched that someone appreciated his work and his knowledge so deeply. Ga-min went on to say that the book was written very neatly. He, for example, can't do that. Because even if he tries hard at the beginning and does a good job, his handwriting becomes terrible at the end. But the book written by Se-hyun is perfectly written from beginning to end. Every rule is highlighted in a different color. Every line is straight. Ga-min had never seen such a perfect work before. Se-hyun really took great care to design each page. Although he wrote this book for himself and did not plan to share it with anyone. But he was glad that it happened, that someone else appreciated his efforts. It was very disappointing to Yunga-min that all of Se-hyun's efforts had turned to ashes in one moment. That's why Yunga-min was so angry and unable to contain his emotions. Yunga-min was overwhelmed. Suddenly, Se-hyun handed him his glasses. even though he thought he had lost them forever along with that magic book.
Se-hyun smiled. He admitted that he had actually come here to give the glasses back.
He found them when he was cleaning the classroom, though it was hardly a classroom anymore, just a bunch of mangled and burned desks, although their classmates were happy to hear this story because classes were canceled today. Gamin put on his glasses. They were not damaged at all after the fire. Gamin thanked them for the glasses. He really needed them. Se-hyun thought about it. He too had something to be thankful for. But he hadn't thanked Ha-min for the previous rescue or this one. Se-hyun apologized and offered to help each other with their studies and other matters from now on. It was the best thing Ga-min could have heard. He finally had everything he had dreamed of. A school, a friend to study with, a study group. On this beautiful note, the principal burst into the office. As usual, he was unhappy because he had left Ga-min alone to think about everything that had happened. Instead, he chatted away all the time.
Principal Lee threw Se-hyun out of the classroom. Instead, the inspector and Miss Han Kang entered the classroom. Yoon Ha-min tried to explain that it was an accident, that it was a book that caught fire and that's how it all started. But no one seemed to want to listen to him. The director was boiling with anger. He really didn't care about any reasons. The only thing he wanted was to whitewash his own skin in front of the inspector. The principal interrupted Ga-min and said that he was guilty because he had used violence within the school. This is forbidden by the school rules. Miss Han Kang was also very angry with Ga-min. He had promised her that he would not fight, but in reality, he could not control his anger. And even now, he is still talking incessantly, ignoring the remarks. The teacher had a much better opinion of this student. But unfortunately, he did not live up to her expectations. Then Principal Lee turned to the inspector. He said that every school has such problem children, but the inspector shouldn't worry because the school would definitely take action.
But in the end, Ms. Han Kang realized that without her support, Yoon Ga-min would simply be expelled from school. But he was not a bad kid, and he didn't participate in the fight because of his own ambitions. So she basically shouted that Yoon Ga-min was not to blame. The only one to blame in this situation was a second-grade student, Ju Jae-wang. The teacher said that Ju Jae-wang often interferes with the peaceful learning of other students. He is also associated with a criminal gang called the White Gang. The principal was shocked, first of all because Mr. Han Kang turns out to be able to defend his position. Secondly, he definitely did not need to talk about gangs. After all, an inspector was present during the conversation, so the principal immediately shut the teacher's mouth. They said she was talking nonsense. No one in their school is connected to any gang. It was just a stupid rumor. But the most important thing was to convince the inspector. The principal assured him that their school had no crime problems, and students like Ga-min are very rare, but they will still do the proper work and are even ready to set up an anti-violence committee. And after the work is done, they will expel the student from the school. Hearing this, Ga-min felt sick. He did not know what to do or say. Miss Han Kang rushed to defend the boy again. She shouted that she would not allow this to happen, but the principal again tried to shut her up, because schools should teach students to take responsibility for their actions. Therefore, it is not worth protecting the boy just because he studies in the beauty of Cape Han Kang. In 1 second, Ga-min lost everything he had worked so hard for. If he gets kicked out of school, he would be left without a friend and a cherished study group. The principal was about to leave the classroom and end the conversation. He invited the inspector to inspect the laboratory, as they had planned earlier, and the principal promised to deal with this situation later. But Miss Han Kang did not allow them to leave. She once again shouted loudly that the only one to blame in this story was the school itself, because the school itself is in no hurry to guide children in the right direction. The principal treats one inspector with such attention, while 400 students are simply abandoned and left to fend for themselves. Yoon Ha-min could not believe his ears that the teacher dared to say this truth out loud. The principal was also shocked, but Miss Han Kang continued that teachers should not pay attention to the inspector at all. They should only focus on the students. Ms. Han Kang concluded her monologue with an ultimatum. If Ga-min was expelled, she would fight the injustice even harder, even if she was fired, because the teacher was not going to fall victim to this terrible administrative system. Ms. Han Kang was very angry and even said that she had never been like the principal, because you can't expel someone without understanding the situation. At this moment of anger, the inspector smiled sweetly at Ms. Han Kang. He finally remembered how he knew her. She had been the best candidate when she received her teaching certificate last year. The door to the first aid post was closed. They were treating Chu Jiawang after the fight, but one of the students urgently needed to pick up his medicine. He was afraid to come in because the fame of Jiawang had not yet faded, and he could get a beating instead of medicine. Although, after the beating, this bully did not seem so strong. The two boys discussed in detail the fight that happened in the burning classroom. They were going over every detail when someone appeared behind them. The bully hit the boys hard on their heads, and they immediately fell to the floor, losing consciousness. The bully said that only boys who can't do anything themselves can call Ju Jae-wang a weakling. The students immediately agreed and apologized. They were afraid to contradict him because they were facing a real mountain of muscles. The students crawled away quietly so as not to make them angry and get hit on the head again. The son of one of the leaders of the White Gang was standing in front of the door of the first aid post. He was a student of the 7th grade, specializing in naval engineering. His name was Sangin Ban. He was 18 years old. Zhengyun Ban started laughing out loud. It looked strange and scary at the same time. Zhengyun Ban started to say loudly that a member of his gang had been beaten because he was not strong enough. Did Chu Jae-wang really think he could fight with such an anchovy body? And fainting in a nurse's office is even more ridiculous than losing a battle.
But when he didn't get any response, Sangin Bang decided to go into the nurse's office himself. He wasn't interested in just opening the door, so he decided to kick it down. He wanted to see what this half-living anchovy looked like now. But when he entered the office and looked behind the screen, Sangin Ban started laughing even harder. After the inspector's statement about the best candidate, everyone in the class fell silent. The principal was especially surprised by this news. He would have been very honored to have such an employee at the school. So he asked again if it was true. Maybe he had heard it wrong. Then the principal began to whisper something incomprehensible. He had to solve the fight first and then talk about other matters.
So he first turned his attention to Yoon Ha-min, pointed his finger at him, and said that he was not a serious guy. He's a student who bullies and fights at school. The principal was waiting for the inspector to approve his actions, but it seems the inspector was already in a hurry, because he kept looking at his watch. The principal continued that there was no place for such a rascal in school, but he was abruptly stopped by Miss Han Kang. She caught him by the arm to stop him from pointing his fingers at Yoon Ga-min. Ms. Han Kang said once again that the principal was wrong. Ga-min is not a child like that. He had to do it because he was attacked first. Ms. Han Kang said that compared to the others, Ga-min is the only student who is fully committed to his studies. The boy was very pleased to hear such words in his address, but the principal did not want to believe any of Ms. Han Kang's arguments. She had only been a temporary teacher for 2 days. And anyway, even if you are being pestered, but you still show aggression in response, it's not good either. Ms. Han Kang agreed that violence is not the answer, and these are the words that teachers should convey to their students. Ms. Han Kang recalled discussing all of this with Yoon Ga-min, and he heard her. He was of the same opinion. Ga-min never solved the issue with violence. He's just too kind and wants to help those in need, even if these actions will harm him. But in all of this, Miss Han Kang really thought the school was to blame, because after they abandoned the accepted rules, the students had to forget about their lessons and think about survival. A school should be a place to raise good children, and the principal should be the first to set the right example. Gamin was shocked that someone could talk to the principal like that someone cared about him so much that he was being defended. The director was not just angry, he was like a ferocious animal. He shouted that Miss Han Kang was too young to be lecturing him. Moreover, to do so in front of an inspector. The principal asked for an explanation as to why he had abandoned the students. Miss Han Kang said that it was because the principal had ignored her words yesterday. The conversation was heated. The principal shouted that Miss Han Kang was taking too much liberties because she was only a temporary teacher. This argument was stopped by the inspector. He started laughing so loudly that no one realized what had happened. Then the inspector went up to the principal, hugged him by the shoulders, and said that this was probably the first time he had ever been defeated. It was the first time the inspector had ever seen something like that from a person who had only been a teacher for 2 days. The inspector noticed that Miss Han Kang had not changed at all. As he expected, she is different from the others. Miss Han Kang felt ashamed, although she was really the best candidate. If Miss Han Kang had really received this certificate, the principal did not know how to behave now. It was now in his best interest that she stayed here to work. Gamin was also very pleasantly surprised, because Miss Han Kang deserved this title. So it would be great if it were true, but it seems that Miss Han Kang was not the type to brag. She just stood there modestly and listened to everything the inspector said. The director had his doubts. There was no way that the best candidate would want to work in a local private school, but the inspector was convinced that he was right. Last year, Ms. Han Kang completed a middle school math teacher certification program in Seoul, but she never finished registering her certificate, although they tried to warn her several times that there was an error and the registration was rejected. Therefore, the inspector said that now Ms. Han Kang should be addressed as Teacher Han Kang.
Gamin recalled that when Ms. Han Kang was his tutor, she talked a lot about this certificate, that he dreamed of getting it. Ms. Han Kang's dream was to become a teacher in a public school, but she dreamed of becoming not just a teacher, but one who could help students find their way in life. The inspector congratulated Ms. Han Kang on achieving her goal. He was glad to meet her. He really could never have thought that this would happen in this school. The inspector was curious why she was in this school. Then Ms. Han Kang admitted that this is the school she wants to change. This is her mission.
The principal did not believe in what was happening. He just wanted his school to be left alone, and now they want to change it radically. The inspector interrupted the director's thoughts. He wondered what Mr. Han Kang was going to do to change the school, but the principal laughed. This girl could not change anything, because even though she had a certificate, she was a temporary teacher. But Miss Han Kang was not going to give up. She already had a plan for the first changes. She remembered a conversation with Gamin, how he wanted to learn and how study groups were supposed to help him. So Ms. Han Kang decided to start the changes with this, by creating a study group. The idea was interesting. The inspector wanted to hear the details. Ms. Han Kang continued that this group would help Gamin, because it was actually his idea. Ms. Han Kang took Gamin's hand to support him. The principal was laughing at this school development plan, to create a study group headed by a gangster. He suggested that the inspector shouldn't waste any more time and deal with other important issues of the school. The inspector thought about it. The idea seemed very good to him. He suggested that the principal support it, but it seems that the principal did not plan to do so. The principal thought that such study groups were a waste of time, but the inspector did not see any problems with creating a study group. After all, the students said they wanted to learn. The inspector said that it would be much worse if he reported a fire alarm failure. Therefore, the principal should support the creation of the study group, and only Ms. Han Kang should lead it. On that note, the inspector left the school. He went down to his car and spent a few more minutes thinking about whether it was really possible to change this school, or whether it was unrealistic. Finally, the inspector got behind the wheel and was ready to drive, but someone was waiting for him in the back seat. It was the inspector's son. His hands and clothes were completely covered in blood. The boy said he had been waiting for his father for a long time. The inspector's son's name was Senoon Park. He was 17 years old. He was a student of the first 8th grade, electrical specialty. Senoon was worried that he didn't have enough time to do his schoolwork while his father was busy. The inspector told him that he had spent a lot of time at the principal's office. And the inspector had just seen the photos that had been sent. He thought it was too much. But it seemed Senoon thought that everyone got what they deserved. Senoon left only a small message with his robot, and the one who will be the first to enter the first aid station will decipher it. The first to enter the infirmary was the son of one of the leaders of the White Gang, Sangan Ban. He wanted to see how Ju Jae-wang looked after the fight, but when he came closer, he could not believe his eyes and did not understand what kind of sick animal could do such a thing. Ju Jae-wang was crucified. His hands were tied with some kind of rags. His whole body was covered in beatings and blood. Ju Jae-wang was not breathing and did not even show signs of life.
Sitting in the car, the inspector's son said that the school should be responsible for students who break the rules. Therefore, this school should be closed. The inspector agreed that there were too many rule breakers in this school. Meanwhile, Yoon Ga-min and Miss Lehon Kang were sitting at a table writing an announcement. Miss Lehon Kang was happy that finally her student's dream was starting to come true, and she had a hand in it. Yoon Ga-min tried to write each character carefully, but his bad handwriting was letting him down. So he suggested using Photoshop. But Miss Lehon Kang objected, saying that writing by hand would be much better. She praised Ga-min for his good handwriting.
That's how the first message about the creation of the study group appeared on the school bulletin board. Everyone was invited to join, but so far the students were very cautious about this invitation. Some of them laughed that it would be a bunch of boring people. Some were not interested in studying at all, because even during the lessons, some of them were trying to get away. And here, they offered to study extra. But when the students found out who was organizing this study group, their interest increased. Although some of them still did not understand why a guy who can fight so well needs to study. Maybe this study group has some hidden meaning. But from the news about the new study group, everyone quickly switched to the news about Ju Jae-wang. What happened at the infirmary was too brutal even for the biggest gang. But no one knew who had beaten Ju Jae-won so badly. When no one else was in the school, one of the leaders of the white gang, Han-wul, came up to the notice board and read carefully about the study group and smiled. He thought that Yoon Ha-min was playing hard to get. But Han-wul was not so kind, so he tore the notice off the board. He tore it into hundreds of small pieces of paper. The exhausting week at school ended on Saturday. Miss Lehon Kang decided to visit Ga-min at home in the morning. It was good that it was close and that she still remembered the way. On the way, she remembered the time when she was working as a tutor and was just preparing for exams. But these memories were interrupted by a security guard who was in a hurry and obviously late. The guard shouted that he was almost late. Mr. Han Kang wondered where he was going. When the guard stopped, Miss Han Kang came closer to see what was going on, and in front of her was a perfect body toned with abs. The guy had been doing push-ups on the bars with his feet up for more than 10 times. Miss Han Kang was tired of even counting. She recognized Ga-min in this athlete and exclaimed that he was incredible. And Ga-min realized that Miss Han Kang was watching him and got confused and fell down. Miss Han Kang apologized for knocking him down and for being late. Ga-min quickly dressed and said that he didn't remember that they had planned to meet. But Miss Han Kang didn't have time to talk. She said he should just follow her. So they came to the city bookstore. The bookstore was crowded, but it was big enough that everyone could find the right books. Ms. Han Kang said that reading books is the most important thing in the learning process, and she was an expert in choosing the right books. She ran between the shelves, choosing what she needed, and Ga-min just watched her silently. Ms. Han Kang had picked up such a mountain of books that she was barely visible from behind the literature. But she said she would pay for everything, so the guy had nothing to worry about. But Ga-min had gone somewhere.
He also decided to find a book that was important to him. And it was called Extremely Close Contact, an interview with Bruce Lee. Miss Han Kang did not know what this book was about, but the title seemed strange to her. Finally, she put the whole pile of books on the table. There were about 20 copies of different literature. Ga-min wondered if she was really ready to buy so many books at once. But Miss Han Kang said that it would be enough for light reading. Ga-min wondered how long it would take him to read it all. But the teacher was sure that he could do it. Ga-min decided to admit that he was really surprised that she could have been a better candidate, but it didn't mean anything to Miss Han Kang.
However, Ga-min was ashamed that at some point he had told her that he wanted to leave school.
Han Kang smiled. She hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, just answered the test questions. It didn't mean she was some kind of extraordinary person.
The teacher drank coffee and told her that there were many things she was not good at. For example, her heart is not that strong. Passing the exam well and being a good teacher are different things. Gamin thought about this phrase. That's why Miss Han Kang wanted to make Gamin a good student, and he had to help her with that. Suddenly, a book began to fly at the teacher's head. Gamin jumped out of his chair to deflect the blow and save the teacher. He succeeded, but he was so close to Miss Han Kang's lips. It looked like they were about to kiss. But Gamin managed to jump away in time, and the book was accidentally thrown at the teacher by a boy who was shouting at the whole bookstore that he didn't want to study. Miss Han Kang patted Gaming's head. She believed in his strength, that he could become a better student and could gather a large study group. Ms. Han Kang was returning from the bookstore with a whole bag of new books. It had been so long since she had been to the bookstore that this time she had bought almost half of the assortment. The teacher did not even notice that she had spent 7 hours in the bookstore. Gamin must have been suffering in silence the whole time. Miss Han Kang was waiting for the elevator to get to her apartment. And at that time she was thinking that it would be difficult to change schools. But step by step, she would manage to do it. It just takes time. But when Miss Han Kang got to the apartment, something scared her. She stood there and couldn't take a step. The door to the apartment was open. Gamin was also returning home with a pile of books. On the way, he was thinking about the food he had eaten. He liked spicy food. But suddenly, Yoon Ha-min stopped. The book about Bruce Lee that he wanted to read was not in his bag. Gamin must have accidentally put the book in his teacher's bag. The book had such a bright red cover. How could he not have noticed it and mixed it up? Miss Han Kang stood on the doorstep of her apartment and was very confused. There were 5 hooligans from Hyunwoo's gang in her house, acting as if they had come to her home. Some were lying on the bed, others were sitting next to each other, and Hyunwoo was sitting on the edge of the bed and smiling slyly. Miss Han Kang did not understand how they had gotten here. Hyunwoo looked even more disgusting than the 4 days they hadn't seen each other. He was behaving very defiantly. He suggested that Cape add him and the rest of the company to the study group. He said they could come there whenever they wanted. Gamin did not know what to do. If he went home, he would have to wait 2 days for Cape Han Kang to return the book. After all, today was Saturday, but he really wanted to read the book this weekend. He did not know what to do. He didn't wait long for an answer. After all, he hadn't come here for that. He came to take revenge and teach Cape Han Kang a lesson, so he hit her hard on the cheek. Miss Han Kang fell down. After each blow, he was very pleased with himself. He felt that he was stronger, and that others were afraid of him and would obey him. Hyunwoo asked to wait a bit. He was planning to destroy everything in this apartment. Yoon Ha-min dared to go to Miss Han Kyung's house to pick up the book. He couldn't stand to wait that long. His curiosity about literature got the better of him. Han Wool was sitting with his girlfriend when another hooligan from the White Gang, Sangin Ban, came in. He told them what had happened to Jae Wang.
Sangin Bang was very angry that Han Wool continued to spend time with this beautiful girl instead of dealing with the situation. The matter was very urgent. But the bully sat quietly, hugging the blonde. But Han Wool really didn't like it when his boards changed, or anyone interfered with him. Now he wanted to spend time with the girl. Everything else could wait. Han Wool was watching a movie, and Xingyin Bang was interrupting them. This made Han Wool very angry. But Xingyin Bang was even angrier. He didn't understand how someone could not take revenge for such abuse of their brother. Jae Wang was crucified and beaten to death. There was not a living spot on him, and Han Wool was going to turn a blind eye. Xingyin Bang wanted to take revenge himself, but he had to find out who did it. Xingyin Ban thought that the only bastard capable of doing such a thing was Sang Yin. But he needed at least some evidence, and the bully had none. Hanwol was already tired of Xingyin Bang's chatter, so he ordered him to shut his mouth and not to shout or annoy him anymore.
Xingyin Bang thought that maybe Hanwol was having a defensive reaction. After all, they were very close to Jae Wang. Therefore, Hanwol would definitely take revenge for him, but first he had to really know who was responsible. Hanwol's girlfriend also recalled that she had heard a lot about Jae Wang, so he must have been important. But Hanwol didn't want to go into such details. Tom dryly replied that the only thing they had in common was, "My father's work." But Han Wul had always thought that Jae Wang was not on the right level to join a gang. Han Wul advised Xing Yinbang to relax, and instead of taking revenge, just have fun with them. Xing Yinbang was shocked by Han Wul's cruelty. He believed that you should always take revenge for your brothers. This is the rule of any gang. Han Wul remembered for a second that Jae Wang was very fun at times. Jae Wang was a kid who was far from fun. He always went to the academy with a strange expression on his face, as if he was always surprised. It was fun to see how such a sweet boy turned into a cruel man, a man who takes pleasure in hitting and humiliating others. Han Wul thought about it. He knew that those who have experienced power and authority always change. That's why he had already decided on his plans for Yungamin. After the last fight, he had grown from a gray mouse to a popular boy. Now it was time to transform his changes into the right direction for Han Wul. First, he had to change Yoon Hamin's environment. That's why he instructed Hyun Woo's gang to sneak into the house of Lehon Kang. She had to be scared to death so that she would never want to work as a teacher again. Hyun Woo was perfect for the job. He had his own motives, even though Miss Han Kang hadn't done anything wrong to him. But Hyun Woo liked to bully people, especially women. When, after another blow to the face, Miss Han Kang could hardly hold back her tears, Hyun Woo celebrated. Hyun Woo asked the teacher if she missed his hands because he had already had the honor of slapping her face near the school trash cans. Hyun Woo thought that the teacher liked it, so he came to her house to continue. Miss Han Kang realized that there was no one to protect her. She had to get out herself and call the police. She tried to get her phone out of her purse to call the police. But one of the hooligans managed to catch her. She was unable to escape. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The hooligans took Miss Han Kang's phone away from her so that she would not call the police. The phone fell and broke. Hyun Woo caught Miss Han Kang by the arms. He said that the police would not help her, because their gang is feared in the whole place, even though the police exist. The police just come only when the crime has already been committed. Even if the criminal is caught, the victim's psychological trauma will never go away. Ms. Han Kang realized that anything could be done to her. Her eyes were full of tears, but she did not know what to do. Hyun Woo pushed Miss Han Kang to the ground and told his boys to start right away. The hooligans began to destroy the teacher's house. They broke all the furniture. And then everyone surrounded her. Hyun Woo said that they had to make sure that Miss Han Kang never wanted to be a teacher again. The bullies asked what injury they should inflict on her first, but Miss Han Kang showed with her whole body that she was not afraid. That she wasn't afraid of this pack of schoolchildren who had simply lost their way in life. Then Hyun Woo caught her by the hair and dragged her along the ground. Miss Hyun Kang was in pain. She screamed out loud.
Someone must have heard her because someone came into the room. The bullies looked around. They were not expecting anyone.
They could see the shadow of a guy in the doorway. He was wearing a hood, so no one could immediately tell who it was. The hooligans started whispering whether it was the guy who had beaten them and the boss the last time.
But the guy stepped forward and everyone recognized him. Ms. Han Kang also knew the guy. She remembered seeing him outside the lab. He covered for her in front of the deputy director and stayed to clean up the lab after the fire extinguisher incident.
This guy, Seung-Gun Park, tried to appear elegant, but it seems he was also a thug. Hyun Woo didn't understand what Seung-Gun was doing here, why he had come here, but he had to get him out of here as soon as possible. He had to be eliminated. Hyun Woo ordered it to be done immediately, so one of the hooligans attacked Senun. Before the fight, the bully warmed up his fists and asked Senun not to take it personally. But Senun struck first. The blow was strong. The bully flew away and fell to the floor. While he was walking away, the other boys continued to fight. Hyun Woo realized that he had to take matters into his own hands again. He knew Senun's weaknesses, but Senun was not going to give up. He came here with a different mission. The guy was ready to attack. He clutched his metal brass knuckles tightly in his hand. Ms. Han Kang was watching the fight. She wanted to believe that this hooded man would restore justice. She had no other hope. There was no one to wait for help. Hyun Woo wanted it to be over as soon as possible. The fact that Senan came to them was not part of his plans. He needed to get rid of him as soon as possible and finish the job with Lehon Kang. So the next blow was from Hyun-woo. He punched Sinun hard under the right rib. It was a weak spot. Sinun bent double in pain. He was not expecting such a strong blow. Hyun-woo knew that a right punch would hurt Sinun a lot, so he prepared to strike again. He swung his fist again, and again he hit the same place. Sinun bent over twice. He needed time to regain his strength. Hyun-woo was glad that he was able to overcome him so quickly. Just a few blows and the guy was deflated, although at the beginning he was very confident. Hyun-woo recalled that he had a few incidents with Sinun in middle school. Only a select few know what happened there. But Hyun-woo was very surprised that after all that, Sinun reappeared, that he had the courage to come to Yusun High School. Sinun was in pain, but he had to think about how to get out of here. Sinun also planned to save Lehon Kang. They had to quickly come up with a plan to escape, and Sinun couldn't think of anything better than to throw his brass knuckles at the ceiling. The glass ceiling shattered. Glass shards flew everywhere. The glass smashed one of the hooligans' head. He was bleeding and screaming as if he was being cut alive. Everyone in the gang fell for this dirty trick, and didn't notice how Sinun and Lehon Kang ran away. Hyun-woo was very angry. His plan had failed. Miss Han Kang had disappeared. He had to find her immediately before she ran away too far, otherwise Hyun-woo would be in real trouble. Sinun was running ahead and pulling Miss Han Kang's hand. He asked her to move faster because they needed to get away from the gang. But before they could get far, the second part of the gang was waiting for them around the corner. It was clear that Han-woo, who ordered Hyun-woo to break into Han Kang's house, had thought through every step. From the very beginning, he sent one part of the gang to the teacher's house. The other one was told to stand guard outside the house. Sinun was not expecting such a meeting at all. He was puzzled, but he had to think of something immediately to save himself. At the same time, Yoon Gye-min tried to call his teacher to warn her that he was coming to pick up his book, which was accidentally in her bag. But no one picked up the phone.
Ga-min was frustrated. At first he thought the teacher was asleep, but it was still too early to get ready for bed. Then Ga-myung thought that she was not picking up the phone on purpose because they had already spent the whole day together. But the phone calls were too much. He was hesitant about what he should do. He knew that it would be too much to come to the teacher unannounced to take the book. But waiting until Monday was too long.
While Ga-min was thinking, he unwittingly walked up to the Lehon Kang house and noticed Hyun-woo and some of his gang running out of the building. The hooligans were running fast and talking on the phone. On the phone, they said they had found Lehon Kang.
Ga-min ran after the hooligans and clearly heard Han-woo say that he had to finish off the teacher today. Otherwise, Han-woo would kill him. Hyun-woo was very angry and determined. He was used to always seeing things through to the end. And when it came to his safety, the bully acted very carefully and precisely. He did not give himself the right to make a mistake. This was very disturbing to Ha-min. He adjusted his glasses and realized that he had to find Lehon Kang first. She was probably in big trouble.
The hooligans waiting around the corner of the house immediately recognized Lehon Kang. Because Hyun-woo had sent them a photo, they came closer to get a good look at the teacher. The hooligans mentioned that now they had to do everything they could to make sure she never wanted to work at school again. That was their boss's instruction. But Miss Han Kang looked so sweet and defenseless that one of the bullies said he had never seen such a beautiful teacher before, and if she came to his school, he would definitely behave well. But Sinun stopped the hooligans' talk. He stood in for Lehon Kang, which the gang members did not like. But one of the hooligans also recognized Sinun. He took a closer look. It was definitely him. They had met once before in the pain of battle. Sinun liked to be in the shadows. He was a dark horse. That's why he was always angry when he met someone from his past life. But the bully remembered everything and wanted revenge. He said that Sinun came from America in the 8th grade, and then he took second place in the gang by beating him and making him kneel in front of everyone. The bully still remembered Sinun's look after the fight. He had nightmares about that look. And after that fight, the bully promised himself that he would take revenge. It seems that now the time has come. The bully always dreamed of putting Sinun in his place. so he rushed at him to kick him in the head, but Senun had a secret weapon that he kept behind his back. So he deflected the blow by kicking the bully hard in the leg. The bully immediately fell down. It looked like his leg was broken. Other guys from the gang did not understand where he got the crowbar, but this made them even angrier. The bully with the broken leg was writhing in pain. Zenon came closer, looked into his eyes, and told him that this was his place, to lie on the floor after defeat. So it was useless to try to take the place of the best fighter. The bully was lying there and couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get up to take revenge. Zenon looked at the rest of the gang and said that this will happen to everyone. Because when you find yourself face to face with a metal rod, everything has the same end. Lehon Kang was surprised where Zenon got the crowbar. He must have picked it up off the floor when they were running away. She would never have thought of that. But Sen had another secret, one that he didn't want to reveal to anyone. And if the bullies themselves didn't mention it, it meant they didn't know about anything. This was the only thing that made Senun happy in this situation. Senun realized that he could handle these hooligans on his own. But the hooligans saw that Senun had pulled out a crowbar and took their toys, chains, and wooden sticks. The fight was going to be fierce. No one was going to surrender or run away. Lehon Kang looked at everything and did not understand how school children could do this. At first glance, ordinary children were armed like real bandits.
The teacher did not understand what had happened in their lives to make them so cruel and heartless. Everyone was fighting so hard, as if they did it every day, as if it was a common thing. But children should have different preferences.
Lehon Kang knew she had to call the police immediately, before something terrible happened and someone was killed. She saw no other way to stop it.
But at that moment, Hyunwoo appeared. As usual, he wanted to intimidate the teacher and said that she should not have run away and left her students alone. Hyunwoo was even more angry after that, and therefore more dangerous. Lehon Kang hoped she would not see Hyunwoo again today. She was scared and confused. There was no one around again. Senun was fighting and did not see that the teacher was trapped again. Zenon was focused on the fight. He was alone against the gang, so he had to keep track of everyone's actions so he wouldn't miss a beat. Therefore, Hyunwoo took advantage of the moment when Miss Han Kyung was left unprotected and swung again to slap her. These blows to the teacher's delicate face gave him great pleasure.
Lehon Kang wanted to cover her face with her palms. Despite all the abuse, she still did not understand what had happened to these children, why they were so cruel. When was the turning point when they took a wrong turn? The teacher closed her eyes and screamed, praying for Hyunwoo to get back on the right track, because these fights would not lead him to anything good. Hyunwoo stopped, as if he were suspended in mid-air. This time he didn't have time to hit the teacher. He was stopped again by Ga-min holding his hood. For Hyunwoo, this encounter was a big surprise. For a second he realized that things could go wrong again. But Hyunwoo didn't have time to attack first. Ga-min threw him aside in one motion, as if he were an unnecessary thing. Hyunwoo fell to the ground. Lehon Kang was also surprised to see Ga-min outside her own house. They said goodbye at the bookstore until Monday. The teacher did not understand what he was doing here. So Ga-min explained that Lehon Kang had accidentally taken his book, and he had come to get it back. It was too long to wait until Monday. While Ga-min and Lehon Kang were talking, Hyunwoo tried to get up and prepare for the fight, although he didn't understand what this cockroach was doing here either. But this was his opportunity for revenge. Ga-min also wondered what had happened here. Why does Lehon Kang look so scared and is being chased by these bandits? The teacher said it would take a long time to explain, but now everything is fine. She was saved by a guy named Senun. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo had a new idea. He already knew that he would not be able to defeat Ga-min alone, so he winked at his brother to attack the two at the same time. While the hooligans were setting up, Lehon Kang was talking fascinatingly about Senun, that he graduated from Sewai High School, just like Ga-min, so they must know each other. Although Ga-min said he didn't know him and had never heard of him. But in this discussion, Lehon Kang mentioned that the guy was fighting with other hooligans. She had to run to save him. so the teacher ran. Gamin wanted to stop her, because she could do little to help. But in her moment he was attacked from two sides at the same time. Yunhamin did not lose his cool for a second. He repelled the attack of two hooligans at the same time. They were scattered in different directions. Gamin used the strike in the twine technique. This way he was able to eliminate two attackers at once. The blow caused Hyunwoo's nose to bleed. He slept on his back and barely regained consciousness. The same story happened to another hooligan. He was thrown back with the same force. None of the gang had ever seen such a punch before, and Hamin landed on his feet after the blow. He didn't even drop the bags of books. It was very impressive. Senun noticed Gamin. He was interested to see how he fought. There was enough fame about his unconventional fighting techniques in the school's neighborhood. But while Senun was distracted, one of the hooligans hit him with a metal chain on his ribs and stomach. The blow was very painful. Senun fell to one knee and dropped his crowbar from his hands. Two bandits surrounded him and wanted to finish him off, but Yoon Gamin appeared just in time, and again knocked the two hooligans out with one punch. Gamin grabbed a wooden stick from the floor. He wanted to try a new technique that he had practiced several times at the stadium, but there was no time for training here. Another bully was already coming at Gamin with a metal chain. He had to act immediately, and he had to rely on himself, because Sinun still couldn't get up after the blow. Gamin grabbed the chain that the bully wanted to hit him with, and tore it out.
For a second, Gamin was happy to have gotten the right things.
Now he had everything he needed to make nunchakus. Sinun had already recovered and asked if Gamin had a plan of action. Maybe he wanted to knock out everyone's weapons first. But Gamin was busy. He was making his own weapons. He didn't have much time.
Seung-eun saw Gamyoung rewinding the broken parts of the stick with a chain. He realized what he was planning to do. Senun was shocked. He had never thought of such a thing. But while Yoon Gamin was busy, one of the hooligans planned to attack from behind. He took a glass bottle from the trash and wanted to hit him on the head with it. The bully approached him and took a swing.
Gamin did not notice that someone was coming. He was happy to have finished making nunchakus. But Senun saw it all clearly. He realized that he had to save Gamin, just as Gamin had saved him a few minutes ago. So Senun quickly picked up his crowbar from the floor and smashed the bottle right into the bully's hands. Glass shattered all around him, but didn't hit Gamin. Meanwhile, Gamin was holding his new invention, his weapon in his hands. But as usual, Gamin was focused on talking, not fighting. He asked Senun if he really came from the United States. Senun smiled, as he had never heard a stupider question in such a situation. But Gamin wanted to know if he spoke English well. While Gamin was waiting for an answer, two hooligans were already approaching them, and it seems that the bandits had help. A few more guys came on a bike. The fight became more and more interesting and massive. Gamin had never fought so many bandits before. Gamin was surrounded by 5 of them. In one hand, he held his book bags, in the other his newly made nunchakus. But he was still interested in questions about Senun. So he asked if he was interested in joining a study group. Gamin was able to focus on several things at once. So he would ask one thing and do something else. So during the conversation, he started spinning nunkachi. Gamin was still waiting for an answer. But Senun said that now was not the time to talk about it. The criminals were approaching them. They were flexing their fists and were ready to take over with their numbers and brutality. Gamin continued to spin his nunchakus, but he needed 2 hands to fight. So he asked Senun to hold his book bags. Senun was surprised. Does Gamin really want to fight all the bullies by himself? The bullies were only too happy. It would be much easier to fight 5 of them if there were only 2. They came closer and closer. On Gamin's desk was his to-do list. There were 6 items to be completed on Saturday. Only one, the last one, was not checked off. Gamin's mom found the to-do list. She was happy that her son was so responsible and organized. After all, he had told her that he wanted to create a to-do list for the beginning of the school year, and obviously did what he had promised. Mom read the entire list carefully, but she was very concerned about the last item. She squinted her eyes and read it again. It was about training in nunchaku skills. The mother did not know that her son was practicing this skill right now. True, nunchakus are made from scrap materials, but Ga-min was very skillful with them. He scattered the bullies one by one. No one could even get close enough to hit him. Ga-min was spinning nunchakus left and right. The hooligans decided to attack him all at once to confuse him. Everyone got ready and surrounded Ga-min, but he was determined. He had good weapons and a bright head to deal with even all of them at once. So Ga-min quickly scattered all the bullies to different sides. He hit them so hard that their teeth fell out, and most of them lost consciousness. After such blows, no one had the strength or courage to attack again. Sunun was watching all this closely. He held the bags that Ga-min had given him tightly, and did not even plan to interfere. He didn't even plan to interfere because Ga-min didn't need his help. Ga-min fought off both the punches and the unexpected blows from the sticks. He had a fantastic reaction. And the nunchakus were flying in all directions. Ga-min was so good with them, as if they were an extension of his arms. He used the nunchakus to cross the stick that the bully wanted to hit with, and he blocked it.
And then he kicked the bully right in the chin. He kicked the bully and he fell down.
Ga-min was not allowed to rest even for a second. The next blow came from his fists.
But even here, Ga-min was able to orient himself fantastically quickly and caught the bully with a metal chain with a nunchaku around his neck, making a chokehold. In this way, he threw him over his head to the ground. The blow was as accurate as possible and almost fatal. The hooligan fell face first to the asphalt.
Sunun was in shock. Of course, he had heard of Ga-min and his abilities, and he knew that he had handled Jae Wang with water. But what he did to the whole gang was fantastic. Ga-min kept swinging the nunchakus. It was clearly his tool. He controlled them well, and he stopped them so skillfully with his hand against his body. The fight ended with the gang's complete defeat. All the hooligans were scattered on the road. Some were moaning in pain. Others still hadn't regained consciousness. But no one would have dared to get up and fight again. Ga-min was unrivaled. He had repelled the attacks of so many bullies and he had remained unharmed. Ga-min looked at his nunchucks. It was a pity, but these had to be thrown away. They would have disintegrated over time or at a very inopportune moment. So Ga-min just threw them on the ground near the trash cans. Sunun wanted to say that he was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't have time. Because around the corner, Miss Lehon Kang popped up and started squeaking to see if Ga-min was okay. Because there are so many bullies around. What did they do to him? Miss Lehon Kang ran to Ga-min to check if he was okay, if he was hurt. She was very scared. But Ga-min assured her that he was fine, that no one had hurt him and he didn't even have a scratch, so there was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, Ga-min was worried about how the teacher was feeling. After all, she had been attacked by Hyunwoo when she was completely alone. He asked her if he had hurt her. At that moment, Ga-min and Lehon Kang heard a strange sound. It sounded like a glass bottle smashing against a blunt object. They stopped talking and looked around. It was Hyunwoo, lying on the ground with his head smashed in. His entire forehead was covered in blood. His back had almost taken out the wall. Hyunwoo tried to get up, but Sunun was standing in front of him with a broken bottle. He said he was not finished yet. Sunun approached Hyunwoo and pushed him down with his foot so that he wouldn't run away. In one hand, Sunun held a broken bottle and a crowbar. He didn't just want to beat Hyunwoo. He wanted to beat information out of him. Sunun said he was waiting for all the information about that incident. Without information, he would not let him go. Hyunwoo was bleeding, but he didn't seem to be planning to say anything, because he doesn't know what it's about. Shinyeon leaned in close and repeated that he needed information about the murders in Dong, Incheon. They looked into each other's eyes, and there was a struggle in their gaze. Seungwoo was sure that Hyunwoo had known all the details for over a year. He had to know because he was closely connected to the White Lead gang, and Seungwoo needed this information to the smallest detail. Most of all, Senun was interested in who was in charge, who was to blame in this case. He pressed the crowbar to Hyunwoo's neck and forced him to speak. Jungwon waited for an answer, but Hyunwoo remained silent. Then Sena decided to act radically. He threw the bottle away. He didn't need it anymore. The bottle fell and broke. He put the crowbar to his throat and seemed to be about to stab Hyunwoo's body. Sena knew that the crowbar must have been stolen from the school. It was brand new and not rusty. And it was with this crowbar that Hyunwoo broke down the door of Cape Han Kang. Sinan wondered if the security system had always been so powerless.
Perhaps for the first time, Hyunwoo's eyes were full of terror. He knew what was about to happen to him. Senu emphasized that Hyunwoo had violated the rule not to violate other people's boundaries. So now he would pay the price. Sungnu held the sharp blade of the crowbar up to Hyunwoo's face and said that he would not be able to say anything now, even if Sungnu wanted to open his locked mouth. Hyunwoo stared at the blade for a night and realized that it was about to pierce his head again. Seung-eun took a swing. He was driven by anger and hatred. He did not fully realize what he was about to do.
Hyunwoo tried to mumble something, but he was also speechless. Sinan did not understand why there was so much injustice in the world. Why someone could just break down someone else's door and not be punished for it. Hyunwoo's eyes grew small, as if he was saying goodbye to his life. And Senu was ready to take that life for everything this bully had done. He raised the crowbar high to swing, but he looked around to see if anyone was around. And at that moment, Miss Lehon Kang ran up to them. She had to stop this move because murder was the worst thing that could happen. After that, you can't turn back the clock, and there is no way to fix the situation. But Senan saw no one and nothing. He was filled with hatred and a sense of revenge, so he swung the crowbar like a sword. But at the moment of impact, he was stopped by Yungin. He caught the crowbar in midair and stopped the worst of it. Gamin stopped the sharp blade right in front of Hyunwoo's mouth. You can see that Seung-gun was trying so hard to open his mouth, but Gamin said that it was too much to mortally injure a person like that. Gamin didn't want to fight with Sinon to get the crowbar, so he just asked to be let go. He didn't know the reason for the boy's anger, but he could see that he was going too far. Ms. Lehon Kang was glad that they had made it. She could not stand on her feet and fell to her knees from joy. Sinan was angry that he was stopped. He didn't think he was going too far. The only thing he wanted was information. And that's how he wanted to make the bastard talk. Senun admitted that his mother died in that incident. Gamin was worried. He knew it was the bandits, but he couldn't believe that they were capable of such a thing as murder. But Hyunwoo was not ready to speak physically. He was so scared that he seemed to have forgotten his name. Sinan said that he wanted to finish today what he had already started with this piece of shit. And Yoon Ha-min shouldn't go where he's not asked. He can just escort Cape Han Kang home. And as for the study group, he's not interested in that kind of crowd. He couldn't imagine how a child whose mother died in a gangland fight might feel. Ga-min would probably take revenge for that too. He was a student at Sinan High School. No one in this world deserves to be left without their closest people, without support. But Sinan told him not to interfere and not to stand in his way. Just get out of here as fast as you can. But Ga-min froze in place. He was thinking about the situation and couldn't figure out how it could have happened. Miss Lehon Kang couldn't believe what she was hearing either. She was just as frozen. She felt very sorry for Seung-gun. Maybe that's why he became so cold and pushed everyone away. After what he had experienced, he simply did not know how to trust people. Hyunwoo listened to these conversations and realized that this was his opportunity to escape. But he had no strength to get up. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was in a panic. Suddenly, Ha-min shouted that if this incident had anything to do with Hyunwoo, then it was the killer. Ha-min remembered his mother, but he was afraid to put himself in Sung-woo's shoes, because his mom was the most precious person to him, the person he was afraid to disappoint. Gamin didn't know what he should do, but he really wanted to help Senan find that information. If it was so important to him, Senan didn't let go of the crowbar. He said that he shouldn't stop him just because he was stooping to the level of bandits, because if he did, he didn't care. Stopping him and not getting the information he needs is what really worries him. But before Seung-gun could finish speaking, Yoon Ga-min attacked Hyunwoo himself. Ga-min had an exaggerated sense of justice. He hated it when people hurt those weaker than themselves. And it was forbidden to hurt women in his worldview. Ha-min grabbed Hyunwoo by the throat, started shaking her, pushed her against the wall, and all the while shouted out whether he really did it. Did he really kill Sung-woo's mom? Hyunwoo did not fight back. He didn't have the strength to do so, and Ha-min continued to beat him against the wall and demanded a confession. whether he was really the one who did it.
Now Ga-min was ready to kill him himself, as he had taken this information about the death of Senin's mother to heart. He swung his fist and ordered Hyunwoo to quickly tell him everything he knew. Ha-min shouted that an ordinary person would not do such a thing. Hyunwoo is an inhuman, and therefore deserves to die. But Hyunwoo couldn't say anything. He couldn't even breathe, because Ga-myung was holding his throat so tightly. He didn't have enough air, and the bully whispered quietly that he didn't have enough to breathe.
Ms. Lehon Kang tried to stop Ga-min. She shouted that he shouldn't kill anyone. But Ga-min did not hear her. He was also overcome with hatred. Then Ga-myung calmly stopped Sung-un. He caught him by the shoulder and told him to relax. He told him that Ga-min was taking things too literally. You can't be that stupid. Sung-un asked if Ga-min really thought they were facing a real killer. After all, even a fool could see that he was just a common thug, and he doesn't have the guts to commit a full-blown murder. Finally, Ga-min came to his senses. He let go of Hyunwoo and returned to Sung-woo. Indeed, before making such conclusions, it was necessary to understand the situation well. Sung-un said that Hyunwoo was just useless trash. Attacking others makes him think he's worth something. But that's not true at all. Before, Hyunwoo still had a feeling of fear. But over time, this feeling disappeared. Case after case, it became normal for him to break into other people's houses and physically hurt people. But Hyunwoo is just a small, clumsy slave of the bastard Hanwoo. Sung-un stood in front of Hyunwoo and looked at him with disgust. Sung-un said that it was no wonder that people like this never even know who is really guilty, and he's just pissed off that he had to watch and fight with a loser like Hyunwoo. Yuan Ha-min was thinking. The name Hanwoo Fi alarmed him. He had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Sung-un added that such bullies should be pulled out by the roots. Otherwise, they will continue to do whatever they want. Robbing, beating, breaking into other people's houses. Therefore, Cape Han Keng should come up with a punishment for Hyunwoo. After all, it was she who he did the most harm to. Miss Han Kang stood there frozen. She didn't know what to say or do. Indeed, Hyunwoo had caused a lot of problems. But punishment was not the way to raise her. But the teacher could not turn a blind eye to the situation either. Hyunwoo had to be punished according to his actions. Ga-min thought for a long time about how he knew Hanwoo's name and finally remembered. Hyunwoo had talked about him when he was catching up with Cape Han Kang. He said that Halwoo would finish them off if they didn't finish the job with the teacher. So it turns out that Halvul is the leader of the gang. Sung-un smiled. He already understood everything without any hints. Then he gave the bags of books to Ga-min and said that he needed to read a lot more to develop critical thinking. Sung-un realized that he and Ga-min were too different. That's why a friendship wouldn't work. They would hardly be able to find common ground. Senu put on his hood and wanted to hide in the darkness of the city. As he said goodbye, he told Miss Lehon Kang to do whatever she wanted with Hyunwoo. Senin left. But after a few steps, he turned back and asked Miss Han Kang not to rely entirely on her punishments that fit bad deeds. Because with these intricate phrases, she reminds the boy of his mother, and it's obvious that his mother's kindness and faith in people is what got her to her death. Ha-min looked at Seung-woo and tried to form a portrait of him in his head. He was not at all what he seemed at first glance. For example, Hyunwoo's appearance made it immediately clear that he was a bully, and it was better not to deal with him. But in the case of Senin, everything was much more complicated. Zinun did not correspond to his appearance at all. In fact, he was heartless. It was hard to imagine how cruel he was. He looked like a wolf in sheep's clothing to Ga-min. It also seemed to Ha-min that Sung-un was wearing clothes that didn't fit him at all. Miss Han approached Hyunwoo to look into his eyes. She hoped to see at least a drop of humanity and compassion there, or at least regret for the situation that had happened. Ms. Han Kang said that even if he has no respect and loves violence, Hyunwoo should still understand that breaking into someone else's house, or even into someone else's territory, is considered a crime. But Hyunwoo is part of the gang. He considers himself a thug, so he thinks it's the only thing he knows how to do. But Mr. Han Kang believes that he can be different. After hearing these words, Hyunwoo's outlook really changed. It was the first time he heard that someone believed in him. Ms. Han Kang continued that Hyun Woo's peers are looking up to him. In order not to fall in their eyes, he commits these crimes, but each time they are more and more brutal. But the teacher believes that it's not too late to stop and start living a new life. Someone was watching this conversation and the fight from the roof of a nearby house. He was filming it all on his phone. That someone was LVL, and his phone had new compromising evidence against Hyunwoo. Now he could tame and blackmail him even more. LVL was pleased with himself for not letting this matter go to waste and decided to control everything. Now he has a lot of valuable information.
After a hard day on Saturday, everyone needed to rest. That's why Miss Han Kang ordered Yungamin to go home. She promised to handle the situation with Hyunwoo on her own.
The weekend passed very quickly. On Monday, a new school week began. Students were returning to school. Yoon Ha-min was also full of energy and strength to conquer this school day. But he faced new problems at school. The principal set a condition that the study group had to have at least 5 members in order to exist. The team had to be recruited in 2 weeks. Yoon Ga-min and Se-hyun were shocked by this news.
The principal said that if this condition was not met, he would not give permission for the study group to be formed. This sad news was told to the boys by Miss Han Kang in the new classroom. Of course, Se-hyun was the first to join the study group.
The boys sat and thought about how they could find 3 more people. After all, studying was never a priority in this school anyway. Then Ga-min suggested not to form a group officially. He was satisfied with Se-hyun's company, and they could practice underground. But Miss Han Kang was more optimistic. She encouraged the guys. She said that they had to find these 5 people, and then the principal would no longer bother them and stick his nose in. But the students did not believe that they were imagining things. However, Ms. Han Kang said that things were not that bad, because one candidate had contacted her. Ga-min liked this information very much. He was sincerely happy. The teacher suggested that they not waste any time and bring this candidate to their study group meeting. The boys, full of optimism, went to meet them. But on the way, they realized a few unpleasant things. Se-hyun asked again what the new candidate's name was, and then the boys realized that the candidate was a girl. Her name was Ji-woo Lee. This tandem of boys and girls was somewhat unusual for their school. Although Yusun Vocational School was a co-educational school for boys and girls, but different genders studied in different classes. At first glance, Ji-woo Lee looked like the class leader. Stylish haircut, confident look, relaxed behavior in the classroom. She, like the boys, was 17 years old. She was studying chemical engineering. While the boys were getting acquainted with the new member of the study group, Miss Han Kang decided to call LVL Sai, who was known throughout the school, for a conversation. He came very quickly. The teacher didn't even expect to be able to talk to him the first time. LVL was also curious to meet him and understand what the teacher wanted from him, so he even left his lunch to satisfy his curiosity, although it was not like him at all. The bully did not like to be interrupted while eating, but this time he decided to show his elegance. So LVL smiled sweetly and politely asked why Miss Han Kang had called him. Miss Han Kang had many questions for the boy, but she also decided to be reserved. So first she looked at him carefully. She had to understand why this guy was keeping so many people afraid and manipulating them so powerfully. Meanwhile, Se-hyun and Ga-min wandered the corridors of the huge Yusung school looking for the right classroom. Because the male and female classes were separated so much that some students had never even spoken to someone of the other gender. Classes were scattered in different buildings, and communication was almost non-existent or very rare. Therefore, when boys appeared in the women's building, it always caused great surprise. It looked at least suspicious. The boys were looked at as a special exhibit in a museum, but few dared to say hello, let alone approach them. That's why Se-hyun and Ga-min were very nervous. Ga-min didn't understand how they were supposed to find that girl Ji-woo Lee if they didn't even know what she looked like. The boys stood outside the classroom and didn't know what to do next. First, they were very uncomfortable with so many girls. They didn't know how to behave around girls' classes and couldn't decide how to call her out of class to meet her and invite her to the study group. Se-hyun suggested that they just walk into the classroom and call her. Of course, it was supposed to be Ga-min who did this, because he was the leader of the study group. But Ga-min was not ready for such a responsible step. So while the boys were discussing who should do it, a girl came into the classroom and called Ji-woo Lee. The boys exhaled a sigh of relief. There was one less problem. Now they would see what she looked like. But when Sehyun saw Ji-woo Lee, he panicked. The girl was sitting at the table with her arms crossed. It seemed that everyone in the class should be afraid of her. He was thrown to the other side of the corridor in surprise. He cursed that he hadn't realized it all at once when he first heard her name. Then Sehyun quietly approached Gamyoung and suggested that he go back, because there was definitely a mistake. This girl could not apply for the study group. They had to leave immediately and very quietly so that Ji-woo Lee wouldn't notice them. Ga-min didn't understand what was happening. Then his friend explained to him that Ji-woo Lee was Hyun-woo Lee's twin sister. They really looked like two peas in a pod. Even their demeanor and the way they sat at the desk were the same.
Ga-min looked at the girl through the window. They were really very similar. Si-hyun added that Ji-woo Lee also had a pretty bad reputation, so she simply couldn't enroll in their study group.
Ga-min didn't know if girls were accepted into gangs. But if she had the same bad reputation as her brother, then it was better not to deal with such scumbags. But what Ga-min saw next shocked him. The girl who came into the classroom and called Ji-woo Lee slapped her on the cheek in front of the others.
The boys had never seen a girl fight before and did not believe that this could happen to Hyunwoo's sister, that someone could humiliate her in front of others. It all looked like a struggle for status.
They wanted to drag another girl into the fight who stood quietly and could not do anything. She was very scared. The girl who started the fight was named Mi-hee Hwang. She wanted to exploit the knowledge of others and demanded that they do her homework for her. So when something went wrong, she barged into the classroom and demanded to know where her grade was. She said she asked to put it on the table today. Ji-woo Lee, despite the fact that she had just been hit, looked very defiant. She just sat on the chair and didn't even think about getting up. On the contrary, she tried to tell Miha that with such a character, she would never even have a boyfriend. But Mikhailo was self-confident and narcissistic enough to fall for it. Then Miki snatched the sheet out of the poor, frightened girl's hands and screamed again about her academic rating, which she didn't really need. When Miki did look at what was written on the sheet, she saw that it contained information about preparing for the exam. Miki got angry, crumpled up the sheet and threw it on the floor. The girl from whom Mihi took the exam preparation sheet was named Hee-won Choi. You could tell from her eyes that she was a well-behaved and quiet girl. She didn't cause any problems. But for some reason, problems always looked for her. It seemed to Mikhailo that Hee-won looked down at her in a disdainful way, so she wanted to slap her too. Miha did it with special pleasure. So she took a swing. But someone stopped her by holding her hand. It was Ji-woo Lee. She held Miha's wrist tightly and did not allow her to take a step. Ji-woo Lee said that the only person who could bother Mikhailo was her. Everything was clear in her eyes. She would never allow her friend to be insulted and would rather endure the abuse herself. Hyewon stood there just as worried and confused, and Ji-woo Lee continued. Hee-won sat and worked hard at her studies yesterday. That's why you shouldn't pick on good kids. Ji-woo Lee shouted to Maya that if the bitch wanted to fight, she could hit her, but no one else. All the classmates were watching this quarrel, but no one dared to stop the fight. Ji-woo Lee was still holding Miha's hand. This was very annoying for Miha, but she couldn't get away. Ji-woo Lee had a strong grip, so Mihi screamed to let go of her hand, but Ji-woo Lee would not let go. Mihi was very angry. She screamed, cursed, called Ji-woo Lee an abomination, and told her to let go immediately. This was very unpleasant for Hyewon to watch. She didn't like and was even afraid of swearing. Seeing Hyewon's reaction, Ji-woo Lee finally let go of her hand. She didn't want to scare her friend even more. Miha was in pain, even though no one had hit her. He called Ji-woo Lee a whore, but the girl's inner state was not much different from what she said. She was depressed, and seemed disappointed in this life. Before she left the classroom, Mihi told Ji-woo Lee to keep her gym uniform on her desk for the next class. She also didn't like Ji-woo Lee's makeup, so she ordered her to wipe it off immediately. Otherwise, she would die, and Mihi would help her. Miha decided to use all the tricks she had. She looked at Ji Woo Lee defiantly and said that if she would not or did not want to listen to her, then she should just pay back all the money that her twin brother owed her. He was about to leave, but she was caught up in the exam preparation sheet again. The crumpled, worn sheet was lying on the ground. To make it even worse, Mihi decided to spit on it and stick a bug in her mouth on it. Ji-woo Lee and Hee-won didn't understand why Mihi was doing this. Why does he get so much pleasure from ruining someone's life? But none of the girls would have had time to pick up the leaf from the floor. Saliva and gum had almost fallen on the leaf when someone picked up the gum on his finger, just a millimeter away from falling.
Ji-woo Lee did not see who did it yet. But this act won her over. Her eyes were full of gratitude because Haewon probably won't have to retake and rewrite all this again.
Do-hyun was watching what was happening in the classroom. He was so interested in what was happening that he didn't even notice when Ga-min entered the classroom. It turned out that he was the one who caught the gum. Mihi wondered what the boy was doing here and why he caught the gum. What does he care about other people's exam preparations? Mihi yelled out who he was, but Ga-min didn't know how he got here. His increased sense of justice kicked in again. Ga-min picked up his gum and adjusted his glasses. He stood up. He was curious to see the document, and the result was really cool. Ga-min said that he himself had done this kind of assignment a few days ago, but what he saw on the paper was much better written. Mihi repeated the question of who he was and told him to shake that disgusting gum off his hand, in her favorite commanding tone. But as usual, Ga-min was focused on something else. He held the document up to Ji-woo Lee and asked if she had done all the tasks herself. Ji-woo Lee was confused. She didn't know what to say. Se-hyun continued to watch through the window. He didn't have the courage to go inside, but he was glad that Ga-min was so brave. Suddenly, another boy started barging into the girls' classroom. Se-hyun didn't like it. The boy who came into the girls' class was Kyujin Kim. He was Han-woo Sai's right-hand man. Kyujin was happy to finally meet Ga-min. He asked him if he was really the guy who had recently beaten Jae-hwang, because the news of that fight had already spread throughout the school. With a silly smile on his face, Kyujin asked Ga-min what he was doing next to his girlfriend, although he wasn't really interested in the answer. So, without waiting for an answer, Kyuji suggested that Ga-min should have a duel. Kyuji was wondering if Ga-min was really as strong as they say. Yoon-gamin didn't understand who this guy with the stupid expression was, and how he could be Ji-woo Lee's boyfriend. He had a better opinion of her. But the suggestion of a duel completely confused him. Yoon-hamin couldn't fight on school grounds, and moreover, he wouldn't do it for no good reason. It was just to satisfy someone's curiosity. Yoon-hamin remembered what happened after the fight with Jae-wong, and how he almost got kicked out of school. He could not repeat that story again. So Yoon-hamin couldn't think of anything better than to leave the classroom without explaining anything. On the way, he called out to Se-hyun to keep moving. And they will come to meet Ji-woo Lee next time. The main thing is that they know what she looks like. Kyujin was disappointed. He was preparing for a fight and his opponent just ran away. Ga-min was far enough away from the classroom to hear Kyuji's defiant conversation with Ji-woo Lee. It definitely didn't look like a boyfriend and girlfriend conversation. Kyuji didn't like the girl talking to other boys. And when Kyuji ordered Ji-woo Lee to hold out her hands to him, Ga-min realized that something was up. It seems that this couple is definitely not right for each other. Everyone in the class knew what Kyuji was going to do because they had seen it many times before. Mihi was especially gloating. She knew that Ji-woo Lee was going to be hurt. Ji-woo Lee didn't want to open her hands, but she had no other choice. She had to obey. But all her discontent and hatred were written on her face. She called Kyuji a fucking psychopath, and only then did she hold out her palms. Kyuji clarified that he would only hit her 3 times, and he told her not to act like such an innocent girl with a sad face. Everyone in the class was silently watching what was happening. No one dared to defend the girl. And Kyuji continued that Ji-woo Lee should still be grateful to him for being so generous and choosing such a light punishment for her. Kyuji only had time to swing the ruler when he felt something sticky and nasty hit his head. He touched his hair and realized that it was the gum he had been chewing a few minutes earlier. The gum stuck to the bully's hands and hair. He was disgusted by this. Kyuji turned and asked which bastard had done it. Yunga-min was already standing behind him. He asked if Ji-woo Lee was his girlfriend. Then what was he going to do with the ruler? Yunga-min took off his glasses and asked if Ji-woo Lee was really his girlfriend. But Kyuji, with the same silly expression on his face, pulled the gum out of his hair and was even happy that Yunga-min was back. But then Kyuji changed his silly face to a more calm one and said that Yunga-min was taking too much liberties. Like he thinks he beat Jae Wang, and now he thinks he's tougher than everyone else. If it wasn't for Halvul, the gang would have finished him off long ago. Yunga-min listened very carefully. He heard Halvul's name again. It was the same gang leader he had learned about over the weekend.
While Gamyoung was putting all the puzzles together in his head with the information about Halwul, Kyuji came closer and caught him by the jacket.
But he didn't have time to do anything else. Tom Kench, the curator of the vocational school, came into the office and called Kyuji over. Tom Kench was gathering all the students for a meeting of the student council. He was very angry that Kyuji was hanging out in the girls' class instead of the meeting. Kyuji was angry that he would be stopped and the fight would have to be postponed. After all, he had to go to the meeting. But he promised Gamin that he would find him, and they would finish the conversation. In his mind, Gamin was grateful to Taeyam Kyungch for interrupting her so that Gamin didn't have to fight, because he had promised that he would not use force within the walls of Lehon Kang School. And Gamin always tried to keep his promises. Gamin wanted to ask Ji-woo Lee more about what happened, why she was constantly being beaten in this class, but the girl did not want to tell him anything. She was very depressed and said she was just in a shitty mood. It looked like Ji-woo Lee was going to cry, but girls like that probably didn't even know how to cry and had never done it before. So Ji-woo Lee just ran out of the classroom. Hyewon, like a true friend, ran after her. Gamin also realized that it was time to get out of the girls' class, but he wanted to know everything about Ji-woo Lee, who she was. Yoon-gami felt like he had to help her, but he didn't understand how, and she didn't ask him for help. There were more questions than answers. Sehun and Gamin were sitting in the schoolyard. Sehun didn't understand why Gamyoung was constantly putting himself in danger. He asked him if he didn't want to study at Yusung School anymore and form a study group. Gamin calmly drank his juice and denied Sehun. But Sehun was angry, because every idiot in this school knew better than to deal with anyone from the student council. And Yoon Ha-min thought of throwing the gum at the head of one of the student council members. Sehun caught his head and tried to explain to Gamin that if he behaved like that, his life would turn into hell. Because there are unwritten rules at school that must be followed, and not getting into a fight with anyone from the student council is rule number 1. But Gamin joked that he didn't know that this guy was a member of the student council. Gamin looked Sehun straight in the eye and sincerely admitted that he could not stand by and watch someone bullying and hitting others. Especially when it comes to defenseless girls, they shouldn't be hurt at all. Sehun listened carefully to what Gamyoung was saying. He knew about his overblown sense of justice. Suddenly, Sehun noticed someone running toward them. It was Ji-woo Lee's friend. She was very happy to finally find Gamin and Sehun. Gamin also recognized the girl and asked if she was okay. Perhaps something had happened to Ji-woo Lee again, because she looked very worried. Hyewon didn't take long to speak up. She quickly admitted that it was actually her who did everything. She was the one who sent the application to Ji-woo's study group. She filled out all the documents without Ji-woo Lee's consent. Gamin listened and wondered why she did it. Was it a cunning plan to screw up and get the study group approved by the director? But in reality, Hyewon had a completely different goal. She wanted to ask for help. She wanted Yoon Gamin to save Ji-woo Lee. All three of them were sitting near the school stadium. The boys were in the mood for a long conversation, but Hyewon couldn't get started. She did not know where to start and what was most important in this story. Sehun broke the silence. He asked what Hyewon meant when she asked to save her friend, and why Ji-woo Lee didn't come to them herself, how much trouble she was really in. Hyewon decided to start with a story about herself. She said that she was bullied in middle school, and because of that she did terribly in school and was always depressed. Hyeowon still recalls those times with horror, and is experiencing a real trauma. She barely made herself brave enough to enter this terrible vocational school in Yusun. But here, too, she quickly became the object of ridicule. Within a week of starting school, Miha started harassing her and taking her money. Even though Hwan had been saving for a long time to buy notebooks, they just took it away. She was crying and didn't know what to do, where to run, who to complain to. That was the first time Jae-woo Lee came to her. She calmed her down and asked what happened. He was the only person who cared about other people's tears. Hyewon told her that Mi-hee had stolen her money, and Ji-woo felt sorry for the girl. She decided to restore justice. Mi-hee was counting the money and gloated that this time she got a considerable amount. At that moment, Ji-woo attacked her. Since then, Hyewon and Ji-woo have been best friends. Ji-woo is always there to help and support her, but now it was time to help her. Hyewon cried as she talked about her friend Ji-woo Lee. They were really close. Ji-woo attacked Mi-hee and knocked her to the ground. Mi-hee was not expecting such a blow, and she was surprised and tried to grab onto something to keep from falling. But Ji-woo was stronger and knocked Mi-hee down in a few seconds. So he had never heard of girls being so strong. He was surprised and asked if it was really possible. But Hyewon said that Ji-woo had been practicing judo since childhood, so she could always protect Hyewon physically, and she tried to help her with her training. Although Ji-woo was very insecure about her lessons, she dreamed that her grades would increase by at least half a point. That's why the girls needed each other's support. They spent time together in and out of school. They even went to the library together on weekends. The problems began when Hyun-woo's twin brother borrowed a large sum of money from Kyujin, but Jae-woo didn't know what he needed the money for, and when she did, Kyujin recorded a video of Hyun-woo beating up a guy. Hyewon was sure that Kyujin did it on purpose to threaten Hyun-woo with the video if he didn't want to give the money back. And then Kyujin started blackmailing Ji-woo with the video and forcing her to do what he wanted. He always wanted to subjugate someone who was independent and spoke up for themselves. And Ji-woo was the only one in our school who was like that. Ji-woo is not usually a person to talk about her brother, and she would get annoyed when asked about him. But even though he was a pain in the ass, he was still the only family she had left. That's how it all started, the harassment and the constant threats and humiliation of Ji-woo. It was clear that she was having a hard time. She was used to it and knew how to stand up for herself, but now she had no choice but to remain silent. Hyeowon told the whole story about Ji-woo and was very depressed. She really felt sorry for her friend. She wanted to help her sincerely because Ji-woo had always helped her. Hyewon had to think of something to do immediately to help Ji-woo until she moved to another school. Hyewon hadn't told anyone about her move yet. She just found out recently. She's moving because of her dad's job. Si-hyun and Ga-min were also very surprised when they heard about the new school. They all realized that Ji-woo would be left alone, and that this bullying would be even more painful for her. Meanwhile, Ji-woo ran to the restroom and locked herself in a stall so that no one would see or bother her. The girl was in great pain mentally. Physical pain had never scared her. She could endure it, but it was difficult to cope with her emotions. Ji-woo could sit in the toilet stall like that for more than an hour. Her eyes were full of tears, but she didn't let her emotions get the better of her. Music helped her to relax and switch gears a bit. Ji-woo often put on her headphones and immersed herself in her musical world. When Hyewon told the whole story of their friendship, she gathered her courage, clenched her fist, and said that she was sacrificing her pride to beg the boys to help Ji-woo. She asked them to save Ji-woo and almost cried at that moment. Se-hyun and Ga-min even felt sorry for the girl for being so emotional and unable to control her emotions. But Hyewon couldn't help herself and started crying. Through her tears, she also fervently asked the boys to replace her and study with Ji-woo from that moment on. So-hyun and Yoon Ga-min had never seen a friendship so strong and emotional before. They were silent for a few minutes because of Hyewon's tears, not knowing how to comfort her. Of course, Ga-min, with his overwhelming sense of justice, couldn't refuse Hyewon and promised that he wouldn't leave Ji-woo alone. But Se-hyun didn't like this idea. He realized that then they would have to deal with the members of the student council, and their school days were already full of adventures. But Ga-min didn't want to hear anything. Se-hyun had no choice but to accept it and work out a plan of action to save Ji-woo from getting involved with Kyujin. Hye-won was the most excited. Now she wasn't afraid to move, knowing that Ji-woo was in good hands. Ga-min said that their main task was to let Ji-woo focus on his studies. But to do that, they had to do something about the flash drive that contained the dirt on her brother. Meanwhile, Se-hyun and Ga-min were planning how they would finally meet Ji-woo and help her focus on her studies. Halwol was still sitting in Miss Han Kang's office. Miss Han Kang was curious about Hyun-woo Lee's child. She asked Hanwol about it frankly, but this question surprised the boy. He didn't understand why the teacher was asking so much about him if he wasn't even at school. The teacher explained that he was her student. She had just started at the school, so she didn't know much about Hyun-woo, but she had heard that Hanwol was very close to him. Hanwol listened to Miss Han Kang's questions and sweet conversation and did not understand what was happening. He thought that Ms. Han Kang was calling him on purpose to ask him more about what happened on Saturday, but she pretended that nothing had happened. She wasn't scared at all. Hanwol squinted his eyes and tried to understand what the teacher was thinking. When she asked him, he said she was wrong. He and Hyun-woo are not close at all. He only knows that Hyun-woo borrowed a large amount of money from his friend and hasn't paid it back yet. Then Hanwol threw his arm and back and seemed to involuntarily remember that he knows a person with whom Hyun-woo is really close. It was clear that the teacher did not know that Hyun-woo had a twin sister who also attended this school. Hanwol leaned back in his chair, showing that he was feeling very relaxed and therefore in control of the conversation, and said that Hyun-woo Lee's sister's name is Ji-woo Lee. Hearing this name, Miss Han Kang was very surprised. She immediately remembered that a girl with that name had recently applied to their study group, but she decided not to tell Hanwol anything about it. A small blue flash drive with dirt on Hyun-woo was kept in the student council office. The flash drive was picked up by a member of the student council, Do-hun-jung. He immediately felt powerful and began to dream that he could also use this dirt. The bully also wanted to get close to Ji-woo and thought that if he blackmailed her the same way Kyujin did, he would succeed. But it seemed strange to him that he was alone in the student council room. Usually, everyone would gather here, but now there was nothing. Hulina was talking to himself and didn't notice that all this time someone was watching him, quietly peeking from the crack of the closet. Se-hyun, Ga-min, and Hye-won continued to discuss how to get the flash drive and destroy it. Ga-min thought it was hidden in the student council office, but this version was too scary for Se-hyun. Instead, Ga-min laid out all the facts that led to only one place. Since Kyujin was a member of the student council, it was most likely that the flash drive was in the office where they met most often. Se-hyun didn't understand why Yoon Ga-min was so safe, why he didn't know anything about the school's gangs. Instead, Ga-myung replied that he was only interested in studying at school. So instead of finding out who's in charge at school, he'd rather fill out his notebooks. Realizing that Ga-min knew nothing about the student council, Se-hyun decided to tell him everything in detail, because it was the most dangerous organization in the school. The student council is a necessary evil that exists to bring together all the main bullies and control the school. They control the low-grade hooligans and protect the territory. They are in charge here. The hooligans from the student council come up with punishments for others disguised as sports. So, if they think someone is guilty, they can stand in the bar for hours. If you fall, the punishment will be more severe. Hamul Pasai is in charge of everything. He is the head and everyone listens to his orders. Hye-won shuddered when she heard this name and was very scared. Hanwol Psai is the son of a mafia boss. Everyone in the school is afraid to hear his name, let alone see him. But Ga-min wasn't scared of the mafia boss's son at all. He was just analyzing the information, because it wasn't the first time he had heard of Hanwol. That's why no one ever enters the student council room, because all these gangsters meet there. It's even scary to walk past this office. But Ga-min had no other choice. He had to get into that office because he had a flash drive with dirt on it. So-hyun continued that even if Ga-myung managed to secretly take possession of the flash drive, sooner or later, people would find out about it. and then it won't be easy for Ga-min. The bullies will find an opportunity to take advantage of his weaknesses to control him. But as usual, Ga-min only heard part of the information. He was only interested in how to get the flash drive, so he said he was going to the student council office right now. Se-hyun was stunned. He didn't understand why he had gone to all that trouble to tell him all this. Heyman was convinced that the flash drive was there, and since he had already promised to save Jiwoo, he had no other choice. He had to destroy the flash drive with the compromising material that was being used to blackmail the girl. Meanwhile, Mihi was looking for Jiwoo in the restroom. She knocked on all the stalls, laughing and saying that only rats hide in the toilet. Jiwoo couldn't take this abuse anymore. She wanted so badly to show who was in charge, and that she could not be touched. She clenched her fist in anger. Jiwoo could have beaten Maya up right now for all her bad deeds. Jiwoo wanted to do it, but she restrained herself. She thought of her brother. He was the only person close to her who had lost his way. It was hard enough for him as it was. Jiwoo didn't want to cause him any more problems. Do-hun-jung looked carefully at the flash drive where Kyujin kept the dirt on Jiwoo. He wondered how many files there were, and what they were about if Jiwoo was so afraid of being exposed and meekly fulfilling Kyujin's every whim. Do-hun-jung also dreamed of taking Jiwoo into his ownership. He dreamed that she would do his bidding as well, and now that he had the flash drive in his hands and no one else was in the student council room, his dreams were close to coming true. Do-hun thought that he could copy the video from the flash drive, and then he would succeed. Ga-min, who was still sitting in the closet of the student council room, watched Do-hun-jung closely. He realized that the flash drive was the only piece of evidence. There were no other copies. So he had to immediately decide how to take the flash drive away from Do-hun-jung before he could copy it. Do-hun-jung sat down at his computer to make a duplicate of the flash drive. He decided that no one would ever know the process. And Kyujin is not the kind of person who would check whether someone watched the video on the flash drive. But no sooner had Do-hun-jung opened the files on the flash drive than Kyujin and his friends burst into the student council room. But they didn't immediately realize what Do-hun-jung was trying to do a second ago. Kyujin and the other gang members called Do-hun-jung a pig. The nickname stuck to him because he was overweight. Do-hun-jung was always invisible and unimportant to others, but he was happy that no one beat him, and that he could be with such cool guys in the student council. Although Kyujin was just telling us how he was sick of this student council, and is still a member only because of Halvul. Kyujin asked the pig if he was good at guarding the student council room, and what he was doing on the computer. Do-hun-jung realized that it would be very unpleasant for him now if someone found out about his plans. He had to get the flash drive off the computer immediately, but he had to do it without Kyujin noticing. But it was too late. While Do-hun-jung was fussing and trying to take the flash drive out unnoticed, Kyujin was already standing near the computer and saw everything.
At first, Kyujin laughed that even such a rude pig had male needs and wanted to have fun with Jiwoo. Do-hun-jung tried to explain that he just wanted to check if the files on the flash drive were okay, if everything was working. But these excuses looked very funny.
Kyujin decided to teach Do-hun-jung a lesson. No one had the right to do anything behind his back. He asked her if she knew why everyone called her a pig. Then Kyujin caught Do-hun-jung by his shirt. He didn't expect an answer. Kyujin said that everyone calls Do-hun-jung a pig because he doesn't know how to use his brain like a stupid animal who follows his instincts. Kyujin threw the giant Do-hun-jung over himself with one hand. The pig fell on its back and sprawled on the floor. The blow was so hard that he even lost his shoes. Do-hun-jung was lying on the floor and couldn't move. And Kyujin kept telling me how stupid Do-hun-jung was, that even the nickname Piggy was too good for him. Kyujin was very angry. His eyes were sparkling with rage. He didn't understand how this stupid pig could turn against Kyujin himself. He could never forgive that. While Kyujin was calming down his emotions, his friend who had come into the student council office with him admired how Kyujin was able to throw a 100-kilogram carcass over himself with one hand. Judo, which Kyujin practiced, was indeed a good sport and gave him good physical training. Kyujin was still screaming that he had repeated 100 times that no one should touch his flash drive. He had left the flash drive for only a few seconds and some pig wanted to use it right away. Hamin was still sitting in the closet watching the events unfold. He realized that Kyujin doesn't always leave the flash drive in his office, and it was obvious that he was going to take it with him. He had to come up with a new plan to get the flash drive. But Kyujin had a new plan. He decided not to protect the flash drive anymore, and not to keep the dirt on him. Kyujin decided to upload the video to YouTube immediately. Kyujin gave a sly smile as he announced his plan. Gamin was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know what to do because he had promised to help Ji-woo, and to do so, he had to destroy the flash drive, and now everything was falling apart before his eyes. Kyujin's friend was also shocked. He thought that Kyujin would never reveal the contents of the flash drive, because that was what Ji-woo was most afraid of, and because of her fear, she did everything Kyujin wanted. But Kyujin smiled and said that he thought the same thing at first. But promises are made to be broken. Kyujin imagined how Ji-woo would react to the video being released. After all, the only person she cares about will become popular throughout the country and end up in a juvenile detention center. With the push of a button, Kyujin will be able to completely destroy Ji-woo. And this also suits him, because he loves to dominate people, to feel his greatness. It turns out that everything is not so simple in this situation. The money that Hyun-woo borrowed from Kyujin and still hasn't paid back is actually Halwul's. That's why Kyujin doesn't care about it at all. He was only interested in blackmailing Ji-woo and keeping her under his control. The feeling of omnipotence over someone is very cool, but it's even cooler to leave a person broken in an instant, with nothing. Gamin, who was still standing behind the closet door, finally realized what kind of cruel people he was dealing with. All the guys in the gang were guided only by their strength, understood only the language of power. They had to immediately come up with a new plan to delete the video and prevent it from being uploaded. Hamin realized that he would have to fight again, even though he had avoided any fights on the school grounds. But he had to save Ji-woo, even though it really looked like he was saving Hyun-woo. Gamyoung recalled Hye-won's words that despite what Hyun-woo had become, he was still the closest person to his sister. He tucked his glasses into his jacket pocket so that no one would accidentally break them, and clenched his fists tightly. From around the corner, through the ajar door to the student council office, Se-hyun and Hye-won watched everything that was happening there. They were trying to figure out how to get Ga-min out of the closet without being seen, because there were already 3 members of the student council in the office. If any of the bullies saw Ga-min, there would be a fight. Hye-won had what she thought was a brilliant idea. She suggested a distraction. For him, they should fight themselves, or rather, pretend to fight. The plan was as follows. Hye-won and Se-hyun start a fight, and the students of the student council come to break them up. And the student council office becomes empty again, and during this time, Ga-min leaves the office. According to the plan, the fight was supposed to be started by Hye-won simply shouting at Se-hyun, "You nasty bastard." But just thinking about those words made Hye-won feel sick. She didn't know how to swear, and she didn't plan to learn. Se-hyun tried to calm her down. He knew that she had never sworn before, but now it was necessary. He needed a reason to start a fight between them. While Hee-woon and Se-hyun were trying to get ready for a fight, waving their arms and shouting something, Ji-woo was just coming down the stairs. Ji-woo saw that her friend was about to hit some guy. She did not understand what had happened. After all, Hye-won had never hit anyone before, but it looked like this guy was up for a fight. Meanwhile, in Ms. Lehon Kang's office, Halvul was still sitting at his desk, but this conversation was starting to piss him off. He was hoping to talk about something interesting, but the teacher was only asking about Hyun-woo. Halvul said that it was more logical to ask his sister about a person who doesn't even go to school. For him, this talk is a waste of time. There is not even ramen to eat here. So Hanwul decided to leave. But by chance, he saw an interesting book on the table. Halvul took a closer look, and it was a book on psychology. Perhaps that's why Lehon Kang is so interested in understanding the personalities of each student. But Hanwul had already been sitting in Miss Lehon Kang's office for too long. He said he was leaving. The teacher was not surprised. She knew that Hanwoo wouldn't tell her anything interesting about Hyunwoo, but it was important for her to show that even though she had just arrived at the school, she knew a lot about Hanwoo. Hanwoo had already opened the door to leave, but before he left, the teacher decided to ask him something. Hanwoo must have heard students say that even if a good teacher comes to school, no one will learn. But then, what do you call those people who dream of getting an education? The teacher asked Hanwoo what he thought about this. The boy smiled and called these students who dream of getting an education just idiots. Hanwoo called education a means and not an end. Therefore, if Hyunwoo suddenly comes to school, let Mr. Lehon Kang not make any special plans for him. He should just take it for granted. Hanwoo also added that all the teachers at this school are the same. They are not interested in students who have no future. But Ms. Lehon Kang smiled, because she was exactly the kind of teacher who was interested in the fate of all students. The teacher told Hanwoo a very interesting phrase, that even if he is on the edge of the abyss and it is difficult for him to do something good, no one should give up in this world. Hanwoo thought about these words. At that time, Hamin had already come out of the closet in the student council office and the fight started. It was inevitable. The first punch, and Gamin laid his friend Kyujin on his shoulders. The guy fell to the floor in surprise after the first blow. Gamin remembered Miss Lehon Kang's words that he should never give up and prepared for the next punch. Ms. Lehon Kang hoped that these words would somehow resonate with Hanwoo. A spark of hope glowed in her eyes that she could still help this guy. But Gamin realized that Hanwoo was incapable of change. He only knows how to manipulate and do bad things with the hands of others. Of course, Hanwoo stopped to hear Miss Lehon Kang's words. But he was more interested in the question of whether the teacher was really that kind or just pretending to care. The situation in the student council office was tense. Gamin appeared out of nowhere. No one expected him to be here, and no one understood what he was doing. Gamin stood in front of Kyujin and clenched his fists. Kyujin was very angry. He thought that Gamin was a complete psycho because at first he ran away from the fight, and a few minutes later, he attacks first. Only headless bastards are capable of such things. Kyujin realized that Gamin had been hiding in the closet all this time, which is why he suddenly knocked his friend to the ground. Kyujin yelled that Gamin must be a bastard to do such a thing. And then Kyujin's trademark sarcastic, silly smile appeared on his face. He wanted to show Hamin his place, so he said that he would definitely not be accepted to the student council because he did not have the appropriate status. Kyujin didn't care that Gamin beat up his friend. He thought everyone was a piece of shit who couldn't distinguish between garbage and food. They are only capable of creating disorder. Kyujin thought he was much better than everyone around him. Kyujin thought that Gamyoung was only here because he liked Jiwoo, but Gamyoung was puzzled by this statement. He even blushed. But Kyujin continued to laugh. He was sure that Gamyoung had a crush on Jiwoo, which was why he had shown up so quickly in the student council room, because they were talking about Jiwoo. Kyujin continued that Gamyoung would never have come to the student council room because Tom Kyung runs it, and Gamin doesn't want to deal with him. Therefore, Gamin only wants to please Jiwoo, and doesn't think about himself at all. During these heated discussions, Kyujin noticed the flash drive that was still plugged into the computer. At this time, Kyujin's friend had already recovered. He wanted to take revenge. But before he struck, he assumed that Gamin had come here for the flash drive. He said that Jiwoo had decided to use Gamin in this way, and forced him to take the flash drive. The bully then attacked Gamin with his fists, but Gamin quickly repelled the attack. He didn't even move, but he punched the bully right in the face. The bully fell back to the floor. He was lying next to the pig that Kyujin had knocked over earlier. Finally, Gamin began to speak, and what he said stunned Kyujin. He said that even though he was a dumb guy, but he can tell the difference between garbage and food, and Kyujin was garbage. Hamin spoke with great confidence and defiance. He had never felt so confident. He knew he was telling the truth. Kyujin didn't want to talk to this asshole. He was curious to see how Gamin really fought, because maybe the fact that he had defeated Jae Wang was just a fluke, and the fame that had spread about Gamin throughout the school was a fake. That's why Kyujin offered Gamyoung a bet. He offered to fight like real men, and whoever won would get Jiwoo. But Kyujin had other ambitions. In fact, he didn't care about Ji-woo. He wanted to grow up in Hyul's eyes. Because if he managed to overcome Ga-min, Hai-wul would realize that Kyujin was the only one worthy of standing next to him. Kyujin wanted to attack first. He caught Ga-myung by the jacket and tried to throw him over like a pig over himself, and he succeeded. A second later, Ga-min was lying on the floor. Ga-min was hit hard. He hadn't expected such a quick hit, but Kyujin was very pleased with himself. He realized that Ga-min wasn't as strong as everyone else had said, but he was hurt that Ga-min wanted to encroach on a piece of his property, and he considered Ji-woo to be his property. Kyujin didn't understand why Ga-myung didn't react and just lay on the floor, but Hamin didn't have time to talk. He had other plans that he had to put into action immediately. Ga-min fell right next to the computer and ended up right next to the flash drive. He had to take it out immediately, and then half the job was done. When Kyujin realized what Ga-myung was up to, he was shocked. He hadn't realized that Ga-myung was so smart, but it was too late to stop Hamin. He already had the flash drive in his hands. Ga-min was happy. Kyujin shouted for Ga-min to give him the flash drive. He rushed to get it back, but Ga-min had already put the flash drive in his jacket pocket and prepared to fight back. Ga-min got down on his hands and kicked Kyujin in the face, almost knocking out his teeth. Kyujin immediately fell down, and Ga-min quickly got to his feet. Now all the guys from the student council were lying on the floor, but Do-hoon-jung, nicknamed Piggy, was coming too. He was mumbling under his breath because he didn't understand what was happening. Then the pig realized that Ga-min, who had been talked about so much at school recently, was in the room. But what he was doing here was unclear. The pig only realized that Kyujin was not having much fun right now. Kyujin was not going to give up. He quickly got to his feet and prepared to attack again. Kyujin still thought that Ga-min was a weakling. He thought that his judo skills would be enough to defeat Ga-min. So Kyujin ran and tried to strike on the move. But Ga-min had an incredible reaction. As Kyujin was approaching, Ga-min grabbed the first thing that came to his hands. It was someone's t-shirt. In a second, it was on Kyujin's face. The bully was confused. He didn't see anything and didn't understand what was happening. And Ga-min successfully took advantage of this. He punched Kyujin right in the face with his fist. Kyujin was thrown back by the blow. His shirt flew off in one direction and he flew off in the other. Do-hoon-jung was watching as Ga-min beat Kyujin. He was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up, but his mind was clear. He saw and analyzed everything. Piggy couldn't believe that someone could beat Kyujin so badly. Kyujin realized that he had lost, but he didn't want to admit it. In a few seconds, he was on the floor next to Do-hoon-jung. Morally, Kyujin was at rock bottom. Destroyed, mixed with trash. Ga-min had accomplished his main task. He took the flash drive, which was in his jacket pocket. So Ga-min was about to leave the student council office. But before he left, he decided to emphasize to Kyujin that what he had promised was outrageous. Because the winner would get Ji-woo, but Ji-woo is not a commodity that you can just get. Ga-myung looked Kyujin straight in the eye. He wanted to make sure that he could hear him, and maybe try to understand, but Kyujin didn't care. Despite the fact that he was lying on the floor like a loser after the battle, he had done what he wanted to do, and there was nothing that Ga-min could do about it. Kyujin transferred the video to his computer and started uploading it to YouTube. He was beaten, his nose was bleeding, but he was very pleased with himself. Kyujin felt that he had actually won. He had won with his cunning. Kyujin knew that after the video was released, Hyunwoo would be destroyed. He would end up in a juvenile prison because he had already been rumored to be a bully for a long time, and now it will only be confirmed. But Ga-min couldn't let that happen. Ga-min was about to pounce on Kyujin again, but suddenly he heard a noise behind him. It was Tom Kench entering the student council room. As usual, he appeared unexpectedly and immediately began to shout that he could smell cigarette smoke in the office. And smoking is not allowed here. Ga-min also did not expect to meet Tom Kench here, because Ga-min was not allowed to appear where there were fights or participate in them. And now there were two guys lying in the office, and another one was badly beaten. This could only mean one thing. Ga-min was in big trouble. Taeum Kench looked closely and recognized Ga-min. The whole school was talking about him as the guy who could make things right anywhere. Taeum Kench looked around and did not understand what was happening. Everything in the office was scattered. Chairs and papers were lying on the floor. 2 guys were lying down. Only Kyujin was pressing something on the computer. Hamin was worried. His plan had failed. A video of Hyunwoo was going to be posted on YouTube, and he couldn't do anything because Tom Kyung had entered the room. Ga-min was confused, but he had to take control of the situation quickly. It was the first time Kyujin was excited to see Tom Kyung enter the student council room so unexpectedly. He had the same silly smile on his face, although Kyujin didn't look good. His eye was blackened, and his nose was bleeding. But the fact that he managed to upload the video to YouTube made Kyujin triumphant. Meanwhile, Jiwoo was already standing in the hallway next to Hee-won and Si-hyun, trying to figure out what was going on. Jiwoo realized that her friend Hee-won and the guys from the study group had devised a plan to help her. And now that crazy glasses guy is looking for the flash drive in the student council room. Jiwoo Blah is impressed. First of all, she was pleased that Hee-won wanted to take care of her and thought to ask the guys from the study group because she had never even said hello to strangers before. And secondly, she did not understand how a complete stranger could risk his life for her. Jiwoo said that none of this made sense, but she was interrupted by Hee-won. She apologized for going behind her friend's back. It's just that Hee-won really wanted to help because she saw Jiwoo feeling bad. Sehun didn't understand why Jiwoo was unhappy either. They'd done all this work for her, and Ga-min was in hell alone with those bullies. But Jiwoo meant that it was all pointless, because she would be the one to end Kyujin. Jiwoo hadn't felt this confident in a long time. She clenched her fists and headed toward the student council office. Hye-won tried to stop her, but to no avail. Jiwoo was very serious about ending all the bullying right now. On the way, Jiwoo shouted at Hye-won that she had been acting wrong all along, because she was always protecting Hye-won, comforting her with words, even though she allowed them to be treated this way. That's why Jiwoo will never let anyone hurt either Hye-won or her again. She can protect them both, and she could show every scoundrel his place. Jiwoo felt very sorry that Hye-won had seen her weakness, but it wasn't for her, because to Hye-won, Jiwoo was always strong, and she had never seen her cry, no matter what happened to her. Suddenly, Jiwoo froze in the middle of the corridor and abruptly stopped talking. She saw Ga-min and was shocked by what was happening. Jiwoo couldn't believe it was possible. Ga-min was running down the hallway and had a computer system unit in his hands. Kyujin ran after him and shouted that Ga-myung had to be stopped. Jiwoo didn't understand what was happening. Why does Ga-min need a computer system unit? What was he going to do with it, and why did he steal it? There were more questions than answers. But Ga-min ran very fast, holding the system unit under his arm. The monitor, keyboard, and mouse were dragged along the trolley behind him. Everything rattled and rang from the impacts. But Ga-min did not stop. Kyujin and Tom Kyung ran after him. Kyujin had been practicing judo since he was a child. When he entered Yusun School, his wrestling skills came in handy. So he began to train even more often and more effectively, and he used his skills more and more often in fights, which happened almost every day. Although Kyujin used to think judo was a boring sport, but during the fights he realized that his skills helped him a lot, so he started training more intensively. It was during judo classes that Kyujin first met Jiwoo. Jiwoo was one of the best judokas. She was very skilled. Kyujin also liked her. He liked strong girls who could stand up for themselves. Kyujin always had a silly smile when he saw Jiwoo, but she didn't react to him in any way, as if she didn't even notice him at all, and Kyujin admired her. She was a beautiful red-haired girl who looked great in a blue kimono. Judo classes were always crowded. Boys and girls practiced in the same room, so Kyujin could always watch Jiwoo. Kyujin saw Jiwoo in a training video and was very interested in her. He has been watching her ever since. Kyujin always did it unnoticed when he was drinking water, when he was studying by himself. Whenever he had a free moment, he would watch Jiwoo.
But Kyujin's friend told him not to even approach Jiwoo. not to get involved with her, because she wasn't as nice as she looked at first glance. Kyujin laughed. For him, she was just a girl and nothing special.
But his friend told him that Ji-woo always took judo as a hobby, but she still became famous for her strength. And this is no joke. The number of men she had knocked to the ground was countless. That's why she was nicknamed the Sowon Ronda Rousey. Kyujin didn't understand or hear what Ji-woo's nickname was, even though every judoka should have known that Ronda Rousey was a female MMA fighter. But Kyujin didn't care. He thought that Ji-woo beat men because they were weak. Kyujin was sure that Ji-woo was just a wimp, and it would show if she fought against a decent, strong opponent. Someone like Kyujin. The guy said this in a very headstrong and self-assured manner. Kyujin didn't even notice that while he was praising himself, Ji-woo was standing behind him, and heard every word. So when Kyujin finished, Ji-woo offered him a duel. Kyujin turned around and smiled his usual silly smile. He didn't know that Ji-woo was standing behind him and could hear everything. He decided to take the conversation in a different direction. He asked what school the girl was from. Ji-woo replied that she was from Yusung. Kyujin was excited. He introduced himself and said that he also studied there. Class 2, member of the student council. Kyujin gave Ji-woo his hand and said that if she was with him, her life at school would be much easier. But Ji-woo said that they should get to know each other better, and then she caught Kyujin's sleeve instead of his hand. This meant only one thing. Ji-woo wanted to use a trick and throw Kyujin over her. Kyujin had already imagined how it would look like, and he didn't like it very much. To find himself under some girl after a punch, it would be very shameful. For a second, Kyujin froze. He didn't think it was possible to attack like that. Usually, only he did that, the effect of surprise. Then Kyujin quickly took his hand away so that Ji-woo wouldn't have time to catch him hard and throw him. Kyujin was very angry, but Ji-woo was smiling. It seems that she managed to put this upstart in his place even without a fight. The coach stopped the fight. He ordered everyone to stand in a circle. But Ji-woo loudly declared that the strong man was afraid of her without even trying to fight. But next time Kyujin will definitely kiss the ground. Kyujin's friend smiled. He had warned him that Ji-woo was strong and very confident. Kyujin had been publicly disgraced. He would never forgive that. So he promised himself that he would take revenge. As long as he is part of the top of the Yusun school, it will be easy to do this. No one can hide from him. Kyujin said that he would find Ji-woo's weaknesses, even if they didn't exist. He would create them and destroy her. That's exactly how the story began, with a video of Ji-woo's twin brother Hyun-woo beating up some guy. Kyujin made this video specifically to blackmail Ji-woo, and now, as promised, he has decided to destroy her. That's why he uploaded the video of the fight to YouTube. While Ga-min didn't know what to do when Tom Kyung-ch entered the room, the video was 96% uploaded. All that was left was to press one button to publish it. Kyujin was pleased with himself that his plan worked, but Ga-min wasn't about to give up either. He didn't know what he was going to do yet, but he rushed to the computer. Tom Kyung tried to stop him, but to no avail. Ga-min couldn't think of anything better than to just grab the system unit and turn it off. But it was hard to do. The cords were all tangled up and Ga-min couldn't reach them. So Ga-min pulled on the system unit to unplug the cables. At that point, the video was 99% complete. Ga-min had to act immediately, otherwise the whole thing was pointless. If the video uploads, Ji-woo and her brother Hyun-woo are doomed. Finally, the cable was pulled out. And then Ga-min ran away with the system unit, screen, and keyboard. He ran out into the corridor, where he met Ji-woo. He shouted to her that she should run too. But Ga-min didn't know where to run or what to do next. Now, Ji-woo was running beside Ga-min, although she still didn't understand what was happening. Ga-min was trying to explain to her that they had to destroy the computer. Ji-woo yelled that she had to deal with Kyujin herself. Ji-woo didn't understand why Ga-min had stolen the whole computer. If he only needed a flash drive, it was impossible to make out anything in all the noise. Ga-min shouted that it was necessary, that there was no other way out now. They ran down the corridor and were watched by Hee-won and Se-hyun, who were just as bewildered. They also did not understand what was happening and whether they could help in any way. Then Si-hyun realized that maybe the file from the flash drive was on the computer, so Gam-young took such drastic actions and stole the whole computer. Si-hyun was shocked. He couldn't believe that Gam-young was capable of even doing such a thing. On the way, Ga-min came up with the idea that they should immediately go to the gym to destroy the computer there. Ji-woo didn't understand, but Ga-min insisted that they had to destroy the computer so that she could live a normal life again. Ga-min continued that then Ji-woo would be able to study properly, but the cords hanging from the computer made it difficult to run fast because they always got tangled underfoot. Eventually, Ga-min got caught in a mouse cable. He just fell to the ground. Everything flew in different directions. The screen cracked and the glass shattered. The system unit flew away, and Ga-min was afraid to look up. His plan had failed again. So-hyun immediately ran over to him. He wanted to help him up, but Tam-kyung was already there. He was shouting that he had finally caught up with the villain, and now it would not be easy for him. So Ga-min asked Se-hyun to immediately take the system unit and run to the gym and destroy it. Se-hyun was puzzled. He didn't want to let Ga-min down, but he didn't want to get involved in this story either. But Se-hyun decided to show that he was not a coward either, so he grabbed the system unit and ran. Tom Kent shouted something else after him, but Se-hyun was too focused on what he was doing. Tam Kyung-ch did not want to leave Ga-min. He stood next to him and ordered Kyujin to immediately catch up with Se-hyun and take the system unit from him. The teacher asked the girls to go back to class and sit quietly. Kyujin wiped the blood from under his nose and was about to run after Se-hyun. He knew that he would soon catch up with him, because this guy is very slow. So he gave himself a few seconds to catch his breath. When Ji-woo saw Kyujin, she remembered that she was the one who had to take revenge on him, and she had to do it right away. It was a long walk up the stairs to get to the gym. Se-hyun could barely make it up the stairs. He was not physically fit. Every step was a challenge for him. He was carrying only a system unit in front of him, and it was hard for him. He did not understand how Ga-min could run and hold the entire computer in one hand. So-hyun was worried that he would be caught quickly because he was slow as a turtle. He tried to move faster, but he was not very good at it. Then he decided to change his plan. Instead of going to the gym, Se-hyun went to the roof. This place seemed perfect for him to get rid of this damn system unit. He went to the edge of the roof and looked to see if there was anyone down there. The height was considerable. If he threw the system unit down, it would shatter into pieces. But Se-hyun was worried about whether he was doing the right thing and what he would get for it. Maybe he should stop and leave it at that. But the image of Hyo-won appeared in his mind. She was so sweet and begged him so much to help Ji-woo with Ga-min. He promised this girl that he would do everything possible. So he had to keep his word and not back down. Se-hyun took a deep breath and prepared himself. He had to lift the system unit high so that the impact would be even stronger, and it would definitely shatter into pieces. But as soon as Se-hyun threw the system unit over the railing, Kyujin appeared on the roof. Se-hyun was frightened. It was obvious that Kyujin was tired from running. He took a few seconds to catch his breath, and then began to threaten Se-hyun not to even try to do what he was planning to do, which was to throw the system unit. He said that he and Ga-min had already caused enough problems. If Se-hyun threw the system unit away, Kyujin promised to throw it away after the hardware. Kyujin could really do that, kill Se-hyun. So it was better to put everything back before it was too late. Se-hyun was very afraid. He remembered again what it was like to worry about his safety. He knew he had to finish the job, but he also wanted to live. Se-hyun lowered his head and took a step away from the edge of the roof. He held the system unit tightly in his hands. Kyujin was glad that the loser was behaving properly and following his instructions. He promised that after Se-hyun put the unit on the floor, Kyujin would just slap him in the face a few times and forgive him. But Se-hyun seemed to have a different plan. For the first time in his life, he felt the strength and courage to follow through. He was not even afraid of Kyujin, so Se-hyun gathered all his strength and threw the system unit over himself. He did it on purpose, looking Kyujin right in the eye. The system unit flew over the railing and landed on the ground. Se-hyun was strong enough. he managed to accomplish his plan. Kyujin was furious. He was shouting that Sehyun was a bastard and would not live. Kyujin stood a few steps away from Sehyun. He clenched his fists and prepared to beat the guy up pretty good. Finally, Kyujin would let off all the steam and no one would stop him. Kyujin was so furious that he didn't see someone standing next to him, breathing down his neck. It was Ji-woo. She appeared very unnoticed. She quietly told Kyujin in his ear that she was his surprise. Kyujin didn't understand what this girl was doing here, but he felt that he was going to have a hard time. Ji-woo gave Kyujin the move she had been dreaming of for so long. She threw him over herself. Such a fragile girl at first glance was able to do it. Kyujin was not hurt because he lost. It was the fact that he had lost to a girl that hurt him. Ji-woo finally understood what Gamyoung meant when he said that the system unit needed to be destroyed. Now Ji-woo was free to deal with Kyujin however she wanted. That's why Ji-woo threw Kyujin over with such anger. She had been dreaming about this for so long, and she was finally able to do it. She took revenge for all the abuse that had happened to her the day before. Kyujin was screaming in pain. His tank was as broken as the system unit that had fallen from the roof and shattered into thousands of pieces. All that was left of the system unit was debris. Kyujin felt like garbage, too. Ji-woo reminded Kyujin of their first conversation in the judo hall. Back then, she had promised him that she would be able to put him on his shoulder blades and he would end up on the ground. Ji-woo always kept her promises. But then she forgot to add something else. Ji-woo only stumbles when she is completely satisfied. Kyujin was lying on the ground, and Ji-woo put her foot on his chest. She wanted him to feel her hatred completely. Every cell in his body. Ji-woo bent low over Kyujin so that he could hear her clearly, and told him that something incredible was about to happen. Ji-woo's eyes were burning with both delight and hatred. She had finally given free rein to the emotions she had been repressing for so long. The only person watching the fight was Sehyun. But even he was already tired of counting the number of times Ji-woo threw Kyujin over herself. Sehyun even started to feel sick from the flying. But Ji-woo didn't stop. At one point, Ji-woo even got bored. She was hoping that Kyujin would at least fight a little, show some character. But his face kept hitting the ground. It was painful for Sehyun to watch, and he even felt a little sorry for Kyujin. After another throw, Kyujin was lying on the ground and couldn't even move his eyes. He pressed his face to the ground and prayed that no one would touch him again. But Ji-woo lifted Kyujin's head by his hair and ordered him to get up. Kyujin begged her to stop. He tried to say that he had lost, that he had admitted his defeat, but Ji-woo didn't want to hear anything. She wasn't going to stop. So she told Kyujin to shut up. Ji-woo decided to use her favorite judo move, the arm grab. She said that Kyujin would only be able to surrender if she let him. But for now, she didn't want to do that. Ji-woo held Kyujin's hand tightly and fell on it with her whole body. Kyujin screamed in pain. It was unbearable. Kyujin screamed that Ji-woo was going to break his arm, that he was giving up, that he was admitting defeat. He wanted to play according to the rules of judo. He was pounding the floor with his free hand, which should have stopped the match, which was taking place under the supervision of the coach. Kyujin believed that despite everything, Ji-woo remained an athlete, a judoka, and would not play against the rules and break his arm. But Ji-woo was smiling too slyly. She reminded Kyujin that she was not a professional athlete. Judo is her hobby. Therefore, she should not hope for a pardon. But the most important thing was if Kyujin challenged her and used her. He should have been preparing for such a painful end a long time ago. Sehyun watched Ji-woo break Kyujin's arm. It wasn't a pretty sight, but it was exactly what Kyujin deserved. Meanwhile, 2 more guys from the student council were climbing to the roof. Tom Kench instructed them to catch up with the guy with the system unit. The guys had to interrupt their lunch, so they were very angry. The boys were climbing the stairs very slowly, but they did not understand what else they had to do. After all, Kyujin had already taken over the case, so he would see it through. There was no need to worry. But when they got to the roof and saw what was happening there, they were speechless. Ji-woo was standing in front of them with her arms crossed, and Kyujin was lying at her feet. He was on his knees with his head down. Kyujin repeated over and over that he was sorry. Ji-woo looked at him very haughtily and without a single drop of respect. She wanted Kyujin to say these words instead of "I lost." He should have asked her for forgiveness. Only after these words did Ji-woo stop hitting him. Ji-woo said that the fight was over. From now on, Kyujin has to behave well and start living a good life, but if he gets near her or her brother again, it won't be that easy anymore and Kyujin's broken arm won't do. Meanwhile, someone was standing on the doorstep of Yusun's school. He was dressed in dark sneakers, black ripped jeans, and a black hoodie. He had a cap on his head and a hood pulled over it. It was difficult to immediately recognize who he was. It was crowded near the office of the student council. Everyone was watching Tom Kench deal with Ga-min. Taeyam Kench was dragging Ga-min by the ear to the principal. It looked very humiliating, especially after everyone in the school had learned about Ga-min and his ability to fight. But Ga-min didn't care what others thought of him, or what might happen to him now. He was tormented by the question of whether Se-hyun had done his job. Had he done what Ga-min asked him to do, or had he destroyed the system unit? He still hoped that everything would be okay, that he would be understood if he explained the whole situation in detail. Moreover, he had proof, a flash drive with a video. Ga-min reached into his jacket pocket to make sure the flash drive was still there, but it wasn't there. Tim Kyung kept going, dragging Ga-myung to the teacher's lounge. And on the way, he kept muttering that all the dirty work was on him again. But that's okay. Now Ga-min will get his ass handed to him and his teacher. When he realized that the flash drive was gone, Ga-min got very excited. He tried to get out of Tom Kench's hands to find the flash drive, but it was no use. Tim Kench caught him by his jacket and dragged him away. The flash drive was on the floor. Ga-min had lost it when he caught the computer cord and fell. Not far from the flash drive was Hyoin. She was writing a message to Miss Lehon Kang to come to the student council office immediately. Se-hyun had asked her to do so. The girl didn't understand why she had to involve her teacher in this story, but she did what Se-hyun asked. She trusted him and Ga-min. Suddenly, Hyo-won saw something shining on the floor. She looked closely and realized it was a flash drive. Hyo-won immediately realized that it was Kyujin's flash drive, which contained a video with dirt on Hyunwoo. Hyo-won was happy to see it, and was going to take it away quickly before someone else did. But when she bent down to pick up the flash drive, someone simply snatched it away. Hwon was seconds away from being the first to take it. It was Miha. She picked up the flash drive and began to examine it in detail. Mihi realized that it was Kyujin's flash drive. She often saw it in the boy's hands. But how did it happen that Kyujin had lost it? Anyway, Mihi planned to give the flash drive to Kyujin's brother. Then Mihi saw Hyo-won standing next to her. Mihi asked her if she knew what had happened in the student council office, why it was such a mess. Hyo-won knew, but she didn't want to say anything. Mihi was angry that she had to talk to such a stupid sheep who couldn't even form a word. So she turned around and was about to go find Kyujin to give him the flash drive. Mihi thought that Kyujin would be happy if she gave him the missing thing, and maybe even agree to spend the weekend with her. Mihi had liked Kyujin for a long time, but for some reason, he always hung out with Ji-woo. Hyo-won realized what Mihi was planning to do, and couldn't let it happen. She had done so much work for this flash drive that she couldn't just give it to Mihi. Hee-won screamed for Mihi to stop. Mihi didn't hear her. She was in a hurry to give the flash drive to Kyujin. Hyo-won had to think of a way to stop the girl right away. Mihi was running very fast, and Hyo-won still couldn't get up from her knees. She was confused, but she had to pull herself together. Hee-won saw that every second Mikey was getting farther away, and soon she would not be able to stop her at all. There was not much Hee-won could do. She just had to scream louder. She had to yell that Mihi was a fucking bastard. But Hee-won didn't know how to swear at all. It seemed like her mouth didn't know how to say such words. Hyo-won remembered how she was supposed to shout those words at Se-hyun. It was their plan to help Ha-min get out of the student council room, but she never did because she had never sworn before. But now there was no other way out. They would not hear or react in any other way. Bullies only understand the language of swearing and fists. Hyo-won took in a full lungful of air to shout loudly. And she succeeded. Hyven said that Miha was a bitch. She shouted the word bitch so loudly and clearly that it seems absolutely everyone in the school heard her. But the most important thing was that Mikhailo heard her. She stopped because at first she didn't even realize who was yelling. After all, there was no one else in the corridor but her and Hyewon. Muhi turned around and realized that it was Hyewon who called her a bitch. It made her very angry that a nerd could use such language. But before Mihi could turn around, Hyewon was already flying at her with her fist clenched. Mihi didn't have time to react in time. She just watched as an angry Hyewon flew at her. And Hyewon really wanted to take revenge for all the years of bullying. She remembered how Mihi constantly insulted her in public, how she made her do her homework instead of her, and how Hyewon was always crying until Ji-woo came into her life. Ji-woo was not afraid of anything. She always knew how to fight back. Ji-woo knew how to strike back. So now Hyewon needed to remember that and attack Miha in the same way. Hyewon hit Miha right on the cheek, but the blow was so hard that Mihi flew away and, most importantly, dropped the flash drive. Mihi couldn't believe that Hyewon could hit her so hard. Mihi fell to the floor and hit her head hard. Hyewon also flew to the floor, but only to catch the flash drive. Finally, the flash drive was in Hyewon's hand. Only now did she realize what had just happened, that she had hit Micah first and she had fallen. Hyewon felt strong and confident. She probably behaved like that because she knew that she would soon transfer to another school and would no longer have to see Mikhailo. While Hyewon was coming to, someone hugged her tightly around the neck. It was Ji-woo. It turned out that she had seen Hyewon fight Mihi and was also shocked that her friend was capable of such a thing. Se-hyun was also surprised by Hwan's courage. They each took revenge for their insults. Hyewon asked how Ji-woo was feeling, and instead of answering, she just pointed to the end of the corridor. That's where her friends were carrying Kyujin, who had been beaten. Kyujin couldn't even stand on his feet. He was unconscious. Two friends carried him from the roof to the student council room, but it was difficult to do so. Kyujin was not moving and was very heavy. Ji-woo was as cheerful as ever. She was also happy for Hyewon, who had finally fought back against her attackers, so now she could be considered a real Yusung student. But Ji-woo didn't rejoice for long. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her. It startled her. Ji-woo turned around. She hoped she had heard it. Her twin brother, Hyun-woo, burst into the school. He was dressed in all black with a cap and hood on his head so that not everyone could recognize him. But Ji-woo immediately recognized that he was her brother and why he had decided to come to school today. Hyun-woo was holding a knife in his hand and approaching Kyung-jin. He was shouting that he was a bastard and wanted to stab him right on the school grounds. Ji-woo tried to stop him. She yelled at him not to do anything stupid, to make him stop, but it was too late. Hyun-woo didn't hear anything. He was driven by hatred. Ms. Lehon Kang read Hyewon's message asking her to come to the student council room. She didn't know what was going on there, but she felt she was needed there. Just as the teacher was approaching the student council room, Hyun-woo ran past her with a knife in his hand. Ms. Lehon Kang realized that something terrible and irreparable was about to happen. She had to act immediately. For some reason, the teacher remembered Hanwoo, how he told her that even if Hyun-woo showed up at school, it would be an accident and not his sincere desire to learn. Therefore, Ms. Lehon Kang does not need to save him and set him on the right path. She will not succeed. But Ms. Lehon Kang was still convinced that Hyun-woo had just fallen into bad company, that he needed help getting out of it, and then everything would be fine. So when she saw the knife, she realized that Hyun-woo was about to make the biggest mistake of his life. She rushed over and covered Kyujin with her own body. Hyun-woo was getting closer. He immediately realized what Lehon Kang was planning to do, and it was not part of his plans. Hyun-woo didn't want to harm the teacher. He didn't want to hurt her. Hyun-woo lost his temper, but he couldn't stop himself in time. The knife was already flying into the teacher's body by inertia. It hit her in the stomach. Ji-woo fell to her knees from what was happening. She had been protecting her brother from trouble for so long, but now she could do nothing. He had ruined his own life. Hyewon was also in shock, and she put her hands over her mouth in fear to keep from screaming loudly. Ms. Han Kang felt a knife blade pierce her body. At first she felt cold, and then she felt hot. She did not understand what was happening and what would happen next. But the teacher knew that Hyun-woo was really a kind and compassionate guy, that he did not want to hurt her. It's just that he's not a good judge of character and trusts people he shouldn't. Cape Han Kang found out about Hyun-woo's true identity after a Saturday night fight, when a gang led by Hyun-woo broke into her house. After Ga-min rescued her and scattered all the bullies, the teacher did not immediately go home. She watched the bullies come to their senses and what they were saying at that moment. The bullies were very angry. They could not understand why there were so many of them and none of them could overcome Ga-min. Even Hyun-woo gave up. So they decided not to put themselves in danger a second time and just leave without touching Cape Han Kang anymore. Along the way, everyone in the gang was talking about how Han-woo was going to kill them all because they failed to complete the task. This would make him very angry. Ms. Han Kang listened attentively to all of this and put together a puzzle in her head about what was really going on at school. White Lead is a large criminal organization in the vicinity of Incheon. 4 students from the school are connected to this gang, and Han-woo Sai is their leader. Ms. Han Kang also tried to find out as much information as possible from the teachers, but hearing the name Han-woo, everyone was scared. One of the teachers quietly whispered in Ms. Han Kang's ear that no one in this school should collect information about Han-woo. It's too dangerous, even for teachers. It's better to just leave him alone and go about your business. The teacher continued that if Ms. Han Kang doesn't stop her curiosity, it could end badly for her. Literally, she might just be gone. Ms. Han Kang was not afraid. On the contrary, she wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. It seemed to her that this case was not so simple. At first, she thought she was dealing with difficult teenagers, but it seems that the school itself was involved in this story with the gang. Ms. Han Kang recalled how the principal reacted to her stories about the gang to the education inspector. He got scared and began to deny everything. Most importantly, the principal wanted to shut the teacher up as soon as possible. The word gang made him sweat and nervous. This reaction seemed very unhealthy and suspicious to Ms. Han Kang. Of course, Ms. Han Kang had no proof, but it was obvious to her that all the harassment and bullying at the school was because of the White Gang and Han-woo Pa. And of course Han-woo was a bad influence on Hyun-woo, and he was the reason why the boy had become so violent.
Ms. Han Kang decided to ask Hyun-woo frankly if he broke into her apartment on Han-woo's orders.
But Hyun-woo was confused. He was afraid to answer. He simply did not know what to do, whether to tell the truth and trust a stranger, or just run away. Running away was easier. Only Hyun-woo quickly ran in an unknown direction. Ms. Han Kang decided not to press him or stop him. But Ga-min couldn't just let Hyun-woo go. After everything that had happened, he should have at least apologized to Ms. Han Kang, not just run away. Ga-min wanted to chase after him, but the teacher held him back. She said that everything was fine, that she would take care of it herself. Ga-min thought that Ms. Han Kang would at least report Hyun-woo to the police, and then he would be caught and sent to a juvenile detention center. There are many reasons for this. First, he trespassed on someone else's territory, into Ms. Han Kang's apartment. The teacher knew that it would be easier to report it to the police. Then Hyun-woo would really be punished for all his bad deeds. But the question is whether he will change after he gets out, because usually in such institutions people's lives are ruined even more. And the teacher thought that Hyun-woo was still a good guy who just needed help. Hamin didn't understand what the teacher meant, and why she was willing to forgive such behavior for a bully. Hyun-woo had done so many evil things to Ms. Han Kang in a few days and should be punished. But Ms. Han Kang didn't want to explain anything. She just gave Ga-min his book and asked him to go home. Ms. Han Kang promised that she would take care of everything herself and went to the police station. Ms. Han Kang stopped in front of the door to the police station. She was thinking about what she should do. Suddenly she heard some strange movements nearby, even though it was late and the street was empty. Ms. Han Kang looked closely and saw a familiar face. Lee Hongjae, a close friend of Hyunwoo who had recently broken into her house with a gang of hooligans and smashed everything there, was trying to run past her unnoticed. Ms. Han Kang stopped the boy and offered to apologize to her. Lee Hongjae was terrified. He was afraid to even approach the teacher, let alone say a word. He was far from being as brave and confident alone as he was with the gang. But Lee Hongjae was not a stupid boy. He knew that if he didn't apologize, things would only get worse. Mr. Han Kang would report them all to the police, so he fell to his knees and tearfully apologized, promising that it would never happen again. Lee Hongjae begged for forgiveness. He was afraid that if his father found out about the incident in the teacher's apartment, he would kill him. Hongjae was really ashamed of everything that happened. He was even afraid to look up to look at the teacher. But Miss Han Kang herself went down to Lee Hongjae to look him in the eye. She asked if his words were really sincere. Lee Hongjae said that they were, that he was truly sorry. Then Miss Han Kang asked him to tell her everything about Hyunwoo. She wanted to know everything about his childhood, his friends, his preferences. And what Miss Han Kang heard frankly shocked her. It turns out that Hyunwoo used to be an excellent student, took first place and studied well. Lee Hongjae and Miss Han Kang were sitting on a bench, and the boy decided to confide in his teacher and tell her everything about his friend. It turns out that Hyunwoo is a very bright and handsome boy. When he was in his second year of studying, he took first place among all students in terms of knowledge. Hyunwoo had no parents. The only one who could take care of him was himself. That is why Hyunwoo had to study hard to achieve something. He never went out to have fun and chose to study instead. He was very responsible. Miss Han Kang did not understand what made Hyunwoo drop out of school. She was really curious to know how a kind, sensitive boy could turn into such a bully. Lee Hongjae explained that Hyunwoo had a twin sister, Ji-woo, and that it was because of her. Ms. Han Kang did not know that Hyunwoo had a sister, and that she even went to the same school. The new information shocked her more and more. Ji-woo and Hyunwoo are orphans. They lived in an orphanage and studied there, until it turned out that the orphanage was somehow connected to corruption. That's why it was closed. The twins had a dream, to study well so that they could go to university. But reality was crueler than their dreams. So they had to accept what they had. They were forced to leave the orphanage and were paid 5 million won each as compensation. Their only option was the dreaded Yusung school, which would allow them to study and work to support themselves. But Hyunwoo's sister was different. She often fought and swore. No matter what Ji-woo did, she always wanted to be the first. Because of their short temper, the twins always had quarrels. Hyunwoo accused his sister that because of her and her constant pranks, he could not study. And Ji-woo was always crying, because studying was the only thing she was bad at. But she, like her brother, dreamed of going to university. Eventually, Hyunwoo realized that studying is actually worthless in real life. You have to earn money, because money is what rules this world. Lee Hongjae continued that Hyunwoo was very worried about his sister. He wanted at least her to get a good education and achieve her goals. So he planned to earn money to support Ji-woo so she could study. Perhaps everything would have been like that if Hyunwoo hadn't met Hanwoo on his way. It was here that Miss Han Kang realized for the first time that Hanwoo was to blame for all the troubles, that it was he who was manipulating the children. But he needed proof. Hyunwoo would take on any job, but there are not many places where a schoolboy can earn money. Many people took advantage of the fact that Hyunwoo was young and inexperienced and simply did not pay him. It was very difficult to earn any money at all. He had to gnaw out his hard-earned money with his teeth. Maybe that's why Hyunwoo became so cruel and callous, because he had seen a lot of injustice in his life. He didn't want to be treated like that anymore. When Hyunwoo was working as a courier, the guys at work introduced him to Hanwoo. Because they both studied at Yusun High School, that's how this road to hell began. On the very first day they met, Hanwoo created an account for Hyunwoo on a gaming site and deposited 5 million won. Magically, 5 million won turned into 10 million won in 1 second. He didn't have to work hard or prove anything to anyone. Hyunwoo didn't believe it was possible at first, but the main thing is that the money appeared in Hyunwoo's account so quickly thanks to Hanwoo. After that, Hanwoo became a god for Hyunwoo, someone to listen to and obey. Hanwoo used Hyunwoo's kindness and desperate situation to his advantage. He did this to everyone. That's how Hyunwoo ended up in Hanwoo's gang. And since then, he has changed a lot. He didn't look like himself anymore. Hyunwoo was constantly trying to get Hanwoo's attention, but he couldn't think of anything better than fighting. And within a month, Hyunwoo had about 50 fights. It was a school record. With that, Lee Hongjae ended the conversation. That was all he knew about Hyunwoo. After such a heartfelt confession, Lee Hongjae hoped that Lehon Kang would not report him to the police. The next day, Lee Hongjae admitted that he had not told Mr. Han Kang everything. They met and the guy continued the story. It turns out that Kyujin was also involved in the situation with Hyunwoo. He cheated Hyunwoo and he lost all his money on a gambling site. But what made Hyunwoo most angry was when he found out that Kyujin was hitting on his sister. So Hyunwoo was very angry, because despite the fact that he had become a callous and insensitive bully, he loved his sister very much and wanted to protect her. And then Lee Hongjae told something that frightened Miss Han Kang. He said that Hyunwoo was so angry with Kyujin that he could really kill him. That's why when Miss Han Kang saw Hyunwoo in the school corridor with a knife in his hand, she immediately realized what was about to happen. She had to prevent it, so she rushed to cover Kyujin with her body. Hyunwoo stabbed the teacher in the stomach. Blood started to flow. Hyunwoo realized what he had done and dropped the knife in resentment. The knife fell into a pool of blood. Hyunwoo jumped back and fell down in surprise. He did not want to hurt the teacher. He didn't want to kill her. Hyunwoo still didn't understand how she ended up in front of Kyujin and why she saved him. Miss Han Kang fell to her knees with her hand on her stomach. Her blouse was covered in blood, and there was a pool of blood next to her. She was in pain. But the only thing the teacher was thinking about now was that an innocent boy was suffering because of Hanwoo. She was sure that Hanwoo had put her to the murder. Kyujin woke up from the screams. He realized what had just happened, that Hyunwoo wanted to stab him with a knife, but was stabbed by Han Kang. The guys from the student council stood in a stupor, afraid to even approach Hyunwoo because he could do anything. But Hyunwoo was confused. He didn't really want to kill anyone. He was just driven by emotions. And Han Kang was caught in his hand at the wrong time. Despite her pain, Miss Han Kang looked Hyunwoo straight in the eye. She did not judge him and did not want to hear him apologize. She only wanted to know if he really wanted to study, whether he was tired of this life of a bully. Hyunwoo did not understand why this woman had so much kindness in her. He had just stabbed her with a knife, and she still wanted to help him. Hanwoo did not believe that such people existed, that there were really those in this world who cared about him. Ms. Han Kang was really sincere. She knew that she would be fine, that the wound would heal. Now it's up to Hyunwoo's heart to heal and to do everything possible to make his dream of going to university a reality. Hanwoo was watching everything that was happening in the school corridor, of course. He knew that Hyunwoo would come here with a knife, but Hanwoo never interfered in such situations, just watched to see if everything went according to plan. Hanwoo mentioned to someone the words of Miss Han Kang. She said that if you take good care of and really help students who have lost their way, they will definitely change and get back on track. Hanwoo laughed at her words. He believed that one person could not achieve anything and stand up to a whole gang. It would have been better for Miss Han Kang to surrender right away. Maybe then she would have been safe and not been stabbed in the stomach. While Hanwoo was going down the stairs, he saw the police. He thought that someone had already reported the incident at the school, that Hyunwoo was hanging around with a knife. That's why the police reacted so quickly. Hanwoo was glad that now Hyunwoo was definitely finished. He would be sent to a juvenile detention center. Hanwoo gloated that his plan had worked, but there was really no reason to rejoice. For some reason, the police surrounded him from all sides. The inspector asked if he was really Hanwoo Psy, and that he had a conversation with him. Hanwoo did not understand what was happening, why the police wanted to detain him and not Hyunwoo. In fact, the police had been called the day before by Miss Han Kang. She wanted to implement the whole plan, to do everything possible to get Hanwoo expelled from school. The police took Hanwoo to the police station. Meanwhile, Mr. Tom Kang dragged Ga Min to the principal's office. He wanted the boy to be expelled from school because he was causing too much trouble. On the way, Ga Min tried to explain that it was really as simple as that the situation in the student council office needed to be discussed. Before Tom Kang could drag Ga Min to the principal's office, the frightened principal jumped out. Tom Kang was glad to be there and wanted to tell the offending student about Ga Min's terrible behavior. But the principal was worried about something else. He was very scared. The director didn't want to hear anything. He quickly ran away and told Tom Kyung-chu to call an ambulance, saying something terrible had happened. Ga Min immediately realized that something had happened to Miss Lehon Kang, but he could not even imagine that her life was hanging in the balance. The students ran out of the classroom. Everyone was watching what was happening, as Lehon Kang was lying on the floor muttering something about studying. None of the children knew what they were supposed to do, whether to detain Hyunwoo or save the teacher. Hyunwoo finally began to regain consciousness. The veil of emotion and hatred finally fell from his eyes. He realized that he had just stabbed someone, that there was blood in the corridor. Miss Lehon Kang was bleeding, but she continued to talk about her studies. She wasn't worried about herself, but about how Hyunwoo was feeling right now, whether he was ready to change after this. Ji-woo fell to her knees. She couldn't believe that her brother was capable of such a thing, that he could just kill an innocent person. Ji-woo did not understand what the teacher had done to make her brother stab her. There was more and more blood. Miss Lehon Kang could not breathe, but she wanted to hear at least a word from Hyunwoo. But the bully took a long time to come to. He realized that he did not remember stabbing the teacher. At that moment, his brain was as if it had been turned off. Hyunwoo felt sick. His eyes went dark and he started to feel sick. He felt like he was going to vomit. But most importantly, Hyunwoo did not understand what was going to happen to him. Hyunwoo immediately remembered the last conversation he had with Hanwoo. Hanwoo told him that Kyujin had not only cheated Hyunwoo out of the money on the gambling site, but had also been harassing his sister. This made Hyunwoo furious. He had to always protect his sister and not let any jerks touch her. Hanwoo pushed the right buttons. He made Hyunwoo angry, and at that moment he shoved a knife into his hand. Hanwoo knew that in this state of hatred, Hyunwoo would definitely find Kyujin and take revenge for his sister. When Hyunwoo picked up the knife, it was as if a demon had taken possession of him. His mind did not belong to him. He could not hear what he really wanted and felt. Hyunwoo heard and believed only Hanwoo's words. It was like hypnosis, and Hanwoo kept saying that Kyujin should be killed, that he was an idiot who didn't deserve to live, that he had mocked Hyunwoo's sister, and that he should be killed for that. Black thoughts penetrated deeper and deeper into Hanwoo's head. For a second, he wondered what would happen to him after he killed Kyujin. A prison even appeared before his eyes. But the devil in his head kept telling him that everything was fine. Hyunwoo will go to prison anyway, if not now, then later. Because he is an orphan who is not capable of anything. No one wants him. His life is already ruined. Hyunwoo began to believe this. He really felt like a worthless person who was not capable of anything in life. He could only fight and rob, and prison is always waiting for such scoundrels. He has nothing to lose. The black essence completely absorbed Hyunwoo and got into his head. That's why when he stabbed, he really didn't understand or see what he was doing, who was standing in front of him. The veil began to fall from his eyes only after the stabbing. In this black maelstrom of hatred, a hand of salvation suddenly appeared, trying to pull Hyunwoo out of the devil's hands. It was Lehon Kang. She was trying to pull Hyunwoo out to bring him back to his senses. Despite the pain and the pool of blood, the teacher caught Hyunwoo and began to shake him to wake up and look into her eyes. Ms. Lehon Kang held Hyunwoo's face, but the boy's eyes were glassy. They did not see or reflect anything. Suddenly, he felt the warmth of her hands and began to regain consciousness. Ms. Lehon Kang smiled and told Hyunwoo not to worry, that everything would be fine now, that he would be fine. Ms. Lehon Kang remembered their first meeting. when they met near the school trash bins, and the teacher promised that she would help him quit smoking. Miss Han Kang said that they would do that first. She will really help Hyunwoo quit smoking because smoking is killing his health. Of course, it will not be easy to do, but it is possible. The main thing is the desire. The teacher said she believes that Hyunwoo will change, although everyone tells him the opposite. But he is a strong personality, so he can still change his life. He just has to start. Ms. Han Kang was bleeding and exhausted. It was hard for her to speak, but she wanted Hyunwoo to finally hear her. But when Hyunwoo came to, he was scared. He realized what he had done and knew that this was not the best start to a new life. He didn't have the courage to apologize. It was easier to run away and hide. So he turned away and shouted that the teacher could only change his ass, and he was still facing a juvenile detention center. But before Hyunwoo could run far, he ran into someone's fist. It was Gamin. He punched Hyunwoo right in the face. He immediately fell to the ground. Hyunwoo did not understand who hit him, but he was very angry. He wanted to run away as fast as possible, but someone stopped him. The principal and Tom Kyungch ran to the student council office after Ha-min. They again witnessed Ha-min fighting. It was unacceptable to fight on school grounds so many times. When Hyunwoo looked up, he realized that he had been hit by Ga-min, and it made him very angry. It was like Ga-min was stalking him. He was everywhere Hyunwoo went. Yungin pulled his glasses out of his jacket pocket. He tried to explain to Hyunwoo in a calm tone of voice that he didn't hit him. He just stopped him. Ga-min said an interesting thing about not being ashamed of a fall that you were pushed into. You should ask yourself why you fell, and if you find the answer to this question, then you are not hopeless. These words belonged to Bruce Lee. Ga-min wrote them down in his notebook on purpose because they meant a lot to him. But for Hyunwoo, it was complete bullshit. He didn't understand anything about goals and simply didn't know how properly set goals can change life. Miss Han Kang really wanted Hyunwoo to hear her. She managed to get to her feet and approach the boy who was trying to run away. She explained that even if he did end up in a juvenile detention center, he would be able to continue his education when he got out. Ms. Han Kang found it difficult to stand and speak, but she was able to say the most important thing. If Hyunwoo graduates, he will be able to realize his dream of becoming a teacher. After hearing this, Hyunwoo was embarrassed. He did not understand how Miss Han Kang could have guessed his dream. Miss Han Kang really wanted to help Hyunwoo realize his dream, but she couldn't do anything without his consent. Over the weekend, Miss Han Kang went to the school's archives to look at a document. The students of the school wrote their dreams for the future, and these documents were kept in the archive. The teacher was interested in Hyunwoo's dream document. Hyunwoo remembered how he had written a document with his goals for life. It was quite recently. He remembered every word he wrote. He and his sister filled out the document together. But at first they did not admit to each other who wrote what. Ji-woo was the first to reveal the secret. Her document said that she wanted to become a teacher. Hyunwoo's document said the same thing. They both started laughing. Ji-woo thought that with Hyunwoo's personality, he would never realize his dream. Ji-woo said that in order to become a teacher, her brother needed to work on his manners, and also on his respect for others, because a really good teacher should treat children from rich and poor families equally, and also to children who have no parents at all. But most importantly, Hyunwoo must learn to help those in need. Hyunwoo thought about it. He really should be more considerate of others. But his sister Ji-woo also has some work to do. For example, she needs to improve her studies. Because Ji-woo's grades could be better. Ji-woo knew her weaknesses. She didn't need to be reminded of it again. She was very angry. She still had time to prove herself. The real struggle begins in high school. But Hyunwoo calmed his sister down. He promised that he would help her with her studies. And in general, he will always be there for her and always protect her. The main thing is that his sister never gives up and goes for her goal. Hyunwoo always told his sister not to give up. And now his teacher told him the same words, and she looked him in the eyes just as trustingly. She could see that deep down, Hyunwoo was still that good boy who was moving forward with his dreams. Ms. Han Kang patted Hyunwoo's head and promised him that she would definitely make this school a much better place to learn. so he has no right to give up on his dream. He has to study. Jiwoo also heard every word the teacher said to her brother. She wanted to tell him the same thing. She wanted her brother to finally become like he used to be close again, to study together again. These conversations made Miss Han Kang very tired. She managed to say that she would definitely help Hyunwoo, and then fainted. The teacher lost a lot of blood. We had to save her immediately. Gamin tried to help somehow, but did not know how. Fortunately, an ambulance had already arrived at the school. Doctors with stretchers ran down the hallway to give first aid to Miss Han Kang. Han Woo was crying. Tears rolled down his face without stopping. This was the first time he let his emotions run wild and couldn't stop. He wanted Cape Han Kang to be okay. He wanted her to survive. Maybe then his life would be better. Gamin watched everything in silence. Although in reality, he was most worried about Cape Han Kang's life. He had already saved her from the bullies twice, but this time he didn't have time. They took Miss Han Kang to the hospital. But Hyunwoo still couldn't get to his feet. He sat by a pool of blood and cried. Suddenly someone came up and hugged his shoulder. It was Ji-woo. She said that before going to the police station, he needed to apologize to his teacher. Ji-woo was calm. She believed that everything would be okay now. Fortunately, Miss Han Kang quickly recovered. She felt well and even asked to be discharged from the hospital. But the doctors asked her to lie down and rest for another week. The first person who came to visit Miss Han Kang in the hospital was, of course, Ga-min. He was happy that the teacher was better, but she was worried about what would happen to her class. Ga-min smiled. He promised that everything would be fine, that he would definitely gather 5 students and the study group would function. The next day, the whole school discussed the situation with Hyunwoo and Miss Han Kang. But Se-Hyunwoo and Ga-min had a different story to tell. They sat at the table and discussed that the police had been on the school grounds yesterday and had taken Hanwoo away with them. But no one knew what exactly he had done to make investigators interested in him. The boys expressed their guesses, that maybe someone had reported Hanwoo, and now he might even be expelled from school. This would be great news for many people. But no one really knew what had happened. Jae-min was more interested in the issue of the study group. He was waiting for Ji-woo to join them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the room where the study group was supposed to be meeting. Ha-min was happy that Ji-woo had kept her promise and would be studying with them. But it wasn't Ji-woo they saw at the door, it was Han-woo. He walked in very confidently and clearly had a plan. Zo-hyun and Ga-min couldn't believe their eyes. What is Han-woo doing here? The police took him away. And even if they did let him go, what did he forget in the study group room? Han-woo smiled sarcastically and said hello, but only to Ga-min. He asked if he could join the study group. This made Ga-min's eyes darken. He wondered how Han-woo knew his name, and most importantly, why he would be a member of the study group. This bully definitely had no desire to learn. Han-woo walked closer to Ga-min and looked him straight in the eye. Ga-min was excited. Of course, he had promised Mr. Han Kang that he would gather the necessary 5 people, and the study group would function. But no one in this company definitely wanted Han-woo. Meanwhile, Ji-woo was wandering the corridors of the school. The words that Miss Han Kang had said to her brother were running through her mind, that she would do everything possible to make sure that this school was a good place to study. It sounded unrealistic. But perhaps the study hernia was the first blood on the way to normal learning. Ji-woo wondered if she should go there. Hyunwoo also managed to visit the police station early in the morning. He went there alone and confessed everything. All this time, Ji-woo was waiting for him at the police station. She was worried and wanted to support her brother. But after talking to the investigator, Hyunwoo was released. But Ji-woo was angry. She hoped that today it would all end, that he would be sent to a penal colony for a short time, and when he was released, he would be able to live a normal life. But no. They decided to call him to the police station again. This uncertainty was annoying. Hyunwoo had to be registered with the police for another 2 to 3 months. That means that during this time, they could be called by a police officer at any time. Ji-woo was so angry with her brother that he couldn't even finish this case that she threw it over herself. Ji-woo imagined that she was at a judo competition. When she fought, It calmed her down. Jiwoo decided to remind Hyunwoo once again that all this time his behavior and training should be perfect so that no one from the investigator would have any complaints against him. Jiwoo also said that she, too, was going to study hard to get a scholarship. Hyunwoo was shocked to hear this. He was happy that they were both starting a new life and following their dreams. But Hyunwoo liked to make fun of his sister in a friendly way, and he had to get back at her for throwing him over herself. So he jokingly asked her what she could do with her knowledge for a scholarship. Instead, when Hyewon heard that Jiwoo was finally planning to start studying and get a scholarship, she was very happy. She supported her friend and said that nothing is impossible, that Jiwoo would succeed. The girls sat in a cafe and drank coffee. Hyewon wanted to express her support, so she said that Jiwoo would definitely succeed. The main thing is to set clear goals and work towards them. Work according to a well-formed plan. But Jiwoo was really interested in something else. She wondered why Hyewon hadn't told her anything about the move and the new school. So she decided to ask directly when Hyewon and his parents were moving. It turns out that Jiwoo told Sehyun everything. However, the girl forgot the nerd's name, so she called him Weak Thorn. Hyewon was very amused by this nickname. Jiwoo admitted that she felt a little bad that she learned this important information from a stranger. But it doesn't affect their relationship. She still wants to be friends with Hyewon and they can keep in touch from a distance. But Hyewon said that she is not transferring to a new school, that everything remains as it was. Recently, her mother admitted that her father had some problems, and their move was cancelled, so Hyewon stays at the old school. Her mom thought that Hyewon would be upset and disappointed because she was so excited about moving. But Hyewon was very happy that nothing was changing in her life. She was happy that she could be close to Jiwoo. Jiwoo was also happy that her friend was staying. Now it would be easier and more fun to learn precision. There were now 4 people in the study group: Ga-min, Sehyun, Jiwoo, and Hyewon. All that was left was to find one more person. Jiwoo thought that she could just ask someone to sign up even if they weren't interested in learning. She wanted to suggest this idea to Ga-min. But when she got to the classroom, she was shocked to see what she saw. Hanwol was standing in the study group room. He was smiling sweetly for some reason, which made Jiwoo very angry. Hanwol asked Ga-myung why he wasn't talking, because he had clearly asked if he would be accepted into the study group. But Ga-min was in complete shock and couldn't say a word. He thought that he was imagining things and that there was no one in the office. But Hanwol came even closer and waited stubbornly for an answer. Sehyun was also worried. He wondered if Ga-min would accept Hanwol into the study group, because they were running out of time to register 5 students. Finally, Ga-min came to his senses. He asked if it was really Hanwol standing in front of him. His voice sounded very confident. Hanwol smiled stupidly again and said that yes, it was him.
Then Ga-min looked him in the eye carefully. He wanted to understand what Hanwol's intentions were, what his insidious plan was.
But it was not so easy to figure out a bully, so Ga-min decided not to be formal with him, and not to ask him anything unnecessary. He simply told him that Hanwol had been denied admission to the study group. Hanwol was embarrassed. He was not used to being rejected by anyone. He put his hand on his arm and asked for the reason for the rejection. Ga-min said that he could see in his eyes that he had no plans to study or go to university. Hanwol wanted to object. He said that it was not objective to reject a person just because of his eyes, and after all, Ga-min is not psychic to see such things just in the eyes. Hanwol said he would not back down until he heard a good reason for his rejection. Just then, Jiwoo burst into the office and heard everything that was happening. Seeing Jiwoo, Ga-min gained even more courage and said that he was refusing Hanwol's admission because he was a bad guy. And that's the end of their dialogue. Hanwol has no business in this office. Even for Ziehung, this reason for refusal sounded stupid. He thought he had to come up with something more original and interesting. That's why he was angry at Ga-min for not being creative at all. Hanwol furrowed his brows. He wasn't used to being rejected, even though he hadn't really come here to study, but to scout the place out and meet Ga-min personally. As Hanwol left the office, he said that they would regret it, because he wanted to help them. But this company had chosen a difficult path for itself. At the same time, Hanwol snapped his fingers as if it were a sign, but no one in the room understood what it meant. Hanwol said that Gamin was unlikely to make it on this path alone, but it was his choice. At that moment, Se-hyun, who was standing by the window, heard a whistle. He turned around and managed to cover his head with his hand just in time, because a brick was flying through the window. It broke the window pane. Everything around was covered in glass. The brick hit Se-hyun. Ji-woo and Gi-min didn't have time to protect him. She didn't realize what was happening either. Hin-wol did not react to this situation at all. It was as if he knew something was going to happen. So he just left the office with a smile. Ji-woo ran up to Se-hyun and asked if he was okay. If he was okay. And Gamin immediately rushed to the window to see who threw the brick at their office. The window was completely shattered. Gamin looked out and saw a bunch of hooligans in the yard, gloating that she had managed to hit the window. 5 guys were standing under the window laughing. They were calling out the shooter and saying it was a great shot. Hanwol had already left the office, but decided to say a few more words to Gamin. He asked if he knew what these 2 boys had in common, Kyujin and Ju Jae-wang. Gamin thought about it. He didn't understand what they had to do with anything. Then Hanwol continued, "These 2 are from the 2nd grade. There is a rule in this school that is not talked about. No fighting between classes because of different ranks. And Gamin broke that rule." Hanwol looked at Gamin like he was an idiot, because everyone in the school knew about this rule. Hanwol called Haemin a huge frog who disrupted the school's ecosystem. Because the freshmen now want to increase their rank in the school and are willing to do anything to do so, they call Yungamin a monster, who must be defeated in order to move to a higher level. Yungamin's strength is already legendary. Those who have seen him fight say that he can knock anyone down with one punch. For example, that's how a pig described the fight between Gamin and Kyujin. And the freshmen also put bets on who could knock Yoon Gamin down. Kang Tae-jo was the first to show his strength. Kang Tae-jo was a real big guy. He was a mountain of muscle that few people believed would be able to overcome Gamin. It was he and his gang who appeared under the window of the study group and threw bricks at the classroom. He wanted to show that he was not afraid of anything. Hanwol said he could have restrained these stupid freshmen and their desire to prove themselves in a fight. But he was not accepted into the training group, so Gamin is left alone with this problem. Hanwol waved goodbye and left, and under the window stood an angry freshman, Kang Tae-kyung. He was a first-year student. Kang shouted that he was challenging Gamin to a fight to prove his strength to everyone around him. The bully shouted for Gamin to come down to him immediately, but Gamin was still standing calmly by the broken window and asked why he should come down. Kang Tae-kyung shouted that they should immediately decide who was stronger, so that these stupid rumors at school about the invincible Gamin would disappear. Gamin said that Kang Tae-kyung shouldn't worry, and just tell everyone that he was stronger, and that Gamin would confirm his words where necessary. The bully laughed. He'd never seen anyone avoid a fight like that when it came to your honor. But no one was going to leave without a fight. Kang Tae-kyung knew that Gamin always defends the underdog, so he prepared a surprise for him. 2 more hooligans dragged a boy named Jong to the courtyard under the window of the study group. The boy tried to escape, not realizing where he was being dragged. But the hooligans persisted. Lee Jong was also a freshman and belonged to the 17th grade. He was screaming at the top of his lungs for the bastards to let him go immediately. He shouted so loudly that the whole school could hear him, and of course, Gamin could hear him too. When they brought Lee Jong in, Kang Tae-kyung was overjoyed. He had wanted to beat the boy for a long time, because for the last month, Lee Jong had been talking about conquering Yusung High School. And today, this unfortunate boy also brought a document that made the bullies even angrier. Gamin watched everything happening through the window. He didn't understand what the whole circus was about. He did not want to fight with anyone and prove anything. He just wanted to learn. Then Kang Tae-kyung pulled a document out of his pocket and held it up to the window, so that Ha-min could read what it said. The document was about registering extracurricular activities. In front of everyone, Kang Tae-kyung simply tore the document into small pieces. He said that he would do the same to anyone who dared to take over Yusung School. He said that no one would study in this school and set their own rules. Yusung School was not created for that. When Ga Min saw Kang Tae-kyung tearing up the document, he jumped out of the window and landed right next to the bully. Lee Jong opened his mouth in surprise. Yoon Ga-min's fame had indeed spread through the school, but not everyone believed that he was so skilled. But judging by the way Ga-min jumped out of the window and landed on his feet, it was true. Kang Tae-kyung didn't expect Ga-min to do that either. He realized that the fight would not be easy. He had to gather his strength. Ha-min had an inflated sense of justice, and it overcame him again. Ga-min did not want to fight, but when he saw someone interfering with other students' learning, he always defended them. The same thing happened this time. He jumped from the second floor and landed right on his feet. It was very unexpected. Then Ga-min punched Kang Tae-kyung and he fell down. Lee Jong wasn't really a complete nerd either. He, like most people, fought for rank in school by fighting. In many fights, Lee Jong managed to win. He wanted to get his rank up as soon as possible, so he fought very often.
After the last fight, he moved up to the 18th round. It was quite easy for him.
Lee Chong leapfrogged his peers by a round. Everyone he was friends with was still in the 17th round. That's why his friends wondered how Lee Chong was able to overcome round after round so easily. And the secret was in the document of conquest of Yusung School. It turned out that he wanted to conquer it in battle, not in education. Lee Chong also dared to meet Ga-min. He was a wrestling guru to him. After winning the fight, Lee Chong often thought about how they would meet. Lee Chong believed that all he had to do was keep winning fights and winning new rounds. Then Ga-min would definitely notice him. In reality, however, Ga-min was never interested in rounds and fights. He had completely different interests. It's just that no one at school knew about it. Everyone thought that if you were strong and knew how to fight, it meant you wanted to go to the highest round. When Ga-min jumped down from the second floor and knocked Kang Tae-kyung to the ground, everyone was shocked. They watched the fight with their mouths agape and even forgot why they had brought Jong here. Lee Jong, on the other hand, was incredibly happy that he could finally watch Ga-min fight in real life, and not just hear a story from someone else. Ga-min was not interested in Kang Tae-kyung. He didn't want to put him through school. He just wanted to save the document because he thought it contained really important information about the school's curriculum. So Ga-min snatched the document and wanted to let Kang Tae-kyung go himself. But the bully wasn't going to go away that easily. He wanted to continue the fight. Kang Tae-kyung was strong, so he quickly threw Ga-min away and tried to get to his feet. Ga-min fell, but he didn't hurt himself, and most importantly, he didn't let go of the document. The hooligans watching the fight started placing bets on who would win. At one point, they even thought that Kang Tae-kyung would win because he was strong and flexible enough. They thought Ga-min was headless because he jumped from the second floor. Kang Tae-kyung quickly recovered and got to his feet. He stretched his shoulders and said that this was just the beginning. The fact that Ga-min threw the first punch doesn't mean anything, because he was caught off guard. The only one who was sure that Ga-min would win was Lee Jong. He also realized that this was only the beginning, that things would get much more interesting. But when Kang Tae-kyung came to, Ga-myung was not there. The bully did not understand where he had gone, and Ga-min sat down comfortably on the floor and began to study the document that he snatched from the bully's hands. Ga-min quickly realized that it was a plan to conquer the school through fights. It was a plan to get promoted quickly. None of this was interesting to Ga-min. He had a completely different vision for the school. Kang Tae-kyung shouted that he wanted the fight to continue. Then he came up and pushed Ga-min in the back. Kang Tae-kyung thought that Ga-myung was mentally ill if he was sitting with his back to his opponent. After the blow, Ga-min's glasses fell off. He didn't like it when someone touched his glasses. Kang Tae-kyung told Ga-myung to get up and focus on the fight because the fight had already started. The challenge has already been thrown. No one can just walk away from the battlefield. Moreover, this fight was in the presence of 3 people. This meant that the fight was official, according to the unwritten rules of the Yusung School. Kang Tae-kyung was furious that Ga-min had switched to a document, and that he should get twice as many kicks for it. But before Kang Tae-kyung could speak, Ga-min jumped to his feet and punched the bully. The blow was again unexpected and very strong. Kang Tae-kyung was thrown back. The bully was staggering in different directions. He was slowly losing consciousness. The other guys from the gang were even a little disappointed that it was over so quickly, that this fight had lasted for several minutes. Kang Tian fell to his knees and gave up. He lost consciousness and crumbled like a pile of stones into small pieces, and Ga Min stubbornly said that he was not going to waste his time fighting. He doesn't want to participate in these stupid competitions. Kang Tai-kyung was lying on the ground unconscious. Everyone was watching and wondering how Ga Min could overcome him with just one punch. But Ga Min didn't see it as anything out of the ordinary. He thought about and calculated every punch he threw. Other hooligans just used a lot of moves. The hooligans from the gang had a betting program. They bet that Kang Tian would win, and he was still lying unconscious on the floor. Kang Tian was unconscious and had no desire to continue the fight. It was the shortest fight of his life. Gamin picked up his glasses. He thought that this time he had hit too hard, because Kang Tae-kyung had been unconscious for a very long time. Shogun was watching this strange fight through the window of one of the classrooms. Ga Min was still a dark horse for him. He did not understand his motives in fighting, but this guy fought flawlessly. Gamin approached Li Chong and told him that he was not worried. No one would touch him today for sure. Ga Min also suggested that Li Zhong follow him. He had an interesting proposition for him. Yong was happy that his plan had finally become a reality. He would get to know Ga Min and learn his fighting techniques. Even though Zhong didn't know exactly what level Ga Min was at, even Ga Min himself didn't know, because he didn't care. Zhong ran after Ga Min and dreamed that soon he would be like him, calm and balanced on the outside, but very strong on the inside. When the boys reached the door of the study group's office, Ga Min ordered Zhong to stop and not to go any further. The three of them were sitting at the table, Sehyun, Ji-woo, and Hee-won. Ga Min briefly told her about everything that had happened, about Zhong's plans to bring Yusin to her knees, but by force. The girls noticed that bullies don't know any other way, so Zhong has nothing to do among the members of their study group. Ga Min wanted to recruit 5 people as soon as possible, so that the study group could finally be registered, but he agreed that he shouldn't take the first person he saw. So he looked down the hall to Yong and said he was free. Because this group is for studying. Of course, this sounds strange in this gangster school, but no one in the training group is exactly engaged in rank advancement. So it's obvious that he and Zhong are not on the same path. So Ga Min said goodbye to Zhong and left. Zhong stayed in front of the closed door. He wanted to explain to Ha-min that combat training is also learning. This knowledge also needs to be acquired, and Ga Min can teach such a subject. But if Ga Min doesn't want to teach him martial arts, he can just compete with him, or at least tell him how he trains every day. Any information would be very valuable. But the guy just kept talking to the closed door. No one came out of the office and reacted to his monologue. Then Zhong thought that maybe he really needed to start studying, improve his grades, and try to find a goal in life other than increasing his rank. He had nothing to lose anyway. He decided to try to start studying so he could spend more time with Ga Min. Before Zhong could even knock on the door to tell him about his desire to study, Ga Min immediately opened the door. It turns out that Ga Min had been standing at the door the whole time, listening to Zhong mumble about studying. So Ga Min asked him if he was sincere, if he really wanted to start studying. Zhong was embarrassed because he had never been so close to his idol before, but Ga Min was eager to hear his answer. Because Zhong could become the 5th member of the group, and then the principal would officially register their study group. There was nowhere to retreat. Zhong agreed to study. Ga Min immediately gave him a pile of books and some documents. It was even hard for Zhong to hold it. He didn't understand how he could study all this. Ga Min said they were going to visit Cape Han Kang, and the books were a task for Zhong to do while they were gone. Zhong didn't understand why Ga Myung was so obsessed with studying, but he didn't care anymore because he was fighting like crazy. And Zhong wanted Ga Min to become his martial arts teacher. And if that meant studying all those books, taking tests, and sweating a little bit, he didn't mind. On the contrary, the tasks were interesting and he was happy to do them. He was sitting by a broken window and heard some strange movements. Suddenly, all the crayons flew off the table. Chan barely managed to catch his test so that it did not fly into the wreath. He did not understand why there was such a draft in the classroom. While he was picking up his test paper from the floor, the office door opened, and a man in a black suit walked in. He had his hands in his pockets and looked like a real gangster. The man wanted to know where Yungin was. Zhuang immediately recognized the gangster in the suit. He was in charge of recruiting new people to the YB family gang. He was told that Gamin could be found in his office studying and similar lies. The gangster thought that Zhang was Yun Gamin, so he asked him if he was already rank 1, and if he wanted to join the YB family. Zhang had been dreaming of joining the gang for a long time, and now he had such an opportunity. The man came out of the office and said that if Gamin, that is Zhang, who was pretending to be Gamin, agreed, they would test him to see if he was worthy of being a member of the White Lead gang. But Zhang should prepare himself because it might hurt. Zhang recalls that he had just recently told about his dreams and made plans to increase his rank because that was the only way to get into the gang. But he did not think that his dreams would come true so quickly. The gangster asked him what was taking him so long to think and stomp on the door. Maybe he's not really Yun Hamin. Zhang had heard for a long time that the YB family was looking for high-ranking students to make the national team. He thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. But Gamin and his team were not interested in participating in such gangs. Moreover, Yang did not want his future teacher to be in danger. So he decided to pretend to be Gamin and try his hand on his behalf. When Gamin returned from Lehon Kang, there was no one in the study group's office. Gamyoung wondered where Zhang could have gone, because he had a lot of work to do and couldn't have finished it so quickly. So Zhang had simply failed and left. Suddenly, Hamin heard someone enter the office. It was Shogun. He knew where Zhang had gone and wanted to tell Gamin about it. Shogun told him about the White Lead gang, that Jiang had been planning to join for a long time. But today, he was there by accident, because when Jiang was taking tests in the study group's office, they confused him with Yun Gamin and took him away. The White Lead gang are not ordinary people. It's hard to get in, but it's even harder to get out. That's why Zhang definitely needs to be rescued, even though he went there of his own free will. Chan was driving a black luxury Mercedes. He did not know where he was being taken, but it didn't matter to him. The main thing was that he would finally meet the White Lead gang. Zhang sat in the back seat and listened to Oh Chang-ho talk about the Yusun school. It turned out that it had a good status among the gangsters. The students of Yusun High had been spotted with gangs from different schools many times and always performed well. The gangster said that Yusun High was a place for talented criminals. Zhang was glad that he was one of them. He was also glad that no one suspected anything and still thought he was Gamin. Yang remembered one of his fights with the elders. He always wanted to win the fight, and when he failed, he would wait for his opponent around the corner of the house to continue. One day, a bully named Auntie told him that he was already part of the White Lead and would soon be very successful. Therefore, Chang no longer has the right to even stand next to him, because such top-level thugs have nothing to do with petty hooligans. Then Zhang promised himself that he too would soon become a top-level gangster. Ji-woo saw the car in which Zhang was riding with the YB family gangster when she was returning from the hospital from Lehon Kang. She didn't know who was inside, but she realized that they were taking another student, Yu Sung, to the test. Ji-woo stopped. She had to be 100% sure that she was right, because maybe someone needed her help right now. Hee-won and Se-hyun, who were walking with her, asked if she was okay. Ji-woo didn't want to tell her anything about the YB family car. She just asked where the bespectacled Gamin was, but he had long gone ahead of her because he was in a hurry to get to school. Gamin wanted to check on Yang as soon as possible to see if he had completed the assignment he had given him. He even bought a pineapple-flavored energy drink for the two of them to cheer them up, but when he arrived at the office, there was no one there. He was very disappointed. He didn't understand why Zhang had run away so quickly, because he had even started doing the tests and just left everything behind. Gamin analyzed what could have happened, After all, half of the tests had been passed. But the most important thing was that Gamin saw in Zhong's eyes a desire to learn. He could have become part of the study group, but why did he miss this moment? The worst part was that Gamin had already told Miss Han Kang that they would recruit 5 people for the study group. Now he would have to look for someone again. Gamyong decided to check the tests that Zhong had taken anyway. He read each answer carefully. He was pleasantly surprised because many of the answers were correct. He was even more confused because he didn't know where Zhong could have gone. Suddenly someone walked into the study group room. Gamyong looked around, hoping it was Zhong who had returned. But in fact, it was Shogun Park. For some reason, he knew everything about Zhong and where he had gone. Segun asked if Gamin was interested in hearing the truth. Gamin didn't understand what Segun was doing here, and why he was so interested in Zhong that he knew everything about him. He was very surprised, but he decided to ask Shogun what he knew. Shogun smiled. He had a lot to tell about the White Lead gang, but the most important thing was that Chan had gotten into real trouble. Chan was brought to an abandoned building. It was dark, and only the headlights of a car illuminated the area. 3 bandits were already waiting for him there. Chan realized that he had to prove himself now, but he had never fought 3 people at once before. The atmosphere was intense and terrifying. It was just like in a gangster movie, but it seemed to him that this was exactly how it should be. The 3 hooligans were very serious. They liked to fight with students from Yusun because always strong there. Oh Chang-ho, who was in charge of recruiting at YB Family, explained the rules. He lit a cigarette and said that the abandoned building was a testing ground. This is where the selection for the initiation of members, supported by YB Family, takes place. There is only one way to pass this test. You have to take the key to the white Mercedes. The rules were clear, but it was quite difficult to fulfill them. But Zhong has never been afraid of a challenge. He gritted his teeth and got ready to fight. Ochangho explained that your bullies had just graduated from high school, but they were very skilled. They'll do anything to win, even kill if they have to. For them, it's a common thing. Each of the hooligans had a specialty. Blonde Chan Baiwan was the best robber. He asked Yang what his rank was and if he was really a talented hooligan, like the niche guys from Yusung he had met before. Kukwan had long black hair and squinty eyes. His specialty was direct violence, and he didn't care whether Yang was a talented criminal or not. He wanted to start a fight as soon as possible. The third naked thug was named Seo Yubi. He specialized in attempted murder. He thought Yi Zhong was a piece of shit who was good for nothing. He didn't even want to get his hands dirty with him. Chang Ho announced the first round. It sounded unexpectedly fast for Chan. He still couldn't adjust because he had never fought so many people before, but it was too late to give up. What's more, Oh Chang-ho said that if Zhong won, he would take not only the car keys but the car itself. This cool car would be his. Zhong was overwhelmed by what he heard. He had never won such a gift before. Oh Chang-ho smoked and added fuel to the fire with his talk. He said that the only future that awaited Chan if he didn't join a gang was as a part-time delivery boy. In this world, everything is decided by money and power, and the only way to get it is to become part of the YB family. For some reason, Zhong remembered Gamin. He wondered why he was so obsessed with his studies. After all, studying is definitely not going to get you anywhere. Being just smart and good doesn't make sense when it comes to money and success. Oh Chang-ho pointed to the car key again. He told Chon not to think about methods, but to go for his goal. He just had to get the key, and then success would come to him. He also remembered his last fight, where they also said that success can only be won with fists. So he clenched his fists and rushed into the fight. He ran around and wanted to strike first. He wanted to do it quickly and unexpectedly. He ran fast and shouted loudly. He thought that he would quickly deal with these 3 and then success would be in his pocket. But the opponents were not easy. For them, Zhong was just an ant that could be crushed with one finger. So the first punch and Chan was on the ground. Oh Chang-ho was watching the fight closely. He just smoked a cigarette and did not interfere. But there was not much to watch. Chan was beaten in a matter of seconds. He was on the ground and could not get up. Oh Chang-ho didn't even have time to finish his cigarette, as Chan was already lying on the floor. John leaned on the cold stone wall to regain some consciousness. His face was smashed, his eyes were swollen, and his clothes were torn. He could barely breathe after the fight. And Oh Chang-ho said that he was weak, because only strong guys should study at Yusun. John realized that he had lied in vain. He had clearly overestimated his abilities. No one could handle 3 bullies of that rank. The hooligans decided not to beat Jong to death. They turned around and left. Chan watched them go and was glad to be alive. But Oh Chang-ho remained on the grounds. He straightened his tie, picked up a metal stick, and told Jong that he shouldn't have given in to emotions. Oh Chang-ho came closer. He admitted that he knew it wasn't Yoon Ha-min sitting in front of him, but he also thought Jong was stubborn enough to become part of the gang. It's a pity he was wrong, because in reality, Jong turned out to be a fucking trash. And Oh Chang-ho is also very angry that Jong lied to him and introduced himself with a false name. He doesn't like liars, and they need to be severely punished, because if Jong lied to him, it means that he lied to the whole Yu family. Oh Chang-ho held a metal stick in his hands and ordered Jong to lie down on his stomach. He immediately warned him that he had better listen to him. Otherwise, Jong would lose his head. His brains would just smash against the wall. John realized that he was in a terrible situation. There was no one to save him. He should obey, even though it would hurt him a lot. Oh Chang-ho marked on his watch the time during which he would beat Chan. He said that now he would initiate him into permanent membership. Chan knelt and waited for the end to come. He did not hope to survive after this. The 3 hooligans decided to come back and watch the initiation. They were heartless. And even if Chan had cried for help, no one would have heard him or reacted in any way. On the contrary, he would have been beaten even more severely for criticizing them. Chan lay down on his stomach, as he had been asked to do, and clenched his teeth. Oh Chang-ho shouted that Chan had failed the test and swung a metal stick. But at that moment, someone appeared and struck one of the bandits, whose name was Seo Yuba. So Yuba managed to react in time and defended himself with his hands. He was just thrown back, but he remained on his feet. 2 more hooligans did not understand who had appeared so quietly and unnoticed, because only the chosen few knew about this place. Ordinary mortals were afraid to even come here. Shogun Park started the fight with the hooligans. He grabbed the first thing that came to his hand. It was a wooden stick, and he attacked the hooligans with it. Oh Chang-ho did not want to stop and be distracted. He wanted to finish the massacre of Jong as soon as possible and leave. But the noise around him was too much. 3 people came to rescue Jong and restore justice: Shogun, Ji-woo, and Yoon Ga-min. Ji-woo immediately went to Oh Chang-ho and told him that it was not appropriate for such a grown-up uncle to fight. Ga-min didn't understand what was going on. The Shogun explained to him that Jong was going to be beaten by the man in charge of recruiting for the Yu family, and he needed to talk to him. As always, Ga-min was only interested in studying, so he took the tests that Jong was taking with him. Ga-min wanted to tell him that the boy had good results. He wrote the score on the paper. Jong got 24 points on the tests, which was enough to get into the study group. Ga-min immediately told him that he would be happy to have him as a member of the team, that he had made it to the top 5. Jong could barely get to his feet. He didn't hear what Ga-min said, but he was glad to see him. He realized that his life had been saved by Ga-min again. Oh Chang-ho didn't understand what was going on here, who these people were, or what they were doing. Shogun and Ga-min arrived at the abandoned building, just as Jong was starting to fight with the 3 hooligans. Sigun explained to Ga-min that this is where the gangsters who want to become a permanent member of the gang are tested. It is here that talented boys are brought to make them gangsters. Ga-min tried to see what was going on inside, but it was dark and not much was visible. Suddenly, Ha-min noticed that someone else was watching the situation not far from him. It was Ji-woo. He asked her what she was doing there. Ji-woo said that she was the one who wanted to ask what Ga-min was doing here. Ga-min said he came to rescue Young. Ji-woo just followed him because she thought it was suspicious. Shogun added that he brought Ga-min here because they have a common interest. Ga-min wants to save that guy, and Shogun needs to talk to that white lead man. Ji-woo asks how well Ga-myung knows this Jong. Maybe he came here of his own free will. but Gamin said that maybe he was just falling for the sweet promises. Jiwoo suggested that they should give him a good kicking after they rescue him. Gamin said that it's okay, that he'll figure it out on his own. After all, Jong has potential. He can study well. He promised that to Hamin. Then Gamin showed him the test sheet that Jong had taken. When Shogun saw the test score, he said it was too low. But for Gamin, grades were never the main thing. The main thing is that Jong took the matter seriously and took up the test. And 24 points is not a bad result at all. So even if he went to the bandit's lair of his own free will, he had his reasons. Or he simply does not know any other life. He doesn't know that it is possible to learn and go towards your goal. Oh Chang-ho stopped when he saw that he had 3 uninvited guests. He recognized Ga-min among them all, because of course he had asked him how he looked the day before. Oh Chang-ho was surprised that someone had come to rescue Jong. Bandits never had such loyal friends. Ji-woo was the first to start the conversation. She said that it was not appropriate for such an adult uncle to do such dirty things, and bullying teenagers is a very unattractive job in general. Chang-ho laughed. These kids thought he was a gangster from the movies and didn't realize the seriousness of the job. Although people like Oh Chang-ho were usually afraid of him, they did not point out the shortcomings of his work. Shogun said that the easiest thing they could do in this situation was to report to the police. The cops would arrive in a few seconds and figure out who was who. Chang-ho laughed again. Because the law didn't solve anything in their city. The city was run by gangs. While Oh Chang-ho was distracted by the chatter, Gamin quietly told Jong to immediately move away from the gangster and take their side. He said that now was the perfect time to escape. But as soon as Yong moved, Oh Chang-ho hit him on the back with a metal stick. The bandit said that no one would escape from him without his permission. He hadn't finished his punishment yet, so Chan would have to wait and be patient. Pain pierced the boy's body. Yong screamed in pain and almost fainted. Jiwoo screamed that Oh Chang-ho was an old pervert. Being beaten with a metal pipe is the highest form of torture. After the first blow, Jong fell to the ground and could not move. Oh Chang-ho said that this is what law and power looks like. Whoever has power rules the world. Whoever controls money, because power is money. Chan was lying on the ground unconscious, and to further demonstrate his power over this young innocent body, Oh Chang-ho kicked him. Finally, Oh Chang-ho told Ji-woo that an old man like him shouldn't be ashamed at all, because shame disappears when you have money. Then respect appears, but it's still hard for these snotty kids to understand. Shogun and Ga-min didn't even want to listen to this gangster's nonsense and arrogance. They wanted to show justice in the language of hooligans, the language of power. Because they did not understand any other language in this world, the guys got ready to strike first. But they did not notice that they were about to be attacked from behind. Ji-woo managed to stop them and shouted to them to look back, but behind them were the hooligans with whom Jong had recently fought. The bully's attack was unexpected, and therefore successful. Shogun and Ga-mina hit their heads so hard that an echo was heard. The boys fell to the ground from the impact. Jiwoo was angry that these 2 idiots couldn't even assess the situation properly, but immediately started fighting. They had become overconfident too. You always have to be able to assess the risks before you save someone. But Jiwoo was also in danger behind. She turned around in time to see a familiar face. It was young Bi-hwan standing behind her. Ji-woo had already met this guy on the judo mat and twisted his arms. Apparently that fight didn't teach him anything, and now he wanted revenge. Jang Bi-hwan called Ji-woo a 1.5, and said that the members of the White Lead are not garbage, and now he will prove it. Because Yusun's students had long been overindulged and needed to be taught a lesson. So the bully rolled up his sleeves to strike first. Jang Bi-hwan aimed his fist right at Ji-woo's face, but she was ready for the blow. So she quickly dodged and thought about her next move. It was just like on the judo mat. It was important to calculate every move and fill yourself with energy. Right now, Ji-woo was driven by the energy of anger because some hooligan had called her a 1.5-year-old. Ji-woo caught Jang Byung-hwan by the sleeve and threw him over herself. It was her favorite trick that always worked. Jang Bi-hwan immediately fell and was unconscious. Ji-woo put him back on his shoulder blades. Meanwhile, Cook Kwan's bully attacked Shogun. He liked to fight not with his fists but with weapons or anything heavy that he could get his hands on. So the bully grabbed a wooden board and wanted to hit Shogun on the head with it. Shogun had already recovered from the first blow, so he dodged it. But Cook Kwang was not going to give up. He liked to finish the job so that his opponent would lie unconscious on the ground. Then it would mean the end of the fight. The Shogun quickly got to his feet. He had to immediately seize the initiative and attack himself. There was no one to wait for help. There were 3 hooligans, and 3 of them. Each had to defeat his opponent on his own. Cook Kwang wanted to finish off the Shogun as quickly as possible. He started swinging a wooden board in different directions. Shogun barely had time to dodge. He maneuvered on his knees because he felt that the blow would be very painful and would knock him unconscious. But he had to not just dodge but figure out how to deliver a strong blow himself. Cook Kwan did not stop. He had fun swinging the wooden board in the hope that the next blow would fall on Shogun. Sukun decided to use his secret tricks, so he put a hood on his head. It made him feel more confident. Shogun remembered how he had once defeated Hyunwoo with a secret trick, and he had to act just as suddenly now. So while Cook Kwang continued to swing the board while standing still, Shogun unnoticed took something out of his pocket. It was brass knuckles, which Shogun used to hit Cook Kwang right in the face. It was unexpected and very accurate. Cook Kwan fell down. The victory was Shogun's. Cook Kwan flew a few meters away, and Shogun advised him to never underestimate his opponent, because there could always be a secret weapon in his pocket. For example, the one that Shogun used this time. Oh Chang-ho was watching the battles as usual. As usual, he decided not to interfere for the time being. The most interesting battle was ahead for him. Oh Chang-ho wanted to analyze how Ga-min fought, although these 2 from Yusun were also good fighters. As usual, Ga-min stood very reserved and seemed to be far away from the fight. He didn't even have time to take off his glasses. Ga-min's opponent was Seo Yubi. He came closer to get a good look at Ga-min. Seo Yubi had seen Ga-min fight, so he knew that the fight would not be easy. Because Ga-min uses very interesting punches. That's why Seo Yubi decided to use his assistant, a knife. The bully was known in the gang for his cruelty. It was a common thing for him to stab someone in a fight. Therefore, against Seo Yubi's sharp knife, even Ga-min's unusual punches were not so scary. Seo Yubi pointed his finger at Chan, who was still unconscious. He said that Ga-min might be the same way now, because no one had ever been able to resist his knife. Because the one who has the knight is the strongest. Seo Yubi swung his knife to stab Ga-min but missed. He was standing too far away. The blade didn't even hit his clothes. Ga-min intercepted the next stroke. He wrapped the knife in Chong's test paper. He did it so tightly that the blade didn't even cut through the paper. This had a special meaning for Ga-min. He said that no knife can destroy knowledge. Knowledge is much stronger than weapons. Next, Ga-min was able to knock the knife out of Seo Yuba's hands. The bully was confused. It was as if he had lost an arm. Ga-min said that he had something much stronger than just the knight. He straightened his palm and hit the bully's chest with his fingers. It was some kind of secret point that immediately threw the bully away. Just like that, Seo Yuba was thrown back a few meters by the punch. He fell on his back, and that meant only one thing. Ga-min had won. But Ga-min's main opponent was actually Oh Chang-ho. Therefore, Ga-min decided to strike his next blow unexpectedly for Oh Chang-ho. He approached and swung his fist. Ga-min was aiming right at Oh Chang-ho's face. He was very focused. But a second before the punch, Ga-min realized that something strange was happening. Oh Chang-ho intercepted the punch and caught Ga-min's fist with his own hand. Ga-min realized that Oh Chang-ho was no ordinary bully that Ga-min had dealt with before. He is a first-class fighter who also trains hard and knows many fighting techniques. Oh Chang-ho held Ga-min's arm very tightly to prevent him from throwing another punch. He asked Ga-min where he learned to fight like that. Because even though the boys at Yusun School are strong, they don't teach this kind of fighting. Ga-min was also curious to know where Oh Chang-ho learned to fight, because it looks like they had the same teachers. Both of them calculated all the opponent's further actions before throwing a punch, and so the fight was more like a math equation. Oh Chang-ho said that there was only one strong opponent in their school, and that was the son of his boss. Shogun and Ji-woo immediately guessed that it was Han-wul. Oh, Chang-ho went on to say that if Ga-min is trying so hard to help Jong, it's all for nothing, because this friendship is not worth it. Oh Chang-ho swung the metal stick as if to hit Ga-min just as hard, but the boy managed to protect himself with his hand. But the next blow with the metal pipe was stronger, and Ga-min ended up on the floor. Ji-woo and Shogun immediately rushed to protect Ga-min, but Oh Chang-ho was ready for this. He said that with their training, these kids had zero chance of winning. The two of them were just little assholes to Oh Chang-ho who could be eliminated with a single punch, and that's exactly what happened. Although Shogun and Ji-woo attacked at the same time, Oh Chang-ho deflected both blows. Shogun was kicked in the head, and Ji-woo took the brunt of the blow with a metal stick. Ji-woo was the first to fall to the floor, screaming in pain. Shogun followed her. He was also unconscious. Oh Chang-ho was gloating. He stood in one place and knocked out all three teenagers. They were lying in different corners and no one had regained consciousness. Even Jae-min couldn't get up. Oh Chang-ho still had his foot on Jung's body. This was his way of demonstrating his power. But this fight was interesting to Oh Chang-ho. That's why he liked students from Yusun, because they are headless in terms of fighting. They always rush forward. They are driven by ambition, not by a sober mind. All of your teenagers went down after being hit, because Oh Chang-ho hit everyone very precisely, in the most painful places. It was definitely not a random blow, but a well-thought-out one that was so effective. Oh Chang-ho lit a cigarette. He was interested in watching someone writhe in pain. The gangster took the first puff and continued that he said, not everyone at Yusun High was worthy. For example, Jong just wasted his time. But that's okay. The new semester is just beginning. There will definitely be those worthy of being members of the Yu family. While Oh Chang-ho was smoking, Ga-min rushed at him with his fists. He quietly got to his feet and then quietly came in to strike. It was a thoughtful move. Ga-min attacked when Oh Chang-ho let his guard down because he was lighting a cigarette. He wanted to strike when the cigarette was in his right hand. Ga-min realized that Oh Chang-ho was striking with his right hand and left foot. This was his trick, his strong point. Ga-min decided to take advantage of it. Ga-min's plan worked. Oh Chang-ho had to use his right foot, which he was using to stand on Jong's body. Now the guy was free, but Ga-min got another punch in the face. Oh Chang-ho landed on two legs, but did not immediately realize what a mistake he had made. Ga-min took him down with a trick, although he was hurt because of it. Ga-min realized that his opponent was not as strong as he seemed. Therefore, the teenagers had a good chance of winning. Ga-min exhaled. That part of the plan had worked. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had to think of the next plan of action. Oh Chang-ho didn't like the satisfied look on Ga-min's face. He stopped for a second to analyze the situation. Then Oh Chang-ho looked back at how he was standing and realized what a mistake he had made. It was all about his leg. Ga-min had deliberately made him attack with his right foot. After the kick, Oh Chang-ho took his right leg off Jong, and he was free to run away. It was a clever move, but Oh Chang-ho thought that this idiot was not worthy of such attention, because Chan is a loser who can't even defend himself. Oh Chang-ho had to figure out how to regain control of the situation, and of Jong. Ga-min asked not to touch Jong anymore, because he had already been hit with a metal pipe. He'd had enough abuse for one day. There was no need to step on him again. But Oh Chang-ho just laughed. No one dared to tell him what to do. It was up to him to decide how to punish and how long the punishment should last. And the idiot Jong had not yet received his due. Oh Chang-ho had never seen such a loyal friendship before. Ga-min got hit to save his friend Jong. What a loyal gang they had. Hearing the word gang, Ga-min exploded. He did not belong to any such gang. He had a study group. He asked Oh Chang-ho to memorize because gang and study group are two opposite concepts. But since Oh Chang-ho only understood the language of fighting, Ga-min decided to explain everything in detail. Ga-min took off his jacket to make his movements less constrained. It looked ridiculous to Oh Chang-ho. He said the children were acting like heroes, but in this world there are no heroes. In the modern world, evil always wins over good, because evil is money and power. Ga-min remembered a punch he had been practicing for a long time but had never used. He was afraid to use it on ordinary hooligans because they might not be able to withstand it. But Ha Min never wanted to kill anyone. He was just fighting for justice. And justice is re-education, not murder. Meanwhile, something strange was happening at the Incheon police station. Everyone was fussing and nervous. Inspector Na Taeman was looking for something among the papers, but he couldn't find it because everything was flying around. Inspector Na Taeman's colleagues were afraid to even approach him and offer help. No one knew what he was looking for, but the inspector repeated the word asshole so many times that everyone realized it was serious. It seems that Inspector Na Taeman had solved the exercise, but he wasn't very happy about it, because the defendants in the case were related to the White Lead gang, and no one in the police wanted to deal with these bandits. The only one who dared to approach the furious Inspector Na Taeman was his colleague, 44-year-old Hwang Dog-hee, an inspector for juvenile and women's affairs. He asked what the inspector was working so hard on, and what made him so angry. Na Taeman mentioned only one name, and everything became clear. He was working on the case of Sai Han-woo. The men realized that they couldn't talk about the details of the case in the police station. Even the walls here have ears. So they decided to go up to the roof. It was quiet and peaceful there. Hwang Do-kyung had heard about this case and knew that it was being investigated recently. Moreover, it also involves the juvenile and women's department. That's why they need to work together. Ni Taeman asked if Hwang Dong-hee was doing anything about the case and what results he had. But this question made Hwang Do-kyung very angry. He was so angry that he clutched a can of Coca-Cola in his hand. He said that he was staying late at the police station and bending over backwards to get results. He asked his friend to stop by Na Taeman, because they really both work for the same goal. Lehon Kang's case does belong to the juvenile and women's department, but he is dealing with the direct head of the White Lead gang, Phai En-baek, and it would be ideal to get to him through his son Phai Han-woo. Hwang Do-kyung listened attentively to how the two cases were connected and wondered how Na Taeman had put all the data together so quickly. After all, he had only recently started his job. Na Taeman called Phai Han-woo a scumbag because it was a problem to even interrogate him. Hwang Do-kyung advised his friend to relax a bit, because without evidence his observations are just guesswork, but the case can always be transferred to the juvenile and women's department, because they have more authority. Na Taeman said that it was unlikely that any of the investigators would be able to interrogate Han-woo, because when he brought him in for questioning, Han-woo left the police station without even entering. The commander immediately let him go. And this guy smiled and left. No, he is the boss and can do whatever he wants. The most important thing that alerted Inspector Na Taeman was that Han-woo knew his name. When he approached him at school, Han-woo addressed him by name and went to the police station without any problems or questions. It turns out that Han-woo knew that he would be released from the police station quickly. This is all very strange. Hwang Do-kyung agreed that this story was very strange. Usually people react differently to an invitation to the police station. Then Na Taeman asked him a very important question. Was his partner sure that the police station was really working properly and in accordance with the law? Because he had great doubts. Hwang Do-kyung didn't know what to say. He just smoked and looked down the street. Na Taeman continued the conversation as if he was talking to himself. He said that he needed to be calmer and more careful to get his old job back. While the inspectors were smoking and talking on the roof, Se-hyun and Hye-won stood outside the police station, needing to go inside, but no one dared to make the first move. It turns out that Ji-woo gave Hye-won a piece of paper with an address on it and asked her to take it to the police immediately. Na Taeman noticed that there were two teenagers standing outside the police station, afraid to go in. This was a normal reaction. The inspector recognized the two by their school uniforms that they were from Yusung School, just like Han-woo. Na Taeman took a drag of his cigarette and thought, he needs to arrest someone from the White Lead gang who knows and can tell him a lot about Han-woo, but he had to detain someone who was not important to the gang, so that no one there would even suspect that something was going on. But these devils are really hard to catch. While the inspector was thinking about where to find such a person, Ga Min continued to fight with Oh Chang-ho, the Yu family's recruiting officer. He decided to use his secret technique, which was very dangerous. It was called a one-sided attack. Ga Min hadn't practiced or used it for so long that he was a little worried about whether he would succeed. Jiang, who had finally regained consciousness, recalled his last fight with what he thought was his friend, Anti. Anti told him not to look for him anymore, but he wouldn't be able to do that because Anti was now a member of the Yu family. John tried to understand what had happened. After all, he and Anti had agreed that they would always be friends and rivals. It would make it easier to conquer the peaks. Anti promised Chan that he would help him. And now he's going back on his word. But Anti said he was wrong, that it was impossible to be friends and rivals at the same time. So Anti chose a different path for himself, saying goodbye. Anti said that during the 2 years of their friendship, he never considered Chan a worthy rival. That's why they parted ways. Chan was morally broken. Support has always been important to him. And now he was left alone. But it seems that after losing his friend Anti, Chan found something more. He found a group of like-minded people who came to rescue him from the lair of evil. Only true friends can do that. After the fight, Jiwoo couldn't recover for a long time. Shogun also did not change his mind to get to his feet quickly. The blow was very accurate and painful. Jiang had already regained consciousness, but he had lost his memory. It was hard for him to remember what happened. But after a few minutes, he remembered that Jae-min wanted to save him, and then someone hit him with a metal stick. That was the last thing he remembered. Young barely managed to open his eyes. He felt very sick and completely exhausted. Then Chan tried to stand up, but he could only get down on his knees and elbows. It seemed to him that the fight had ended a long time ago and everyone had already left, leaving him alone. But that was okay, because he was in the lair of a real mafia. No one was to blame for leaving him alone. It seemed to him that even Ga Min couldn't help him. It's obvious that he's been through a lot too, if he's not around now. But it's not surprising. Few people come back alive after such a fight. But then Jong noticed something happening nearby. Someone was still fighting. Someone's body was flying right at Chan, who still couldn't get to his feet and was just lying on the ground. Jong looked more closely at what was happening, and he saw Ga Min, who had thrown a very strong punch. Ga Min was fighting with Oh Chang-ho. He punched him so hard that the bully flew away and tripped over Chan. Oh Chang-ho ended up on the ground. Ga Min managed to overcome even such a strong opponent. But as soon as he was on the ground, he kicked him away so that he would no longer be lying under his feet and disturbing anyone. Chan felt a hell of a pain again, because he hadn't even recovered from the recent blows. Oh Chang-ho quickly got to his feet and immediately realized what kind of punching technique Ga Min had used. He had heard of, or even practiced one-handed attacks. But the fact that Ga Min, a schoolboy, had mastered such a technique surprised the gangster. Oh Chang-ho was also surprised by how Ga Min rushed to help Jong, who couldn't get up after being hit. After all, people usually seek out and make friends with their own kind. Tu didn't understand why Ga Min was so insistent on defending this idiot. He had deceived Ga Min and even wanted to join the White Lead gang. This brat Jong couldn't even fight, so he was a nuisance to Ga Min. But Ga Min continued to protect him. Jong could barely breathe, but he agreed with everything Oh Chang-ho said. He really did lie and didn't deserve to win. Jong admitted that he was thinking too mundane, because the only thing that drove him in this fight was the desire to get the car as a reward for the fight. Jong said he didn't deserve Jae-min's support. It was better to leave a guy like him alone, but Ga Min thought differently. He saw a hidden potential in Yong. He told the boy to stop underestimating himself. Yong was pleasantly surprised that someone cared about him. But Ga Min recognized himself in Jong. When he was a little boy who could not achieve anything, he used to give up too. But then Ga Min had real support. Now it was Jong who needed that support. Ga Min remembered his uncle who taught him martial arts. It was his uncle who taught Ga Min how to use a one-sided attack. But he asked him not to use this technique on people, because it was very dangerous. But the main thing is that his uncle always found the right advice when Gamin had problems with his studies. After the next test, Gamin got only 8 points and was very disappointed. And because of that, he didn't focus on his training. Gamin didn't understand why he was studying so hard and his scores weren't getting better. After all, when he practiced Jit Kun Do and practiced a lot, he got good results. Why doesn't it work the same way with school? His uncle told Gamin a secret that would help him study better. And it's not some book or encyclopedia. It was something much more valuable. His uncle patted little Gamin's head and told him about the flame of passion. When you catch fire for something, you give yourself to it completely, and then you change and have good results. Hamin thought that his uncle was telling him some magical things, but his uncle laughed. In fact, there was no magic here, just perseverance. Uncle said that all the magic is inside each of us. For example, Gamin can magically come to class without his mom knowing about it. So if you want something badly enough, it will definitely happen. His uncle noticed that during training, Gamin's body sometimes moves as if by itself. That is, the boy doesn't even think about how to do a particular exercise, but does it automatically. It's because at that moment, he is thinking about how to overcome his uncle, and his body gives him tips. Similarly, Gamin moved magically during the fight with Oh Chang-ho. His brain was telling him which punch to use now to win. Gamin also wanted to teach Yong to listen to his body and his brain. Unlike the bullies, he didn't consider him a weakness. He considered him his rival. That's why Gamin brought Zhong's test results with him and kept it so carefully in his jacket pocket. But when Zhong heard that Gamin considered him his rival, he didn't believe it. After all, it was a long-held dream for him. Zhong immediately remembered Auntie's words when he said that in 2 years of friendship, he had never considered him a rival. It was very humiliating. But now Gamin himself considers him his rival. That's why Zhong's self-esteem has grown many times over. Gamyoung realized that Zhong had potential when he read his plan to bring Yusun to his knees. Although it was more about rounds and fights, it was still a plan. It was Chan's dream. And beaten bullies usually didn't dream about anything. They only lived for fighting and had no plans for the future. That's why it was so important for Gamin to protect Zhong from the mafia's influence, and now, even to physically fight for his right to live. Because Oh Chang-ho wanted to overcome everyone. That's why Gamin decided to use a forbidden technique in the fight. And it seems to have worked. Oh Chang-ho was hit several times in the face and could barely stand up. During his training, Gamin often used this technique, so his uncle called it a forbidden technique, because it was Gamin's main trick. But now it worked perfectly. Gamin scattered to deliver the final blows. After a punch to the face, he followed up with a kick to the stomach. Oh Chang-ho was unable to dodge any of them, and each blow went through him. But all the fun was at the end. After all, the peculiarity of the forbidden technique was to deliver 1,000 mesmerizing and distracting blows in order to finish him off in one move. And this move was called a one-sided attack. When Gamin hit the solar plexus, the opponent was simply thrown back. The same thing happened this time. Oh Chang-ho flew several meters after the final blow. A second before the final fall, the mafioso realized that it was over. He programmed. Oh Chang-ho landed on the hood of a white Mercedes, which, after the fight, should have been won by Zhong. But now the car had turned into a pile of scrap metal with a hole in the center of the windshield. After the victory, Gamin screamed with joy. He had managed to do exactly what he had planned. Yuong saw the fight and was shocked. Everything he had witnessed before was nothing. Because the fight between Gamin and Oh Chang-ho was incredible and unreal. But the most important thing that Zhong remembered was Gamin's words that he considered Zhong his rival. What Zhong didn't realize was that Gamin was referring to the competition in terms of academics, not on the battlefield. It was clear that Zhong had been hit so hard in the head that he couldn't think critically. But he didn't know much about Gamin either. He just admired his outward appearance but didn't know what Gamin was like in his heart. Zhong also jumped up and down with joy after the fight, as if he had won, not Gamin. This behavior seemed a little strange to Ga-min. Ga-min put on his glasses as usual, as he did after every fight. It was time to finish these fights and go back to school. Ga-min saw that while he was finishing the fight with Oh Chang-ho, the others tied up the 3 hooligans to completely immobilize them. The whole story was closed. Ga-min analyzed the fight again. He did this after every fight, and this fight was special for him, because he used a forbidden technique that he hadn't used for so long, even in theory. Oh Chang-ho was still lying on the hood of the car, and didn't even move. And Ga-min went back to his usual routine. He started talking about his studies again. He said that now that there were 5 people in the study group, they could study even harder. Ga-min thought about how happy this news would make Mr. Lehon Kang. And Ga-min was glad to have Jong join them. He's not a bad guy. While Ga-min was telling Jong about the study group, a car moved and started to drive right at them. The driver could not see where he was going, because Oh Chang-ho was lying unconscious on the windshield. But as soon as the car moved, Oh Chang-ho took off, and the Mercedes was speeding toward Ga-min and Jong. Both boys screamed. They had to run away immediately. But Jong stood still. He immediately realized who could be driving. When he first arrived at the abandoned building, there were 4 hooligans. But Oh Chang-ho said that 4 of them had nothing to do here. Then one of them disappeared. Jong immediately recognized this hooligan as Anti, and now it was Anti who was driving the car. And it looks like he was planning to hit Jong, not Ga-min. It was just that Ga-min was standing very close. A few minutes before the car came flying at Ga-min and Jong, Ji-woo woke up from the fight and was ashamed that she was knocked out after one hit. But it was very powerful. Ji-woo listened carefully to her own body to see if she had any fractures. Fortunately, she was fine. Ji-woo was happy. Then she saw that Shogun had also regained consciousness. Shogun saw Ga-min throw the last punch to Oh Chang-ho, and he ended up on the hood of the car. He didn't think that Ga-min was so strong and could overcome a member of the White Lead so easily. Shogun was jealous that he did not have so much strength and knowledge, and could not save his own mother from the bullies. The Shogun was upset. Ji-woo noticed this right away, so she decided to ask what had happened and what interest Shogun had in the fight. Ji-woo never minced words. She was straightforward, so she asked him what happened. Shogun was even confused at first. Segun said that he had some questions for Oh Chang-ho. He brought Ga-min with him because he also had his own interest and could help him deal with Oh Chang-ho. But Ga-min went a little overboard in this regard. Now you can't get any information out of Oh Chang-ho, because he will be unconscious for a long time. All 4 students of Yusun School had already regained consciousness, and it was time to decide how to get to school. Everyone had their own plans. But Jae-min was thinking about how he could unite everyone and start school today. Ji-woo was amused by the fact that they all almost died because of a jerk like Jong. But this adventure was also interesting for her. She hadn't fought for a long time, and then she realized what she had to work on. And while everyone was flying around in their own plans, Ji-woo was the first to hear the car's engine start. A second later, a white Mercedes was speeding toward Ga-min and Jong. Ga-myung decided that he had to push Jong out of the way first and then jump himself to avoid getting hit. It was really Anti who was driving the car. He looked like a madman. There was no trace of the good guy that Chan knew. Anti changed a lot when he joined the White Lead gang. Jong wanted to save Ga-min and throw him away from the car that was speeding away. Both boys started running fast, but the car was catching up. Then a second before the collision, Ga-min grabbed Jong by the arm and pulled him aside. The 2 of them fell to the ground, and the car drove by their place without hitting them. But it seems Anti was not going to stop. He turned the car around and set his sights on Ga-min and Jong again. After they fell, Ga-min and Jong tried to get to their feet quickly, because they didn't know what else Anti was up to. Ji-woo was already running to help them, yelling at them to move faster. After Oh Chang-ho flew off the car, he remained face down on the floor. He was still unconscious. Ji-woo shouted that Anti had gone crazy, because even threats have a limit. You can fight with a person, but hitting someone with a car is crossing the line. Shogun also quickly joined Ji-woo, Ga-min, and Jong. Maybe the 4 of them could stop the car, but Anti stopped by himself. He lowered the side window and said that he just wanted to scare them, and he succeeded. Anti called Ga-min a glasses wearer and asked him if he wanted to get involved in crime. Because with his fighting skills, he would be immediately accepted into the family, bypassing any tests. Anti even promised to provide his own recommendations. Ji-woo listened and didn't understand what kind of nonsense Anti was talking about. Doesn't he see that Ga-min is not like that? He's not a gangster. Anti continued that Ga-min had every chance to have VIP status and be in the middle of all the bigwigs right away. He would be able to go anywhere and make money by any means necessary. But Ga-min adjusted his glasses and told Anti to shut up. His answer was no, he wouldn't have anything to do with gangsters. Anti was surprised that someone would give up money and power so easily. Meanwhile, Se-hyun was already explaining to the police inspector why they had come and what they were so worried about. Ga-min told Anti that the only thing he was really interested in was his studies, and he is going to go to university after graduating from Yusung. That's why he really needs a study group now. Shogun was also surprised that Ga-min had such clear plans for his life, and Ji-woo still thought he was a weird psycho obsessed with studying. Anti said that he had heard something about a study group, but he thought it was impossible at Yusung High. It turns out that it was not a rumor, but the truth. There really is someone planning to break the system and study there. Jong also had the courage to say something to Anti, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Anti interrupted him. He said it was time to say goodbye, but he remembered the whole gang and they would meet again. Anti called them the study group gang and was about to leave. It seemed to Chan that Anti had just lost his mind. He had never been like this before, and he certainly hadn't tried to run anyone over with his car. But white lead turns good guys into inhumane people. Anti was about to leave and even closed the car window. But then he remembered something else and decided to continue the conversation. At first, Chan thought that Anti would finally say something to him, or at least apologize for all the years of their friendship. But Anti turned to Shogun. He asked why he ended up at Yusun High School. Did he really want to study in the place where his mother worked? And then Anti laughed and expressed his condolences. After all, everyone knew that Shogun's mom had died. Anti continued that even if Shogun's mother was killed in a strange way, he should take revenge, and not just continue his studies in her memory. No one in the company understood what Anti was saying or how he knew Shogun's mother. Ga-min recalled Shogun's Saturday fight with Hyun-woo, when Shogun briefly mentioned his mother, saying that she looked something like Miss Lehon Kang. It turns out that his mom was also a teacher at Yusung School. Anti continued to press Shogun on his most sensitive spots. He said that perhaps his mother had bequeathed him to study well. That's why Shogun ended up in this gang of nerds. Shogun froze at that moment. It hurt him to think about his mom, but it was even more disgusting to hear about his family member from the mouth of a gangster. Zagun remembered how he tried to protect his mother but failed. He was also wounded then, but he survived. And his mom was gone. Then Sagan promised himself that he would find the person who had stabbed her mother. While the discussions were going on, an inspector had already appeared near the abandoned building. He was brought here by Hee-won and Se-yoon. Ji-woo gave them the address, so they quickly found the place. It was Ji-woo who immediately realized that something was going on here, so she asked her friend to back her up and call the police. The inspector hid behind a column and tried to find out what was going on. But all he saw was a bright light from a car driving out of an abandoned building. The inspector did not understand what the car was doing here and what was going on. Following the car, Shogun jumped out onto the road, and the others ran after him, Ji-woo, Ga-min, and Jong. Everyone realized that they had to catch up with the car, that the conversation was not over, but no one knew how to do it because they had no transportation. And there was no taxi nearby. But Shogun had to catch up with Anti. He saw the motorcycle on which the inspector had arrived, and, of course, took it without permission, and rode off to get the information he needed. The inspector was nervous that he was left without transportation, but he remembered that he had seen this guy somewhere before. Shogun was driving at breakneck speed. He had to catch up with Auntie because he had finally come across someone who knew something about his mother. Shogun had to take revenge for his closest person. Shogun raced down the road at the speed of a virtual, but Auntie was faster. Not even a trace of him was visible. Finally, among a dozen cars, Shogun saw a white Mercedes, but there were so many hyenas that Shogun could not even get past them on his motorcycle to get to Auntie. Finally, all the cars stopped at a red traffic light, so Shogun decided to overtake them on the sidewalk. He plowed his route and found an open space between the houses where he could slip through and then jump out right in front of Auntie's car. Shogun added gas to make it work so that he could slip through. But suddenly a hooligan appeared from around the corner. He stuck out his hand and knocked him right off the motorcycle seat. It was the son of the leader of the white gang, Ban Sang-yin. He had been hunting Shogun for a long time because he wanted to take revenge on him for beating Jae Wang so badly and crucifying him in the nurse's office. It turns out that Ban Sang-gun had been watching Shogun for a long time because he knew that he was the one who finished off the boys after fights. At Yusen High School, he couldn't approach Sigun to get even with him because Hanwoo forbade him to interfere in the matter. But now was the perfect moment. Ji-woo, Ga-min, and Jong saw Shogun rush to catch up with the car. They also wanted to help, but didn't know how. Ga-min was especially worried about Shogun. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling, as if something bad was going to happen to Shogun. He thought Shogun was a good guy. He had kindness in his eyes despite everything he had been through. Shogun quickly got to his feet after he fell off the motorcycle. He didn't have time to fight Ban Sang-yong, so he decided to end this conversation quickly. Shogun pulled out his brass knuckles and told the bully to go away while he still had the chance. But Ban Sang-yun was not going to go anywhere. He finally met with Shogun and wanted to take revenge for all his beaten friends. Shogun decided to strike first and hit him with brass knuckles right in the chest. Usually it was a successful blow, after which the opponents fell down. Ban Sang-yong wanted to visit Jae Wang because no one had seen him after the fight. So Ban Sang-yong tried to call Jae Wang, but his phone was out of range. Ban Sang-yun was standing on a pedestrian crossing when he called Jae Wang. He was angry that he didn't pick up the phone and swore so much that people nearby were afraid to approach him. Ban Sang-yong looked strange. It was cold outside, and he was walking around in just a t-shirt. Ban Sang-yun thought that Jae Wang must be scared. That's why he didn't answer the phone. But it was not surprising. He was beaten to the point where he could forget his own name. Jae Wang went to the bottom after that fight. He looked terrible, all beaten up, one eye was just falling out. That's why Jae Wang still wore an eye patch and bandages. But most of all, Jae Wang was ashamed that he had been beaten by some bespectacled boy. Jae Wang also remembered that after Ga-min, another bastard had attacked him. He didn't see or understand much at the time. After the fight, everything swam in front of his eyes, so he couldn't see well who beat him up. But it seemed to be the son of that teacher. Jae Wang recognized his clothes. Jae Wang said that since his mother's death, Shogun has been doing nothing but chasing down and beating up everyone involved in the white lead gang. Something had to be done about it, to finally teach him a lesson. And Ban Sang-hin promised that he would finish the bastard off. But Jae Wang told Ban Sang-yun to hold his horses, because he could not see his angry eyes. The shogun was capable of anything. Since Jae Wang hadn't been to school for a long time, he didn't know the latest news. He didn't know that the bespectacled Ga-min had beaten Kyujin to a pulp. But Jae Wang was even happy about this news. He had never liked the upstart Kyujin, who did nothing but look for ways to please Hanwoo. Jae Wang wondered how Hanwoo would react to this. For him, the student council was like a royal palace, that is, untouchable for everyone. But Ban Sang-yun did not know how the story ended. Instead, he remembered Hanwoo telling him not to take action against Jae Wang's offenders. He told him to just relax and not interfere, but he didn't plan to do anything himself. This made Ban Sang-yun very angry. That's why he decided to wait for Shogun outside the school, so that no one would stop him and he could take full revenge. So when Ban Sang-yun saw Shogun rushing off on a motorcycle, everything came together naturally. Ban Sang-yun realized that now was the right time to take revenge. Shogun was rushing into an alley where there were usually no people. Bansangin knew the area well, so he could get there faster than Shogun. If Segun had been more attentive, he would have noticed Bansangin and adjusted his route. But Segun was only focused on catching up with the white Mercedes. Shogun and Bansangin stood opposite each other. The fight was going to be very fierce. Shogun held a caster in his hand, and once again told Bansangin to get lost before he finished him off. But Bansangyun did not even blink at these threats. He just stood there. But Bansangyong understood what Jae Wang was telling him. The Shogun's look was indeed furious. But Bansangin was not afraid of this look. Shogun was approaching with his fists clenched. He didn't understand why Bansangyong didn't even move. Perhaps he was deaf, but he would definitely hear the language of fist and brass knuckles. So, Shogun prepared to strike. While Shogun was approaching, Bansangin assessed his physical form, which was frankly not the best. But his fighting spirit overwhelmed him. The Shogun hit Bansangyong with brass knuckles right in the stomach. The blow was strong, but Bansangyun did not even move. It was as if he did not feel the blow. His abs were made of stone, so it was like hitting a wall. Then Bansangyong caught Shogun with both hands by the head. He held him tightly and squeezed him like an egg he wanted to crush in his hands. And then Bansangyong let go of his head and kneed Shogun in the stomach. It was unexpected. Shogun fell to the floor. He had not fought with such a mountain of muscles for a long time. Shogun tried to come to his senses. He realized that he was not in the best shape, but no one had ever resisted his brass knuckles. And here there was zero reaction. Bansangyun came closer to Shogun, who was lying on the ground, and ordered him to get up. Shogun could only sit down. It took him longer to get to his feet. But Bansangin did not like to wait. He shouted for Shogun to move faster. In fact, Segun was thinking about what he should do next. Because it was impossible to overcome this mountain of muscles just like that, he needed a plan and tools at hand. Bansanggyun decided to hit him where it hurts. He asked if the Shogun was still looking for his mother's killers, or if he had already forgotten everything and had other plans for his life. Bansangyong continued to make Shogun angry. He said he remembered reading about the case in the newspapers, that Miss A at the age of 30 was killed without any motive. The incident was due to banal alcohol intoxication. Bansangyong knew this was not true. Segnu also knew it. That's why he yelled at the bully to shut his lousy mouth. He dare not say anything about his mom. That's not how his mom died. She was murdered. And he will definitely find the real killer and take revenge. The Shogun knows that his mom was killed by some white lead scum, so he will get to everyone. Shogun grabbed a garbage bag that was standing nearby and threw it at Bansangyong. Bansangyong did not understand what was happening, but he quickly threw the trash away. Everything in the bag fell out. It was a distraction. While Bansangyong was distracted by the junk, Shogun was preparing to attack. The Shogun was furious. No one dared to mention his mother in such a tone. The Shogun cut Bansangyun's face. The big wound was near the eye, blood splashed out. A little more and Bansangyun would have lost his eye. The Shogun did not cut Bansangyong with a knife, but with a can lid he found in the garbage. And while Bansangyong was recovering from the garbage, Shogun charged him in the head with a kick from his foot. The blow was strong. The Shogun jumped up and kicked Bansangyong in the air. He shouted once again for the bully to get lost, because otherwise he would not live. After the kick, Shogun jumped away from Bansangyun and landed on his feet. At that time, 2 women were walking by. They were very frightened. But Shogun had no time to continue this fight. He quickly picked up his motorcycle and was about to leave. He told Bansangin that this was not all. They will definitely meet again. Right now, Shogun doesn't have time. But when he got on the motorcycle, Shogun could not start it. There was no key in the ignition. Shogun thought the key had fallen out and was lost when the motorcycle fell. While Segun was trying to find the key, Bansangin caught him by the hood of his sweatshirt and pulled him away from the motorcycle. Bansangin threw Segun with all his strength. The guy flew several meters away. While Shogun was recovering, Bansangin's phone rang. It was a message from Auntie. He said that Chang Ho had screwed up and was being chased by a scumbag on a motorcycle. He asked Ban Sang-yoon to help him. Ban Sang-ying didn't understand how the teenagers from Yusun knew about the place where Chang-ho was conducting tests for future gang members. The shogun always appeared where there were many white-lead gangsters. And in the situation with the new teacher, he was also the first to come to her rescue. There is only one explanation for all this. The shogun has a spy in the circle of the white-lead bandits. He sent him and now knows all the important information. While Ban Sang-in was trying to drain the truth out of Shogun, the women who accidentally witnessed the fight called the police. But while the cops were leaving, Ban Sang-yoon dragged Shogun somewhere. He wanted to resolve the issue with him without prying eyes. The women said that one of the hooligans was very cruel. He promised to knock out all the other guys' teeth. The police recorded all the details and promised to investigate the case. Meanwhile, the key to the motorcycle's ignition was lying on the floor. Someone picked it up unnoticed. We had to be careful because this guy was already in danger of becoming a spy for a month. Now we can't let the spy be exposed. But the shogun had to be saved. I had to come up with a plan of action immediately, but at the same time remain very cautious. Gumen was walking away from the fight. He had a headache after the blows and also because he was worried about Shogun. But for Ji-woo, Hee-won, and Se-hyun, he was a real monster who could overcome anyone. Hamin stepped aside to collect his thoughts and clear his head. Suddenly, someone approached him on a motorcycle and said that Ga-min should immediately help Shogun. He was in mortal danger. Ga-min recognized the motorcycle driver and was very surprised that he wanted to help Shogun. Meanwhile, the abandoned building was already full of police officers. They described the case and took the bandits to the police station. All the hooligans were put in the police car. No one was ceremonious with them anymore because there was evidence of an attack on minors. The inspector bought a cigarette and watched the police work and the hooligans still behaving with confidence. They were not afraid of anything, and even the real threat of a prison cell did not frighten them. They seemed to believe that their bosses would soon solve everything. Ji-woo hated the smell of cigarettes, so she wanted the inspector to smoke or leave as soon as possible. But the inspector accidentally dropped the cigarette. Ji-woo was glad that now nothing would stink, because the smell of cigarettes was already giving her a headache. After losing the cigarette, the inspector noticed that the teenagers from Yusun were still there, and had not gone home. They wanted the inspector to help them. Gaming asked the inspector to help him find Shogun, who had recently taken off on a motorcycle to catch up with one of the white-lead bandits. The inspector didn't mind helping, but he had to have a reason to search the database. The inspector asked if Shogun had a driver's license. Gamin said yes, he got it this year. Then the situation was complicated. There was no reason for the police to search. The inspector couldn't chase someone just because of Ga-min's bad feeling. Ga-min was confused. He needed to find Shogun, but he didn't know how he was supposed to do it. He knew that Shogun would do anything when it came to his mother. Of course, he decided not to tell the inspector such details. If the police were helpless, he had to do it himself. The inspector said that Segun was an adult and could solve his own problems, so there was no need to worry about this guy. The inspector asked if the four of them had knocked out the white-lead bandit Chang-ho. The inspector was curious what they had done that he hadn't come to his senses yet, but Yong immediately interrupted everyone and said that Chang-ho had knocked out Ga-min alone. He's the leader of their study group, and also Jong's rival. Jong repeated the rival thing several times. He was very proud of it, and still didn't realize that Ga-min was only talking about training when he said rivalry. The inspector did not believe that such a seemingly inconspicuous guy could overcome such an experienced gangster. Chang-ho was a criminal and one of the ruthless members of the white-lead gang, and some high school student managed to beat him to the point where he couldn't even stand up. It was strange, but the inspector was grateful to Ga-min because thanks to him, they had caught one of the gang members and now they could get the information they needed out of him. Ji-woo found it funny that Yong was so braggadocious that Ga-min called him his rival. Ji-woo called him a tomato and mockingly said that she was jealous of him, but Jeong didn't understand or appreciate the joke. The only ones who didn't get involved in the argument were Hee-won and Se-hyun. They were still in shock from everything that had happened, and they were glad that the police were brought here in time. But the inspector also had bad news for the teenagers, because according to the law, Ga Min and Ji Woo would also have to be arrested for participating in the crime. In other words, punished for excessive violence. Hearing this, Ga Min and Ji Woo were shocked. They had sacrificed their own safety, rescued Zhang, exposed the white-lead gangsters, and yet they were going to be punished for it. Yong tried to explain to the inspector that Ji Woo and Ga Min had nothing to do with it. They came to save him. The inspector said that in that case, he should have called his friends for help instead of calling the police himself. But Ji Woo screamed that Zhang had been beaten to a pulp. But Ga Min remained silent. He partially agreed with the inspector, because violence should not be tolerated under any circumstances. Ms. Han Kang often told him this, and Ga Min promised her to be restrained in his emotions, but it turns out that he did not keep his promise. The inspector's statement angered Ji Woo the most. She was ready to attack the policeman, so overwhelmed was she by her emotions about the injustice. But the girl was restrained in time by her friend Hee Won. Ga Min said that they really shouldn't have intervened in this fight, and wouldn't have done so if the government and police had worked properly. The inspector did not argue. After the incident, when his superior let Han Wool go right out of the police station, without even allowing him to be interrogated, it was really difficult even for him to trust the police 100%. The inspector agreed that today the police have cracked. That's why gangs feel so safe and allow themselves so much. Ga Min had never met a police officer who was so sober and accurate in his assessment of the situation and did not deny the problems within his department. The inspector said that as a representative of the law, he could not praise them, but there was nothing to scold them for, so he simply advised them to be more careful. Ji Woo finally calmed down and realized that the inspector was not the enemy. He seemed to be a person she could trust. The inspector apologized to Ga Min for allowing the criminals to roam freely in their school. Inspector Na Taeman handed Ha Min his business card with his personal phone number on it. He said that the boy could call him whenever he needed help, and he would come. The inspector had to leave. So he said once again that he was always in touch, and asked to write down his contacts, because Ga Min did not know when he would need them. Inspector Na Taeman said goodbye, and wished the students good luck with their studies. He said that it was their duty, and they would work to prevent criminals from disturbing the students. The students watched the police officers drive off, and it was time for them to go home. As Inspector Na Taeman was driving to the police station to question the bandits, his phone rang. It was Ms. Han Kang. She said she was in the hospital. The inspector listened to her story, which again involved Han Wool, and promised to look into it. And he wished Cape Han Kang a speedy recovery. Natnaman also asked the teacher if she knew a boy named Shogun. Miss Han Kang said that she did. She said that Segun was the son of the murdered teacher Yusun. Then the inspector realized why the boy's face looked familiar. Another policeman who was driving the car tried to catch the essence of the conversation, but he could not understand who the inspector was talking to so sweetly. The teacher was just telling the inspector that things were getting better at the Yusun school, that they had a study group. The inspector smiled and told Mr. Han Kang that the leader of this study group had just defeated one of the members of the White Gang, who had been recruiting Yusun high school students and training them to become real gangsters. Ms. Han Kang was surprised that Ga Min had only recently been to her, and she had asked him to avoid fighting, but it was clear that this time he failed again. But the inspector said that Ga Min did a good job, and that thanks to him the police will now be able to get closer to Hanwol. They will have more information about this scoundrel. They just need to interrogate the bandits properly. The instructor said that Ga Min came to save a boy who was a member of his study group, and it is a miracle that such a group has finally appeared in the school, that someone will start studying there. These small changes that Cape Han Kang started have actually meant a lot. The inspector noted that if they continue to work like this, the school will soon change for the better. Ms. Han Kang noted that the inspector was also involved in the changes, and they are worthless without his help. That is why it is so important to work together. After so many adventures, Ga Min and the company finally decided to leave too. Ga Myung especially needed to be alone, so he decided to take a different path from everyone else. But Zhang was the first to leave. He disappeared so quickly that no one even noticed. Se-hyun wanted to keep Ga-min company, but their houses were not near each other. Ha-min said goodbye and left. Ji-woo shouted at him to be careful. Ha-min had a headache from his busy day, but most of all, he was worried about the shogun. He had this stupid bad feeling. He tried to push the bad thoughts away. After all, Shogun was a grown man and could handle his problems on his own, and he should finally focus on his studies. But before he could get far, Ga-min saw the motorcycle on which Shogun had recently disappeared approaching. But it wasn't Shogun. It was someone else. Ha-min looked closely and recognized the guy from the student council behind the wheel. It was Do-hun Jung. He was the first one to catch sight of Ha-min and remind him that they had met. But then Do-hyun played the weakling, so maybe Ha-min didn't remember him very well. Ga-min immediately remembered that Do-hun was the guy who wanted to make a duplicate of Kyu-jung's flash drive so he could manipulate Ji-woo in the same way. Ga-min got angry and wanted to slap Do-hun for wanting to abuse a girl. But Do-hun quickly stopped him and said that Ga-min had misunderstood. He actually wanted to delete all the files from the flash drive to save Ji-woo from Kyu-jin's clutches. But that's not what we're talking about right now. Do-hun came to ask Ga-min for help. He has to help Shogun. Otherwise, he will simply die. There was no time to explain. Do-hun told Ga-myung to get on his motorcycle, and he would tell him everything he knew on the way. But Ha-min's phone suddenly rang. It was his mom calling. It was quite late outside, so she called to find out why her son was still not home. Mom had been very worried since the moment Ga-min decided to go to Yusun. She was worried that Ga-min would not get into any adventures there and would not do anything strange with his classmates. Mom set one condition for him, that Ga-min shouldn't get into any trouble. Now he had been gone for a long time and she was worried that he was okay. Mom told him to go home immediately. Otherwise, she would transfer him to another school. Ha-min realized that his mom was serious, but Do-hun was also very insistent. He said that if they didn't help, Shogun would die. They had to hurry, so Ga-min had better get on the motorcycle right away. Do-hun shouted that there was no time to think. He had to make a decision now, but Ga-min stood there frozen. It was a difficult decision. He was needed 2 places at the same time. Meanwhile, Segnu was tied to a chair. He was unconscious, so he couldn't see and didn't know where he was. It was some kind of a large room. Opposite him stood Ban Sangan, who had brought him here, Auntie, and 2 other guys who looked like bodyguards, wearing black suits and glasses. When Shogun came to, the hooligans started torturing him. They wanted to get information out of the guy about who was really a spy and was leaking information about the gang's actions. But Shogun remained silent. He was not going to tell them anything under any circumstances. Auntie ordered the guys in the black suits to keep beating Shogun to get some information out of him. Ban Sang-ying wondered why the guards were listening to Auntie. Auntie laughed. It turned out that this was his bonus from reporting directly to Han-woo. While the hooligans continued to bully Shogun, Do-hun tried to convince Ga-min to go with him. Shogun somehow managed to drop Do-hun the location of where he was, so they had to go to the place. Shogun knew that help would arrive soon. It also gave him strength. He had to hold on and wait. Auntie mocked Shogun the most. Hulinya said that if Shogun didn't say anything about the spy now, he would never know anything about his mother, because today he himself will meet her in the afterlife. And then maybe he will ask his mother who her killer was. Auntie started laughing because he could make Shogun angry. And Shogun was really angry. None of the gangsters had the right to talk about his mom like that. While everyone was focused on Shogun, he did not notice that something was happening outside the door. At some point, someone broke into the room by kicking the door. Auntie thought it was that jerk Ga-min again, showing up to save Shogun. But it wasn't him. It was Inspector Na Taeman who burst into the room. No one expected to see him here. The inspector said that Ga-min was at home doing his homework. So today he would be in charge of restoring order. Shogun didn't expect to see the policeman here either. He hadn't trusted the police for a long time. The city was run by bandits and the police just turned a blind eye. But this policeman was different. He said that these stupid kids had no respect for their elders, so he had to teach them that. Auntie and Ban Sang-yoon did not understand how the policeman got into their lair, how he got past so many guards, but they knew for sure that it was better not to start with the police, and they shouldn't fight with the police without Han-woo's approval either. At the police station, my colleagues did not understand the code for Na Tai-man's disappearance. He had just caught one of the white lead gang and immediately disappeared. But Na Tai-man had several reasons for leaving the police station. The first was that he had promised to save the shogun, and the other was that the inspector realized that it was better not to share the information he had obtained about the white lead with anyone, because there could also be gang members among the police. So he had to be careful and cautious. The police decided not to look for Na Tai-man at night anymore. Maybe he was just tired and went home. Tomorrow they would ask him all the questions that the whole department was so interested in, about how he had detained one of the members of the white gang. Shogun watched as the policemen scattered hooligans left and right. He dealt with them very quickly. The inspector wanted to release Shogun as soon as possible because he had a serious conversation with him. Shogun, on the other hand, wanted to get rid of everyone as quickly as possible and return home, because he was also waiting for them at home. And this evening dragged on. The inspector didn't like such night trips either. He always said that he just needed a stable job with a salary that would cover the cost of his meals. He also didn't like working overtime, but this time he had to sweat a lot of overtime, because there were a lot of hooligans. But the main hooligans managed to escape. Auntie and Ban Sang-yoon went out the back door. They escaped very unnoticed while the inspector was busy with the other bastards. On the street, the same car, a white Mercedes, was waiting for Ban Sang-yoon and Auntie. But Ban Sang-yoon did not understand why they had to run away. Moreover, the shogun had seen it all, and he thought they were cowards. But Auntie said that children should not participate in adult fights. So let the policeman figure it out himself, and it was time for them to get out. The inspector rushed to catch up with the two kids, but he did not have time. They were already sitting in the car and were about to run away. The inspector was angry with himself for not having time to detain the scum, and there was plenty to detain them for: car theft, driving without a license, assault and battery. But Na Tai-man did not notice that there was a back door in the room. That's why the two hooligans managed to escape so easily. Auntie said he saw this cop on Han-woo's blacklist. This means that it's better not to contact him on Han-woo's instructions. Ban Sang-yoon knew nothing and had never seen the list, but he wondered who else was on it. Auntie continued that the inspector on the list had 4 stars. Ban Sang-yoon pretended to understand, but he didn't really know whether it was good or bad to have 4 stars. He didn't know what those stars meant. But Ban Sang-yoon remembered that he had once seen this list on Han-woo's desk with one eye, and there were 4 stars for Cape Han Keng. The teacher must have really pissed him off. Then Ban Sang-yoon realized that the 4 stars on the blacklist were for those who should be killed first, but only Han-woo could give such an order. There could be no amateurishness. What made Ban Sang-yoon angry about this situation was that the shogun would be free, and he would have to hunt him down somewhere again to finish the job. But Auntie was interested in another question. How did the policeman know where they were holding Shogun? After all, he had the exact address to go to and rescue this gray-haired kid. Spies were definitely involved. And he realized that he had to tell Han-woo about everything immediately. He had to figure it all out. The inspector returned to the room where the fight had just taken place. The corridor and the room were full of half-living bodies of the gangsters' bodyguards. They had apparently been hired specifically to guard this facility. The inspector decided not to call for backup this time, but to leave everything as it was. He was still angry that he had let the 2 hooligans get away with driving a car without a license right under his nose. But the main thing in this situation was Shogun, who was still sitting tied up in the chair. The inspector untied him and came closer. He leaned over and asked if he knew his name correctly, whether the guy's name was really Shogun. Shogun immediately got to his feet. He didn't like cops and didn't want to deal with them, but he didn't understand how this cop knew him. Shogun was angry that it was a policeman who released him. He would have been better off staying here in the bandits' den. Shogun asked the policeman who he was and how he knew his name. The inspector realized that the guy did not remember him. He told him that he was among the policemen who were a few seconds late when trouble happened to his group. The policeman found a bloody woman. She was dead and a boy was sitting over her. He was crying a lot. The man was working as an officer in Mapogu at the time, and while chasing the white lead, he happened to notice this fight with a stabbing. But he did not see who hit the woman with a knife or what happened in the fight. All he saw was a bloody body and a guy who wouldn't budge. He and his partner could not save the woman, but both of us remember the guy's face. The boy was also wounded, but holding his bloody stomach he tried to save his mother, and when the police arrived, he looked them straight in the eye and asked why they, the bastards, hadn't come a few minutes earlier. Maybe then everything would have been different. This look is impossible to forget. Natai Man still sees it in his dreams. The Natai Man wanted to tell him that he had recently met Ga Min, and that he would give the inspector the address, because this was where Shogun was being tortured. But Shogun did not want to hear anything. He simply left the room with his head down. The inspector was angry that the guy didn't listen to him to the end. He didn't even say goodbye or thank him for saving him. But Shogun turned around and looked at him with the same look. The look of an angry and desperate child. He had nothing to talk about with this cop. Shogun went outside. The inspector rushed after him to ask if he was at least moving well. Maybe he needed help. Maybe he needed a ride home. But Shogun walked away in silence. Natai Man calmed down. He realized that after what he had experienced, Segan must have sworn to himself that he would never contact the police. His mother had died in front of him. The boy was understandable. On the way home, Segun decided to call Do-hoon and ask him what really happened. Why Ga-min did not come to save him, but sent a policeman instead. A few minutes later, Shogun was home. He crossed the threshold quietly because he thought that his father hadn't waited for him and had fallen asleep. But his father was sitting at the table waiting for his son. He was holding a family photo of them. In the photo, everyone was so happy and smiling, mom, dad, and son. Dad asked what happened that Shogun came back so late and looked so bad. He was all beaten up, but Shogun replied that he was fine. The main thing is that he has information that will interest him. It concerns my mom. Gamin returned home and finally started school. It was hard to concentrate on his studies, though. He had other things on his mind. He was worried about Shogun, whether he was okay, whether the inspector had managed to save him. Gamin's phone rang. He quickly picked it up because he was expecting good news. It was indeed the inspector who had written. He reassured the boy, writing that Shogun was at home and everything was fine. But before Gamin could put the phone down, it rang again. The message on the screen pleasantly surprised Ga-min. Someone had created a chat room called Yusung Elementary Group and added all 5 members. Gam-young, Se-hyun, Hee-won, and Ji-woo immediately accepted the invitation and started chatting. But Jong, or as Ji-woo nicknamed him, the tomato, never confirmed his participation. Ji-woo thought he had dumped them and was not going to join the study group, but Ga-min offered to give him some time. Indeed, Jong needed time to say goodbye to his old life and rethink the concept of friendship. Because until recently, he considered Anti his friend, and he had betrayed him so cruelly. Chan recalled how he had used his last money to buy Auntie a pair of branded sneakers that he had long dreamed of. Auntie was so happy that he almost cried with happiness. But at one point, their friendship was crossed out by the gangsters. Auntie became a completely different person. It was hard for Chan to say goodbye to his old life, but he didn't want to be a piece of shit like Auntie had become. So Jeong decided to delete all the old pictures of him and his friend and join the Yusun Elementary Group chat room. Inspector Na Taiman returned to the station after rescuing Shogun. He was sitting at his desk in his office, analyzing the day as well. There was no one else in the department, so it was easy to put all the information together. The inspector thought what an interesting person Ga-min was. He was just a kid, but he had such strong convictions and was willing to sacrifice himself for others. The inspector liked the fact that 5 teenagers had joined a study group. It means they will not be lost. The only thing the inspector would have changed was to add Shogun to the group. If Shogun had also become closer to these boys and girls, perhaps his life would have changed for the better. He would have become kinder. But in his heart, he had not only a sense of revenge but also of rivalry. A healthy rivalry that exists only at school. Nataemen recalled his school years, those special moments when you are friends and rivals at the same time. This is really only possible at school. In adult life, everything is much more complicated. Everyone was happy about the creation of the study group. The time together meant that now there was no place to retreat. They have to learn and go towards their goal. So with their phones and everyone with their plans for the study group and life, everyone fell asleep. But Ga-min was the one who was most excited about the study group's joint chat. His longtime dream had come true, and now he could study with his friends. But not everyone was so happy about the creation of the study group. Dog Hanwoo realized that a guy like Yoon Ga-min was not to be trifled with. After a fight with Ga-min, Chung-ho died. Recruitment of white lead will have to be stopped for a while. But the worst thing for Hanwoo would be to let the study group become popular. For Yusun High School would forever remain that unique school for scum and hooligans, not a place for learning. He had to act radically. The next day, Ga-min arrived at school by bus as usual. He still could not believe that his study group was formed, and they managed to gather 5 people. They decided to study for 3 hours after school, but they had no clear system. Some wanted to spend more time on English, others on math. Ga-min faced the first difficulties. He wanted to set up a study group, but in terms of implementation and in practice, everything turned out to be difficult. With thoughts of how to organize this process and please everyone, Ga-min went to school. Ga-min realized that a teacher was needed for a better learning process. He had to discuss this proposal with the other members of the study group, but as Ga-min was approaching the front door of the school, someone shouted at him to stop. It was Kyujin. His arm was broken and he was still wearing a cast, but he behaved just as defiantly, as if no one had ever humiliated or beaten him. Kyujin shouted loudly to Ga-min to come over to him. Ga-min didn't want to get involved with Kyujin again. He knew it would not end well, and he didn't need any more fights on the school grounds. But Kyujin would pick on Ha-min every chance he got. This time, he picked on Ga-myung because he didn't have a school jacket, which was required by the school's regulations. As a member of the student council, Kyujin had every right to make such remarks, but he had never picked on anyone for their clothes before. Kyujin said that according to the school's rules, everyone still had to wear winter clothes. So Ga-min should go home and put on a jacket right away. Otherwise, he might beat someone up and take their jacket away from them. Kyujin laughed because he had made such a good point. Ha-min was furious. He didn't know how he was going to respond to Kyujin, but he couldn't turn around and go home either, because if he did, he'd be late and his rating would go down. But Kyujin was not going to back down. He knew that even if Ha-min complained to someone, he would lose. Because Tom Kench was standing behind the student council. But suddenly someone appeared behind Kyujin and said that winter school uniforms should be worn until April 20th, and now the calendar shows April 24th. Such rules are written in the school charter, so there can be no remarks to Ga-min. It was Ms. Lehon Kang. She stood up for Ga-myung when she heard that Kyujin was trying to bully him. It was the first day that Ms. Lehon Kang returned to school after her injury, and she had a great opportunity to thank Ga-min for protecting the weak and not giving in to provocations, even in this situation with Kyujin. Ga-min was very happy to see Cape Lehon Kang at school. Kyujin didn't know what to say, so he just walked away. Kyujin's friend did not understand why he gave up so quickly. After all, they had the support of Tom Chanch, so they could continue to press Ga-min and not pay attention to the teacher. But Kyujin remembered how Miss Lehon Kang saved him. She had covered him with her body when Hyun-woo attacked him with a knife. Kyujin didn't dare to say anything to the teacher, but simply let Ga-min leave in peace. Ga-min and Ms. Lehon Kang entered the school. Ga-min was worried that the teacher was really okay. He wondered if she had recovered, but the teacher was full of energy and strength. She said that the wound was not very deep, so she recovered quickly. Ms. Hong Kong even joked that now she was like a serial teacher from a comic book who was stabbed and survived. But Ga Min did not find this joke funny. The fact that a teacher was stabbed at school was too cruel for him. So Ga Min asked Ms. Han Kang not to make such jokes anymore, but to be more careful so that it doesn't happen again. Ms. Han Kang was touched by the students' concern. She was pleased that someone in this school cared about what was happening and that someone really thought that such situations were abnormal. Then Ms. Han Kang recalled her conversation with the policeman. He told her that Ga Min had overpowered one of the members of the White Gang who was recruiting Yusung High School students. The teacher decided to praise Ga Min for his courage, but she didn't know how to do it right. After all, she was against fighting and always told Ga Min that. But Ga Min deserved a kind word, so the teacher just patted him on the head and said that he did a good job. He did an important job that not everyone can do. But Ms. Han Kang emphasized that from now on, fighting was enough. He should start studying hard to succeed in life. Ms. Han Kang suggested that Ga Min go to the bookstore again this weekend. He didn't want to say no, but he had enough work to do. He promised he would think about it and give her an answer later. Meanwhile, Ms. Han Kang went to the principal's office. She showed him the list of students who wanted to join the study group. There were 5 names on the list. That is, the conditions for creating an organization were met. The principal did not expect that the teacher would be able to realize everything so quickly. But there was no other way out. He sent Ms. Kan Kang to the accounting department to get the project financed. But the study group was not the only thing the teacher wanted. She asked the principal to look and read the last page carefully. After reading what was written there, the principal screamed. He said that this teacher's wish could not be realized, and he did not want to talk about it anymore. The principal was very angry. The principal's screams and indignation could be heard even in the corridor. Just at that time, Zhang passed by the classroom. He wondered what had happened again to make the principal so angry. He looked through the window and tried to listen to hear more information. He recognized the teacher in the principal's office. It was the same teacher he had heard rumors about, the one who had blocked a student and been stabbed in the stomach. The whole school was buzzing about it, but Zhang had never seen this teacher in person. For Yeyang, she was as extraordinary and divine as Ga Min, because only the chosen few were capable of sacrificing themselves for others. Zhang looked out the window and admired the teacher's coolness. She even wanted to put the principal in his place. She was not afraid of anything. This is what true heroism looks like. Zhang was too busy looking and didn't notice the teacher leaving the classroom. She was very angry. It was obvious that she was failing, but she was not going to give up. Ms. Han Kang exhaled. She realized that it would take time for the school to change for the better. The main thing is not to give up, and then she will achieve what she wants. After talking to Ms. Han Kang, the principal had a headache. For him, this woman was crazy. He had already regretted hiring her 100 times. But Ms. Han Kang had a plan. She wanted to send Psi Hanwoo to a remote examination. If he was not at school, it would be much easier for everyone to study. He would not intimidate anyone, but only the principal could issue the relevant order. So the teacher had to get him to make such a decision. But the principal was thinking about how he could fire Ms. Han Kang, because she was causing him too many problems personally. The principal was satisfied with everything that was happening at the school. He had no plans to change anything. He also recalled that he had once had a similar conversation. One teacher had also asked him to expel Psi Hanwoo because he belonged to the White Gang. It was Cape Chunghwa, Shogun's mother, who was killed by unknown people with a knife. For a second, the principal thought that Miss Chunghwa had moved in with Miss Han Kang, because they were shouting equally loudly and demanding the same things. Miss Han Kang had no plans to give up halfway through. She was used to seeing things through to the end. So to get Si Hanwoo expelled from school, she had to go to one person. The teacher didn't really want to do it, but there was no other way out. Gumin walked into the classroom, but his clothes stank of silicone grease. It was hard to get rid of this smell. But there was something else that alerted Gumin. As soon as he entered the classroom, Everyone fell silent. His classmates looked at each other and watched quietly. They watched every step, every movement of Ga-min. But no one came closer, no one asked anything. They just watched in silence. This behavior was very disturbing to Ham Young-min. He did not understand what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of conspiracy against him. Ga-min went over to Se-hyun and asked him if he knew anything. The atmosphere in the classroom was very strange. Ga-min thought that I was trying to intimidate him, but Se-hyun replied that it was exactly the opposite. Everyone considers Ga-min a tough fighter, and he is ranked #1 among the top-ranked fighters. But the way Ga-min's classmates looked at him was very intimidating. Their looks were humiliating. They whispered to each other and looked at Ga-min again, judgmentally. The classmates also joked that if you talked to Ga-min, he would definitely drag you into his study group, just like he did with Se-hyun. But most of all, his classmates wanted Ga-min to learn what pain was. They wanted someone to beat him with a wooden board so that he couldn't get up. These were the dark thoughts of his classmates when Ga-min did not want to hurt anyone. The only one who saw that Ga-min was not a bad guy was his friend Yoon Woo-hun. He remembered how Ga-min defended his teacher and was forced to fight by circumstances. He was never the first to provoke a conflict. Hongjae had been bored at school since Hyunwoo hadn't been there, so he decided to go to the gym to work out and pass the time. Meanwhile, Hamin tried not to focus on those slanty eyes. He wanted to focus on his studies because the final exams were coming up and he had to study hard for them. But before Ga-min could even sit down at his desk, a guy he didn't know burst into the classroom. He rushed at Hongjae and started beating him. Hongjae immediately fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Miss Han Kang went to see someone who could help her get Sai Hanwol expelled from school. Since the principal was unwilling to help her, she had to find someone who had direct influence over the principal. Ms. Han Kang went to the head of the school's administration, Jong Jong-hol. He was a candidate for the position of the next principal, so he also had the right to assemble the discipline committee. But Jong Jong-hol was not as friendly as Miss Han Kyung would have liked. He said his support had to be earned. A hot look and an impassioned speech are not enough. He needs actions. Actions. Jong Yeon-hol judges a person and a situation only by them. That's why he asks Miss Han Kang to tell him what she did to change Yusung School. But Miss Han Kang, she didn't have much to brag about. The only thing she had been involved in was the creation of the study group. Hongjae was attacked by a mutual acquaintance of theirs, Hyunwoo. He wanted to convey a message to Hyunwoo, who had borrowed money from him and stopped showing up at school. He said that Hyunwoo had borrowed money from him to help his sister, a prostitute named Jiwoo. Hearing that someone was calling Jiwoo a prostitute, Ga-min was furious. He wanted to rush to defend her, but Se-hyun held him back. He warned Ga-min that if he started a fight now, he would end up on the carpet not just with Tam Kyung but with the principal, or even worse, the school inspector. Ga-min decided to wait and not get involved in any fights for now. Moreover, he didn't know who the guy was who attacked Hongjae and spoke so badly of Jiwoo. Because everyone else in the class was afraid to even look at the bully. Only Hongjae was lying on the floor asking for help, but no one dared to help him because he was being attacked by the main thug in the whole school. This guy's name was Kang Ho-min, and besides being a bully, he was very smart. He took the first place in the foot test. He had recently transferred to Yusun High School and had 4 technical certifications. Kang Ho-min transferred only in February, but he has already achieved such results. He took first place in the ranking. This guy was called Yusun's only hope. So everyone was afraid of him and respected him at the same time. While the fight was going on in the classroom, Miss Han Kang tried to negotiate with the head of the school administration, Jong Jong-hol. In the end, he decided to set a condition for the teacher. If someone from the study group won first place in the ranking, he would initiate the creation of a discipline committee. The head of the school's administration, Jong Jong-hol, said that Miss Han Kang would back down and refuse, because it would be very difficult to do so. But she did not give up and said she would try to fulfill this condition. Meanwhile, Ga-min was trying to stop the fight, but in such a way that he didn't have to take part in it. He simply walked over and stopped Kang Ho-min by the shoulder. Meanwhile, Miss Han Kyung was already thinking of a plan to make one of her students the best in the school. Gamin held Kang Homan's shoulder so that he couldn't hit Hongjai anymore. Even though Gamin really wanted to hit the bully for insulting Ji-woo, he held back with all his might. But Kang Homan seemed to be provoking Gamin. He mocked and said that if Gamin is the first in fights, then he is the first in success, so it's not clear which one is better. This made Gamin very angry. He didn't want anyone to associate him with fighting. On the contrary, it would have been much more pleasant for Gamyung if he had the same academic performance as Kang Homan. Kang Homan continued to make fun of him. This was his way of expressing his disrespect for Gamin. Gamin decided to answer him. He said that he had no rank, he was just a student who was trying to study hard. And he is also a guy who will not allow insulting girls and calling them prostitutes. So Gamin asked Kang Homan to take back what he said about Ji-woo. Kang Homan said he wouldn't take it back even if Gamin hit him. Because Ji-woo was dating Kyujin for money. What else is she but a prostitute? After saying that, Gamin couldn't contain himself any longer. He clenched his fist and wanted to punch Kang Homan so that he couldn't speak anymore. Kang Homan saw the furious Gamyung flying at him with his fist clenched, but he didn't stop. He continued to say that Hyunwoo and Ji-woo were just lousy orphans who were worthless. A millimeter away from Kang Homan's face, Gamin's fist stopped. Gamin restrained himself from hitting the annoying bully. He lowered his hand. Everyone in the class froze, expecting a fight, but it was over before it started. But even the way Gamin swung was enough to surprise his classmates. They saw how good Gamin's form was, and dreamed of seeing him fight one day. Kang Homan also realized that he would not provoke Gamin into a fight, so he got ready to leave the classroom. Kang Homan was the principal's favorite, so it was very dangerous to start a fight with him. Afterwards, everyone would end up on the principal's carpet. But even as he was leaving, Kang Homan continued to mock Gamin morally. He mocked him and said that it hurt him even if Gamin didn't hit him, because the first-ranking fist was near his nose. Before Kang Homan could finish speaking, the director burst into the office. He was looking for the boy, and if a fight broke out, he would have gotten to the most interesting part of it. And it looks like Kang Homan was trying to do just that, but Gamin restrained himself in time, and didn't let his emotions get the better of him. Kang Homan left, and the furious Gamin stayed in the office, but Se-hyun was already angrier. He called Kang Homan a fucking trash who was better off not dealing with. Homan was about to leave and dragged Hyo-won with him, but in his farewell, he told Se-hyun that he believed in himself only because he was always hanging around with Gamin. That's why he thought that he was capable of something too, but he wasn't. Se-hyun tried to stand up. He had to save Hyo-won because this bastard was going to drag her away with him to who knows where, but Se-hyun's weak body did not obey. Finally, Homan turned to Se-hyun himself and caught him by the shirt. He told Se-hyun not to hang around Ha-min anymore, because he would only make things worse for himself. Do-hyun saw Homan dragging Hee-won somewhere and couldn't do anything. He couldn't even stand up, let alone start a fight. Homan said that he and Hyo-won needed to be alone and talk about something, although it was obvious that this would not be a friendly conversation, but a dirty courtship. Hyo-won tried to break away, disgusted to be around such a bad guy, but before they could get far, someone started playing rock, scissors, paper around the corner. It turned out to be Ga-min, and he wanted to play this game with Homan. Ga-min pointed to the scissors on his fingers and said that he won. Homan waved his hand and said he wouldn't play rock, scissors, paper with Ga-min. Se-hyun didn't understand what Gamyung was doing here, because he left with the others. Meanwhile, before he could say anything, Homan hit him right in the forehead with a slap, and he slapped him as hard as he always did, so hard that Homan flew away and hit the wall. Hyo-won was finally alone, her neck no longer being squeezed by Homan. Se-hyun got to his feet with joy, too. Homan was holding his head after the blow. He asked if Ga-min had thought carefully before picking a fight with him. Ga-min laughed, too. He replied that he wasn't going to fight, he just wanted to play a game of shielding. He added that there would be a winner and a loser, but it was just a game. So-hyun was surprised that Ga-min had decided to bend the school's rules and not fight. But Homan didn't agree to the game. He saw it as a fight that should have gotten Homan kicked out of school, because everyone knew that Homan was the principal's favorite, so it was better not to mess with him. Hamin tried to attack Gamin, but he shouted rock, scissors, paper again and held his fist with his hand as if a rock were holding paper. Hamin won again. He offered to play 10 times and whoever had the most wins would be the queen. But Hamin did not want to play. Gamin openly began to piss him off with his game, but Gamin didn't stop and didn't change the rules of the game. He won, so he gave Hamin the pin again. Gamin was very confident. He wanted to show that now only bullies can be losers in this school, and the students of the study group are leaders and winners in every way. Meanwhile, Jiwoo and Jong went to the computer club where they had fun. They win a game where they had to eliminate their opponents. It turns out that Jong, or as Jiwoo called him, Tomato, was a great gamer. In the computer game, Jiwoo wanted to kill everyone at once, but Jong always waited for the right moment and shot only when it was necessary. Gamin did the same thing. He waited for the right moment and only then gave Homin a new slap. Each of Gamin's slashes was very accurate and very strong. Gamin was shattered, as if he had been hit on the forehead with a stick and not just slapped. After the next slap to the head, Komin flew away. Gamin hit his head against the wall again. He was losing a game he didn't even want to start. Komin barely managed to stay on his feet. The blows were very strong. Gamin's forehead had already developed a gash. Komin's head was cracking from the frequent blows. The hooligans, who were initially on Komin's side, watched the fight in silence. They were surprised that the sound of a goldfinch could be so powerful. They also didn't believe the school gossip that Gamin had put Kang Taihai down with one punch. But after this fight with Homin, everyone realized that Gamin was a monster. Gamin announced the score 2-0 in his favor, and if Homin refused to play anymore, it automatically meant he had lost. But Homin did not like to lose. Homin said that soon Gamin would pay for allowing himself to be bullied. He looked in the direction of his gang and gave them a secret sign. The hooligans immediately realized that they had to film everything that was happening on their phones. Otherwise, any rumors related to Hominy would sooner or later reach the director, and then Hominy's rival would be in a complete mess. Gamin approached Homin to give him the final slap, but Komin looked too happy with him. Huowen was the first to notice that something was wrong. She screamed for Gamin to stop, because he was being filmed on his phone, and the footage would clearly show Gamin hitting poor Homin and him not even resisting. According to the school rules, the one who starts the fight is to blame. Gamin stopped. He also noticed the phone and realized that he was being filmed to blackmail him, or to get him expelled from school, so Gamin quickly stopped. He turned around and ran towards the hooligans, the videographers. He apologized and said he didn't like being filmed, so the phone would have to be turned off, and if they didn't do it themselves, he would help them press the stop button. Gamin kicked the phone out of the bully's hand. The broken phone and the girl were on the floor, but the boy bully was still standing nearby. He realized he had to immediately film Gamin hitting his girlfriend, but Gamin knocked the phone out of his hands just as deftly. The screen of the phone was cracked. It was impossible to repair it. The bully boy was very angry, because now he would have to explain to his parents why he was left without a phone. But Gamin caught the bully by the shoulders, looked him in the eye, and repeated once again that he did not like being filmed. He was getting nervous in front of the camera lens. The bully boy realized that Gamin was actually very strong. The way he caught him by the shoulder meant a lot. Gamin had a strong grip. The guy didn't want to check what kind of punch Gamin had. So the bully boy realized that the story about Gamin knocking out Kang Tae-kyung with a single punch was actually true. Gamin is indeed a monster, just as everyone who has experienced the power of his punch has said. But while Gamin was figuring out the situation with the phones, he heard a strange noise from the side. It was as if someone was in a great hurry. It was Homin, who finally recovered from his stunned state and decided to run away. He ran quickly so that no one could catch up with him. Gamin was angry with himself that he had to run away like that. But he didn't want to compete with Gamin, even though he still thought he was a dumb kid with some strength. On the way, Homin shouted that they would definitely meet Gamin again, and he would bury him. Soon Gamin would be a dead man. Homin's friends watched him run away and did not understand how he could leave them. But Gamin said that he and Homin hadn't finished the game of rock, paper, scissors yet. There are still 7 rounds left. Maybe the bully friends want to take Homan's place. They are the same team. But the hooligans shouted that they didn't know any Komen and started to run away as well. Very soon there was no trace of the 3 hooligans. The way the bullies ran away made Gamin very happy. He laughed and then asked Sehyun if he was okay. It was funny to Hamin that the bullies were talking so much about the losers. And in the end, they were the losers, because Hamin and Sehyun had beaten them. But Sehyun corrected that it was Gamyoung who defeated everyone. It was clear that he was disappointed that he couldn't defend himself, and he won. Sehyun allowed Haiwan to get hit. So this time, Sehyun decided to just leave without anyone touching him, and without him causing any more problems. Sehyun walked away with his head down. He mumbled that he was ashamed and apologized to Hye-won for not being able to protect her. Hye-won and Gamin watched their friend leave in silence. They wanted to support him, but they didn't know how to do it. After this fight, Sehyun, who was morally depressed, returned home to find his father waiting for him. His father was not interested in where his strength had been and why he came home with bruises. He just wanted him to go to the construction site and earn money. Moreover, he had already promised the boys that Sehyun would join them after school today. The father shouted that he didn't care about his son's education. He doesn't want him to go to university because it's a waste of time. He just needs to make money. The father once again reminded his son that their family had large debts that needed to be paid off, and he, ungrateful, does not want to help his father and go to work. When the father once again mentioned Sehyun's mother, that it was she who left them with these debts, the boy could not stand it. He clenched his fist and barely restrained himself from hitting his father. But when he saw the clenched fist, his father got even angrier. He swung to hit his son, but Ji-hyun caught his hand in time, and the father did not slap Ji-hyun. He held his father's hand very tightly. He asked his father to calm down because he had never told him that he would not earn money.
Sehyun said that it was not his debt, but if he said he would pay them back, then he would. But only after he graduates from university.
Because after graduating from university, he will have a much better chance of finding a high-paying job than just going to work at a construction site for the rest of his life. The fact that Sehyun is now bruised and bleeding is not significant compared to how ashamed Sehyun is in front of the workers. But the father, as usual, did not support his son. He just said that he was as stubborn as his mom. And he's also a slacker, because he can't even clean the house and wash the dishes, although it was actually his father who started all this shit. Sehyun was very angry that his father always talked about his mom in a bad light. No matter what he did, his dad kept saying that it was just as bad as his mom would have done. But before she was his mom, she was his wife. The father was angry, but for the first time he didn't know what to say to his son. He simply said that his son was an ungrateful asshole. After these words, Sehyun clearly decided that it was time for him to leave home. He could no longer live under the same roof with a man who did not love, support, or understand him.
He left the house with tears in his eyes. His father didn't even think to stop him. He was sure that his son would return soon because he wouldn't survive on the street.
But before Sehyun could leave the apartment, Gamin was waiting for him in the hallway. The boy did not understand what Gamin was doing in his apartment, but Gamin heard the whole conversation between his friend and his father, and couldn't believe that the calm, balanced Sehyun had decided to leave home. Sehyun asked what Gamin was doing here, but he was worried about something else. He said he had 40 minutes left. Sehyun realized that Gamyoung had followed him, and that's how he knew where he lived. But it was for nothing. Sehyun asked Gamin to just go home. He told him that it was Homan who told him about Sehyun's family tribulations, and that he knew all about his tyrant father. Sehyun was ashamed to admit what kind of family he lived in, because no one would understand him anyway. But Gamin really wanted to support his friend, because his situation was very close to him. Sehyun said that Gamyoung had heard him, and that he hadn't actually run away from home, but had just gone out to get some air, and Gamin should go back to his house because he lives far away from here. Suddenly, he motioned for Sehyun to come with him. Sehyun looked around. No one had ever invited him to spend the night before. Gamin could see that Sehyun didn't want to go home after the scandal with his father. Moreover, He knew that his and Se-hyun's stories were very similar. It was only at first glance that they seemed different. But Ga-min knew exactly what Se-hyun was going through. So-hyun didn't understand what Ha-min was talking about. He came from a rich family, so he didn't know what it was like to live in debt with a tyrant father. But Ga-min was very persistent. He invited Se-hyun to his house and promised to explain everything there. Ga-min pulled Se-hyun by the hand. He had to hurry. He only had 40 minutes to get home. Otherwise, he would have an unpleasant conversation with his mother. But Se-hyun didn't want to go to Ha-min's house. While the boys were arguing, someone was watching them. The boys were being followed by a bully named Auntie. He had an assignment from the leadership of the White Gang to find out where Ga-min lived. He had been following him for half a day, but Ga-min could not get home. Auntie knew that time and patience were needed because he had once found out where Lehon Kang lived. In the same way. While the bullies were chasing Ga-min, night fell, but the lights were still on in Ho-min's house. Ho-min's sister burst into his room. She asked her brother to shut up because it was night and he was shouting for some reason. But Ko-min was furious. He asked his mad sister not to break into his room anymore. Ko-min was furious. He gripped the pen so hard that he almost broke it. But despite his fearsome appearance, his sister laughed very loudly at him when she saw what Ko-min had drawn on his forehead. A number was clearly visible there. The sister laughed that Ko-min had gone completely crazy. He had written the number 1 on his forehead just because he was in the top of the school's students. But Ho-min was now concerned about another issue. He wanted to take revenge on Ga-min. He called his friend Ma Min-hwan, who liked to fight for no reason, and asked for help. Ma Min-hwan was happy to hear from Ho-min because everyone thought he was a genius who was among the bullies. This was a rare thing. Usually all the bullies had bad grades. Ho-min didn't talk for a long time, but immediately said that he wanted to ask for help. Ma Min-hwan told him that it costs money, and if he worked at the night rate, it would be a little more expensive. But Ko-min agreed to any terms. Then Ma Min-hwan sat down to listen to who his friend Ho-min wanted to hire. Ma Min-hwan was the son of a member of the White Lead Group, the director of the senior engineering school at Yusun High School. He was in charge of many issues. Ho-min told him to follow up on where Yoon Jae-min lived. Min-hwan promised to send someone immediately. While the bullies were talking, Han-wol came into Min-hwan's room. Han-wol didn't understand why Min-hwan was sitting on his couch. Han-wol was annoyed by this. Han-wol also didn't like that Min-hwan called his services beating for no reason. But Min-hwan smiled and said it was a hobby. But we have orders all the time. For example, they just ordered Yoon Ga-min. Min-hwan said that he sent Auntie to keep an eye on Ga-min. Because Auntie shows good promise, I wonder how far this juvenile hooligan will go. It turns out Min-hwan was just as violent as Han-wol. This amused Han-wol, but Min-hwan didn't think so. He didn't want to be like Han-wol, because he could intimidate, but he could not kill. Min-hwan was not yet capable of that. In fact, Han-wol sometimes scared him a lot. Meanwhile, Auntie was already following Ga-min, but he was terribly afraid that Ga-min was wandering around the city for so long and couldn't get home. Auntie had a specific task, though. Min-hwan sent him a text message saying that he needed to get Yoon Ga-min's address, but without him suspecting anything. Auntie took 2 other friends with him to make sure he didn't miss Gi-min. Gum-young was really in a hurry to get home, but he wanted Se-hyun to go with him. But Se-hyun didn't want to go anywhere. He didn't want Ga-min to touch him at all. But Ga-min was persistent. He realized that Se-hyun had nowhere else to go, and he couldn't walk around the city after 10. If they came to Ga-min's house before curfew, his mother wouldn't say anything and would definitely not mind that Ga-min brought a friend with him. There were 30 minutes left before curfew. We had to hurry. But Se-hyun said that they would definitely be late because it would take a long time to get to the other side of town by bus. Ga-min suggested taking a taxi, but a taxi to Sando, Ga-min's home, would be very expensive, more than 10,000 won. It was too expensive for Se-hyun, even if he split the cost between the 2 of them. Ga-min said it was no problem. He'd pay it himself, as long as Se-hyun agreed to go with him. Se-hyun thought back to his father, who never had any money, always lived in debt, and demanded that Se-hyun always save money. Hyun realized that he and Gamyung were living in different worlds, because for him, 10,000 won was a lot of money, and Ga-min could have just thrown that money away on a taxi. Hyun said that they were definitely not on the same path. Ga-min would never be able to understand him. Ha-min didn't understand why Se-hyun was so angry about some money. He wants to help him, but Se-hyun just pushes him away. Se-hyun was really angry, so he simply asked Ga-min to go home. He could take care of himself. Se-hyun said that he couldn't accept Ga-min's help every day. He had already saved his life from bullies several times. Ha-min shouted that he wasn't helping Se-hyun out of obligation. That's what true friends do, and Ga-min considers Se-hyun his friend. But it was hard to get through to Se-hyun. He was grateful that Ha-min was always helping him, but he couldn't help Ga-min, who always loses at school and at home. Se-hyun said that he could not overcome anyone on his own. He just wanted to run away from Ga-min and from himself. He was disgusted that he was such a failure. So he put on his headphones and walked away without knowing where he was going. As he said goodbye, he told Ga-min not to worry. It's just that Se-hyun overreacts to everything. Ha-min remained standing in the same place. There was no point in catching up with Se-hyun anymore. Ha-min's phone rang. It was a text message from his mom. She said that the boy had 25 minutes left. Ga-min realized that he had to call a taxi immediately to make it home. He remembered a recent conversation with his mom. She had promised that if he was a troublemaker again and came home after curfew, she would transfer him to another school. Ga-min knew it was wrong to just leave his friend on the street like that, but he had to go home. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hyun quickly disappeared from Ha-min's sight. He went to wander around the alleys because he didn't know what he had to do until the morning and where to go. Hyun listened to music and counted the hours until dawn. It was 10 p.m. on the clock. He figured that school opened at 7 in the morning, so he had 9 more hours to go out. But he didn't know where to spend the night. He could go down to the subway. It was warm there, but it was a little scary to sit there all night. He couldn't go to an internet cafe either. He could also go to a 24-hour cafe, but he didn't have any money. He even thought that maybe he should go home. But he immediately imagined the look on his father's face. He would have been happy that Se-hyun couldn't make it without him. So Se-hyun immediately dismissed the idea of going home. It was better to stay on the street forever than to go back home. He decided never to return home again. While wandering between the houses, Se-hyun heard someone talking nearby. He immediately realized that only bandits could be hanging around at this time of night, so he had to stay away from them. He hid behind a wall and listened to what they were saying. The hooligans were arguing that they had lost someone. It turned out that they were talking about Ga-min, that they had lost track of where he had gone. Auntie was furious. While he was going to the bathroom, his friend was distracted by his phone and didn't notice where Ga-min had gone. So Auntie had failed the task Han-woo had given him. Se-hyun realized that now he had to find a way to save Ga-min, because Han-woo himself wanted to find him, and he even sent bandits to scout for him. It was very dangerous. Se-hyun did not come out of his hiding place. He realized that if he was spotted, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, these bandits wanted to get Ga-min's address and break into his house. They were really scumbags. Se-hyun should have immediately told Ga-myung that he was being followed, but before Se-hyun could dial his number, one of the hooligans spotted him. He smiled slyly and called out to Auntie. Now everything was going to go according to plan, because they had caught Ga-min's friend, who knew exactly where he was. The hooligans didn't hesitate to tell Se-hyun to tell them where Ga-myung lived. Se-hyun was scared. He had had enough fights that day, so Se-hyun just jumped to his feet and started running away. He was running so fast he didn't know where he was going. He just wanted to avoid being caught. By the time Auntie and another friend found the place where Se-hyun was hiding, he was already gone. But the bullies heard him muttering something about Sando, so he knew exactly where Ga-min lived. Auntie was glad that the situation was resolved, because they would definitely catch up with a weakling like Se-hyun soon and beat the necessary information out of him. But Se-hyun was running too fast. He had to have a plan where to run or where to hide, but he couldn't think straight because of the stress. At a crossroads, The bully who was running after Se-hyun lost sight of him. The bully looked behind every fence. He knew that Se-hyun had to be here somewhere. He couldn't run away without being seen, so he just hid. Se-hyun did hide behind a trash can and waited for the bullies to leave. He hoped that they would get tired of looking for him and just leave. But Se-hyun was more worried about Ha-min than himself. He didn't understand what Ga-min had done to them, that they wanted to break into his house. He blamed himself for not going with Ga-myung when he asked him to. And now he doesn't know what he should do, or how to warn his friend that he's in trouble. While Se-hyun was thinking, a bully found his find. The bully was angry that he had to work up a sweat to catch up with Se-hyun. He didn't like running. The bully said he only wanted to ask Se-hyun for Ga-myung's address and let him go. But now that he had to sweat, the bully would beat up Se-hyun first and then get the information he wanted. Se-hyun didn't want to be beaten up again. He was tired of being beaten all the time, but he didn't know how to defend himself because the bully was very big and strong. Se-hyun got angry. He wanted to finally fight back against all the bullies. At that moment, his phone rang. The bully saw that Se-hyun was ready to fight. This made him very happy, because he liked to fight with an opponent, not just beat someone up for no reason. Then the bully took a swing to slap Se-hyun, but the boy ducked and dodged in time. It was unexpected for both Se-hyun and the bully. At that moment, Se-hyun took his phone out of his pocket and picked it up. Ga-min was on the line. Ga-min told Se-hyun to put the phone back in his pocket and listen to it through his headphones. Ga-min advised his friend to stand up immediately. Se-hyun didn't understand where Ga-min was, but it was obvious that he hadn't gone home and was somewhere nearby to see what was happening. And so it was. Ga-min was standing on the roof watching the fight. He wanted to help Se-hyun win the fight. Ga-min said. He said he was looking at Se-hyun and would help him. Then Ga-min gave his friend full advice on how he should behave to win the fight. Ga-min told Se-hyun to stand up, clench his fists, and put his right foot forward. While Se-hyun was preparing for the fight, the bully did not understand how he did not knock him out the first time, how he managed to dodge. Se-hyun followed all of Ga-myung's instructions, but he didn't understand why he was just telling him, and not showing up himself and knocking him out with a single punch. Ga-min explained that this time he decided not to save him like he had done before, but if Se-hyun followed his words, he would be able to save himself. Meanwhile, the bully was ready to strike again. Se-hyun decided to gather all his strength in his fist and win this time. He believed in himself. He believed he could do it. It turns out that after talking to Se-hyun, Ga-myung had called a taxi and was going home. He even paid for the ride with his card. But after driving halfway home, Ga-min decided that he needed to go back. The taxi driver wondered why he was going back and forth, but he could go anywhere for money. So Ga-min paid again and drove back to Se-hyun. He knew that his friend needed his support right now. Ha-min returned to the place where they had said goodbye to Se-hyun. It was 10 p.m. on the clock, but Ha-min had no idea which way Se-hyun went or where to look for him. There was an empty street around him. Only the taxi that had brought him was sparkling with its headlights in the distance. Ha-min wondered what he would have done if he had been in Se-hyun's shoes. He really wanted to support his friend. He knew what he was feeling right now. He remembered the look on Se-hyun's face after their last conversation. He was broken, confused, and at a loss for how to go on. This was exactly how Ga-min felt after every failed test, after every bad grade. He wanted to study, but no one supported him in this and did not believe in his strength. So this time, Ga-min wanted to support his friend, to make him feel that he was not alone. Because without support, it's hard for anyone. Ga-min knows that he will have problems with his mom, but he will try to explain to her that his friend got into trouble, and that's why he didn't come back on time. He believed that his mom would understand. While Ga-min was thinking about how to find Se-hyun, he heard some voices. He saw someone running away and being chased by bullies. He looked closer, and he recognized his friend Se-hyun as the guy running away. It was obvious that Se-hyun was in trouble and really needed help. The two hooligans split up because they couldn't figure out where Se-hyun had gone. They went in different directions, so that one of them would definitely find Se-hyun and call the others for help. But they could deal with a bastard like Se-hyun alone. Ha-min realized that they probably hadn't had a chance to hurt Se-hyun yet, if he had run away. It was a good thing he decided to come back so he could save his friend again. At first he thought about rescuing Se-hyun as usual, but then he remembered what Se-hyun had said about how he was incapable of doing anything on his own and couldn't even defend himself. Hamin had to raise his friend's self-esteem. That's why when he found Se-hyun, Gam-young had a plan to save him, but without physically interfering in the fight. Se-hyun took a stance and prepared to fight, but this only made the bully laugh. After all, he could not compete with the bully either in terms of his physique or experience. It seemed that Se-hyun had no chance of winning. Se-hyun knew this very well. He had never fought in his life. All he could hope for was Ga-min's advice. He decided to trust his friend and not run away, but to try his hand at fighting. Moreover, Se-hyun had already managed to avoid one blow. It was Ga-min who told him to duck, and it worked. Se-hyun was glad that Hamin didn't go home and leave him alone. With such support and tips, his chances of winning increased. Ga-min said that he didn't have to answer anything, just listen and do what he said. The main thing was not to get caught that Se-hyun was talking to someone on the phone. Otherwise, they would both get in trouble. Ga-min pressed the phone closer to his ear. He had to speak softly, but in a way that Se-hyun could hear every word and every instruction. The big advantage was that the bully immediately devalued his opponent. Of course, Se-hyun was much weaker, and the opponent knew it. That's why the opponent was very relaxed. He could not even think that he could lose. Ga-min continued to suggest. He told Se-hyun to clench his right fist tightly and imagine that there was a wall to his left. Then he had to hit it as hard as Se-hyun could. He had to act immediately. He didn't think about it, he just did what Ga-min said on the phone. Se-hyun succeeded. He deflected the bully's punch by hitting him in the arm. Se-hyun didn't expect to be able to do that. It turns out he has strength. He is not some trash, but can defend himself. The main thing is to know how to do it. The bully did not understand what was happening. The first time, Se-hyun dodged, and now he deflected his punch. The bully started to get nervous. He wanted to finish the guy off as soon as possible and get the information he needed out of him. The bully clenched his fists and prepared to strike again. But Ga-min ordered Se-hyun to take a step to the left. And it worked again. The bully missed again. And then everything was a blur. The bully tripped over Se-hyun's leg and fell. He fell very hard and bruised himself. The victory was Zihong's. The guy was shocked that he could win even in this way. After all, Ga-min didn't tell him to hit or push, just to make a few simple movements. But even so, Se-hyun was able to defeat such a criminal hooligan. While Ga-min was telling Se-hyun what to do, his mom couldn't get through to him because the line was always busy. His mom was very angry. Ga-min realized that he was in trouble at home, but Ga-min couldn't just abandon his friend. He had to see this through. So he kept talking to Se-hyun. He praised his friend for following all the instructions so precisely, although the fact that the bully tripped and fell was an accident. But this accident also worked well in their favor. But the bully was coming to his senses. Ga-min said that the next step was to kill him morally and say one phrase that Se-hyun had never said to anyone before. He had to tell the bully that he was a failure and ask him if that was all he could do. Se-hyun said this phrase with particular fury. He finally felt strong and confident in himself.
The phrase worked. It made the bully angry, and he rushed into the fight without thinking about anything.
At that time, another gang member was approaching them. He thought that Se-hyun had already been caught, beaten, and the information he needed was extracted. But the fight continued. The hooligan took a swing and missed again. Se-hyun was very skillful at dodging all the blows, and this only exhausted the bully. He was very tired. The bully was angry. He did not understand what he was doing wrong. After all, this attack tactic had always worked before. He managed to knock out his opponent with the second punch. And here such a coward Se-hyun is not giving in. Huligna was tired of swinging his fists, but Se-hyun dodged them over and over again. Se-hyun was also tired of dodging. He just wanted to punch the bully and end the fight. He asked Ga-min to tell him how to do it. Ga-min agreed that the fight was dragging on. It was time to end it, but only with a complete victory for Se-hyun. The bully pushed Se-hyun against the wall of the trash can. He thought he had the boy cornered, and that he would no longer be able to dodge. There was nowhere to run either. The bully clenched his fist to hit him, but Se-hyun crouched down in time and the bully hit the trash can with his fist. And that was the perfect moment for Zi-heng's crowning blow. It was his finest hour in this fight. He charged the bully right in the chin with his fist. The bully's eyes went black from the unexpected blow. He could barely stand up. Hamin was glad that he had managed to save his friend. He knew that his advice might not always work. After all, Se-hyun's body was completely unprepared. But everything worked like clockwork. It was good that Se-hyun trusted him. Together, they could do anything. To finish off the bully, Se-hyun decided to hit him with his head. It was definitely going to work. The bully lost consciousness and just fell to the ground. Se-hyun closed his eyes. He was afraid that he had failed, that the bully was still standing there. So he couldn't open his eyes for a few seconds. Se-hyun knocked the bully down and fell on top of him. He felt euphoric, but it was Ga-min who was most happy about it because he was able to restore his friend's faith in himself and his strength. Ga-min recalled how he always wanted to get 100 points on his test, but what he really needed was support. And this support in learning for Ga-min was once his tutor, Mr. Lehon Kang. And now he became that support for Se-hyun. The bully was lying on the ground unconscious, and Se-hyun was looking at him, and still couldn't believe that he had single-handedly defeated him. After the fight, Se-hyun decided to accept Hamin's offer and go to his place for the night. They called a taxi again and quickly got to the right place. Se-hyun noticed that Ga-myung was very worried about something, but Ga-min said that everything was fine. The main thing was that for the first time in his life, Se-hyun managed to defeat his enemy. But after the fight, Se-hyun had mixed feelings. He didn't know how to describe them. Ga-min was glad that he and his friend were together now. Maybe this way he could explain to his mom what really happened, and she would be a little more lenient and forget about her promise to transfer him to another school. Se-hyun wondered how he and Ga-myung were really similar. Was his father also a cruel domestic tyrant? But Ga-min didn't have time to answer, because his mother had already come outside to look for him. She couldn't get through to her son, so she decided to look for him on the street. The mom looked very angry. This made Ga-min very worried. It was always difficult to talk to her in this state. Ga-min wanted to explain right away that he was a little late because he had to save a friend. But his tongue began to stutter, and he was so scared of his mother. Se-hyun decided to take the situation into his own hands. He said hello to Ga-min's mom and wanted to tell her everything himself. But before Se-hyun could even say a word, Ga-min's mom slapped him on the cheek. She didn't care that Se-hyun was standing next to her. She decided to teach her son a lesson for his disobedience. Ga-myung's mom shouted that she hadn't divorced his father to see her son in such a state. Se-hyun didn't know how he should react to their family showdown. He was embarrassed, and also very sorry that he had caused his friend so much trouble. Mom yelled at Ga-min very loudly. She also said the words that hurt him the most, that she didn't care about his study group, because it was obvious that it was a very bad influence on him. His mom told him to get ready to transfer to a new school. Ga-min was speechless. He knew his mother was serious, but he was not ready for it. While Ga-min was working things out with his mom, it turns out they were being watched. Auntie and his friends followed Ga-min all day long, and he couldn't get home. Finally, it happened because Auntie was tired of following him. Auntie thanked his friend for not getting into a fight and not rushing to defend their gang member, but just waiting until the fight was over and following where Ga-min went. That way, they could finally find out where he lived. The neighborhood where Ga-min lived was for the rich. He only lived in a high-rise building, so they had to find out on which floor. But that was nothing compared to the work they had done. Auntie hoped that Hanwol would appreciate his efforts. The hooligans turned on a flashlight to follow Ga-min further. But just as they approached the entrance, someone jumped out and caught the bully by the arm. It was a security guard who was keeping order in the building and preventing anyone suspicious from entering the territory. Finally, Ga-min and Se-hyun got into the house. They were both sitting on the bed in Ga-min's room. Se-hyun wanted to start a conversation but didn't know how. He felt ashamed that he had caused his friend so many problems. Se-hyun decided to ask how Ga-myung was feeling after the fight with his mom. and how serious the fight was. Maybe Mom was joking about the transfer and the new school. Soo-hyun already regretted 100 times that he had agreed to Gam-young's offer and come to his house. Perhaps the two of them together would have resolved their conflict faster. Soo-hyun realized that Gam-young's mom thought he was fighting. And since Se-hyun didn't look good today either, he was covered in blood. His mom definitely thought they were actually fighting in the study group and not studying. Haemin understood. He had to protect his friend and tell the truth. To tell him that Se-hyun was actually the kindest guy in their school who would always help. Se-hyun wanted to tell more about the study group, but no one seemed to want to listen to him.
Yungin didn't talk much about his school days either. When his mother asked him what he was doing, Yungin modestly replied that he was playing a game of rock, scissors, paper with the best student in the school.
Finally, Se-hyun decided to intervene. He modestly apologized for interrupting and said that it was obvious that Ga-min's mom had misunderstood. He was not a bully, but the third best student in the school. But Ga-min's mom didn't react to this information at all. She said she didn't care about any rankings, but since he was beaten up and bleeding all over the city at night, it means that he is not doing well. Now Se-hyun realized why they are so similar to Gam-young. No one supports them, and no one believes in their strength. This time, his mom allowed Se-hyun to stay at their house, but she emphasized that if he looked so shabby and so beaten up, it would be the last time. As Se-hyun followed Ga-min's mother, he realized that she and her son were completely different. Ga-min's mom has absolutely no sense of kindness and care. That's why when he was a child, Ga-min often cried because he never felt supported and loved by his mother. She was emotionally very callous and straightforward. If she said it, it would be so. It was impossible to negotiate. Both boys were already in their pajamas and getting ready for bed. Se-hyun wanted to comfort Gam-young somehow, so he started the conversation with a neutral topic. He said that Ga-min's house was very nice. The elevator alone is worth it. He said that he wouldn't mind living there. But Ga-min had other things on his mind. He knew that his mom wasn't joking, and it was obvious that he would soon be in a new school. So he asked Se-hyun to take care of their study group because everyone on the team needed it. But Se-hyun didn't understand why Gam-young was so adamant about it. He believed that his mom would change her mind, that she could still be convinced. To which Ga-min replied that his friend just didn't know his mom. If she said it, it would be so. Ga-min's eyes were very sad and wistful. He did not want to transfer, but it was impossible to change his mother's mind. Se-hyun objected because it's not easy to transfer to another school in the middle of the school year. But Ga-min knew that if his mom said he should prepare for the transfer, she would find a way to make it happen. Ga-min said that his mom never throws words to the wind. Once she said, "Get ready for war," and they did fight with an aunt who lived upstairs and was always very noisy. Then Mom said, "Get ready to say goodbye," and Ga-min was forced to leave Jeet Kune Do's class. Se-hyun smiled because Ga-min was as stubborn as his mom. It was probably the only thing they had in common. But the thing that traumatized Ga-min the most was when his mom divorced his dad. It was the same then. She simply told little Ga-min to get ready for the fact that she and his father were getting divorced and moving away. Ga-min didn't believe it was that serious until the end. He believed that his parents would reconcile. But once his mom made up her mind, it was impossible to convince her otherwise. She said that she herself would be able to provide a life for Ga-min that would make others envy him, as long as he grew up to be a good person. My mom also said that Ha-myung didn't need to go to university. His life would be fine without it. His mom hugged Ha-min tightly and said that she didn't care if he wasn't particularly smart in school. Mom didn't think education was something necessary. She just wanted Ga-min to be around and always listen to her. Then Ga-min realized that he was alone in this world. He has no support and no one cares what Ga-min wants. He begged his mom for a long time to let him transfer to Yusan High School. She agreed, the only condition being that he never come home late and never get involved with bad guys. Se-hyun didn't understand why Ga-min, knowing about this agreement with his mother, came back to rescue him. He was ashamed that he had caused his friend so many problems. While the boys were talking, Mom came into the room. She said that it was time to go to bed, But before going to bed, she gave Ha-min one piece of paper. It was a list of schools for Ga-min's transfer. She told him to choose which school to transfer to. Ga-min looked at the names carefully, but he didn't want to go to any of the schools. Finally, the boys went to bed. Ga-min gave Sehyun his bed, and he lay down on the floor. Before going to bed, Ga-min confided in his friend that he had known their teacher, Miss Lehon Kang, for a long time. She was his tutor. But his mother did not know that Miss Lehon Kang was now working at the school. Sehyun realized that Ga-min's relationship with his mother is not close at all. She doesn't know much about him. But Sehyun didn't know much about Ga-myung either, even though he considered him a friend. They had never had a chance to talk frankly before. But there was one question that interested Sehyun the most. He didn't understand why Ga-min was so obsessed with his studies. Usually he doesn't talk about anything else, but repeats like a robot that he needs to study. Even during a fight, he thinks about how to pass the tests. After all, not every mother will tell her child that she doesn't care about studying. He can study as he wants and still have everything in life. And their family seemed to have enough money. That's why Sehyun didn't understand why Ga-min was so eager to go to university. Ga-min said that it's okay to have dreams. He wanted to go to university. Everyone should have a dream. The conversation dragged on. It was a dark night outside, so Ga-min suggested that they save the conversation for tomorrow and finally go to sleep. Sehyun still had a lot to ask Ga-myung about. He wanted to get to know him better, but it seemed like it took him a while to open up. Ga-min recalled how he felt when he was a little boy. His parents often fought, and he was very painful during those moments. During conflicts, little Ga-min would sit under his parents' bedroom door and cry. He did not understand why adults could not find a common language, why children had to suffer because of their quarrels. Ga-min still blamed himself for his parents' quarrels. He felt that he was the reason they had divorced. That's why he and Sehyun were so similar, because neither of them had support from their families. Sehyun also remembered his father, who always reproached him and told him how bad his mother was. Since childhood, he did not know what love and affection were. Although the boys came from different families, with different financial means, they were united by a sense of guilt and loneliness. That's why they became friends. Ga-min said that he would no longer be able to study with Sehyun, but he had no regrets about returning to help his friend and breaking his agreement with the masses. If he could turn back the clock, he would do the same thing. On this friendly note, the boys fell asleep. Sehyun was the first to wake up. On Ga-min's desk, he found his planner, with a bold plus next to the creation of a study group. Sehyun realized how important this was to Ga-min, but his mother wants to deprive her own son of this. In the morning, students began to arrive at Yusun School. Homan was one of the first to arrive. He covered the number 1 on his forehead with plaster so that no one could see what was there. Sehyun stood under the window of the principal's office and tried to see what was going on inside. Seeing Sehyun, Jung, Hyewan, and Ji-woo quickly ran up to him. Everyone saw Ga-min and his mother standing in the principal's office, but no one could hear what they were saying. Because of the currencies, it was hard to see anything, let alone hear. But most of all, everyone was worried about where Lehon Kang's cape was still. Sehyun told his friends from the study group what had happened last night, and that Ga-min's mom had promised to transfer him to another school. This made Ji-woo angry the most. She couldn't forgive herself for going to the internet cafe. Perhaps if she had followed Sehyun, things would have turned out differently. Jeong was only worried that he never had time to compete with Ga-min, and he wanted to be stronger. But Sehyun quickly calmed everyone down. Now was not the time to let emotions run wild. It was too early to say goodbye to Ga-min. They had to figure out what they could do to keep him at Yusun School. Sehyun said that he had seen the list of schools where his mother wanted to transfer Ga-myung. There are only 3 schools on the list: Daegan School, Sehwa School, and Sando School of Technology. All of them have excellent reputations. But the process of transferring to the first 2 will take too much time and is quite difficult. Only Sando School is left. Ji-woo had a drink with Sehyun. She said that if you get the principal's permission, you can transfer anywhere. So if the principal signs the permission now, there's nothing they can do. But Se-hyun reassured his friends. In the morning, he had already been to the principal's office and made arrangements. So-hyun told the principal that he could not allow Ga-myung to be transferred. If this happened, the school would lose its great potential. The passionate speech seemed to have an effect on the principal, and Se-hyun was 90% sure that the principal would not sign the permit. No one expected such courage from Se-hyun. It turns out that he is a smart guy in many matters, and even in public speaking. But before the friends could finish speaking, someone came out of the principal's office. It was Ga-min and his mother. The mother was furious because the principal still hadn't given her permission to transfer her son to another school. So Se-hyun's speech had worked. Se-hyun was happy that he had delayed the transfer process for a little while. But it wasn't over yet. He showed Ga-min with his fingers that everything was okay, that he would not leave him alone. Ga-min smiled back at him. He was pleased to feel that they were worried about him and doing their best. But Ga-min stayed at school with the study group. But his mother was adamant. If the principal did not give permission, she decided to act even more radically. Mom decided to move with Ga-min to Seoul. The others were shocked to hear this. If Ga-min really moved, he would have the right to transfer to any school nearby, even without the principal's permission. It was a disaster. The friends did not know what to do next. Ga-min thought he heard his mother joking, but the woman was adamant. She told her son to pack because they were moving out of the apartment. Ga-min's life collapsed in an instant. He couldn't even say a word, but even if he had said something, it would have been just a sound to his mother, not worthy of attention. Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up to the school. It was Miss Lehon Kang who was late for class, so she was in a hurry and asked the taxi driver to pay her quickly. Ga-min recalled how persistent he had been when he asked his mother to transfer him to Yusun School. He believed in his abilities. He believed that he would be able to enter the school on his own, and then pass the exams to enter the university. As usual, his mother did not understand and did not support him. But Ga-min insisted that if he transferred to this school, his grades would improve. Ga-min begged his mother to listen to him so much that he almost cried in front of her. And then she gave him a chance. That's how Ga-min ended up at Yusun School. But this time, his mother did not even want to listen to her son. Trust was lost over such a small infraction. Mom said that they were moving to Seoul and it was out of the question. His mother immediately started calling a real estate agency to find them an apartment in Seoul immediately. Ga-min's friends were shocked by this rapid turn of events. Ji-woo shouted that they had to do something, intervene, talk to Ga-min's mother, somehow convince her. But Se-hyun realized that this would only make the situation worse. Se-hyun had only recently met Ga-myung's mother, but he immediately recognized what kind of person she was. He needed someone worthy to talk to her, someone whose opinion mattered to this woman. Se-hyun immediately thought that only Miss Lehon Kang could save Ga-min, but she was still not at school. The children knew that their teacher would help them. She would find the right words. While Ga-min and her mother were walking down the school corridor, a fight broke out in one of the classrooms. It was a common occurrence at Yusun School, but her mother immediately noticed it. Ga-min tried to distract her somehow. He didn't want his mom to get a bad impression of the school. He asked her again if she was serious about moving. Ga-min tried to explain that he liked the school. He had started a study group here. He had improved his grades, and he hadn't done anything wrong to warrant transferring him to another school, let alone to another city. But for my mom, it didn't matter if Ga-min did anything wrong. She believed that a person is shaped by his or her environment, and in this school, it was not the best, because in a short time my mom saw 3 fights here, and the worst part was that none of the teachers tried to stop them, and it was the smell of cigarettes coming from every corner that alerted her mother. Ga-min had nothing to say to his mother, because everything she had noticed was true. But the most important thing was how Ga-min felt in this school, not what others were doing. Ga-min tried to explain that it was just a normal school, that teenagers fight everywhere. But my mom had a completely different picture for herself. At that moment, during a fight in the classroom, someone threw a chair and it flew right into the corridor where Ga-min and his mother were walking at that moment. This was the last straw for the woman. Ga-min was worried if his mom was hurt, but she just wanted to leave the damn place as soon as possible. Mom calmed down. She decided to make her position clear to her son once again. They are moving and he will study in a normal school, where all the conditions are created for this. The mother stood near the broken window and the broken chair that had flown out of the classroom, and could not even take a step. After all, these fragments were flying right at her. This place didn't look like a school at all, more like some kind of juvenile detention center. The mother believed she had already made a mistake by allowing her son to enter. This time she would check everything more carefully and not listen to her son's wishes. At first, the woman said that they would move next week, but when she saw what was happening in this school, she didn't want her son to be here even for a minute. So she decided they were moving today. Mom told Ga-min to pack his things. Ga-min was angry. He had been working towards his goal for so long, dreaming of starting a study group, and now that he had finally achieved it, everything just fell apart. He couldn't let that happen. Meanwhile, Miss Lehon Kang finally arrived at the school. She was climbing the stairs to the second floor. Miss Lehon Kang stopped because she saw Tom Kench. The relationship between Miss Lehon Kang and Tom Kench did not work out from the beginning, but the teacher still greeted him politely and asked him if he knew where the principal was. Ms. Lehon Kang said that she was just returning from the Department of Education and therefore had a serious conversation with the principal, but she could not find him. Dayam Kang didn't understand what this temporary teacher wanted from him. He didn't even learn her name. He just called her a temporary teacher. He was also nervous, as always, about this school and the eternal fights he had to intervene and stop. He dreamed of that beautiful day when he would finally leave this damn school. But suddenly, Tom Kench remembered that he still didn't know how the case with the student, Miss Lehon Kang, ended. He was referring to Ga-min. Tom Kang hoped that he had been expelled after the fight, but the teacher did not understand how he could be so cynical. It was obvious that Ga-min had nothing to do with it, and it would be undeserved to punish him. While Ms. Lehon Kang was trying to explain something to Tom Chanch, students from the study group were already running to meet her. Everyone was very excited, and it was clear that they had something important to say to the teacher. The children were all talking in a heap, asking why the teacher did not read their messages, because they were in real trouble. But no one could explain anything concretely and briefly. Finally realizing that Ga-min was going to be transferred to another school, Ms. Lehon Kang was shocked. She could not allow this to happen. Meanwhile, on the roof of the school, Homin was talking to Ma Min-hwan. He wanted to cancel his order for Ga-min because he heard that Ga-min was transferring to another school. He decided that it was too much of a luxury to pay money to beat up a boy who would soon be transferred to another school. He didn't want to pay for that. But Min-hwan did not want to cancel their agreement because part of the work had already been done. Min-hwan reminded him that Ga-min had been the first to start harassing Homin, and he hadn't had time to take revenge on him, so it would be unfair to just let him go to another school. He needed to leave a mark as a memento. But it was enough for Homin that Ga-min just wouldn't hang around and interfere with his ability to lead the class. But Min-hwan wasn't sure that everything would happen exactly the way Homin wanted it to. Watching Ga-min, Min-hwan realized one thing. His weak point was his mom. Ga-min and his mom went down to the parking lot and were about to get into the car. But Ga-min stopped abruptly. He decided to talk to his mom again. But she would not even listen to her son. She asked him to get in the car immediately because she had already excused Ga-min from class, so they could go home in peace. But Ga-min shouted as loudly as he could. He didn't want to leave and leave this school forever. Ga-min was realistic about his knowledge, and without studying at this school, he would never be able to get good grades and enter the university. But Ga-min's mother reiterated that he didn't have to go to university. If Homin wants to go to university because of his father's ambitions, then it's unnecessary. Not everyone needs a university degree. Ga-min's mom said that once she had already gone along with her son's request and allowed him to enter this Yusung school. It was just that he was crying so much and insisting that she couldn't convince him. But now, she regrets it very much. Mom realized that this school is a terrible place, so she could no longer wake up in peace, make her son breakfast, and send him to this institution to fight with thugs and constant fights. Gamin's mother was really worried about her son. She was just expressing her emotions in such a harsh way. This time, she started to cry because she wanted her son to understand her feelings and hear her position. Gamin also tried to explain to his mother that he had made friends here to study with, but his mother was not listening. She told him to get in the car immediately. Gamin fondly recalled those brief moments of his study group. He was truly happy here, and Miss Han Kigang had given him so much advice, but there was no way out. He had to listen to his mother and get in the car. Gamin didn't want to leave, but he didn't want to see his mom cry even more. So he listened to her so calmly and got into the car. The car drove off the school grounds. When Miss Han Kang ran to the parking lot, there was no one there. Se-hyun hoped they would make it, but now he didn't know what to do next. Se-hyun shouted that now Gamin would definitely go to a niche school, even though he really didn't want to. But Miss Han Kang knew that they could still fix the situation. They had to come up with a plan of action immediately. Miss Han Kang knew that Gamin needed her. She had more to teach him. Moreover, the study group was his idea, so without Gamin, the study group would not last long. Gamin's friends still couldn't believe that it was possible to change a life so drastically in one day, to change a city and a school. Is Gamin's mom really capable of such a thing? But Se-hyun tried to reassure everyone. He believed that Miss Han Kang would definitely come up with something. But the teacher said that even she probably wouldn't be able to change anything. At least she had no idea how she could do anything that would be really effective and have an impact on Gamin's mom. Se-hyun was at a loss, and his last hope was for Miss Han Kang because she knew Gamin's mother. But the teacher explained that this was the reason. Gamin's mom never measures her decisions. She is such an unusual person. But the friends believed that all was not lost. Jiwoo came up to the teacher. She put her hand on her arm to look more confident and said that even if there is no way out, you can't just give up without even trying to do something. Despite his grades, Gamin never gave up. He always wanted to learn, wanted to be the best. That's what Ms. Han Kang taught him. And now the teacher just wants to leave her student to his fate without even fighting for him. Therefore, Jiwoo suggested that everyone try their best and try to do something so that they wouldn't regret sitting idly by later. Ms. Han Kang recalled that this is exactly how she used to encourage Gamin when she was his tutor. She told him he could do the tests, and now she could save him from being transferred to another school. Ms. Han Kang smiled at the students and said it was time to act. The teacher had an idea. To do this, she had to go to get Gamin's mom and talk to her calmly. Before she could apply to a new school, they had a chance to stop her. The teacher warned them that everyone would have to work hard to make it work. But they can do it because they are a team. We need to show Gamin that the study group is not just an after-school club. It's a real family that doesn't leave anyone behind. Meanwhile, Gamin was driving in the car and had no idea what his friends were up to. Homan listened attentively to what Mr. Han Kang and the students from the study group were saying. He really didn't like the plan to rescue Gamin. It was not the bully's plan. He wanted Gamin to just disappear from the school. Then everyone would have much less trouble. Homan couldn't let things go according to his plan. He had already backed down from beating Gam-young in front of Min-hwan, so he immediately had to come up with a new plan to stop this crazy teacher. Homan called his old friend Kang Tae-heo, who also had unfinished business with Gamin. He promised that he would do everything possible to make the fat frog Gamin disappear from their school forever. Kang Tae-heo and 3 other gangsters got on their motorcycles to catch up with Cape Han Kang. They had to detain her. Kang Tae-heo was the leader of this gangster operation. His task was to establish order in Yusin High School, but the hooligans had their own understanding of order. Meanwhile, Miss Han Kang found a car in which they would catch up with Gamin. The teacher hadn't driven for a long time, and had even forgotten where her license was. But now there was no other way out. Although her heart was racing with fear of driving, she had to do it. Miss Han Kang got behind the wheel, and Se-hyun sat next to her, and in the back were Hee-won, Jiwoo, and Jong. The teacher told everyone to fasten their seatbelts, because the trip would be dangerous, but interesting. But while Miss Han Kang was looking for the car, Ga-min and his mother had already driven far away, so the teacher and the children were worried that they would not have time to catch up. Ga-min had indeed driven far away, and with every centimeter of the road he was losing his life, because the study group was his life's meaning. This was his first significant achievement, which collapsed in 1 minute. Before going in search of Ga-min, the teacher still had to get permission for 4 students to not attend class today. Fortunately, she managed to do this quickly. So the students quickly got into the car and fastened their seatbelts. Everyone got ready for a high-speed trip. Miss Han Kang rented a car for this trip because she had not yet earned enough money to buy her own. That's why Se-hyun had a suspicion that his teacher was not good at driving. Miss Han Kang was really worried because she had 4 students under her responsibility. She realized that she was not yet a very good driver, so the teacher gripped the wheel of the car tightly and looked intently at the road. Jung decided to support the teacher. He called her divine and said that she would succeed, but the teacher smiled. She didn't want to create panic in the children's minds, so she said she was not a bad driver. The teacher was getting ready for the road, and her friends tried to contact Ga-min to tell him where they were going. But Ga-min didn't read or respond to the messages. But Yeowon analyzed the situation and thought that if Mom and Ga-min were planning to move, they would definitely go to the Mecca real estate agency because it was the only one in Seoul. There was no other plan. The teacher went to Seoul in the hope that she would meet Ga-min and his mother there. It was only on the way that she had to come up with the right words that would touch the soul of Ga-min's mother. Mom and Ga-min were already far away. She had to try very hard to catch up. Along the way, the mom tried to find the advantages of moving. She said that her son would have a bigger room and new friends. But Ga-min did not see any advantages in the move. He finally took his phone out of his pocket and saw a lot of text messages in the study group. But his mom kept telling him what a great decision they had made to move. Mom said that Ga-min shouldn't worry about the school. They would choose the best one, and that it would be close to where he could get there. After all, her mom works in Seoul, so the decision to rent an apartment there was a great one. Ga-min was silent the whole way, but his mom wanted to get him to talk somehow. So she asked him why her son was so fond of this gangster school, Yusun. Was it really about the study group? The mother did not understand why this study group was so important to her son. Would it somehow help him get into university? But in today's reality, you don't need a university degree to earn money. For example, Ga-min's mother had only a high school diploma, but she still earned a good living. In the end, her mother advised Ga-min not to cling to her studies so much, because if you keep clinging to something that doesn't work out, you can lose yourself and never find your true purpose. But Ga-min believed that the study group was exactly his destiny. He just wanted to be with his friends in the study group. They were all very different, but they all had a common goal. Ga-min also wanted to continue studying for the sake of Miss Han Kang, because she was the only one who believed in his strength. When Ga-min picked up his phone, there were hundreds of missed texts from his friends in the study group. He didn't understand what had happened, why there was such a riot. He was worried and started looking around. His mother was also scared, thinking that she had hit something and not noticed it, or missed some traffic cop who knew that her son was so worried. But Ga-min looked for a car that should have caught up with him and his mom by now. Ga-min read the message in the study group and realized that his friends and Miss Han Kang were speeding to catch up with him and his mom right now. Huyawan Googled their destination on her new phone. It said that there was still 15 minutes to go, but the students were worried that they might not make it or that they were going in the wrong direction. But Miss Han Kang did not take her eyes off the road. She was very focused and, as it turns out, a very skillful driver. But Se-hyun, who was sitting next to the teacher, dictated a different route for them. It turned out that he was keeping track of traffic jams and telling the teacher how to get around them. At this speed and with a detour, they would arrive at the school in less than 15 minutes. But they still wouldn't have time to get ahead of Ga-min. But the most important thing was for Ga-min's mom to meet with Miss Han Kang before she made arrangements for a new apartment. The students asked the teacher if she already knew what to say to Ga-min's mother and what arguments she would use. Perhaps Miss Han Kang has a plan that needs to be talked through to divide roles. But the teacher didn't have a plan yet. The only thing she was thinking about was how to get to Seoul quickly and safely. But when the teacher's car was moving at speed, motorcyclists jumped out of the way. It looked very scary and dangerous. Miss Han Kang barely had time to slow down to avoid an accident. But when she stopped, she could clearly see the face of one of the motorcyclists. It was Kang Teo. The car began to skid to a sudden stop. The students in the middle were thrown around like on a roller coaster. No one wanted to get into an accident. Moreover, they had no time for it. The car swerved to the side, but Cape Han Kang managed to stop it. Everyone got out of the car unharmed. The only thing was that no one understood what had happened. Why a bunch of motorcyclists jumped out at them in the middle of the road. Ji-woo knew something was wrong, and it was definitely not an accident. While the students were recovering, they were surrounded by motorcyclists. The leader of the gang was Kang Tae-hyo. He was the only one who took off his helmet and showed his face, while the three hooligans were wearing helmets. Kang Tae-hyo was surprised to see the nerd Jong riding along with the teacher. He also had unfinished business with him. Jong, Ji-woo, and Si-hyun got out of the car and wanted to find out what Kang Tae-kyung was doing here and why he was stopping them from driving on. But Miss Han Kang was the most outraged. It was the first time in her life that she used foul language in front of children. She was so angry. Se-hyun even had to calm the teacher down a bit. But Kang Tae-hee was surprisingly willing to explain everything in a tolerant manner. He apologized to the teacher and said that he could let her go on. Kang Theo and his hooligans blocked the road with bikes and said that no more cars could pass through, so the teacher should turn around and take the students home. Kang Tae-hyo also advised Miss Han Kang not to meddle in other people's affairs, not to ruin other people's families' plans. But Ga-min kept driving the whole way and looking back to see when their car would catch up with Cape Han Kang. He believed that they would succeed and that his mother would hear the teacher's arguments. Ji-woo was very angry that Kang Tae-hee decided to tell them where to go and what to do. She wanted to shut him up as soon as possible. But it was Young who attacked Kang Tae-kyung the most, because they had met before, so he knew the bully's sore spots. Jong called the bully ex-first class, and this made Kang Tae-hee very angry. But Jong didn't stop there. He said that Kang Tae-hee wanted to get rid of future first-rank Yoon Jia-min by transferring him to another school. That's why he was interfering with them and stopped the teacher's car. Jung said that it was not at all boyish of Kang Tae-hee to do such a mean thing. A real man should challenge and fight, not use such dirty methods. Jong knew that Kang Tae-kyung was afraid that they would catch up with Ga-min and convince his mother not to change schools. And then Kang Tae-hyun would have to admit that he was afraid of Ga-min, who knocked him out with the first punch. And that's why Kang Tae-hyun didn't even go to school, because he was ashamed of being beaten by a guy without rank. Kang Tae-hye was very angry. He told Jong to shut his mouth immediately, because everyone already knew that Ga-min had beaten him in the first punch. But if Kang Tae-hye allowed the teacher to drive by now, he would never be able to go back to school. Jong recalls that he used to ask Tae-kyung to teach him a few tricks and tell him how to become as strong as him. Previously, Jong considered Tae to be a strong opponent, but now he was not afraid of him at all. Jong thought that using such dirty methods as Kang Tae-kyung did was very low even for a bully. He said that Tae-hyun was just afraid of Ga-myung, and that's why he was acting like that. But from that day on, Jong also becomes an enemy for Kang Tae-kyung, because he's on the same side as Ga-min and is ready to fight for him to the end. Jong says that soon he will be as good as Ga-min and everyone will be afraid of him. After Ga-min teaches him a couple of moves, Jong will become #1 in Incheon. But for Kang Tae-hee, everything Jong said was bullshit. He didn't even want to listen to this nonsense, but decided to straighten Jong's brain out and beat him up so that he would remember for a long time who was really #1. Kang Tae-hyo was strong, so he knocked Jong out with the first punch. Chona fell to the asphalt and rode a few meters on his back. Miss Han Kang immediately ran to the guy to ask if he was okay. Jong was lying down and not moving. Ji-woo, who called Jong a moderate, said that this guy has nothing but strength of mind. He's too weak to compete with a thug like Tae-hee. Se-hyun yelled that Jong shouldn't have provoked the bully. It only made things worse. But when Jong came to his senses, his mouth didn't close, and he continued to humiliate Taekyung morally. Jong said that if Ga-min knocked out Kang Taekyung with one punch, he should try it too. Jong showed his friends with a gesture that he was okay. Although it was hard to tell from his appearance, he looked as if he had been hit on the head. His eyes were kind of stupid. It turns out that Jong did ask Ga-min to show him some moves. Ga-min gave Jong a sheet of paper with his uncle's forbidden technique on it. Of course, Jong read what it said, but he didn't understand a word of it.
There were 10 techniques written on the sheet, and Jong wanted to learn all 10. But Ga-min said he would only show him one, so Jong had to choose which one he wanted.
Jong carefully read the list again. It was a very difficult choice, but he finally settled on one that he thought was the most effective. It was the technique that Jong wanted to use on Ka Tai-hee. So as soon as he regained consciousness after the first blow, he quickly got to his feet and ran. Jong wanted to finish off Taekyung as quickly as possible so that they could finally continue on their way and catch up with Ga-min. But Kang Tai-hee stood his ground. He blocked the road and wouldn't let them pass. The fact that Jong wanted to attack him again made the bully laugh at first, and then it made him angry. Tae-heo didn't consider Jong a rival worthy of his attention, but this guy couldn't calm down. Jong wanted to attack Tae-hee once again. He ran to strike again. He believed that this time he would be able to use the secret punch that Ga-min had told him about. Jong was very serious, but he seemed to be the only one who believed in his abilities. Because everyone realized that Tae-hee was no match for Jong, neither in terms of physique nor physical fitness, so it was a one-way game. Meanwhile, Ms. Lehon Kang was worried about her student, who was being beaten over and over again in front of her. Ji-woo admired the fighting spirit of the tomato. In her eyes, Jong was strong and cool only because he was not afraid of anything and, most importantly, did not give up. Song ran and almost made a punch in the air, but something got in the way and he couldn't fully kick, so he didn't even hit Tae-hee. He just landed right next to him. Jong realized his mistake. He was supposed to kick while jumping, but he was too tight and missed the right moment, and he didn't get anything good out of it. While Jong was analyzing what he had done wrong and how to proceed, he was hit with another fist. Unlike Jeong, Tae-heo didn't analyze, he just punched him in the face with all his might. And these punches were always winning. This time, too, after the fist punch, Jong flew away and fell back to the asphalt. King Tae-heo reminded Chon that he lacked the strength and levels to compete with the top-ranked ones. Because Jong's rank is 18, or A, and if he continues to attack so recklessly and openly, he will never rise above 10 in his life. Jong didn't think so. He knew that perseverance and hard work were the most important things in life. Therefore, if he wanted to, sooner or later he would come to his goal. So the guy gathered all his strength again and tried to get back on his feet to continue the fight. While Jong was trying to defeat Tae-hyun, Hye-won was sitting in the car in silence. She flinched at every noise and impact. She was very worried, but realized that she could not help. Although Se-hyun got out of the car, he did not intervene much either. He still didn't believe he could fight and defend himself. But the worst part of the situation was that while the teacher and the 4 students were dealing with the bullies, Ga-min and her mother were driving away. The chances of catching up with them were approaching 0. However, Ga-min kept going and believed in a miracle. He didn't want to leave his study group so badly, but only a miracle could keep him at Yusung School. Meanwhile, Jong continued to test his skills. This time, he managed to swing his leg right next to Tae-hee's face, but the distance was still too far, and he didn't hit him. During the fight, Jong asked for only one thing. He even started praying to God and asking him to help him hit Kang Tae-heo at least once, and this time Jong almost succeeded. But Tae-hee managed to cover his face with his hands in time, and thus deflected the blow. The next punch was for Tae-hee. As always, he spared no effort, and hit Jong in the stomach with a swift punch. Chon fell down again. He was in pain after so many blows, but even after that, he was not going to give up. Once again, after being hit, Jong flew several meters and ended up right at the feet of his friends. Jong realized that Tae-heo was making minimal effort, and the punches were so powerful that Jong was simply knocked off his feet. Jong had to collect himself and think about his next steps. While he was recovering, Miss Han Kang ran up to him. She was worried about her student because he was already bleeding from the blows. Miss Han Kang asked Chan to stop fighting. It could end badly for him. The teacher suggested that they just call the police, but Chan objected. He said it would take a long time and they would not have time to catch up with Ga Min. Kang Tae-hee realized that Jong was no match for him and would never be able to overcome him. But the fact that he was constantly jumping around like a puppy trying to bite him was really annoying for Tai Kyung. Chan, on the other hand, kept seeing a picture of Tai Heo and Ga Min fighting. When Ga Min knocked out the bully with a single punch, Jong was almost the same build as Ga Min, so he could knock out Tai Kyung with a single punch. So once again, Jong forced himself to get up and continue the fight. He did not know how to give up, so he went into the fight with a smile. Ms. Han Kang was surprised at the boy's strength of spirit, that he could face danger with a smile. Kang Tae-heo was tired of just beating up on Jong. That was not their main job. He told the goons he had come with to take the car keys immediately. The thugs in helmets rushed at the students from the study group. They thought they could get the job done quickly. They saw that Chan was incapable of anything, and that the others were just nerds who definitely did not know how to fight. The keys to the car were in the hands of Miss Han Kang, so the hooligans immediately rushed to her. But Ji Woo protected her teacher with her body in time. For her, these hooligans were snot-nosed kids who were even afraid to show their faces. Ji Woo dealt with one of them very quickly. She threw him over her shoulder and immediately knocked him out. Another bully was taken on by Jong, who again wanted to use the move he had trained so hard under Ga Min's guidance. So Jong ran away, and this time the kick was successful. In flight, Jong knocked the second bully out. He fell to the sidewalk unconscious. Ji Woo also managed to neutralize the third thug in the meantime. She knocked him out with her favorite judo move, throwing him over herself. Meanwhile, another bandit tried to get to the car, which was blocked. But inside the car were Hae-won and Se-hyun. The hooligan shouted at Se-hyun to open the door or he would break the window. But of course, Se-hyun was not going to do that. Moreover, Se-hyun knew that he could not break the window with his fist. He needed some kind of sharp object. Even though she was sitting in a locked car, Hae-won was shaking with fear. Se-hyun said that she could close her eyes, and then she might feel a little calmer. Hae-won closed her eyes and ears so she couldn't see or hear anything. But she still couldn't calm down. It was like she was in a dream, but she couldn't wake up. It was the first time she had ever seen such a fight in the middle of the road, and she definitely never wanted to be involved. Miss Han Kang tried to stop the hooligan who wanted to break the window. After all, the car was not hers, but a rented one, and she would have to pay for every scratch. But the bully only pushed the teacher away. Jong shouted that no one has the right to touch a divine teacher, and he and Ji Woo rushed at the bully near the car. In a second, he was already lying unconscious on the sidewalk. Ms. Han Kang did not even have time to blink as two of her students scattered the four hooligans. She was grateful to them for saving her. But the teacher would have been much happier if the fight hadn't even started. Kang Tae-heo was angry that his boys were overpowered so quickly, even though he had recruited some of the best fighters for the job. In the end, he was the only one who survived. 4 hooligans of the program to a dumb nerd and a girl. It turns out that they are not as weak as Kang Tae-hee thought. Jong told Ji Woo that they can't leave things as they are. Ji Woo smiled, that finally the tomato realized that he couldn't defeat Tai Kyung and asked for her help. But Jeong had something else in mind. Jeong recalled his first encounter with the White Lead Gang. Jeong was a candidate for membership along with Kang Tae-heo. But of course Kang Tae-heo won the competition and got the membership and became part of the gang family, while Jeong was left with nothing. But after the incident with Ga Min, it was decided at a gang meeting that there would be no recruiter at Yusung High School. The hooligans were playing billiards and discussing how to recruit students from the school if they didn't send a specially trained person there. After all, it was obvious that after the fight with Ga Min and a bunch of cops, all the teachers who had previously assisted the gangsters would lie low. as if they knew nothing and nothing had happened in the school before. But after Ga-min appeared in the school, many began to realize that gangsterism is not the only way. You can have no mourning and not be in a gang, but still be cool. That is, the white lead gang began to show cracks. All the fights in the gang started because of this mantra Ga-min. Even Kang Tae-hee didn't want to cross paths with Ga-min ever again in his life. That's why Kang Tae-kyung so quickly agreed to this operation of the plan to intercept the Lehon Kang car, because he wanted to do everything possible to make sure that Ga-myung was transferred to another school. He said that if Ga-myung was not in trouble, he would not be in trouble. After the fight, the students got into the car. Ms. Lehon Kang started the engine and drove off. She pressed the gas as hard as she could. The car was speeding right at Kang Tae-kyung, who didn't even think to get off the road. On the contrary, he accelerated to stop the car at speed. But Kang Theo lost this battle. The car hit the hooligan, who flew over the hood and fell to the asphalt. Kang Tae-heo woke up in a hurry and got to his feet. He still hoped that the car would be stopped by the bikes that were standing in the middle of the road. The car was speeding right into the motorcycles. This training was insignificant for such an extreme ride. Kang Tung was shocked by the teacher's speed. He thought that she could only ride by the rules, but it turns out that this woman is capable of many things. Suddenly, Kang Tae-hee heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Mudar Jong. He was glad that the teacher had managed to escape from the bullies. The bullies. Chon said that Tae-kyung simply did not know anything about the divine teacher. She is not as simple and defenseless as she seems. Jong said that, in fact, Miss Lehon Kang did not apply the brakes when the motorcycles jumped onto the road for a reason. She did not want to injure anyone. That's why she sharply twisted the steering wheel to the side. The teacher was worried that she might hit the motorcyclists. She was afraid of causing an accident. In other words, she was afraid of hurting even a scumbag like Kang Tae-heo. But now, when the teacher speeded away from the bikes and they flew to the other side of the road, she didn't look so kind and caring. On the contrary, Lehon Kang was radiating aggression, but not because of the situation with the bullies, but because they were not able to catch up with Ga-min. Jong suggested that Kang Tae-kyung move all the bikes off the road before other cars ran them over, and turned them into a pile of junk. Kang Tae-kyung was already tired of Jong's voice. He wanted to throw this particular nerd off the road, not remove the bikes. Tai-hai was very angry. Jong was very focused when he was practicing his kick with Gamino. He had a dozen unsuccessful attempts, but after each one he believed that the next one would be successful. Chon practiced his tricks on a tree. Ga-min explained that the secret was to jump at the right moment. Then he would be able to put maximum force into the blow. But Chong's punches only caused leaves to fall and a chipmunk to fall out of its hole. The kick that Chong wanted to master was called the Big Boss Dragon Kick. Ga-min was traveling with his mom and was worried about what was going to happen next. He didn't know what would happen even if his friends caught up with the car and started explaining something to his mother. The unknown scared the boy. His mom noticed that Gamina was starting to panic. She saw that her son was even starting to sweat. His mom asked if he was okay, but Ga-min denied any worries. He said that everything was fine. He thought his friends must be joking about catching up with him, but when he looked closely in his side mirror, he noticed a red car speeding by. Ga-min looked closer and was embarrassed. The red car was indeed his friends from the study group. He immediately recognized Ji-woo, who was looking out of the car's window as it drove away. It turned out that Jong had stayed with Kang Tae-hee on purpose to delay him, so that he wouldn't rush to catch up with the car again to Lehon Kang. Although Ji-woo offered to help Jong, saying that he couldn't make it alone, Jong refused. Jong said that they had to leave immediately, because if Ga-myung's mom signs a lease on her apartment, it will be too late to do anything. Their goal is to catch up with Ga-myung and not to beat Kang Tae. And Jong has his own calculations with this bully, so he's left alone. Jong promised that he would delay Kang Tae-kyung so that the teacher could get to her destination without any problems. He also still believed that he could overcome the bully. Ji-woo marveled at Jong's kind heart and complete lack of self-preservation. Ms. Lehon Kang left, but the situation with Jong didn't change. he was still a punching bag. He was hit on the head over and over again. Kang Tae-heo hit Jong over and over again, but always in the face to knock him out immediately. But it seems that he was immortal, because he withstood every punch and was still standing. Kang Tae-heo was furious that Jong had detained him, so he wanted to take full revenge. The bully hit him over and over again, and the last punch was to be the final one. Kang Tae-hee thought that Jong would definitely not stand and would fall to the ground. But Jong managed to stay on his feet, although his face looked like a torn rag after the fight. Jong was shocked that he was able to withstand so many blows. After that, his faith in victory only grew stronger. It seemed to Jong that Kang Tae-kyung was also tired, so Jong had a chance to hit him and get revenge. Kang Tae-kyung was surprised by Jong's resilience, but he was convinced that a few more blows in the same vein, and Jong would definitely give up. And Tae-hye definitely did not intend to kill this nerd. Suddenly, Jong began to perform strange movements. First, he stretched his legs, and then he punched Tae-kyung right in the chin. He managed to twist his torso so that he could get his foot to Kang Tae-heo's chin. Kang Tae-kyung staggered a bit from the blow, but it was still too easy and almost painless for him. That's why, at the moment of impact, he caught Jong's leg and spun him around like a spinning top and threw him out of the way into the field. Fortunately, the landing was soft. Chan landed on the ground and fell to one knee. He thought that after such a flight and impact, he was left without a leg, but everything was in place. While Chan was recovering, Kang Tae-heo had already jumped over the fence and was rushing to him. Tae-heo was shouting that he would break off Jong's legs one day because he only punches with them, as if he couldn't think of any other kick. And these kicks are just miserable. But it was no accident that Chong used only his legs in this fight. He had no other option, because he promised to use only his legs when he trained with Ga-min. So Jong once again prepared himself for a kick. Kang Tae-hee frankly did not expect that Jong would even be able to stand up, let alone try to fight again. And then Jong was finally able to use the big boss dragon kick correctly. He straightened his leg in time, and therefore struck with all his might. Kang Tae-hee's eyes went dark, and he started to fall. This was revenge for all the bullies on behalf of the Yusun study group. For the first time, Jong felt like a winner. Although usually after a fight, Jong felt like a piece of paper that had been wiped on the ground. After one of these unsuccessful bouts, Sam decided to teach him one of his techniques. Even after Jong got into the training group, he dreamed of raising his rank. Therefore, he often challenged bullies with a rank much higher than his own. This time, Chan ran into the third-ranked boys, but as usual, he lost. After the fight, Chan was lying on the ground wondering why he lost again, what he had done wrong. He needed to immediately improve his skills in fighting. To do this, he had to persuade Ga-min to show him some chips. Just as Jong was lying on the ground, someone approached him. It was Ga-min. He picked up Chan's ice and dusted him off. In this way, Ga-min helped Jong up, but he did all of this in silence and didn't say anything about the fight. As usual, Ga-min was only concerned about his studies. He said that they were waiting for Jong in the study group's office because their class had already started. But Jong was worried that Ga-myung would get the wrong idea about his constant fighting. He said that he really enjoyed studying. He said he wanted to be strong and cool, and that's a normal teenage dream. Instead, Ga-min decided to tell Jong that he doesn't use his legs at all in a fight. Ga-min said that he would show him some kicking moves. If Jong is interested, he can come to Ga-min's place in the morning. But he'll be honest, it's going to be very hard for Jong to train with Ga-min. You have to be prepared for difficulties. Jong was excited like a little kid. His dream had finally come true. Yoon Ga-min himself would be his teacher. Jong couldn't help but smile, so he looked a little silly, but it didn't stop him from being happy. In the morning, Jong headed to Ga-min's house to learn how to master the power of the dragon, but it was clear that neither the first time nor the 10th time he tried anything. He was already soaking wet from practicing, but he still couldn't do what Ga-min was telling him to do. Ga-min explained that he just had to jump at the right moment, and then he would be able to put a lot of force into the punch. This was how Jong tried to perfect technique number 6, the big boss dragon kick. Ga-min wondered why Zhang chose this particular technique out of the 10 offered. After all, it was the one that required the most legwork, and Zhang's legs were very weak. But Chan's answer was very childish and funny. It turned out he didn't even know what this technique meant. He just liked the name, the words big boss and dragon, and it already looked cool. Yungin asked Yang why he was so obsessed with fighting in ranks. Does he also think it's cool? That it's cooler than just being smart and studying hard? Zhang told Hamin about his childhood. It turns out that he was often bullied and beaten because he was a wimp. But then Zhang had a friend who always protected him. This childhood friend of Chan's was named Auntie. He was really the closest person to Chan at that time. The boys could cry and laugh together. Once, Chan asked Auntie why he was so weak, but Auntie reassured his friend and said that he was not weak at all, but just not strong enough yet. Someday, the day will surely come when Chan will be strong enough to protect Auntie, and not the other way around. He became obsessed with these words. He believed that this day would come soon, and that he would indeed be very strong. But in this school, strength was manifested in ranks. That's why he was always trying to get his rank up. He just wanted to become strong to repay Auntie for believing in him. It's similar to how Ga-min is trying to do well in school. He probably also wants to thank someone for his good grades. It turns out that Zhang and Ga-min were very similar in this regard. They just had different methods of thanking someone. But the main thing is that they had the same goal. After such a heart-to-heart, Ga-min told Zhang everything he knew about the big boss dragon strike. The idea was to use only your feet and never use your fists. Zhang practiced this technique on a punching bag. He repeated the kick over and over again. His legs were hurting, he was falling down from exhaustion. But he did not give up. Similarly, Chong did not give up until the end in his fight with Kang Tae-heo. He received many blows from the bully, but after each one he forced himself to get up and attack again. Zhang constantly kicked as Ga-min had taught him to do. Ging Tae-hai was angry that Zhang would not give up. Tae-hyun was tired of beating up on this nerd, but he couldn't just leave him alone either. Each time Tae-hyun hit him, it was stronger than the last. This time the bully punched him in the chest. Of course, Zhang lost his footing and flew a few meters away. It was good that he hit the ground, not the hard asphalt. It smoothed the blow a bit. But after each blow, it was getting harder and harder for Zhang to pull himself together. But in each blow, Chan tried to find the silver lining. This time, he thought he had the perfect distance to accurately execute the big boss dragon kick. While Zhang was setting up for another punch, and Kang Tae-heo was thinking about how he could finally end this loaf, cars started driving down the road, which were of course hampered by the motorcycles lying in the middle of the road. One of the drivers stopped and shouted at the teenagers to immediately remove everything from the road. The driver threatened to call the police if they did not remove everything from the road. Kang Theo was distracted by this chatter. He turned to the driver and wanted to say something to him to make him leave. And at that moment, of course, Tae-hai lost sight of Zhang. On the contrary, Zhang took advantage of the moment when the bully's vigilance was dissipated. Zhang ran and managed to stretch his leg in time. Ging Tae-heo made contact with Zhang's sneaker. The big boss's kick was powerful and unexpected. Zhang felt like a hero in a movie. He was the good hero who had to overcome evil. Zhang put his all into this punch. His arms and legs worked in unison, and all the strength was concentrated in one place and poured out at the right moment. Zhang hit with a very precise kick, right in Kang Tae-heo's face. The guy realized that it was the strongest punch he had ever taken. That's why, due to overwork and emotional exhaustion, Zhang felt his strength leaving him. His head began to spin. Zhang saw that he had overcome Kang Tae-heo. Before his eyes, the bully fell and hit the guardrail, and then everything was a blur. Zhang's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Zhang and Kang Tae-heo were lying unconscious. The driver who witnessed this final blow was afraid of the hooligans because they could quickly recover, so he just drove away. Chan was finally able to rest after the fight. His body couldn't take another hit, so he knocked himself out. Meanwhile, Miss Han Kang finally caught up with Ga-min's mom's car. Mom immediately recognized Han Kang, who used to work as their tutor, even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The two women stood opposite each other. Lehon Kang apologized for not introducing herself before. After all, she was now the classroom teacher of grades 1 to 4, where Ga-min was studying. Ga-min's mother was surprised. After all, her son hadn't told her anything about the new class teacher before. But most of all, she wondered what the teacher was doing here, and why she stopped her in the middle of the road. Ms. Lehon Kang hadn't thought of what she should say to Ga-min's mother. She hoped that the rum would go away by itself. But now was the awkward moment when the women just looked at each other in silence. When Ms. Lehon Kang finally caught up with Ga-min's mom's car, she tried to call her cell phone. When Ga-min saw the number, he immediately realized it was his teacher. But her mom thought it was an annoying insurance agent calling, so the two cars followed each other for a while. So Ga-min told his mom that it was actually his class teacher who was trying to call her, and it would probably be better if his mom picked up the phone. Ji-woo was so happy that they had finally caught up with Ga-min's car that she stuck her head out of the car window at speed. But Ms. Lehon Kang quickly pulled her back into the car and closed the windows. The teacher said it was dangerous. So Yoon and Hee-won, who were sitting in the back seat, were also happy that they had finally caught up with the car they wanted. But Hee-won was very worried about Jong, whether he was able to stand up to that bully, or if there was nothing left of the boy. Ji-woo said that Jong had definitely been beaten beyond recognition and was lying on the road somewhere. But it was his choice to stay and fight alone. It's a cool, albeit wrong, decision. Finally, Ms. Lehon Kang got through to Ga-min's mom. After several attempts, she finally picked up the phone. Although at this point the teacher was confused and was silent for a few seconds because she didn't know what to say. Ji-woo was so happy that Ga-min's mom picked up the phone that she screamed at the top of her lungs. Everyone asked her to hold back her emotions because it could only hurt. Finally, after passing out, Kang Tae-heo came to. He opened his eyes and inhaled the air so greedily that it was as if he was drowning and had just crawled out from under the water. When Kang Theo came to, his friends had also woken up and were even going to help him to his feet. Kang Theo was out for about 5 minutes. During this time, his friends also woke up and even put their bikes away because drivers were stopping and shouting that they would call the police for such a mess on the road. No one saw what happened to Teo. How he lost consciousness was anyone's guess. Kang Theo did not understand how he could have passed out, although he clearly remembered the sole of Jong's sneaker and then the sudden loss of consciousness. He couldn't believe that he could lose to the nerd Jong. Even though Tae-hyun had dropped to second rank after the fight with Ga-min, he still considered himself a first-ranked player. Therefore, it was not impossible for a first-ranked fighter to lose to a brat in round 17. Moreover, after so many blows to the head, Jong was no longer capable of anything. So Kang Tae-heo, who had come to his senses, immediately started looking for that bastard Jong. He had to find out everything, but he was still dizzy and his eyes were dark. Tai-hai couldn't see what was happening under his nose. Bojong was lying unconscious right in front of Kang Tae-heo, and this made the bully very happy, but the question of who knocked him out remained open. Tai-hei wanted Bojong to regain consciousness as soon as possible, so he took him by the neck and began slapping his cheeks. Tai-heo demanded that Chan immediately tell him everything what had happened, that they had both been knocked out. But Jeong was completely exhausted. He could not even open his eyes, let alone stay on his feet. He didn't react to Tai-heo's slaps. He just wanted to be left alone and allowed to get away from everything that had happened. But Kang Tae-heo was furious. He didn't know what to do with that bastard Jeong. His helmeted friends suggested stripping Jeong naked and tying him to a post, or burying him alive in the ground with only his head, or tie him to a bike and make him run after it. There were many ways to mock the half-conscious Chan. Chan realized that all his strength had gone into that dragon punch. Now he was incapable of anything. He hadn't trained enough to compete with a fighter as strong as Kang Tae-heo. Instead, Kang Tae-heo promised Chan that he would be a dead man tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, Tae-kyung was hit in the face with a bat. Someone on a bike crashed right into the hooligan and charged Tae-kyung with the bat over his head while he was moving. Taeo's nose was split open. Blood flowed like a trickle, and the hooligan almost fainted again.
The guy with the bat was wearing a helmet, so no one could recognize who it was. But it looks like he wasn't going to stop with just one hit. Because this guy on the bike stopped a few steps away from the hooligans and clutched the bat again.
The hooligans did not understand what was happening, but it was obvious that this guy with the bat was also from Yungin High School and obviously wanted to save Jong. Kang Taeheo's friends were the first to rush at the guy with the bat. The three hooligans wanted to take him by force, but the unknown guy from Yusung quickly knocked all three of them out. From the way they fought, Jong guessed who could be hiding under the helmet. Only one guy could be that strong. It was Park Segan. After the fight, he took off his helmet and showed his face. It wasn't the first time he had saved Jong from bullies, so Jong remembered his fighting style well. He immediately started telling me that he had knocked Taehae out with one punch, but that he had been beaten to death before. Chan also liked the way Shogun swung his bat. He was cool. Sung told so much in a minute that he was already bored with Segan, so he asked Chan to shut up. But Chan didn't shut up. He continued to talk about how soon he would have regained his strength and could have hit these hooligans as well. But thank God, Shogun showed up faster and helped him. Shogun was not interested in all this talk. Shogun was only interested in one question, whether Jong knew where Confronting King had gone and how to find it. A few seconds later, Shogun and Chan were already riding the same bike to meet Confronting King. On the way, Chan told Shogun everything that had happened to them that day. Jong thought that Shogun didn't want Ga-min to be transferred to another school either, so he decided to help them. But Shogun made it clear that he had a different agenda. He was only looking for Confronting King. After all, Miss Han Kang was at the education department this morning. That's why she was late for school in the morning. She was going to tell the principal about her conversation at the department, but she didn't have time because she went to find Ga-min's mother. After reading what was said in the documents of the education department, the director was furious. With every word, he was thrown into a frenzy. It was about Hanwol. Shogun knew about everything in the letter because his father worked in the Department of Education. That is why he needed to find Confronting King so badly, because if he guessed correctly, the teacher would be in mortal danger after the work she had done. Miss Han Kang talked to Ga-min's mom, and didn't even realize that the Shogun was coming to save her. She thought the worst was over. So now she was thinking about how to convince Ga-min's mother to leave her son at Yungin School. After meeting on the road, everyone moved to a nearby cafe. Ga-min's mom was sitting across from Miss Han Kang. She was happy to see the girl and was surprised that she was now her son's class teacher. Ga-min's mom was open to conversation and really happy to see Miss Han Kang. For the first time that day, a smile appeared on the woman's face. Ga-min was very surprised by this. She was usually cold in her relationships. From behind Confronting King, Ji-woo, Se-hyun, and Hee-won watched the situation. They were trying to be inconspicuous, but they were actually listening to every word. At first glance, Ga-min's mom seemed very nice and kind to Ji-woo. It was Ga-min's mom who started the conversation. She said that she was determined to transfer her son to another school. It was very sad that he and Miss Han Kang would have to say goodbye again. Although Ga-min's mom was happy that her son had such a great teacher in his class, she wanted to talk him out of the violence that was happening at school. At that moment, Ga-min realized that behind his mother's smile was a firm decision that even Miss Han Kang could not change. Miss Han Kang listened to Ga-min's mother and could not say a word to her. She could not deny the obvious. The school is indeed violent now, and until she changes schools, she can't lie that everything is fine, that Yungin School is safe. Then Ga-min came into the conversation. He promised his mom that he would never fight again. He once again reminded her how important his study group was to him, and that the midterm exam was coming up and there was a good chance that his grades would go up. But Mom didn't want to hear anything, so she told Hamin once again that she was not going to change her mind. Mom was convinced that as long as he was in this school, the fights would not stop. She also didn't care about his grades. She had already told her son 100 times that grades did not mean anything to her. The main thing was that her son should enjoy his studies. After hearing this, Ji-woo, Hee-won, and Se-hyun's mood immediately changed. They realized that Ga-min's mother was too stubborn to convince her of anything. But what scared them the most was that Lehon Kang was still silent and didn't even try to convince Ga-min's mom of anything different. Ga-min's mother continued that even if she was considered a crazy mom, the most important thing for her was that her son was safe. And in Yusung School, this is not possible. Ms. Han Kang listened and remained silent. She had no arguments to make. Ga-min didn't know what other arguments he could give his mother to change her mind either. That stubborn look was hard to change. But this time, the look was different. It was so scary to even talk to her, let alone convince her of anything. Without hearing a single word from Miss Han Kang, Ga-min's mother suggested that they end their meeting and go home. Ga-min's mom got up from the table and was about to leave. Ga-min looked at Miss Han Kang, hoping that she would finally say something. Finally, the teacher decided to speak, although her voice was still trembling and her eyes were downcast. But the words she said were very important. She asked why Ga-min should avoid violence. The teacher finally addressed Ga-min's mother by her first name, Mrs. Yoon. The teacher asked her to give her reasons why Ga-min should avoid violence when the world is full of violence and injustice. Maybe it would be better to learn how to fight it. Finally, everyone saw the Lehon Kang they knew. The teacher spoke more clearly and confidently. She stood up from the table and said that Mrs. Yoon hadn't been such a sissy before, afraid of violence. Mrs. Yoon immediately stopped. She looked at Lehon Kang with such anxiety and nostalgia, as if she was remembering her youth. The only one who did not understand what was happening here was Ga-min. He didn't understand what the teacher was talking about, and why it affected his mother so much. Ms. Han Kang approached Mrs. Yoon and kept talking. She said that as soon as she heard that Ga-min was going to be transferred to another school, she thought it was Ga-min's own desire, who analyzed that he could get better grades somewhere else. But it turns out it was the school. Therefore, Miss Han Kang has a lot to say on this topic. The main thing is that this school will soon change. The school will become the best place to study, and Lehon Kang will definitely help Ga-min do well on the tests and get into the university. But it turns out that Mrs. Yoon is not worried about school at all. It's the violence she wants to protect her son from. That's why Ms. Han Kang can't keep silent. As the teacher spoke, Ga-min's mother listened attentively and did not even think to interrupt or argue. Ms. Han Kang continued. After one incident, she was offered a job at the school. At the time, she was not ready for it, but she had a good reason to drop everything and go to work at Yusung School, and the reason was that Miss Han Kang could change this school. Ms. Han Kang walked up to Ms. Yoon, looked her straight in the eye, and told her that the only person who made the teacher believe in herself and her strength, believe that she could change Yusung School for the better, was Ms. Yoon. Ji-woo, Si-hyun, and Hye-won listened to Miss Han Kang's speech and did not understand what she was talking about. These two women clearly had something in common, some ancient history that only they knew about. But at that moment, Jong texted Hye-won and asked her to send him the address where they were now.
Hamin's mom was still silent. It was as if she had been reminded of a painful story that she wanted to forget. Missy Yoon was silent because she had nothing to add to the young teacher's monologue.
Ga-min finally began to understand why Miss Han Kang had stopped their tutoring so suddenly. Until now, he had thought that the teacher had done so because of Ga-min's stupidity. But now the picture became clear. She simply had to prepare for her job at Yusung School. After the teacher's loud speech, everyone stood silently and looked at each other. There was nothing to add. Everyone expected that after that, Ga-min's mother would change her mind and leave her son at Yusung School. Meanwhile, Shogun and Jong were rushing to the cafe where Mr. Han Kang and Ga-min's mother were talking. They were halfway there, but Shogun was worried that he wouldn't have time to protect the teacher. And Shogun was still late, because a gang of hooligans was already lined up at the cafe's doorstep. The employee who was standing at the entrance was very scared when she saw this cloud of hooligans. At Yusung School, the principal had just finished reading a letter from the Ministry of Education. It said that an inspection was coming to the school soon. The principal was not expecting such guests and realized what problems he would face after the inspection. Police officer Na Tae-man also began to take an active interest in Yusin's school and the White Lead gang. He wanted to solve all cases related to Yusin's school and its students. Most of all, the policeman was interested in cases related to the name Hanwul, although he knew that it would not be easy to get permission to investigate them. A whole gang of hooligans led by Anti came to the cafe where Ms. Lehon Kang and her students were. It was impossible to count the number of these teenage thugs. No one had ever seen a fight involving such a crowd of people in broad daylight in a cafe. 2 weeks ago, a similar fight took place between two schools. However, the number of hooligans was much smaller, and the fight took place at night away from prying eyes. The forces seemed to be on the wrong side too, because only 3 students from the neighboring school came to compete against the gang from the Yusun school. Kang Dongso, who was a student of Haesong High School, a second-ranked fighter, asked what the 3 jerks from the neighboring school were doing here, and if they decided to fight the whole gang, there would be no leniency. 3 Yusun students came to show their strength and take over the neighborhood: Ma Minhwan, Bang Sangin, and of course, Hanwul. Ma Minhwan started the verbal fight by saying that the bullies from Haesong High School looked pretty cute for scum. Bang Sangyun said that they probably don't understand human language, so she has to explain everything in the language of fists. And Ban Sangyun loved fighting the most. But the fighters of the Haesong school were sure of their victory. First of all, they were outnumbered. Secondly, they had the leader of Bupyeong, Park Unso, with them, and he was the first-ranked. But Park Unso knocked out after the first punch. He fell to the ground and could not even say a word. For Kang Dongso, it was impossible that their leader was overcome so quickly. But Hanwul had never knocked such fighters to their knees before. And this first-ranked Park Unso was very weak, and after the defeat, he begged Hanwul not to touch him anymore. Hanwul loved it when others recognized his strength and greatness. He liked to dominate people. So he told Park Unso to just crawl away from him like a lousy dog and take his friends with him. Kang Dongso was also humiliatingly pushed off the battlefield for his head. The Yusun showed that they were the strongest, not only in their neighborhood, but in all the neighborhoods. Hanwul was pleased that everything was going according to plan. After the battle, Hanwul lit a cigarette and summed up the districts of the city where they now had power. The list was long: Ensu, Namdong, Chung, Dong, and now Bupyeong. Soon Hanwul would be able to control the whole of Incheon. Hanwul was very happy that his gang was growing, but the boys didn't realize what it meant for him. Who would care about a school war like this? Ma Minhwan suggested that Hanwul was planning to make some money behind his father's back, but Hanwul said that on the contrary, he wants to follow the same path as his father. It is not for nothing that they say that children are a reflection of their parents. When Hanwul's father crushed all the gangs in Incheon, he was only 26 years old. Hanwul wanted to do it much earlier than his father and was already confidently moving towards the goal. But Hanwul's goals scared the hooligans a bit, because he looked like he could do anything. Ma Minhwan knew what a terrible person Hanwul's father was, but it seemed that his son wanted to outdo his father in terms of cruelty. Hanwul remembered his last conversation with his father and felt sad for some reason. During their last conversation, the father admitted that he felt guilty towards Hanwul because he had seen things that no child should see. The father hoped that his son would be able to live a different life, one that was radically different from his own. The father asked Hanwul for only one thing, that he just study hard and become a good person. His father's biggest dream was that Hanwul would stay out of trouble, finish school and go to university. But it seems that Hanwul had other plans for his life. Hanwul believed that his path was to fight, rob, and kill, and this path was written for him at birth. It was impossible to change anything. That is why Hanwul promised his father that he would not be like him. He would be better and stronger. That is why Hanwul was so determined to win the leadership of all the schools and all the gangs. He wanted all the gangs in the city to be united under one YB family, because after a defeat, everyone had to listen to the one who won. Hanwul's goal was to bring the leaders of each gang to their knees so that it would be easier to control them. Then the gang bosses could easily do any dirty work. They didn't care about the consequences. It was more scary to disobey the gang leader. That's why Hanwoo wanted to have such thugs all over the city. But the most loyal and dangerous ones, of course, were from the Yusung school. Then Ma Minwoek asked what would happen to the recruiter at Yusung High School, since it had been decided to stop working there after the last fight with Ga Min. Hanwoo admitted that he hadn't thought about it yet, but the recruiter would still be working at Yusung High, even though the previous recruiter, Chang Ho, had been caught. Bin Sang-young recalled the official recruitment fights that Hanwoo had once invented. These fights brought really cool guys to the YB family, but this time, it would be dangerous to hold such fights because of the cops, who had become very interested in such events. Hanwoo wondered how they would choose the best fighters for the family now. After all, the fights would have to be put on hold. Hanwoo and his gang had big plans, but it was Miss Han Kang who wanted to ruin them, and she almost succeeded by going to the education department. Ms. Han Kang filed a request for the education department to question YB family recruiter Oh Chung-ho. She hoped that Oh Chung-ho would tell her about the Yusung school gangsters, especially Hanwoo. Ma Min-hwan was the first to learn about the teacher's plans. The teacher who helped the hooligans told Ma Min-hwan that Yusung school would soon be inspected to find out if some students belonged to the white-lid gang. Ma Min-hwan decided not to let on that this inspection could upend their long-established system of selecting students for the YB family. So he smiled and said it was good news. He said it would help to divert attention from the teacher's problems, tax evasion in the Chong district. The teacher was happy. He said he was always ready to help if needed. Ma Min-hwan decided to tell Hanwoo about the inspection right away. Ma Min-hwan and Hanwoo met in the schoolyard. Min-hwan told him everything he knew, but this situation was expected, because as Sang-in said, it was only a matter of time before Hanwoo would be caught. He was acting too self-confident and arrogant. Min-hwan asked Hanwoo how he was going to get out of it. If his dad found out that the police were digging into his son's case because of his recklessness, he would be furious. The best thing Hanwoo could do was intimidate. He knew that Miss Han Kang was on her way to rescue Ga Min, so Hanwoo decided to teach her a lesson so that she would realize that she would soon die if she continued to dig under Hanwoo. It was after Hanwoo's call that dozens of bandits burst into the cafe where Miss Han Kang, the students of the study group, and Ga Min's mother were sitting. They entered the cafe like cockroaches and spread everywhere. It was hard to even count how many hooligans came in. Zuhyun and Hyeon were looking scared as usual, and Jiwoo was already tired of the fights today. She didn't know how many more people were going to stop them from returning Ga Min to school safely. Mrs. Yoon and Ga Min immediately realized that a friendly conversation would not do. The matter was serious and needed to be resolved immediately. Ms. Han Kang immediately realized that these students were not from Yusung school, so they definitely did not care about Ga Min's transfer to another school. Their visit was provoked by some other reason. But the teacher could not yet guess what this gang of teenagers wanted. Some of the bandits did not know what they were doing here. They were simply given a task by their leader, Unso. Therefore, they simply could not fail to show up. One of the bandits even recognized Ji-woo opposite him. They used to go to judo together, but now they were on opposite sides. Finally, someone from the crowd said that he was glad to meet Yusung's training group. So Jae-min took this fight personally, since he was the leader of the training group. But even Ga Min did not understand the motives of the fight. Finally, Anti came out of the crowd. He was the one who shouted that he was glad to see him, because they hadn't seen each other since Anti tried to drive a car over Ga Min and Jong. Mom looked at Ga Min with an angry look. After all, these words were proof that Ga Min had already dealt with bullies and had obviously fought them. Instead, Anti said that he was not interested in the study group today. Today, this gang of people had gathered together for a completely different reason. Anti pointed his finger to show everyone who they had come for. Miss Han Kang realized that the bully was pointing at her. Moreover, this boy knew her name and really wanted to talk to her about something. Ms. Han Kang still could not fully understand why teenage bullies who did not even study at her school needed her. But while the teacher was thinking, A lot of obscene and insulting language was already pouring in her direction. However, one of the hooligans said that Sai Hanwol had sent them here. Now everything became clear to Miss Han Kang. So far, the arguments were only in words. But one of the hooligans took a glass of juice, and then he threw it right on the floor. The glass shattered everywhere. For a second, the cafe was as quiet as possible. The hooligans parted ways, and Auntie slowly approached Cape Han Kang. He came up close to her to strike fear into her. But Miss Han Kang stood still and waited for what this boy would say to her. Auntie looked like an ordinary child. The teacher even managed to see his kind eyes. He introduced himself and said that the teacher was not an authority for him at all, that he had dropped out of school a long time ago. Auntie told Ms. Han Kang that everything she was trying to change at the school now was complete crap. That's why he came here to give her advice. Ji-woo didn't even want to listen to this asshole. She was itching to punch him, but she didn't want to start the fight first. But she couldn't help but shout that if anyone tried to mess with them, they would pick their own bones. Auntie even wondered how Ga Min and his gang would fight this time. After all, they had people behind them to protect. Ga Min realized that a fight was inevitable, even though he had just promised his mother that he would not fight anymore. But there was no other way out. He had to protect his mother and Cape Han Kang. Even though Ga Min knew that these guys were very dangerous, it would take a lot of sweat to defeat them. Everyone stood in silence. No one started a fight without Auntie's signal, and the bully decided to ask Miss Han Kang if she was going to go with them voluntarily, and then everyone would be safe. Of course, the teacher had no plans to go anywhere with these hooligans. Shogun and Chan were already arriving at the cafe where the dangerous events were taking place. Shogun knew that Auntie was looking for the teacher, and most likely, he had already found her. Chan wondered how Sagan knew this dreadlocked man. But most of all, Chan wondered what Auntie wanted from the teacher. Chan asked Shogun to hurry up. If Auntie was really looking for Cape Han Kang and Ga Min, he could do anything. Although Jong still remembered what a good boy Auntie was as a child, he thought he could still change his friend. The main thing was that he didn't do any more bad things now. Maybe then they could get him out of the gang. Shogun said that he had been hunting Auntie for a long time, because this dreadlocked man is from the White Gang. Shogun was in a hurry. He had to make it. If Haiwan had sent them the right address, they would be there in a few minutes. But Jong reassured Shogun, saying that Ga Min was there, so everything was fine. But when the guys arrived, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was a real hell on the spot. The cafe was full of police. Everything inside was smashed, the windows were broken, and the chairs from the cafe were lying on the sidewalk. And Ji-woo was sitting near the cafe. She was sitting on the sidewalk and was completely exhausted. The case was investigated by Inspector Na Tae-man. He had just ordered that the ambulance should go first, and then the police vans with the detainees. Ji-woo was immediately approached by Jong and Shogun. They wanted to know what had happened and where Ga Min and Cape Han Kang were now, but Ji-woo seemed to be unconscious. Her eyes were glassy, and she was very scared. She didn't know how she was going to tell them everything. Meanwhile, there were already several police cars outside the cafe, and an ambulance had picked up someone and was taking them to the hospital. Jeong tried to bring Ji-woo back to her senses. He asked her to tell him what had happened and where Ga Min had gone. But Sagan didn't even need to tell him anything. He immediately guessed that the White Gang had been at work here. Shogun realized that he was too late and probably did not have time to help and protect Cape Han Kang. Gaming ran after the hooligans after they smashed up the cafe. He caught up with them around the corner of the cafe. Gamin couldn't just let the thugs go, so he took off his jacket, hid his glasses, and ran after the bandits. The Shogun looked at the smashed cafe and began to imagine what these hooligans could have done to Cape Han Kang. He only hoped that she was still alive. Meanwhile, Ji-woo was slowly regaining consciousness and managed to say that they were attacked by more than 10 hooligans. Police officer Na Thaman said that he had sent all the students who had lost consciousness to the hospital. His colleague was already worried that the situation would attract too much attention. Even the journalists would come and torment the police for a comment. Shogun looked at this mess, the police, and the frightened looks, and realized that history was repeating itself. Jiwoo continued to sit there, unable to move. She was devastated and could not recover. Jong had never seen Jiwoo like this before. Jiwoo also started to feel sick from the smell of cigarettes. Na Tai-man was standing next to her, smoking. Jiwoo remembered their first meeting in the abandoned house and how she had forced the policeman to quit smoking. Now she wanted to do the same, but she couldn't even stand up. Jong tried to bring Jiwoo back to her senses. He reminded her how strong she was, and how she could get out of any situation. The main thing is that Jiwoo finally tells him what happened. Then Jong would be able to help. But Jiwoo just couldn't hear what Jong was saying to her. She was crying and didn't know what to do next. The fight happened 30 minutes ago. Auntie was standing very close to Miss Lehon Kang and asked her if she wasn't planning to just go with them. He said that then everything would go without a fight. Without even waiting for an answer, Auntie reached for the teacher, but she immediately stopped him, saying loudly that he shouldn't do that. You can't touch anyone without permission. Ms. Lehon Kang said that he shouldn't threaten her, but should wait for her answer. She was busy at the moment, meeting with the students' parents, so the teacher asked Auntie and his gang to wait for her outside. But this only made the hooligans angry and laugh. Of course, they were not going to go anywhere. The bullies had other plans. The teacher turned to Gamin's mom and suggested that they continue their discussion. Jiwoo, Sehyun, and Haiwan watched the teacher's bravery. They admired her. Gamin also continued to admire Miss Lehon Kang's courage. He was pleased that the teacher still wanted to convince his mother to keep him at Yusung School and wasn't even afraid of the herd of bullies. Mrs. Yoon remembered how shy Lehon Kang had been when they first met. Now she was looking at a completely different woman. She was confident in herself and her abilities. Even Lehon Kang's look had changed. She was really ready to change Yusung School. Ms. Lehon Kang analyzed that Hanawul wanted to take revenge on her for wanting to expel him from school, and even started collecting signatures to realize this idea. That's why he sent a dozen hooligans to the cafe, just to intimidate her. Ms. Lehon Kang looked at these children and felt sorry for each of them, because these children did not know how to get out of the strong hands of the gang and get on the right path. Ms. Lehon Kang remembered her teacher, Mrs. Jonghwa. She was an incredibly kind and sweet woman, and Lehon Kang loved spending time with her. Ms. Lehon Kang remembered their last meeting. It was a teacher's day that Lehon Kang decided to spend with Miss Jonghwa. The two women were sitting at a festive table having lunch. Missy Jonghwa asked Lehon Kang if she was studying for a test and where she planned to work afterwards. Lehon Kang replied that she was studying hard to pass the test and get a good job. Lehon Kang said that she is no longer a little girl who is afraid of everything. On the contrary, she is working hard to be able to defend herself. Mrs. Jonghwa smiled. She was pleased to see Lehon Kang grow up and become more courageous. Mrs. Jonghwa showed Lehon Kang a picture, but Lehon Kang thought it was very awkward. She did not like herself in the photo. The picture was of a pretty girl looking out the window and looking very dreamy, but Lehon Kang thought that she looked like a child there, and it was time for her to become more mature and serious. That's why she didn't like the photo so much. Now Lehon Kang looked completely different. Her eyes were no longer sad, but rather confident and serious. Lehon Kang had grown up. Lehon Kang said that she had changed only because of Mrs. Jonghwa's support. She considered her a holy woman who could change the world. Lehon Kang joked that Mrs. Jonghwa could even turn Coca-Cola into mineral water. She was that good. Mrs. Jonghwa was very pleased. She wished that all the students in her class were as kind and helpful as Lehon Kang. The women said about Yusung School that it has become especially difficult to study there now. It's time to finally change it, so that learning is a priority there. Mrs. Jonghwa complained that there are too many students with bad reputations, somehow connected to gang organizations. But the main thing is that someone keeps recruiting students to join gangs, so there are more and more of them every year. But Mrs. Jonghwa believed that she could make this school better, and hardworking students like Lehon Kang were her support and gave her even more confidence. Lehon Kang agreed that studying at Yusung School is difficult. Even in the news, this school is called a dumping ground for trash, and just because she wants to study, Lehon Kang feels like a white crow, a stranger who does something different from the others. But Han Kang also believed that Yusun's school would soon change for the better, just like Han Kang could change. Mrs. Zhonghua was pleased to hear how mature her student had become. She was proud of her. Mrs. Zhonghua noticed that Han Kang had blossomed before her eyes. She remembered how she used to go 3 days without washing her hair because she was so busy with her own thoughts. And now, she looks really good. Mrs. Zhonghua asked how Han Kang's work was going. After all, she had recommended her as a tutor for a boy named Ga Min. Han Kang told her that everything was fine, that Ga Min was very responsible and diligent. But despite his efforts, his grades were not improving. But Mrs. Zhonghua reassured the girl that it was normal. It turns out that Ga Min's mom is a friend of Mrs. Zhonghua's, and she is not interested in her son's good grades. She doesn't force him to study because she doesn't think it's the most important thing in life. She decided to hire a tutor because everyone does it and she didn't want to be the worst. Mrs. Zhonghua said that Ga Min has a big family, so Han Kang can take the money and not worry about anything. But Han Kang was surprised because Mrs. Zhonghua usually had high moral principles and never thought about money. After the friendly conversation and lunch, Han Kang said goodbye to Mrs. Zhonghua because she was in a hurry to get home. She had to study for an exam, so she didn't have any more time to talk to her teacher. But Han Kang didn't even realize then that this would be their last meeting. Now she only comes to visit Mrs. Zhonghua's grave. Mrs. Zhonghua was murdered at the age of 40 somewhere in an alley in the Tong district of Incheon. She was fatally stabbed with a knife. Police believe it was a crime without motive. After Mrs. Zhonghua's death, Han Kang decided to repay her kindness by becoming the figure at Yusung School that Mrs. Zhonghua herself wanted to be. That's why now Miss Han Kang wanted to change Yusung School, to eradicate the gangsters and bullies from it, and make it a place for quality education. To do this, it was necessary to expel the main bandit Han Wul from the school. But the teacher could have paid for this with her own life, because a dozen hooligans wanted to attack her in a cafe. When the hooligan approached Miss Han Kang, Jiwoo and Ga Min immediately rushed to protect her. Jiwoo warned that if even a single hair fell from the teacher's head, the bullies would die. Miss Han Kang turned around when the bully tried to grab her hair. The bully wanted to drag the teacher with him by force, because bullies did not know how to get their way in any other way. Ms. Han Kang was confused. The last thing she wanted was for her students to have to fight again, but the bullies did not understand any language except the language of force and fists. Suddenly, Mrs. Yoon came to the teacher's defense. She kicked the bully like a real fighter. The bully landed on a nearby table and immediately lost consciousness from the impact. Mrs. Yoon was standing in front of everyone. Of course, she hadn't planned to use force today, and parents shouldn't use force against other people's children, but she had no other choice. When she saw Ga Min's mom fighting, Jiwoo's mouth dropped open in surprise. Zuyeon and Heewon were equally shocked. No one had expected Mrs. Yoon to do such a thing, but Ms. Han Kang was the most surprised. She knew that Mrs. Yoon was a strong and strong-willed woman, but she never thought she was so combative. Of course, his mother's actions didn't surprise Ga Min. He knew what this woman was capable of, but he didn't think she would defend Cape Han Kang and get involved in such stories. Auntie did not understand who this woman was. He called her an old witch and asked her to stay out of their business. Mrs. Yoon replied that she was the student's mother, and she was very angry now. It turns out that Ga Min's mother, Mrs. Yoon Myong, was the head of the Korean Taekwondo organization. Han Kang immediately thanked Mrs. Yoon for saving her, and apologized that she had to get involved in this story because of her. But Mrs. Yoon said that she should apologize for addressing the teacher as Han Kang, when she should have been Miss Han Kang. Mrs. Yoon also apologized for thinking Han Kang was a little girl, just because she was a student of her friend. Ga Min listened to what his mother was saying and didn't understand what her friend was talking about. Mrs. Yoon aptly pointed out that Miss Han Kang had grown up a lot and had become a real teacher. So if Zhonghua were alive, she would definitely be proud of her. Ms. Han Kang was grateful for these words, but her eyes were always full of tears whenever someone mentioned Mrs. Cheonhua. She was a very dear person to her. When Jiwoo regained consciousness, She told Jong everything that had happened in the cafe. It was hard for him to believe that Ga Min's mom was actually as good a fighter as her son. But during the fight in the cafe, Auntie was the one who was the most angry. He didn't like it when things didn't go according to plan, and Mrs. Yoon was just such an unplanned person. That's why Auntie wanted to get rid of Ga Min and his mom as soon as possible. But it was not easy to defeat this woman, especially since she had good support in the form of Ji Woo and Ga Min. The three of them could even overcome the whole gang. Mrs. Yoon stood in front of everyone. Of course, she didn't want to start the fight first, but she had to fight back if the bullies decided to attack Lehon Kang. Se-hyun was the most worried that it would come to a fight. He was worried that he would not be able to defend himself or Hye-won again. But Hye-won said that it was better for her not to interfere at all. Ga-min was also worried about his mom. He said she shouldn't get involved because these guys were really dangerous. But the bullies wanted to get their way. One of them shouted that the teacher should go with them and give them a lecture. Auntie gave the teacher a second to think, and then ordered the hooligans to drag Lehon Kang out of the cafe by force. Even though Ga Min's mom stood up for Lehon Kang, she was still very angry at the force, because it was obvious that he had seen and dealt with these hooligans many times before. So Mom said that she would definitely transfer Ga Min to another school as soon as she had the chance. This was Auntie's first assignment where he had so many people under his supervision. This meant trust and recognition in Han-woo's eyes. Therefore, Auntie could not fail this fight. Everything had to go according to plan, and everyone had to do their job. But suddenly, one of the gang said that things were going too far, and he was not going to take part in it. Even if it was Han-woo's order, it was already crossing all boundaries to fight a teacher and a grown woman. But Auntie did not organize a rebellion among his own. Everyone had to follow his command, not think about the consequences. So Auntie quickly stopped the bully and asked him if he was Hwang Chung-ho's brother. Auntie also found out that the rebel bully had a sister who went to elementary school. Auntie quickly found her on social media. The girl was very pretty, so Auntie would love to flirt with her and then hurt her. Auntie knew how to manipulate people. Fear for his family always worked best. The bully realized that if he didn't follow Auntie's instructions, he and his family would have a hard time. The bandits had their own rules for traitors, and they were very cruel. The bully gritted his teeth and stayed with the other gang members in the cafe. Auntie said he would test everyone, so he advised everyone to behave well and listen carefully to his commands. Auntie told the hooligans to start. Their task was simple, to teach Miss Han Kang a lesson. The bullies did not need to be told twice. They quickly rushed to Lehon Kang, but ran into Ji Woo, Mrs. Yoon, and Ga Min. Ga Min was ready for this fight, even though there were many times more bullies and his mother was standing next to him, who definitely did not want to see her son fight. But Ga Min had to protect his teacher, so he had no other choice. One of the bullies quickly managed to get to Lehon Kang. He realized that he could do whatever he wanted with the teacher, because the white gang would definitely cover up all their dirty deeds. But as soon as the bully approached Lehon Kang, Ji Woo rushed at him and immediately knocked him to the ground. She tripped him and threw him over herself. The first bully was overcome. He fell to the floor and could no longer move, let alone fight. Ji Woo said that she had a lot of work to do now, and that anyone who came close to Lehon Kang would be on the ground. Ji Woo got into position and was ready to repel any attack. Her furious appearance alone made it scary to approach the girl, let alone fight her. Ga Min tried to explain to his mom that Ji Woo was also a member of their study group. She doesn't like to fight at all, but dreams of becoming a teacher. But it seems that these words were not convincing to her mother. She saw a completely different picture, where Ji Woo looked like a real fighter who fights very professionally and enjoys the process. While Mrs. Yoon and Ga Min were talking, two hooligans were already flying at them, but they stopped them with one hand. Ga Min stopped the bully with a punch to the face, and his mom with a punch to the stomach. During the fight, his mom asked Ga Min how Ji Woo knew judo. Ga Min replied that it was just a hobby. Mrs. Yoon and Ga Min continued to fight off the hooligans, but this did not stop the mother from lecturing her son. She told him that he was fighting in a public place, and he should be ashamed of his actions. Jiwon and Sehyun watched Ga-min's family's movements and enjoyed every step of the way. They were both incredible and fought like gods. Jiwon asked Sehyun what they should do next. Should they just hide behind the couch or maybe help fight off the bullies? But Sehyun said that if they got into a fight, they would only get in the way of the real professionals. Everyone should do what they are good at. But then Sehyun felt that lousy feeling of being a coward again. It seemed like Jihyun had just gotten rid of it, believed in himself, and now he was just hiding behind the couch again. So Hyun realized that if he continues to behave like this, he will always be a victim. So he had to do something, to help his friends somehow. While Sehyun was tuning into the Udra, a bully was approaching them. He didn't see that behind the couch. He just wanted to get close to Lehon Kang's cape, bypassing Ga-min. That's why Sehyun's appearance was a real surprise for him. A real surprise for him. Sehyun picked the right moment, and when the bully was climbing over the couch, he stood up and hit the bully right in the chin with his head. It was a strong blow, and the bully fell to the floor. The blow gave Sehyun a headache, but most importantly, he fought his way through and defeated one bandit. Ga-min saw how brave Sehyun had become and was very happy. This meant only one thing, that they were all true friends, because they supported each other in any situation. Ga-min rushed to tell his mom about Sehyun. He said that he was a good and smart guy, and that fighting was definitely not his thing. And next to Sehyun is Hee-won, a cheerful and loyal girl. Ga-min continued to tell his mom that they are all members of the study group. However, there is one more guy there. He looks unusual, but he is very kind. His name is Lee Jong. As Ji-woo continued to repel the bully's attack, Ga-min's mom stopped for a moment. She was pleasantly surprised that her son had managed to meet so many like-minded people in one school. Ga-min added that they also enjoyed studying with him. They had really become friends. Ga-min did not know how these children looked in their mom's eyes now after the fight, but he loved each of them and was grateful to each of them for being part of his study group. Ga-min's mother was amazed that her son was happy at this school, because here he got the main thing that he did not have before. At Yusun School, her son made friends. Friends who were different from each other, but had common interests. Mrs. Yoon recalled a conversation with a friend when they were talking so enthusiastically about the study group their children organized. At that time, no one accepted Ga-min anywhere, and only now his mother realized how much it hurt him at that moment. After all, he was alone with his problems. The mother thought that maybe her son was an introvert, and therefore never brought friends home. But it turned out that he simply did not have any. Although little Ga-min always dreamed of two things, friends and a study group. Even then he realized that one was impossible without the other. That's why his eyes would light up whenever the boy talked about the study group. When Ga-min came home late at night with Sehyun, Mom didn't pay much attention to it. But it was actually the first time that Ga-min had ever welcomed a friend home. Now Mrs. Yoon was kicking herself for it. She didn't even offer them any fruit. She was so angry with her son that she barely remembers that night. While Ga-min was introducing his mother to his friends in all this fuss, Ji-woo was fighting in all directions. She put down more than one bully, but there were still a lot of them. However, Ji-woo missed one punch and the bully punched her right in the face. It was unexpected. Ms. Lehon Kang immediately rushed to help, but she realized that she couldn't fully protect Ji-woo because she didn't know how to fight and shouldn't have to as a teacher. But Ji-woo was only emboldened by the blow. She became even more angry and was able to throw everyone around. Even bullies several times her size could take on her. So Ji-woo responded to the bully who hit her in the same way, by pecking her on the cheek. It worked. The big guy fell down. Ms. Lehon Kang realized that the situation was getting out of hand. The fight had gone too far. Children should not behave like this. The students in the study group shouldn't be defending their teacher with their fists. It was necessary to change tactics immediately. So Ms. Lehon Kang decided to call the police immediately. Moreover, she had personal contacts with investigator Na Thaman. But as soon as Ms. Lehon Kang pressed the call button, telling the investigator where they were, and that they needed his intervention, Anti appeared from somewhere. He wanted to knock the phone out of the teacher's hands with a metal pipe. Ji-woo was the first to see that Cape Lehon Kang was in danger. but she couldn't rush to her rescue because she hadn't finished with the other bastard who grabbed her arm and wanted to hit her. So Miss Han King found herself face to face with Auntie. He was sitting on the table and swung a metal pipe at the teacher. Auntie looked the teacher straight in the eye and mockingly said that the teacher was not careful and did not take care of herself at all. Auntie did not wait long for the teacher's reaction, but swung the pipe to first knock the phone out of her hands, and then hit Cape Han Kang herself. He wanted the teacher to remember their meeting for a long time. Miss Han Kang saw a metal pipe fly by her face a few centimeters away. Auntie hit it the first time, but the bully was preparing to strike again. So-hyun screamed at the top of his lungs for Auntie to stop, and Hyo-won just squeezed her eyes shut because she couldn't bear to watch someone hurt her favorite teacher. Fortunately, Ga-min and Mrs. Yoon reacted in time and worked as a team. While Ga-min rushed at Auntie and knocked him down from behind, Mrs. Yoon managed to pull the teacher away, so the second blow with the metal pipe also missed. But the main thing is that at the moment when Auntie knocked the phone out of Ms. Han Kang's hands, she managed to press the call button, and Inspector Nathaemon picked up the phone. He immediately realized that something was going on, so he shouted into the phone for Miss Han King to tell him where she was. When the hooligans heard Inspector Nathaemon's voice, they realized it was bad news and started running away. After the fight, Ga-min realized that this time the hooligans had crossed all the permissible boundaries. They attacked the teacher and his mother, and Ga-min also lost his glasses somewhere during the fight. This also made him very angry. But the most important thing for Ga-min was to make sure that Miss Han Kang was okay. But when he looked closely, he saw a pool of blood. He was very frightened and at first thought it was Cape Han Kang who was injured. He immediately shouted for someone to call an ambulance immediately, but then Ga-min saw his mother bleeding. Pieces of glass were sticking out of her forehead and arms, and blood was flowing in streams. It was clear that when Auntie hit her with the metal pipe, it broke the window, and the glass shards severely injured Mrs. Yoon. Mrs. Yoon was losing blood very quickly. She could not get to her feet, and in a few seconds she was already losing consciousness and could not speak. Miss Han Kang was the first to rush to her aid. Ga-min quickly dialed and told her that there was an emergency. His mom had shrapnel in her head, and there was a lot of blood around. He asked the doctors to come immediately. He was worried that his mother would lose a lot of blood, and then it would be very difficult to save her. Ji-woo told Jung about the fight and her mother's terrible injuries. Of course, she couldn't describe everything in great detail because her thoughts were confused. But the main thing she said was that Ms. Han Kang left in an ambulance with Mrs. Yoon, and Ga-min rushed to catch up with Auntie and the company. Jung was worried that Hamin was headed to the battle where the White Lead gang was gathering. He might not be able to handle so many professional gangsters alone. It would have been better if Ga-min had gone with his mom in the ambulance. Ji-woo was also not herself for letting her guard down and not realizing when Ga-min was gone. Now she doesn't know where to look for him. Now his mom is injured, and she feels like shit for not being able to prevent it. Ga-min caught up with Auntie around the corner of a building. The dreadlocked man did not immediately notice the tail behind him, but when he thought he had gotten far enough, he looked back and saw it right behind Ga-min. Auntie shouted that the show was over, so Ga-min shouldn't run after them anymore. He was probably tired, so it was better to go home. But Ga-min didn't want to go anywhere. He wasn't tired, on the contrary, he hadn't finished his work yet. Ga-min stood in front of Auntie and looked very confident. He straightened his tie and wanted to teach this bastard a lesson as soon as possible. The two hooligans who were running with Auntie decided to show Ga-min who was in charge, so they rushed towards him. But Ga-min wasn't interested in these snot-nosed kids. He pushed one of them away with his hand like a rag and ordered him not to stand in his way. The guy fell to the ground after the blow and lost all his teeth.
While one bully was lying on the ground, Ga-min was approaching the other.
But the bully boy was very scared. He looked like a small child who was about to cry. He asked Ga-min to stay away from him. But Ga-min was driven by rage. He heard nothing but his desire for revenge. Therefore, Ga-min quickly knocked the bully boy's leg out. Auntie realized that he was alone. He couldn't hide behind anyone anymore because Ga-min had knocked them all out. Auntie was angry and confused. But Auntie still had some tricks up his sleeve. He called Ga Min a strong bastard who was able to overcome Chang Ho, but he has a friend who is definitely out of Ga Min's league. Suddenly Sangin came out from behind the rock, and Auntie said that Ga Min would never be able to overcome this giant. Ga Min stood in front of Sangin. The bully really did look like a mountain of muscle, and was twice as big as Ga Ming. But this did not scare Ga Ming at all. Instead, Sungin was infuriated by that overly confident look in Ga Min's eyes. Sungin told Ga Myung not to stare at him because it was disrespectful to his elders. He should say hello first, but Hamin didn't care about the gangster's remarks. He really didn't respect any of them. But Sang Yun was hissing with anger. He was older, higher in rank, and therefore the others had to obey his commands. And this bastard Ga Min continued to look at him with the same disdain. Meanwhile, there was a real war going on in the school. The principal was running around the school looking for Miss Lehon Kang. He even wanted to find out that she had gone to the Ministry of Education. In the corridor, the principal met one of the teachers who had seen Lehon Kang today. He told the principal that the teacher had gone to meet with her students' parents because she had no classes today. The principal did not understand how this frivolous woman could do such a thing. Not only did she bring trouble to the whole school and the principal directly, but she also disappeared without a good reason. Ms. Lehon Kang was already on her way in the ambulance. She was taking Mrs. Yoon to the hospital. Ms. Lehon Kang tried to stop the blood on Mrs. Yoon's forehead. She held the napkin tightly and was afraid to move because Mrs. Yoon had already lost so much blood. Ms. Lehon Kang had to do something for this woman, because if it wasn't for Mrs. Yoon, the teacher herself would have been in the ambulance, and her injuries could have been much worse after being hit by the metal pipe. After listening to everything that Jiwoo told them about the fight, Shogun rushed to find Ga Min. He realized that Ga Min definitely needed his help right now, and most importantly, if Segun found Ga Min, Anti would definitely be hanging around. Along the way, Segun analyzed everything Jiwoo had told him. He didn't know that Miss Lehon Kang was his mother's student. When Shogun first met Miss Lehon Kang at school, he didn't know that the teacher was very close to his mother, but he immediately felt the same warmth and kindness that his mother always radiated. That is why, after each incident with Miss Lehon Kang and the bullies, Segun believed that the teacher would not last so long and would soon leave the school. After all, everyone realized that she deserved better. But even after Miss Lehon Kang was stabbed, she remained alone. Shogun didn't understand why she was so kind and didn't realize that it was dangerous for her to be at Yusin School. But when Miss Lehon Kang appeared at the Department of Education and wrote an appeal to interrogate Chang Ho and create a commission to transfer Hanwol, Segun understood everything. Ms. Lehon Kang just wanted to finish the job of his mother, Mrs. Chonhwa. Ms. Lehon Kang wanted to change Yusung's school, but only by legal means, as a teacher should. That's why it was so important for Shogun to save Miss Lehon Kang now, so that she wouldn't end up like his mother. Segun realized that nothing would likely change at Lehon Kang, as long as Hanwol was hanging around, but he also wanted to finish his mother's work, so now he considered it his mission to protect and help Lehon Kang. While Lehon Kang was in relative safety, Shogun had to find Auntie to find out from the bully who killed his mother. That's why Shogun was looking for Ga Min and Auntie. Together with Ga Min, they could beat the truth out of Auntie. After running for several blocks, Shogun finally found everyone. Sengu decided not to show his face yet, so he hid behind a wall and watched quietly. Ga Min stood opposite Sangwin. They were two very strong rivals. Ga Min asked Sangkyun if he and Auntie were from the same gang. If they were, then she would get two of them. If not, Ga Min asked the giant Sangin to get out of his way. But for Sangin, this was again a case of rude behavior and disrespect for his elders. For that, Sangin could have been hit on the head to straighten his brain out. Senyu knew Ban Sangi well. He was a dangerous bully who could only be defeated by a monster. Senyu realized that it would not be easy for Ga Min to deal with Sangjin. It was clear that Auntie was a rare rat who could only hide behind other people's backs. Shogun remembered how he had hit Sengyin in the stomach with brass knuckles, and he hadn't even reacted to the blow. Although it always worked, but Sang-yin was a mountain of muscles to get through. Ban Sang-yun had been weightlifting for 10 years. This guy is the best weightlifter in Yusun School. That's why Anti felt so safe and confident behind him. Sang-yin had a seriously developed physicality. He trained every day, and he could move each muscle separately. Sang-yin could break an arm even with a friendly handshake. Even Chang-ho lost to Sang-yin during a playful arm wrestling match, because the guy was so strong that there were no equal rivals. But Ga-min didn't care about all of Sang-yun's regalia. He believed in himself and his strength, even though he didn't look like a mountain of muscle like the bully in front of him. But Ga-min's specialty was his precision in striking and calculating every step. So Ga-min's first punch was to the stomach. Sang-yin moved after this blow, but it was clear that it was just a warm-up for him, which did not mow him down at all. But Shogun had once also started with such a punch, after which Sang-yin caught him by the head and wanted to crush the man like coffee. Shogun thought that Sang-yin would do the same to Ga-min now, but it seems that Ga-min's blow was still strong, because Sang-yun closed his eyes for a few seconds to regain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, it was clear that he was not feeling well after the punch, because his eyes rolled back, and his mouth was full of spit that the bully could not even spit out. Finally, Sang-yin threw up right next to Anta. No one had ever seen Sang-yin in such a state before. He really got sick after just one punch. Anti started to worry, not about Sang-yin, but about his own skin. He realized that he would not be able to defeat Ga-min alone. After Sang-yin vomited, he became dizzy and almost fell over. Anti jumped to the side, because if Sang-yin had fallen on him, he would have crushed him. But Sang-yin seemed to be coming to his senses. But this was not good for Ga-min. That's why Ga-min was giving Sang-yin another gift. He used Uncle's forbidden technique number 5. It was called the 5th Yunsak Dragon Return, where Ga-min hit Sang-yin right on the chin in a twine. Sang-yin was seriously weakened by this blow. He couldn't keep his feet and jumped back, almost falling. Ga-min continued to attack. The main task was to prevent Sang-yin from regaining consciousness. Therefore, Ga-min used the forbidden technique No. It was a one-sided attack with fists to the stomach. Ga-min punched over and over again without stopping. Ga-min watched his hands become cottony from the constant blows, because Sang-yin's abs were really like a rock. But Ga-min didn't stop. He knew he had to finish the job. The shogun watched Ga-min's movements from around the corner and marveled at his endurance. He was half the size of Sang-yin, but he moved so skillfully and delivered such precise blows that he was able to overcome even such a strong opponent. The final blow was a tripping and kicking, after which Sang-yin fell to the ground. Yungin hit the pavement so loudly that the windows of the neighboring houses shook. Ga-min managed to take him down with just 3 punches. It was fantastic. Yungin was lying on the floor. Ga-min could see his 2 front teeth. His nose was bleeding like a river. The hooligan was unconscious and would definitely not be able to regain consciousness and get to his feet anytime soon. But Ga-min did not seem tired at all. He was still standing in the stance and seemed ready to continue the fight. When Sang-yin was finally finished and lying unconscious, Shogun popped up from around the corner. He appeared very suddenly, so he surprised Ga-min. But Shogun had an important plan. Shogun shouted to Ga-min that they must capture Anti. They must not let him escape again. But Anti was already in the car and about to run away. When Ga-min and Shogun realized they had to catch him, Anti stepped on the gas and drove right into Ga-min and Segan. He would have gladly knocked them down, but the boys quickly oriented themselves and managed to run away. The guys still had hopes that they would somehow be able to pull Anti out of the car and beat the necessary information out of him. Ga-min jumped on the hood of the car. He thought he could stop Anti on the move. Ga-min looked at Anti through the windshield and demanded that he stop immediately. Otherwise, Ga-min promised to break the glass with his fist and pull the bully out by force. Anti thought that Ga-min was a psycho, and of course he wasn't going to listen to him. He realized that if Ga-min finished off Sang-yun so quickly, Anti wouldn't survive the fight. So the best solution was to run away. Anti stepped on the gas and drove off, even though Ga-min was sitting on the hood. Ga-min was thrown out of the car at speed. He landed on some garbage bags that were standing nearby. This softened the landing so he was not injured. Anti drove away. He was never stopped. Shogun immediately ran to Ga-min to make sure he was okay. But Ga-min was lying on the garbage bags and didn't even move. It was clear that Ga-min was very depressed about something, even though he had just defeated the strongest bully in the neighborhood a few minutes ago. The Shogun did not understand what could have made Ga-min so disappointed, so he asked if there was anything he could do to help. Ga-min told him that he had been plagued by bad luck all day today. Everything is working against him today. Mr. Lehon Kang, his friends, and then his mother all suffered because of Ga-min. My mom was cut badly by glass. She was bleeding to death. Ga-min was worried if she was okay now, so now he's definitely not okay. Ga-min lay on the garbage bags for a long time and couldn't even get to his feet. He realized that the story would not end today. The hooligans would not leave him alone. But the main thing is that the bandits will spoil the lives of not only Ga-min, but also his friends. The next day, everyone was rushing to school as usual. Of course, no one had any idea about the events that took place in the cafe with Lehon Kang. Rumors of this massive fight, police and ambulances had not yet spread through the city. Yungin and his friend were standing at the entrance to the school as usual. They were making sure that everyone was in school uniform, that all the students looked properly dressed, and that no one was late for class. Suddenly, Yungin was approached by some third-grade soldiers who said they were looking for Hanwoo. They said they had important information for him. These bandits came to report to Hanwoo how yesterday's meeting with Miss Lehon Kang went, and whether she understood the warning Hanwoo wanted to give her. In the morning, the news even started to write about this incident, saying that hooligans had smashed the cafe. Hanwoo hoped that after this, Miss Lehon Kang would understand everything, and not have to explain everything again in a more violent way. But while Hanwoo was thinking about Lehon Kang and wondering if she had come to work at Yusung School today, someone approached him. It was Ga-min. He climbed up to the roof where all the scumbags led by Hanwoo usually gathered. Ga-min wanted to fast for the fact that the hooligans had hurt his mom and scared Lehon Kang again. All of this happened on Hanwoo's orders, so he deserved a good slap on the wrist. Ga-min jumped up to kick Hanwoo right in the face, but he stopped inches away from Hanwoo. This bastard again remained unharmed. The whole night after the fight in the cafe, Ga-min was preparing for the meeting with Hanwoo. He thought over every step and every movement. Ga-min woke up very early and immediately started preparing for the meeting. He put on his school uniform as he was supposed to, but after listening to the weather report, he brought a jacket with him because the weather was supposed to be changeable today. He turned off the TV and headed to school. Ga-min locked the door because no one was home. His mom was still in the hospital after the incident, and Ga-min had to make sure that everything was in order at home. It was his mom's request. He still has images of that fight in his mind, but he had to concentrate on something else. Hanwoo was the cause of all the troubles, so he had to decide how to deal with him and bring him to justice. Ga-min left the house and headed to school when it was just dawn. He needed time to adjust to the new day. But Ga-min's eyes were still devastated. There were more questions on his mind than where to find friends and how to start a study group. Meanwhile, Jong and Se-hyun were waiting for at least some news from Ga-myung. They hadn't seen him since yesterday. But one thing Se-hyun knew for sure was that Ga-myung would come back for his glasses, which he had lost during the fight, and Se-hyun had found them, so he was waiting for the opportunity to give them back to their rightful owner. Soo-hyun kept looking at his phone, hoping that Ga-min would text him, but there was no word from him. Jong couldn't believe that he had decided to skip school today. Moreover, that Miss Lehon Kang had talked to Ga-min, and he had told her that he would see her at school tomorrow. Obviously, the transfer to the niche school has been put off for now. At least while Ga-min's mom was in the hospital, it was impossible. Ji-woo heard about Ga-min's mom in the hospital and started crying again. She blamed herself for putting Mrs. Yoon in the hospital. Se-hyun and Haiwon immediately covered Jong's mouth, because it was forbidden to talk about Ga-min's mom and her condition in front of Ji-woo, so as not to further traumatize her. But Ji-woo continued to eat herself up inside. She wanted so badly to please Ga-myung's mom, so that she could see that her son had good friends. But it turned out exactly the opposite. Jung was even starting to get nervous that Ji-woo was whining in the morning. He wasn't used to seeing her like this. Jiwoo was not a whiner, she was a strong girl. So-young reminded Jiwoo that it had nothing to do with her. It was all Auntie's fault, because he was the one who led the gang and ordered the attack on Lehon Kang. Sehyun was also worried about his studies. After all, today was the first day of the study group, where they had to prepare for the midterm exam. Time was already short, and now these events were interfering with their studies. Jung asked Sehyun if he was planning to stay at his place again tonight. He smiled and said that there was no other option. After the fight with his father, he would definitely never return home. Jung said that Sehyun was the only other person who ran away from home, but he was worried about his exams, not because of that. Hye-won listened to the boys' conversation and continued to admire Sehyun. He didn't know how much courage he had yet. But looking out the window, Hye-won saw a familiar figure. It seemed to her that Ga-min was heading to school. Han-woo stood on the roof of the school as usual and watched the school go by, the students come and go. However, Han-woo saw these students only as potential bandits to be recruited and used for his own purposes. While Han-woo was watching, representatives of the 3rd grade climbed to the roof. They were 3 scumbags who, thanks to Han-woo, had become one of the main leaders of the White Gang. The main leader of the 3rd 8th grade was Park Min-chul. He was a permanent member of the White Lead. Next to him stood Lee Dae-hol, the person in charge of cleaning. He was also a regular member of the White Lead. And the 3rd bully might at first seem like an ordinary teenager who dresses accordingly and learns English from flashcards. But it seems that English was difficult for him. He couldn't even memorize basic words. That's why this nerd was often made fun of. They said he didn't need to learn English. It was better to do something more important. None of the gang members understood why the guy should study if gang members usually do not plan to go to university. The guy with the English cards was named Kim Seong-chul. He was the head of the student council of the 3rd to 4th grade, a permanent member of the White Lead. He called his English cards just a hobby. He also did not allow anyone to call him a nerd. For such words, you could get a good beating on the head. The hooligans used to talk among themselves that thanks to Han-woo, they would become members of the family right after graduation. Therefore, they didn't need any universities. Their future was already written. While the hooligans were talking, someone climbed to the roof. It was Ga-min, and he hadn't seen anyone else before. His main target was Han-woo. That's why he was heading towards him. But the 3 hooligans, Park Min-hyun, Lee Dae-hyun, and Kim Sung-hyun, were Han-woo's guards on the roof. Their job was to keep outsiders off the roof and not let anyone approach Han-woo without his consent or request. Ga-min was the first to notice Seong-hyul. He immediately realized that the boy was approaching Han-woo. He had to act immediately. But Ga-min didn't care about being on guard. He had a target and saw only her. Min-hwan, who was standing next to Han-woo, also noticed Ga-min approaching at lightning speed. Min-hwan thought that something irreparable was about to happen, that there was no stopping Ga-min. As Ga-min ran, he had only one image in his head: how to wipe Han-woo off the face of the earth. Because of this man, Shogun's mother died. His mother was hurt, and something terrible could happen to Lehon Kang. It was impossible to predict what crimes Han-woo was capable of. Ga-min managed to learn something about Han-woo from Shogun. He too had been hunting him for a long time, but he realized that this bandit was a tough nut to crack. It was impossible to just attack him. You could pay for it with your life. Shogun told Ga-min that the main reason why they were attacked in the cafe today was because Ms. Han Kang had sent a complaint to the Department of Education. And if the Department of Education reacts and comes to inspect, Han-woo's dirty deeds will come to light. Neither the school nor the bandits were interested in this. Excessive noise was not beneficial to anyone. Ga-min did not hear from the teacher about her intentions and that she was going to go to the education department. But one thing was for sure. Ms. Han Kang wanted to change this school for the better. She wanted Yusun to be a place for learning, not a place for gang recruitment. Ga-min also asked Ms. Han Kang to help him study. It was clear that she took these words too literally. The shogun advised her to deal with all the problems on her own this time, because the fact that they involved the police this time added unnecessary noise and worked against them. The Yusen school was again mentioned in the news as a garbage school, but in reality, Shogun just didn't like the cops because they were a few minutes late and couldn't save his mom. That's why childhood traumas spoke in him. That's why Shogun always did everything quietly, so that no one could guess where he was and where someone else was. This time, too, he didn't wait for Ga-min to start asking him questions, but simply left quietly. But after talking to the Shogun, Ga-min drew one conclusion for himself, that his anger would not be satisfied until he took revenge on Hanwul. That's why he bravely climbed up to Hanwul's roof and ran towards him at the speed of light to strike him directly. Hamin almost succeeded. Hanwul could see the sole of Ga-min's sneaker as he came so close, but Hanwul stopped Hamin's attack in time. He covered his face with his hand, and Hamin never managed to hit him or even push him lightly. At that moment, Ga-min remembered the Shogun's instructions again. He had said that if Ga-min really wanted to beat Hanwoo, he had to know one very important thing. There is always a reliable shield next to this bastard. Outside of school, they are criminals who work for the White Gang. But during school, they are Hanwul's reliable security. They will not let even a hair fall from Hanwul's head. Otherwise, they will be left without a head themselves. It was these 3 bodyguards who caught Ga-min a second away from being hit. All 3 of them held him so tightly that Ga-min seemed to be frozen in midair. So Hanwul could see the sole of his sneaker, but Ga-min himself was unable to do anything to Hanwul.